Ladies and gentlemen, what's good? We're here at the first ever COD Mobile World Championships. We're here in Raleigh, North Carolina, where we've got 16 teams from all across the globe gathered together for a $1.7 million prize pool. But wait, I'm here in person. I don't need to be on mobile anymore.
Oh my gosh, that feels so much better. We are here. The action is starting right now. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the COD Mobile World Championships.
He's able to single-handedly clear everyone off. Wants the gunfight, sliding through!
Tectonic just went on like an 8 spree. He's still going.
Shot will land. 1v1. Marvel able to take down Neil.
Timing goes.
To come through, he takes down a second.
Another one getting connected.
Shot will land. 1v1.
This is looking like the end of our grand final.
This is how it happens.
They gotta win ASAP if they want to make it happen right there.
You're champions.
The best of the best.
Hello and welcome outside the shadows of the Appalachian Mountains here in the Tar Heel state of North Carolina. We're in Raleigh, North Carolina, right outside of North Carolina State University for the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championships. We've had 16 teams qualify through 4 stages of action to represent their region and stake their claim to being the best team in the world. Hi everyone, I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez and welcome to Raleigh, North Carolina for the COD Mobile 2022 World Championship. I'm not doing it alone. Joining me is the man that kicked it all off. It's Bobby Plays and the mommy that knows everything that we need to know for Call of Duty Mobile is Beef. Mommy, how you feeling?
I can't stop smiling right now. I'm so excited. I've been waiting for this for so long, 3 years in the making. These teams have practiced so hard. They put so much on the line. Having everybody gathered together in this same arena, man, you can feel the energy.
Oh, it feels so great. I'm so giddy. And like what you said, it feels so much better to be here on land. And we've had it so long in our list of things to do. Everyone's here in the stadium. Everyone's here at home. If you're not here, it's been absolutely massive. All these teams are representing one another. They're all back there. They're all ready.
Yeah, and all this action happening as what I'd like to call part of CODapalooza. We got CDL coming back here, Raleigh. We've got Challengers, we got Warzone event, and of course, the main event that you all are here for, the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. But it's been a long journey to get here, 4 stages throughout the year up until this stage number 5. So let's take a look back at how we got here.
Plus the Goliath, all single-handedly.
Welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship. Over the last year, the best teams in the world have played through 4 stages to narrow down the best teams in their respective regions. And now the top 16 teams from North America, Europe, Latin America, India, Japan, China, and Southeast Asia are all competing live for the first time ever when they drop in Raleigh, North Carolina. These qualified teams will be divided into 4 groups. You lose twice here, you're out. Only 8 teams will make it out alive. Congratulations to the 8 teams that made it this far. In the next round, each surviving squad is placed into a double elimination bracket, where they will battle for their right to move on to the grand finals. Every team here is playing for all the glory. Oh, and a piece of the $1.7 million prize pool. This is it. Time to clutch up, go home. Whether you're joining us in Raleigh, watching us from home, or in-game, this is your last chance to see the best of the best. You don't want to miss it. This is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2022.
So that's how we got here. That's the format that we're playing at, and it's been great to be back in person in LAN. You see some of the teams there on the stage. Had the opportunity to talk to Stamina a little bit, how they have a mixed roster of experience being on LAN. You got to see the Pinoy boys as well down at the end with Smart Omega. Like, having the teams here in person has been a lot of fun, Beef Mom.
Oh, most definitely. And a lot of these teams don't have the experience of having that first LAN event. So this is going to be the first time. Might have the first time jitters, but I hope that really they're going to get over it very soon, because it's going to be a long 3 days, and this group stage, they need to make it quick.
Yeah, and not everyone can be like Bobby here, who obviously has no jitters of going from phone to the stage. Bobby, if you had to give some advice on to these players and these teams that are going to be on the stage, what would you give to them?
I would just say take it one game at a time. I think especially in an event of this magnitude, you can get in your head and kind of get in your own way. I think the biggest thing for them is focusing on whatever it is that's the task at hand, and I think if they do that, they'll be able to perform at their best.
That's right, one step at a time, and then they can start moving towards that big prize pool of $1.7 million. And let's take a look at the breakdown of how that works thanks to HyperX. Now, this is a massive prize pool at $1.7 million, and notably, that's a lot of money at the top there, Beef.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. If you try to convert that into your own currency, because we already know that all these teams came from different countries, make it peso, make it rupee, euros, pounds, and yen. You already know at home that is a lot of cash. But obviously, looking down at the very bottom, 15,000 USD, all of these teams are actually coming home with a little bit of something, but obviously they want that 700,000 USD.
That's right, either the top team or second or third for some of the regions, and so making sure you come home with something is pretty good. Let's take a look at our 16 teams that qualified in the regions that they represent here. You've got the LATAM teams, the Indian teams, the one Japanese team, and we'll definitely dive into Scars in a little bit. The Garena teams, the Southeast Asian teams, Almighty from Indonesia, Smart Omega from the Philippines, Strut, Stamina, and Nova are European teams, and then NYSL Mayhem, Tribe Gaming, and the newly signed Luminosity from North America. We close it out with Q9 and Wolves. We take a look at all 16 teams here. Bobby, I'll start with you first. Which is the team that is your favorite here?
Obviously, I've spent a lot of time casting the North American region, and there's one team that is dominated both in North America and in the Western Championships last year. That's Tribe Gaming. It's really difficult to not pick them, at least to be a favorite for the top three. You look at the performance that they had last year, I would say across the board upgraded their roster. They're going to be really, really tough to beat. Beef Mommy, what you thinking?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of a no situation here. I have to choose their first opponent. Q9, they seem so solid this year because they've had a really good run 2021, but obviously they got sent down pretty early on. But hey, this year it looks like it's going to be a different deal. I'm so excited to see the first matchup. But honestly, for today, it's hard to tell because it's the first time that all of these teams are actually going up against each other in LAN. So I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Right. I'll throw in, because I want to throw one in. Almighty, you saw it there in the lower third there. The team from Indonesia has shown like, hey, they can stick with it, and with some of the Chinese teams as well. All right, let's take a look at the tournament schedule because we've got a whole weekend ahead of us here in Raleigh. Today's action is the group stage. It's lots of matches going on at all times, and we'll be here with you through every single group stage match, a little bit of the quarters of the champs bracket. Then on Saturday, after short break Friday, we've got the champs and elimination brackets where we will whittle down our teams that have won through the group stage to the final two, which we will see on Sunday, where they compete for nice little cash change, but more importantly, the title and the crown. So let's take a look at our group stages now. These are our groups. So our 4 groups of 4, and we have lots of groups that have different storylines throughout here. Bobby, pick one of them for me.
I think Group A is going to be the most exciting overall. I think every single one of those teams matches up decently against one another. And I think, especially with that being our first match of the day, I'm really excited to see the Kings of India go up against NYSL Mayhem. These are both very experienced teams. They've been in Stage 4 every single year that they've participated for the majority of the players on those rosters. So it's going to be a great way to kick off the tournament.
For me, I'm gonna have to go with Group C. We already know it's kind of heavy where we have Tribe Gaming going up first against Q9 Club. You already know these teams are gonna absolutely dominate. But again, there's a lot of interesting storylines here as well because of Scars. They had 100% win rate, did not drop a single map in stage 4, but they are definitely the question mark in this group. Can they perform as well as they did in their stage 4 run? And also right below them, Influence Kemen actually was the LATAM representation for that 2020 run, but obviously roster changes and all of that. Let's see if they're as strong as the first year of the COD Champs.
That's right, a little bit of a legacy there through with Influence Kemen, but that's going to be a really fun one we see in our second set of matches of the day. Right off the top, Tribe and Q9, like these are tournament favorites. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Now, speaking of watching, be sure to tune in to the broadcast in-game throughout the week to earn free rewards just by watching. The longer you watch, the better the rewards. What's your favorite reward that you're going to earn this weekend?
You already know, Iskra's going to be my girl. My favorite color is purple. You can see it on my shirt. You can see it on my hair. So I'm glad to see so many purple colors, not just in the kilo, but also in the characters that we have as well. How about you, Bobby? Like, you already know you're pretty excited for this.
I mean, I just already know as soon as I get home, first rank lobby I'm in, it's going to be 10 Iskra skins running around everywhere. So I'm fully prepared for that.
All right, well, the graffiti everywhere. Hopefully they'll be able to splatter some fun within by just simply watching. And there's lots of gameplay for you to see this tournament. We want you to see every single match possible. That's why we'll have 4 streams of gameplay all day long. You'll get to see your favorite team play no matter where they're at. Go to the COD Mobile Esports YouTube page and you can find Bravo, Charlie, and Delta streams with these 3 matches. So make sure that you pop open those extra tabs and you can watch wherever you want. All right, next up, let's dive into the group stages, right? We talked about the group stages as a whole, but let's dive into a specific group, and we'll start with Group B. Now, Bobby, this one is a little bit different than I think some of the other groups because I think as experts, you all have decided this feels a little lopsided with the top and the bottom teams.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a predictable one. Obviously, we're at stage 5. We're on land.
Yep.
All excuses are off the table right now. So there are 2 teams, Strut and Vitality, that I think coming into this, not a ton of people expect a lot out of. But this is a completely new environment. That mentality on the stage is going to change for a lot of people. And I think if they've got some really mentally tough players that can power through, they might be able to come out on top. But my favorites coming out of this one, definitely going to be Wolves and INCO.
Thoughts on B?
Yeah, definitely Wolves might have an advantage because they've been playing LAN for such a long time, the same as Q9. So they do have quite the advantage when it comes to this setup. But also, negative for that one also is the fact that they've played a different rule set. So that's probably one of the advantages that Strut might actually have. And also the addition of one player that is very strong. That's going to be Apher that might make the biggest difference.
Right. I have to push back a little bit, though. The player base in India and the fandom in India is huge. So Vitality have a huge, I think, weight on their shoulders to make sure that they can live up to how they play, though. So what do you think about Vitality here in this situation?
Well, again, India has been a really mixing pot of really good players that have been really performing. And they had their last matchup after stage 4 where they actually beat Godlike. And it was really nice to see that Godlike finally had a little bit of competition against this team. So again, they really deserve to be in this spot. And the fact that they have Sams in their team, I feel like it's going to be a definite killer.
Yeah, I feel like Sams is the game changer for them. He has stepped up massively this year. The performances that he's had on a consistent basis, I would say right now he's probably the best player in India. So for me, he's the player to watch for them.
All right, well, we'll see how it stacks up. As Group B, we're going to be keeping an eye on Vitality and Strut to see if they can get some of those upsets, but this one feels pretty locked on in. Now, Group B done and dusted. Let's move on over to Group A. I believe this is the one that you said was the most exciting group in the whole tournament. Why is that?
I think just because nobody really knows what to expect because you have 2 1 seeds, but they're not, at least as far as what I've asked the players about, they're not really considered to be the strongest 1 seeds in the tournament. And then you've got a couple 2 and 3 seeds from regions like North America and Garena that are considered to be a little bit more experienced and have better competition. So there's no way of really knowing. The one thing I will say for Stamina Esports especially, they've got a lot of players that have been in stage 4 every single year. I think that amount of experience and that leadership is going to pay off big time.
Well, Beef Mommy, when we take a look at this bracket brought to you by Republic of Gamers, do you feel like there's an upset brewing here, or how would you decide it's an upset? Because as Bobby was saying, number ones are like still a little bit weaker region. Maybe we're still figuring that out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams really need to find their footing and find that consistency. And so far, I think Stamina does have a little bit of an edge when it comes to that. But they're going up against Omega, and they qualified for 2020. They were able to get a lot of those points, but last year they fell short. This year they started very strong in the first half, in the first 2 quarters of the year. But here at the very end, they absolutely had kind of a disappointing run in CDFI. But knowing Omega, they have a switch. If they're backed up in a corner, they can go and perform.
So then I'm gonna put you guys on the spot. Who is the favorite in this group A? Let's start with you, Beef Mommy.
Well, I'm just going over the fan base here. Omega has a huge fan base in the Philippines. We already know that the viewership there is absolutely huge. So I'm just going here because I'm Filipino as well. So I'm going to go with the boys of Omega.
All right, Bobby.
I think I've got to go with Stamina. I talked about that experience factor, and I think that's going to pay off big time. They've also got a rookie in Gothillia who has been phenomenal. Great OBJ player and does a lot of the dirty work for the team, so may get overlooked in some of the stat lines, but he's definitely a big impact player for them.
Are you telling me the NYSL Bobby didn't pick his NYSL
I gotta be
Mayhem?
unbiased,
What?
okay?
You said earlier that as the North American viewer,
I can be biased towards North America. That's different. That's different.
All right. Well, none of this would be possible without some of our friends making things happen, and so one of those friends is Republic of Gamers. ROG Phone 6 is equipped with the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 CPU that boosts performance and speed to take your mobile gaming experience to a new level. Its unrivaled performance puts it in a class of its own. Thank you so much, ROG. And look at that. Both hand models as well. Beef Mommy showing the love, and Bobby giving a little finger dance there. But thank you very much to the ROG Phone supporting Call of Duty Mobile. Guys, I'm feeling very excited here because we're right on the cusp of the World Championship. It's been such a long road here, and you know, I'm thinking of a team even like Wolves, right? Yes, they're the favorite, but the travel that has been involved, it definitely could take a toll on you.
Oh, most definitely, because I came from a very far off place too. A lot of these teams really traveled long hours to get to this point, and I feel like it's all worth it because we waited 3 years. What is like a few hours of flight by that 3 years that we've been waiting this whole time?
Yeah, I definitely feel like jet lag could play in. I think especially if you look at that Group A Omega, 2 of their players just arrived yesterday. So they haven't gotten quite as much scrim time. Hopefully they got rested up and hopefully they're feeling ready to go. But there's a few players from a couple of different squads that flights got delayed, whatever it is. I think you look at Godlike as well. It took them a while to get their visas, so they were a little bit delayed. Hopefully those guys have been rested up because it is a long day of Call of Duty Mobile ahead.
Yeah, well, we are going to get into it. While we are setting up our alpha match, we're jumping into Group B. It's that top match right there, the #1 seed from this group, or Wolves versus Strut here. This will be on Stream Charlie over at our esports here. Wow, that's not a score that we expected after setting things up. We were saying that Wolves was going to be the #1. Didn't expect too much out of Strut. Strut looking pretty good here.
Oh my goodness, this is what I was telling you guys. Strut, knowing very well that they got a key player on their team, and that's going to be Apher for them. But again, it's going to be really big points. 151 and 69. Wolves seems to be like they're struggling a little bit, but looks like they're gaining a lot of momentum here in P1.
I'm throwing all the predictions out there. Forget anything that I said. This is the #1 seed coming out of China, who I feel like a lot of these players expect to be up at the top. One thing I will say about Wolves, they are a streaky team. So they beat Q9 4-0 in their finals for their stage 4, but then you hop over to CDFI, they pretty much got waxed going up against Q9 in that same matchup. So
yeah,
we'll see if they can pick things up, but definitely off to a slow start going up against the #3 seed from Europe right here.
Slowly but surely though, Wolves trying to gain a little bit more of an advantage here, but it's going to be a great setup so far coming in from Strut. They have 2 players and the rest of their team kind of going for the catch-up when it comes to the anchoring point. Gas station, 3 players already occupying that power position that you really want to get a hold of. And now so far looks like a good cleanup coming in from the side of Wolves.
You're right now, it looks like Wolves is fighting back. That's what you expect to see out of a team that's this experienced. And one other thing that we talked about is the factor of LAN experience. The China teams are the only ones that have consistently played on LAN. Obviously, you have Almighty and Omega who played in the one LAN tournament that we had in Garena, but a much different environment. So it looks like Wolves starting to climb back into this one. And if we see some streaks start to build right here, this could snowball very, very quickly as that gap is closing, and it's not happening slowly.
Signs of life from Wolves, and if you guys at home are wondering why we're watching Wolves and STRUT, this is the Charlie stream as we wait for the main stage in Alpha with Godlike Esports versus NYSL Mayhem, and now it's definitely going to be an extra special challenge here for Wolves to try and get a lot of points here down in P3. It looks like those STRUT bring out the Annihilator for boot, 21 to his name, looking like they want to hold this down.
This just shows you how strong the competition is in this tournament. The fact that we've got a 3 seed taking it to a 1 seed this early on, great sign. Razmo absolutely mowed him down with the SKS right there. Big time coming in here over on P3, and right now he's got some streaks to work with, might be able to build toward that Pred as well, and looks like they're starting to take control of the game once again.
Yeah, Razmo's been leading the way for this squad in terms of kills, and I think one of the major reasons why this upset is in place in the first place. Again, almost 50 points away for the domination and our first upset in our very first match.
So many points already that STRUT was able to just solidify in that particular hill. And not just that though, looking like they want to go in for that solid rotation going into P4 and Bakery. Only one player from Wolves actually only has that, so it's very possible that STRUT is going to easily go inside, especially knowing very well that they do have the util to go in there for the break.
You talked about one of the bigger factors for STRUT being the fact that Apher is going to play. He's not even here. You got your X Factor, and he's not even in the lineup, and they are still taking it to Wolves right now. Early rotations here, but it looks like STRUT's going to get the break from the opposite side. Zai going to be able to hold down boxes right here, gets taken down. Utility going out to slow down the push. They're waiting on the reinforcements right now. They got to make it in quick, and obviously a couple of those additional score streaks taken out of the equation. No Goliaths in the Stage 5 championships. It is all gun skill with a couple of exceptions right here. STRUT trying to make a push on in, but looks like Wolves are going for the full 60.
Man, kind of a waste of the Annihilator going in there just alone. And you know, it's really hard to spam the Annihilator, especially when you're greeted by 3 players of Wolves. 212 and 177. Still very close when it comes to the points here. Wouldn't be too comfortable if I was STRUT. And now the rotation going to Grannies is going to be essential. And it looks like a full 60 going in from Wolves here in P4.
You can really see the gun skill shining from Wolves as they're trying to mount this comeback right now. And one thing I will say that the Chinese teams are really good about is the pre-fire around those crucial corners, especially when you're on land. That's going to be a huge advantage to get that extra little bit of edge in a gunfight. But it is STRUT. Early rotation here on P1. Wolves shut him down, but Razmo goes big. He's able to find 2. Zai trades back. The MVP of the most recent China Masters season. He's going big, but Boot's got something to say. Right now, STRUT only 15 seconds away from closing out their map 1.
Boot's giving them the boot with the Annihilator. Really good timing over there. And not just that, Razmo with a 41 has been an absolute slayer, but Hisoka getting so many kills already, flushing down one of the players in Wolves. 17 seconds left on this hill with how many seconds left? 5 points left for a STRUT win. Having a very early win here coming in from STRUT. Just impressing everyone, but the contest comes through, but it doesn't really matter. Our first win of the day. STRUT from EU gets that first dub.
Predictions out the win. I don't know. I don't know. Shout out to those guys. First matchup of the Stage 5 World Championship, and they're already impressing us right now. I'm even more excited to watch the rest of this tournament.
Whew. What an intense matchup that we saw, and we went in there pretty late into the hardpoint game, Bobby, and that was so impressive to see that STRUT was actually leading by a huge margin. But for me, honestly, one of the players that we really have to look at is Razmo. 43 with the SKS, and that's the reason why that we love to see this gun, especially in a map like this where you can definitely take that distance to your advantage.
Yeah, I mean, we said earlier, we saw him try to 1v3 with the Annihilator. We're like, what is he doing? Well, he's got 43 kills. He's been top in the charts. He's like, oh, I'll get that back real easy. No problem, no problem. And as you said earlier, the gun skill, the pre-fire coming out of Saze, coming out of Nian earlier from Wolves, it was there, it was impressive. But once the point was being taken by STRUT, it really felt like it was kind of very difficult for Wolves to break. Not a lot of breaks for them.
Hardpoint, no question, on the weekend is going to be the worst game mode for these Chinese teams because they've been playing on a different rule set. They've been playing with persistence, which completely changes the way that the game is played. So a lot of times they just play it like one big TDM. Requires a lot less teamwork, and that's been the biggest difficulty that I've seen for a lot of these teams is adjusting to that. The game mode you got to watch out for them in, search and destroy. 60+% of their games are search and destroy. Some of the best snipers in the world. I think game 2 might look a little bit different.
China teams are the best in the world in search and destroy, and I'm very confident in that fact. Q9, Wolves, they definitely have that in the bag. So people say that S&Ds wins you championships, but like we saw over there, we do have control and hardpoint to really take care of. So hopefully we get to see a lot of these teams know that fact. But again, we're going back to the topic of Wolves, trying to adjust into the new rule set that they're not really that used to.
Right.
I think that was a huge point when it comes to that hardpoint matchup against them.
And one of the beautiful things about having a LAN bringing East and West together to see these types of things. Yes, you can say S&D, very great, but look how susceptible it is. That's China #1 against Europe #3, and still it was a massive lead when we started. Wolves found a way back in the middle, but then again, not used to it as much as an S&D, I'd say here, Bob.
Yeah, you can't gun skill your way through a hardpoint, which is different from what most people think that hardpoint is, but it's so teamwork oriented. Whenever you get to this level of the competition, it completely changes the way the game is played, and I think seeing that, I think control is absolutely going to be the swing mode for a lot of these matchups, because even though control is not a game that's played in China for their championships, these teams have been scrimming it off stream for a long, long time. They've got a lot of experience, and they've impressed even against some of the best teams like Almighty.
Oh, definitely. And it just depends on how you're going to start off the matchup, because you'd always want to be starting off at the defense, because you already know if it does reach a game #5, you're also going to end up in the defense, because being in the attack is so difficult because you have to worry about your lives and also the objective at hand.
Right. All right. Well, I love the fact that we kicked things off with something that was unexpected. The upset's not done yet, and you could see on the face of the Wolves players earlier, they still seemed in control. You know, again, this is a team that was pushed. They did get #1 in China, one of the most competitive regions in the world, so there's going to be some grit, there's going to be some composure as well. But we do want to celebrate how impressive that was for STRUT based off of what we were expecting right off the top here, Bobby.
Oh yeah, you can see the joy on their faces. I think proving a lot of people, including myself, wrong. Obviously, like we said, the matchup's not over. They've still got a long way to go, but that's a phenomenal way to start your weekend. And that momentum can carry a lot of weight as well.
And speaking of momentum, this is where we get to see these teams take a little bit of a break once we slow things down and search and destroy, where we already mentioned that Wolves and China teams actually have a little bit of an upper hand because how much they actually played in their region. So let's see what STRUT actually has to offer when it comes to that breakdown.
Right, and how much the carryover of just being up 1-0. There's something to be said about punching up and playing pretty pressure-free, right? But now you've got the win in the bag already, and you're like, okay, we can trade games from here on out, and we're totally fine here.
Yep, no question about it. I think showing the amount of gun skill that they have combined with the teamwork, I think the teamwork is going to be the biggest factor for a lot of these teams when it comes to the hard point, because I think one thing we saw a lot from the Chinese teams, especially in Wolves, there's just a lot of solo chows on a 3-player occupied objective.
Yep.
You're going to get torn apart every time. You might get 1 kill on the way in, but you're never going to be able to find a break that way.
Oh, one thing that I'm really impressed with China teams actually is the fact that they know their lineup so well, because they do have the trophy system banned back in their area, but hey, they know lineup so well, they can stop a plan, they know where all the players are going to be, so I'm going to be expecting a lot of kills coming in from the tacticals and the nades.
Last thing I wanted to bring up from that last match was the SKS. And compared to Stage 4, it felt like everyone's using the same gun. Here, SKS popping off like early on, and then, okay, cool. Like, how do we feel about the meta, the gun meta that we're going to have here in Stage #5?
I personally like the SKS. I was talking to a lot of the players last night, and especially the North American region, they don't love it quite as much. They're not looking forward to it.
Go talk to Razmo.
Well, I was talking, the Q9 guys were talking to the Tribe guys, and they were trying to agree on a GA where they just didn't use the SKS at all. But it's no question the best long-range gun in the game by a mile, and especially for the regions that have really mastered it. I think you look at LATAM. That is one of their biggest strengths. Multiple SKS players on every single team.
Yep.
That's going to create a lot of issues for some of the more aggressive teams in that eastern region.
All right. Well, we had ourselves a heck of an upset to kick things off, but to get into our alpha stream, let's send it on over to our casters, Shift and Proper.
My goodness. Feels like we're just out here watching you guys have all the fun. We want to have some fun too. Yes, I'm Shift. This is Proper. How you doing, brother?
I'm great, man. It feels
baby.
fantastic to be back on land. COD Mobile, 3 years in the making. We are here in Raleigh. I am so excited for this weekend, man.
And hey, if that first map is any indication of what we're going to get maybe in this entire first slot, or maybe the entire tournament at large, we're in for 3 incredible days for the COD Mobile. I'm pumped about this opening matchup, though, because like the desk had already framed up so wonderfully, this Godlike team, it has a lot kind of riding on their shoulders. India, very proud region. And to be fair, the Stage 4 championships for the region were really tight. So who knows? Maybe these guys do have the opportunity to provide a little bit of upset, because as we kind of see on the other side of the stage, a lot of shaky things from Stage 4 of NYSLM.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even just take that upset that we had, and to echo what Bobby said, I mean, all predictions are just basically almost out the window at this point. You know, we got through meta changes, events, time zone changes. So much has just completely fallen off the wayside that, hey, this might honestly be Godlike's best chance to really put their region on the map.
100%. And it's a really interesting matchup just stylistically between both of these two teams, because like they were talking about at the desk about Vitality, Sam's was obviously a player that really stood out to us. You look through what we have kind of in the mix on this map set, this is what I was wondering about. All of the NA players have kind of said, we don't like playing Hacienda. So the fact that it got through and we're seeing it for map number 1, there's an opportunity for Godlike to set the tone.
It could honestly be the difference maker in between how scrims might have felt for NYSL Mayhem, that they didn't want to get the summit all the way through, and well, Godlike aren't necessarily feeling too nostalgic. They got rid of Raid. So yeah, Hacienda map 1 is going to be interesting, especially, I mean, for everything that we've already seen so far, even in that opening matchup with Wolves, is that, you know, with the SKS coming into play as well, keeping everybody at an arm's reach across from Lambo all the way across the water, it could be very, very potent.
Yeah, and just kind of looking at the overall series, I'm most curious about the 2 and the 5 here if we do see all 5 maps, because Search and Destroy was where New York really looked the sloppiest during Stage 4, and wouldn't you know it, Godlike was undefeated in their Search and Destroys through all of their regional qualifiers. So I anticipate that this India squad of Godlike Esports is going to have a lot of favor in map 2, map 5.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you and I, we had the absolute pleasure to watch Godlike in their finals for their region of Stage 4. And every single time that they were on for Search and Destroy, I just felt like that we were just finding another thing just to talk about, whether it was snipers, whether it was AR gun gameplay. There was just so much that you could just sit there and talk about, and they absolutely delivered. So it's do or don't, I suppose, for NYSL Mayhem. You got to be able to show up and show out whatever is possible on Search and Destroy, because you know Godlike are going to deliver the goods.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you didn't say do or die yet, because this could be a long group stage for one of these two teams. You don't want to fall down to the lower side of these GSL-style groups too soon, especially considering the weight of this Group A. And at the desk, again, they did a really nice job of framing it up. I know a lot of us are looking at Group A as maybe being the most well-rounded from top to bottom, where you don't necessarily have a clear-cut favorite or a clear-cut bottom. So, yeah, this is one of those that you come out with a dub, and you're going to feel pretty solid about your chances of maybe getting out early of these groups and just setting yourself up for Saturday. So, Hacienda will be map number 1, and both teams are still kind of getting themselves into it. I would say players to watch, though, for this series, we have to start with the guy that's still on screen. Little B, top left side, he has been the most electric player for NYSLM, if not maybe in North America over the course of the last couple of years.
Yeah, exactly. Has to deliver the goods here on land. Again, 3 years in the making. You really want to be able to show out. This is your statement match. You were able to scrim, get used to the phones backstage for this exact moment versus one of India's best teams in Godlike. And if you cannot perform here in your opening match and in a group with both Stamina and Omega, it might not look too good for you.
No, not at all. And I think the other thing about this, you know, we talk about NYSLM, you know, they've gone through so many roster changes now, it feels like, from last year to this year. Last year was disappointing, I think, in terms of their overall finish in the Western Finals.
Yep.
Stage 4 was worse. I mean, you talk about do or don't in the group. Is this kind of like a do or die for Mayhem if they don't show up for this event?
I think so. I mean, there's a lot of riding on their shoulders, right? You go back-to-back third places, especially after an unfortunate ending to their 2021 finals. And yeah, I mean, blow it up maybe, try switching out some different parts of the puzzle, just whatever can work, because as a former competitor myself, not even just in COD Mobile, but like in anywhere in general, you ride the bronze train for that long,
yeah,
it really just it takes a toll on your mental.
100%. On the other side, though, don't want to make sure we glaze over this Godlike Esports team, because they're also kind of in this period that we call, you know, hey, you've got a lot of weight with Vitality to kind of carry a very proud region into this World Championship. But there's also this sense of redemption for them, because India at large last year in the Eastern Finals was kind of pushed aside very quickly by the Chinese and Garena teams.
Yeah, 8th place 2021 finals for Godlike, and like when you're thinking about it, even just coming to the event as a whole of 2 teams, even talking to some of the players, the coaches, India is not exactly taken seriously.
Sure.
And so for Godlike to really come out and show out here in their opening match, I think would just be a statement on so many different levels.
And I think just, you know, again, talking players to watch on the Godlike side, Burnz was just so damn good in stage 4, man. I think there's a lot of expectation that he could be that kind of catalyst to match up against the power that Little B brings on any map and mode combo. And I think that's the guy that you're hoping, if you're an India fan, continues to perform at a high level going into this matchup in particular.
Absolutely. I mean, if it's not going to be Burnz, you know, you can also lean on Trunks, but when you're thinking about it, you're more or less talking about the front to back line pressure that Godlike does exhibit and exemplify when we were watching them in their regional finals. All of that needs to be the finer piece of the puzzle. Even watching them through their scrims yesterday, vibes seem pretty high. It seems like they're getting on pretty well through this patch.
Speaking of India, though, again, both teams that represent in the region are actually playing right now. You see Team Vitality is already locked in and ready to go. They are mid-map at the moment against INCO Stalwart, who has a lot of high expectation when it comes down to what Latin America will bring to the mix, Brazil in particular. That was a lot of the team from last year that was the biggest kind of Cinderella and upset kind of giver, if you want to call it that. And we jump right into the mix. Map number 1. We do find ourselves on Slums. Pretty tight affair for now, but there is a little bit of an advantage for INCO, not just in the overall scoreboard, but even on the minimap as we take a look going back over to our next rotation, the Hills.
Yeah, I mean, just slightly pulling ahead. This could just be the overall nature for Slums, right? You're trading 30s. You just got to be able to break and get on in for the money hills, which actually does start to happen. I mean, you ended up having the spawns if you are Vitality, and then INCO just completely roll through the middle of the map and flip it out. Yeah,
one of those players, again, Bobby was talking about on the desk, SKS carriers that this Latin American region loves to pull. Keep your eye on Lucaszin. This kid is unbelievable. Already has 23 kills at the SKS, has his highest streak at the moment as well. And, well, Vitality, it may have looked close as we jumped into it, but that significant advantage we saw coming through for INCO on the last hard point at Garage leads into the first about 30 seconds here on Statue. Good break attempt though for Vitality, but there's more to do here. It's not just getting into the hill, they also need to flip the spawns around.
Yeah, you really desperately need to flip the spawns, and someone needs to desperately continuously trade Lucas, considering the fact that you just saw their scoreline just somewhere near about 5 times positive, just things you absolutely don't like to see if you are a fan of Vitality, as you're starting to see them maneuver across the bottom side of the mini-map, and all of INCO are just set up. It's so well scouted. They're winning all the gunfights. They're fighting the trades. They're going to get themselves pretty comfortably set up for new.
Rafa holding over towards the barrel. The rest of INCO just kind of bottled up. Playing goalkeeper in the backside of soccer. Oh, well done to the Predator missile. Just as soon as the break was about to come through, gets called in. Noel's able to take down 2 with it, and all of a sudden INCO set up perfectly with a chance to read where this next hit from Vitality is coming from. Trades back and forth, but largely is it good enough? The spawns are still in for INCO. Bolt will be out in the mix trying to clear out the rest of this rampaging Vitality team on the break attempt. But hey, how about this? Vitality is actually holding on pretty decently considering the break.
I mean, easier said than done trying to hold this hard point from the front, Alan, especially as you were talking about spawns very much so into effect. Resource advantage very much so into effect. That Vitality spends so much time just trying to get Noel out of that cross angle just so that way they can get inside the hard point. And now another avenue for success has just opened up for INCO as they're soaking up just so much time here.
Yeah, this is going to be a conceded amount of scrap time going the way of INCO, as they will get their lead to right around 90 points as we rotate over towards the trash hard point B3. Vitality is here first, but the requirement is you have to be able to hold this, and Jrozin nearly just breaks open the cemetery as an opportunity to try to get a setup going for an early break attempt. Hardpoint will open in the next 5 seconds, and then we'll likely see INCO try to make this play through garage that they're setting up for. They're looking for spawns here, not necessarily hardpoint.
Yeah, but I don't think that they were fully aware that random did spawn behind. They actually get a couple shots, whiz right past their head, and yet some immediate garage control coming through for INCO. It is desperation now coming through for Vitality. You have to hold inside the hardpoint. They know they're all essentially in the backside of the garage right now, but you just have to stay alive in the hill.
Well done. Gravity Vortex gun will kind of put a pause to this hit for INCO, but now that they've expired it, the hit is on the way. Saze inside. First one sliding in, not going to be able to find too much. Trades going the way of INCO though, and the Purifier will be the next thing popped out. Dad able to kind of take down a couple in the hill, but not able to get in himself. Still waiting to find the next set of kills, and how about that for some patience? Back and forth the kill feed goes. Spawns will flip once again, but it's INCO who find the successful break.
Yeah, I mean, also just look at INCO's setup off of that break as well. They never gave up garage control. They really just leaned off of what Dad was putting down with the Purifier, just cooking it up quite nicely. And a solid medium rare, I would say, as INCO completely break back inside the hard point, and the rotation from 3 to 4 round, you know it's not a long one. And guess who's there? INCO is.
Yeah, this is looking really solid for INCO. Nearly 100 points to the good. Kills still looking okay for Vitality, but it's one of those moments that you start to talk about, you have to have it now or you're not going to have it at all. And well, hey, how about it? Opportunity to get in with numbers, but of course, naturally, we call it in, and Jrozin's able to single-handedly break back through into garage. Yes, INCO Gaming can win here, and I think they're starting to feel that. Couple operators pulled, trying to put this one over the finish line for a comfortable map 1 win, but the shutdowns are still pretty solid. Vitality, one last try to get in, and of course, it's Lucaszin with the SKS. An early double for him, really establishing some long-range dominance.
And Jokos was holding that back garage area for such a long time that they didn't end up reading where the spawns were coming from initially, coming across that north lane. So INCO will have reinforcements here, but it is currently Vitality with at least one player inside the hard point. Just no reinforcements, no help. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. INCO break again.
I don't think they can get $2 right now out of the banks. Looking good. INCO very clean. And this is what we're, really looking forward to. I know that Beef Mommy in particular is very excited to see this Latin American region. In fact, I think she's even gone as far to say like this could be where a dark horse lies for the entire tournament. And well, I'll say that is a very clean map number 1 for INCO. Just need to put some piggy toes on this statue for the final second. You expect it to be pretty clean, pretty comfortable. But Vitality just trying to extend along as possible. Just, get the fingers warmed up here. Not the greatest first map overall. And INCO's gonna let them know about it. Goodness, getting loud on stage already.
Yeah. Hey, gotta show up. Match number 1 on stream, on land. You gotta strike fear in the heart of your enemies, and comfortable, to say the least.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that INCO just were completely manipulating every single fixture of slums was absolutely sublime. They were getting the closer spawns, they were getting themselves in a better position so that way they can get reinforcements out, and they were really playing Vitality like a fiddle. It almost felt like that Vitality had no idea where anybody from INCO was spawning at any given point in time.
Dude, look at Lucaszin, 41 and 13.
Cash.
Welcome to land, brother. Are you kidding me? That's with an SKS on slums. Someone put a leash on this guy. He has the opportunity, I would say, to possibly be tourney MVP. Like, just flat out. I know it's like, that's way too early to call, but when we see this INCO team throughout the rest of today, and you would assume, probably based on how the group is going right now, that they would have the best chance to get in towards Saturday in the playoff bracket. That is definitely my player to watch from Latin America, if not maybe in the entirety of the world at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, INCO in Group B, obviously you're seeing them do quite well versus Vitality. Now, you still have Strut and Wolves, obviously, to be worried about, but, I mean, at the end of the day, we were talking about this in the green room. We were talking about this when we were just talking overall narratives for our 16 teams. Specifically for this INCO squad, you want to be able to come out and make an absolute statement. If Lucaszin continues to play like that in an SKS meta, we're in for a treat from Latin.
Statement has been made. Tension-grabbing statements all over the place from Lucaszin. But you got to keep in mind, and you had brought this up, and we saw pieces of it. Strut Wolves, that was a surprising map number 1.
Yes,
I'm kind of seeing it on the Delta stream. I think that Strut is falling right now in the search and destroy. It was pretty convincing at that, but our main focus is still going to stick with this Godlike Esports and NYSL M matchup. That's a Group A opener, and like we just kind of framed up, if you're joining us here late, this Group A, it really feels like it's anyone's to take, and we're going to learn a lot about what this group's overall power is going to look like based on what these two teams bring out here in their first matchup.
Yeah, again, for Group A as a whole, I want to say that it's a toss-up, you know, who's going to be able to really walk away with second place. This very much so could be the difference maker for either NYSL Mayhem on their redemption run from the end of the previous stage, or the same could be said for Godlike to really show the chops that they are bringing to LAN to represent their region as a whole. It almost didn't even make it here. It would be a Herculean effort, I would say the least, but still nonetheless, if you come out and completely beat NYSL Mayhem, your chances of making it out from the group stage become that much better.
Yeah, I'll say, just because it needs to be mentioned. Look, you know, everyone was talking about, you know, the Eastern teams and the extreme travel that they've gone through here in the last couple of hours. But, dude, Godlike looks comfortable. They got pillows. They got fans up there. They probably feel like they're still playing at home as they are about to lock in. I mean, that is a setup right there. These guys look comfy.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think I might have to take a page out of how they're set up on the desk. Like, when I get back home, if I don't have at least like 2 fans just blowing on my hands while I'm playing Call of Duty Mobile, then it might just be chalk.
I love it.
You got to feel whatever sort of comfort you possibly can, right? Because I mean, look, first time on LAN, 3 years in the making. You want to feel as comfortable as possible.
100%. Here we go. Group A matchup, NYSLM. Godlike, Hacienda Hardpoint. Again, just to re-mention it, North America has very vocally said how anti-Hacienda they've been, but with the Eastern region playing a lot of it, you kind of expect to see a multitude of Haciendas coming through over the course of the weekend. We're getting it early. 11 opening points for Godlike. Not really anything to be sweating about, though, if you're NYSLM. We expect this first hardpoint to be pretty neutral and 50-50.
Yeah, it's all about just trying to break if you are NYSL Mayhem. Godlike did start off on the favorite side. That's that P2 side. That's where probably we're going to see a lot of time being generated, but controlling these upper halls just about means everything. As Trunks trying to drop back down low, just trying to keep the hardpoint as neutral as possible. We'll maintain the spawns ahead of New.
Interesting little rotation here as we head down to the bottom left-hand side of your map, back over to Lambo for all of you Black Ops 4 enthusiasts from back in the day. So far, so good as far as NYSLM trying to get over through the patio side of this. Trunks up top, lots of damage, but only comes away with 1. Nero still trying to threaten the front doors. The rest of the team, those on the backside. Godlike are not aware of this in any form. Neutrino tries to turn around to find the response, but it's too little, too late. And NYSLM will find a way to get in really quickly here as the second hardpoint opens up.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a fantastic timing to be able to find for yourself now, isn't it? Because NYSL Mayhem now, with 15 seconds still alive on this hardpoint, they can essentially start to read and dissect this very one-dimensional hit that Godlike were starting to put together. But luckily enough, they do have a couple players spawn all the way out on the northwest side of the minimap.
Trunks gonna have a few teammates spawn with him. NYSLM recognizing that they're not in the favorite spawn at the moment, are trying to get over, but the smoke will allow Trunks to get in, but only takes down the first of what needed to be about 4. So NYSLM, good awareness, good response, and what's gonna feel like a near perfect hard point for them as they really kind of build an early cushion in this Hacienda hard point.
Yeah, that was just basically every single marble in the basket there for Godlike. Again, starting off on the favorite side of the map, maintaining hallway control, and they get broken up within the first 10 seconds of P2. Not what you want to see at all. Even Rebalo trying to make a very quick and annoying rotation. It comes up with absolutely nothing, but it allows space to get back here with the SKS. And this top position, end of this rotation, is very, very good.
Little bit early streaks called in just to secure this fence line. Trunks trying to get into 10, denied instantly, and that's why the SKS is going to be played a lot. 2 taps all over the place out of it as the hit from Godlike starts to get set up. All of it coming from the front side, except for one member trying to make their way around the back. NYSLM hard focused on fence line, and the spam is just so good. The bolt coming out for Yawn, and that is just ripping Godlike's break to pieces.
Got streaks to be using as well. I mean, you're just building this lead so much faster than I'm sure Godlike are more than comfortable with as well. Hunter Killer Drone also being called in, get some space going forward. M16 in hand, won't be able to find anything besides some damage, but it's just about keeping the space for NYSL Mayhem.
Yeah, this is all working out pretty solid for NYSLM, but they are spending a lot. 2 Pred missiles in towards this hard point. 2 bolts were also spent, but the last 15 seconds is actually looking pretty good for Godlike as they make the rotation over towards Spiral. Learning the first mix, but denied instantly, and as we open up the rock hardpoint, NYSLM have all of the numbers around, blue arrows galore, and unfortunately for Godlike, not a lot of success on the rotation from scrap to new.
Yeah, I mean, Vegaz essentially just had a 1v4 right there, but again, NYSL Mayhem just always one step ahead of the game. The rotational gameplay is at an absolute high for NYSL Mayhem. Again, just keeping everybody zoned away, and Godlike needs someone to desperately turn up right now to try to break inside this hardpoint.
Yeah, the specialist look that you see, there's a lot of advantages earned up for Godlike, but you have to find a way to utilize these, and you'll come to know that we'll be looking a lot at the efficiency and effectiveness of when these teams are popping out these operators. Learn from the side door. Good damage again. Finally able to get at least some damage onto the hard point as the Gravity Vortex gun is spent. Only finds one. Is it enough to actually get some convincing control of the rock hard point? That was the real question, as Godlike will get the break, but they're unaware of where Mayhem are coming from. A full flood on the way. Just comes down to can they find the right pieces to deal with it. More operators in the mix for Godlike as they look to hold.
Yeah, and they also have the grab cannon being utilized as well. Trunks just trying to play in this corner as well. How annoying has it been? Sends Black Ops 4 on Hacienda. Trunks more than aware of that position. You needed this hard point, you needed that break, and now you finally get yourself past 20 points or so as we go back towards another set of hard points.
Not bad at all from Godlike. Key to get the last 30 seconds, and Trunk, he's gonna lock down Office. A key position now 1 as he takes his attention to the side door. Little B shut down 4 in a row for Trunks. Streaked out of his mind with operators also earned up, but it's gonna be Rebalo who's able to take him down to stop the spree at just the 6 that he was able to find. Now in towards Fountain, NYSLM. Good control. Take a look at the focus towards the high ground. This is picture perfect for NYSLM.
Yeah, it's almost what exactly went wrong when P1 was active in the first set of hard points.
Yeah.
We got like we're just keeping NYSL Mayhem at an arm's reach and getting that hallway control continuously. But trades are still good for Godlike. They just have to maintain that hallway control and keep all of NYSL Mayhem off of the hard point itself. But 3 go down very quickly. NYSL Mayhem starting to assert control.
They'll be making the rotation over towards Art. Godlike still focused on the hard point. And it's Yawn who will try to contest. 1v1 with Trunks, wins it, no problem. 15 seconds of scrap time to fight for, but really you take your attention once again on the minimap to the bottom left-hand side. How can you get in towards Garage? What routes are NYSLM going to take? Not spawning in, but oh, actually, while the hard point's still open, keep an eye on that left side of the map because Godlike just had a couple of spawners on the right side, so all of a sudden NYSLM, the game was starting to get a little bit close, but they're putting it out of reach once more. Good rotation on the way as Lambo will open up, and there are more numbers here for Mayhem than Godlike could really deal with at the moment.
Trunks just try to attempt to break the hard point 1v3, pulling out an operator as well, but because they stayed alive and maintained that space, only actually ensue a north to south spawn all the way on the left side of the map. Big fight inside the hard point itself. Space is trying to spam all the way through the Lambo. There are actually numbers here for Godlike to try to maintain control.
Every 1v1's a big one coming forward. The car wasn't blown up yet, so the play through elbow shut down by explosions. Learn! Oh, that's a big kill. Trying to keep this still a 50-50 battle. On the way forward comes Rebalo, and he's able to help out with space as NYSLM are keeping this scrappy, keeping it mixy. Not as convincing as you like from either team, but Godlike with the proximal spawns will get the reinforcements here sooner or less. Little B has something to say about it. A double on the interior, and with 13 seconds, looks like Godlike are going to concede this and rotate over to New.
Much better than what we saw on the first set of hard points. Just taking a look at some of the stats. I mean, Trunks has been really showing up. Burnz is not having a good time at all. Remember, he had a 1.62 KD at the end of his regional stage 4 finals. Little B on the opposite side, 27 and 16. It's a tail of the tape to see if Godlike can start getting a little bit more assistance for Trunks, who's doing a fantastic job at just poking and prodding and finding these nice little areas to try to get in the behind of NYSL Mayhem.
Yeah, really good focus for Mayhem on the break. First 10 seconds. Done and dusted here on the hard point, and it's all Mayhem on the interior. Neutrino trying to get something done with the Purifier. Spitting out ice this time, though, with it. He's able to get just a couple, and that's enough. And I like the play. Sit here in 10. Make sure no one comes around the backside of the flank. Trust that your teammates can hold the front, but maybe not the case at all. Nero space, locking things down through the stone wall. That's going to be enough for them to get a break attempt.
It's very, very difficult. I mean, if there's one consistency so far for Godlike, when they do have control of a hard point out, they always have one player that pushes up just a little bit too far forward, and then one player from NYSL Mayhem constantly spawn from behind. They set themselves up with a coordinated pinch, and the break continuously comes through. You can absolutely play this game if you're NYSL Mayhem. You just have to break. You can trade these 20 seconds as you have the leader's advantage.
Yeah, this is feeling like something major needs to occur right here, right now if you're Godlike. And it's a hard point to do it. Two hard points in a row to do that. Going from Rock to New on first would be not exactly what you would expect to be the wealthiest of hill combos. But Godlike do open up the hard point to their name. Numbers starting to come through the hallways. Split spawn situation as well. So a little bit of chaos just outside the hill itself. Mayhem able to utilize that as a chance to get in for a time. Space trying to lock things up with the SKS. A lot of opponents in front of him. He gets the read and says, not interested. We'll wait for a little bit of help, but Godlike are on the way.
Learn was pushed all the way up, essentially inside of the office, just trying to maybe get behind enemy lines, but found themselves in a very, very tough corner. Gravity Vortex gun also being burned here for Burnz, just trying to get themselves some space. Will be successful. Now you just have to be able to hold these 25 seconds while also thinking about the rotation.
Yeah, we need to see Burnz pop up right here, right now. Tagged. working with Trunks. Here comes NYSL, good view of this as the break is coming heavy-handedly, and Burnz gets absolutely shut down. Mayhem off the break. 10 seconds of scrap time's not going to feel necessarily like a win condition, but for Godlike, they're not liking the look of it. Still full committing to make sure they get everyone and every second they possibly can through old into new, and how about that? Vegaz able to light things up, and boy, what a time for it. Godlike still down big, but a chance to extend as now streaks and operators are earned once again.
Predator missile, not exactly what you wanted to see, but it also could have forced maybe a little bit of a damaging situation should you be able to get those two. Going back towards the third set of hard points. It is just about a 90-point deficit that Godlike have to claw their way back from. Casual as it may be, again, everything comes completely neutral. It's Godlike on the favorite side of the map. This time, though, when P1 becomes active, NYSL Mayhem, hot off the presses, get hallway control.
And it's just, this setup is so good for Mayhem. Continually putting a ton of focus up towards the top windows, lock down the lanes, then take your focus to the OBJ. And it's worked out absolutely beautifully. Kilpie just continues to just flesh out in that lovely shade of blue. NYSLM looking good to possibly even put it away right here. And for Godlike, I think the only thing that needs to be said, I mean, just look at the tally. Burnz, we said he was the guy to watch out for, and I don't even know if he fully loaded in. 15 total kills. Getting outmatched by just about everybody on the lobby right now. Not great news for Godlike.
Little B is definitely feeling comfortable here on land in Raleigh. 41 kills, casual stuff, 250 scoreline has been reached. And NYSL Mayhem are definitely feeling quite good off of themselves. They started off on the unfavored side of the map, Allen, and they just ran away with it. It took them all of about 10 seconds when P2 became active to fully break it, and that snowball did not stop.
You know, the interesting thing about it, we talk about this a lot actually between ourselves, it's like, how is it that the NA teams just have not preferred to play Hacienda? Considering the fact that we saw it in 2019 during Black Ops 4, it was played almost probably more than any other hardpoint map during the Black Ops 4 year, and the setups were really easy to read in 5v5, because all the other maps that are here in COD Mobile are mostly built off of legacy maps that used to be 4v4. Exactly. Not Hacienda. This is a 5v5 map, and I will say, for NYSLM, it's early, but those are the adjustments and corrections that we need to see if they want to become possibly a tournament favorite.
Oh, absolutely. It's the cohesion that really does it for me, Alan. Because you were even breaking it down while we were in that final P1 there, the third set of hard points. I mean, the way that you just got to see NYSL Mayhem manipulate the entirety of the upper hallways while also keeping a player down low, just making sure that you can get in the spiral staircase essentially for free and just shoot all these godlike players from behind. It's almost what you expect to happen here from NYSL Mayhem, absolutely slaying out of map 1.
Love to see it. Love to see it. And especially from that guy that's on the right side of your screen right now, Little B. Lot of just notoriety surrounds the name. What he's been able to do kind of as a star player over the course of the last handful of years. Finally getting a chance to do it in person, internationally, on land with, you know, let's be honest, I hear you, crowd. You guys have been loud for the NA squad so far, so you have to feel like if he's been able to hear that, it's only going to make him better and better as the tournament goes on.
It's all about the comfort, isn't it? I mean, we talked about it before we hopped into map number 1. NYSL Mayhem have gone through roster changes. They've gone through a clean house almost. They've done so many different directions that this is really it. And to be able to see such cohesion and comfort across those 5 players on a map, again, what they were telling us that was going to be a hard veto, I think they're going to start looking pretty good for them.
Why not? Why not? Why not? And now we take a look over towards map number 2. Search and Destroy. This has to be where Godlike shows their overall prowess, because they were flawless in stage 4 in the India regional qualifiers, didn't drop a single search and destroy map, and that's where we're looking at these guys to really have the opportunity to take this group, is off the 2 and the 5.
Yeah, again, you know, in this very massive statement match in between these two teams, it's almost was going to be expected. If you're unfamiliar with the two regions as a whole, you know, NYSL Mayhem, I would almost expect fully for them to come out, slay out in the respawns. But again, Godlike really made a name for themselves off of the objective game modes itself. They were Nesloing a lot of different teams throughout the entirety of their region, just being able to win the 2, 3, and 5. And that's mostly just off of, again, I hate to put a giant magnifying glass on the guy, but Burnz really needs a bounce back from that hard point to really show off those nice long range AR crosses. Their double sniper was also something that you could write home about as well. All those things need to be there here for map number 2, or it might just be chalk.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that, especially considering that not only is Little B one of the better snipers in the North American region, but Space's SKS in search sometimes turns into a scope. I mean, these guys are known to play a lot of long range in the search and destroy, looking to kind of pick apart their opponents before they make their actual executes come through, whether that's on a defensive retake or obviously the big focus on what they do on the attacking side as we jump in towards map number 2. Again, multiple streams are going on at the moment, and as we look up, it looks like Smart Omega has taken map number 1 versus Stamina. That looked pretty close, if I'm not mistaken. Just kind of watching over our multi-feed. So again, we've got 4 different streams. You can find the Alpha stream right here. Bravo, Charlie, Delta also going on as we focus this first slot on Group A and Group B. I would say, again, this Group A is up for grabs for a lot of people. Group B, maybe a little bit more lopsided in some people's minds when it comes to early predictions, but who knows how much the weight the early predictions carry considering what we've seen so far.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it was really tough. You know, it's funny that we were just sitting here just talking about it, that you know, there's so many different groups that could be the group of death, but honestly, it all could be up for grabs as we are setting ourselves up for map number 2. If you're just now joining us, 250-121, a Hacienda Hardpoint, and you know, Godlike, through all of their virtues and attempts, really tried their best, but NYSL Mayhem were just slaying out. And Standoff is a map I would again argue should be very, very comfortable for this Godlike Esports. We saw them play it tons in their Stage 4 finals.
Yeah, I was about to say, if I remember correctly, it was in almost every single series that they played, and more often than not, it was search and destroy.
Yep.
So, hey, we talked about it, we've set it up, but I think we could go ahead and just make the bold claim. This is a must-win map for Godlike at this point. It's your bread and butter. It has to be one of your main focused modes, and it's on one of your most comfortable maps. So if we're going to get a true look at Godlike, and maybe we can use that as a way to umbrella statement the entire region of India, I think right now you have to see a convincing result from the side of Godlike, especially considering the fact that like we mentioned, like Mayhem was really sloppy in their search and destroy in Stage 4.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and if you know, if some narratives might hold true for us, Alan, I think that just might be it. But again, you know, it's going to be really tough to gauge. You know, even again, talking to those players and some of the coaches last night after scrimming, there's a lot of things that you can't necessarily say that are too comfortable. It's a whole different game out here in Stage 5 for Worlds and Finals. And there's one thing that you definitely need to be a comfort factor. It is those core fundamentals and a very key moment here on Standoff Search.
Another update as far as what's going on in the Charlie stream. Control has started on standoff between Wolves and STRUT. We saw that kind of on the desk first and foremost. STRUT with the surprising map number 1 win, but if I saw it correctly, I think Wolves is really convincing in the search and destroy. So a swing map right there on the Control. And they're playing that on Slums, as mentioned, which, again, I still like. It's just like the COD historian to me. It's like, it's weird to see Slums Control, but it's fun how it's played out if you're joining us for the first time here at COD Mobile.
Yeah, it's still having reminiscing vibes of, you know, casting Stage 4 and everything just amounting to a Slums Control. But can't necessarily be surprised. Wolves winning out the search and destroy the way that they do. It's just one of those things that, you know, as a region, search and destroy is their bread and butter.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. The fly-through comes in. Standoff, search and destroy on our alpha matchup. A key one, as we continue to mention, as far as, is there a favorite in this group? And maybe more than that, what is the bar going to be set to for both of these two squads? A lot on the line for an opening matchup, which feels weird to say, but we don't want to make it sound under-embellished because this is a key one. You do not want to go in these groups and lose 0-1 because then you're facing elimination immediately. So we'll see how things go. Here we are. It's going to be Godlike on the starting defense. And how about this for NYSLM? Quick hit through Hotel towards B. They're trying to isolate over Delhi, but Vegaz has gotten the read and he says, I'm not interested. Let me back up.
Pretty standardized setup when you're thinking defensively here for Godlike, making sure that you have back alley control, making sure that nobody can get behind enemy lines too easily as they're just keeping Learn over by the AS&D, making sure that nobody can get past Statue.
And Neutrino from Tank, able to find the first blood by way of the sniper rifle. That's going to force NYSLM to reconsider, and they don't really have much information here at A. Nades are going to go. This is just to sit there and say, hey, look at us, we're coming towards A. But not the case, and Trunks starts to feel a little frisky, moving up close towards Fridge, trying to take away this back alley. And hey, how about it? This is good trust from Godlike to not sway their defense at all.
Keeping him honest. You don't know where that sniper might be anymore. Trunks trying to play in a 1-for-1 corner will lose the initial gunfight to Nero. And yeah, that's going to be the immediate callback. You saw Vegaz having to go all the way back past Grandma just to make sure that the angle gets held. 50 seconds remaining in the round, and it looks like the bomb is starting to rotate past the bakery. Might be thinking about A, because I mean, hey, Space has been over here for a long time, hasn't seen a soul.
Still 42 seconds on the clock. Nero still considering Hotel. This is be a very dangerous cross because, like you mentioned, Vegaz sniping deep through his spawn. You also have help from Burnz and Neutrino on the cross. Meanwhile, the only defender at B, or pardon me, at A, is going to be number 3 and Learn. He's going to have to find 1 if they do commit. But have they seen Nero? Is he going to get down this? He's going to plant this bomb for free. And Godlike, they have to be wondering, wait, how did that happen?
Timing of the cross. And now the ball is quite literally in NYSL Mayhem's court.
Yeah.
Look at the immediate rotation. 30 seconds on the clock, and the majority of Godlike are trying to rotate back behind Grandma's.
Yawn's just watching the jump. Just checking to see if anyone's going to cross through him. First shot tags. Gets the second, though. Nice quick scope comes out. Learn will fall. Long flank on the backside. Neutrino trying to force something. Not going to get there either. And all of a sudden, Godlike have no room to work with at all. And that just comes down to the simple fact they didn't see the cross.
Yeah. That's quite literally all it is. You know, Trunks gets blooded. He gets traded outside of Delhi in that alley. And then it immediately just completely throws off the initial setup for Godlike, as you ended up having at least Vegaz just like rotate all the way towards the back, just trying to at least watch that very long cross on the back of Grandma's. And NYSL Mayhem just found quite literally the freest timing I'm pretty sure I have ever seen on the standoff search and destroy. They get the bomb down for free at B and then completely concede the space, and Godlike just couldn't deliver.
That's going to play mind games with Godlike's defense. I know it's 1 round in, you're probably saying, Chip, you're getting a little ahead of yourself. But
Chip, you're getting a little ahead of yourself.
I'm telling you, when you've got 2 sniper rifles watching the crosses over towards that B site, that's your entire defensive setup, and you still let the bomb get planted, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see someone get aggressive this round from the defense trying to get forward at B here just because of that misstep. And we'll have to see how about it? They're just going to dive right under the gas station and say, you can't plant for free here anymore. But the problem is that focus has allowed free vacancy at A. Bomb's already being planted.
1 round in, and NYSL Mayhem are already living rent-free in Godlike's head. Just completely run all the way through the bakery. They get the bomb down over at A, but Trunks is hot on the flank. He's able to find first blood.
All about bunkering down now after NYSLM. No chance to get back over towards this bakery side. Trunks through the smoke. Trying to get around the back. Trades from the front side of this has allowed an opportunity for Trunks. He does get one before falling. 2v1 situation. It's just down to Rebalo. Stuck behind Tractor. Weakened up, and Burnz will get on the board, finish things off, and avoid the 1v2 to tie us up at 1.
It's exactly what you need to see coming out from Godlike, specifically in the retake. You don't want to be trying to play that very slow, methodical style. You already had Trunks just very, very quickly going past the gas station, and that sets up a nice coordinated pinch. You know at that point, if Trunks isn't being gunned, that all of NYSL Mayhem are just set up around the A bomb site, inside of Q. So you really lean on Trunks to be able to get that initial kill for the retake, and then everybody else pinches from behind. And quick trades are all you can really ask for Godlike as they tie things up one apiece.
Another small update, Wolves have taken the control map number 3 against Strut in convincing 3-0 fashion. Again, you can find that on the Charlie stream. Delta's also going on right now. Smart Omega and Stamina going into map number 2. It's a firing range search and destroy. Smart Omega up 1-0 in that series. Lots of COD Mobile action, baby. I love these days. Group days are my favorite days because everywhere you look, you're watching gameplay. And getting in back into the search and destroy, trophy, smokes, nades. And getting in back into the search and destroy, trophy, smokes, nades, all over the top as Mayhem heavy-handedly burst their way in towards A. Neutrino, the only defensive effort, it's by way of scope deep, and well, he's not gonna be able to do too much to deny this plan.
Biggest difference was that space was left behind to watch that back alleyway, but we'll get blooded because Trunks took a completely different route through the hotel, bombs planted, but it might not matter when you have numbers.
Looking good, SMG gameplay for Godlike, definitely waking up. Nero stuck in cubby, not much you can do there. Yeah, I love that from Godlike.
Yeah.
I mean, you see what NYSLM is trying to do. Like, okay, if you're gonna hit us on the flank, we're gonna way overwhelm this A site and then push through it. But hey, for Godlike, defensive setup is working, and now all of a sudden you can start to kind of settle into the search a bit.
Yeah, I think it's very respectable what Godlike were able to suggest right there, especially coming from round number 2, when NYSL Mayhem quite literally did almost the same thing of what we just saw. But the retake that much better. Now things are changing again. Immediate hotel control. Burnz gets snuffed out. Big first blood.
This is a repeat of round 1's break off from NYSLM. Space just watches with an SKS over the A site. Everyone else full floods towards gas station, and Godlike's adjustment after round number 1 does get countered this time. Learn, that's an unfortunate timing on the stun. He had a free look at Yawn, but misses his chance, and we go 4v2. Big advantage for Mayhem as they rotate the bomb for a free A site.
2v4 for the retake. I love this call again. I mean, you have to be aware of it. NYSL Mayhem always worried about the flank. Gonna end up leaving Yawn behind, but if you're Learn in Vegaz, you really need to double up together. Learn's got 2 players in front of him to try to deal with.
First one nearly free, doesn't finish his food though. Space stays alive, second challenge comes out, but it was not double chow. That leads to a free elimination for Godlike. Trying to get this back to a level 2v2. Tough gunfight here versus Yawn, who's just dancing with the devil up top. And you cannot sit here and wait for this gunfight to come your way for Godlike. You have to force something, and Vegaz is gonna run right into Yawn. Pistol out, shut down. And in the same moment, Rebalo shut down Learn on the other side. NYSLM, big advantage, and conversations you could see very avidly starting to happen on screen for Godlike trying to fix things up.
You know, the immediate conversation shifts to if you take down Trunks, your flank is more or less going to be secured. Great post-flank setup there for NYSL Mayhem once they were able to get the bomb down over at A. It's that statue position, right?
Yeah.
If you're not getting flanked entirely, that head glitch is just absolutely gnarly to take back.
Once again, similar setup coming out of NYSLM. Godlike able to get in towards gas station. Did they see? Oh, I was going to say Trunks is kind of in a different position, holding his life a little bit more wisely this time. Help from Vegaz on the cross, but hey, a 1-for-1 trade would be fine for Trunks. Even better if you can get a second and get away with your life. He's a magic man. He's out of there.
Yeah, these adaptations coming through from Trunks just in an initial gameplay for their rollouts round to round has been an absolute thorn in the side. And now he's inside. Hotel loses the gunfight versus Little B, though. Absolutely just lays him to waste, but still 3v4, numbers advantage in that of favor of the defense.
Keep in mind that Burnz is also pushed up this time around. Neutrino helping out on the cross once again. Good on towards space. And yeah, you just don't predict Burnz to be here.
Complete the mission.
This is an aggressive game of Surge. Like, I know it feels a little labored at times, but both of these two teams are really slapping at one another right off the rip, and Burnz will even push it a step further. What a set of map control that is to respond for Godlike.
I think it's respectable for Godlike as well. You know, they're actually meeting the pace from NYSL Mayhem off of their very quick 2 hits over towards A. Trunks says, oh, I see what you're doing. Allow me to meet that pace. And so long as the information is coming through, it allows players like Burnz to then take a forward position over by the bakery. Big round coming through here for either of these two teams. It's a hotel rush for the B site.
Once again, Vegaz scouts things out, backs up. Trunks is there for the assistance. One more on the interior. Well played by Trunks as he continues to finesse this backside of B. Snipe connects onto Nero as well. Huge advantage, and we could be looking at a flawless round here. Well, okay, Little B still alive. Why would I say that?
This would be a highlight reel and a half.
He's done it before.
I know. I wasn't going to say it because I've already spoken at least one thing into existence.
Dude, no.
Didn't want another one, but Little B is still searching. We'll take down Learn. 1v3.
I'm not going to lie to you. This feels almost exactly the same as what he did to Tribe last year.
Uh-oh.
Just finds everybody in corners, quick scopes everyone. Still tons of time left.
Yeah.
Problem is, Godlike do know the bomb is down.
Of course.
This would be a little bit more hard pressed than what we saw last year, but you're absolutely right. This is absolutely a highlight reel in the making.
Oh, the timing. One player in top grandmas.
He's so sneaky.
I mean, they have no idea what
No
Woopiiee
clue.
is, too. And you got to respect what's also coming through Burnz. Neutrino just doubling up together. You walked inside Trunks' deli. He is the deli man. We'll end up getting that final kill. And I mean, you got to feel like there's a certain level of sweat dripping down your neck when Little B's alive with the sniper rifle and 1v anything.
I'm not going to lie. I felt like for a second there we were seeing into the future. But
Had
not
a few
bad.
cups of coffee. I'm not clairvoyant, though.
That's, I will say, you know, again, we'll swap the sides here 4-2. That's a great first half from Godlike. Just to not back down, keep playing your game. And that's what we need to see if Godlike are going to come out of here and continue to be dominant in the search and destroy.
It's, again, you know, one of those things that at least we were able to recognize just in their regional finals. So they do a great job at meeting pace on the search and destroy.
Agreed.
You know, they come out very honest, holding angles, playing truthfully. But whatever NYSL Mayhem are throwing, Godlike are answering.
Defensive setup for NYSLM now as we swap the sides over will be a 1-2 split, essentially. Rebalo's opening nade does connect. That is not great news for Godlike. And NYSLM are looking to maybe possibly get Nero into an advanced position here. You see the rotation starting to come out. Little B's watching the cross through mid, but Nero says no need. As Neutrino nearly gets a pick, but Nero escapes with his life, and we stay 5v4.
I was about to say, this was an egregious setup after losing first blood. The Burnz with the bomb itself is pushed all the way up to statue because Vegaz, well, he needs to be able to watch this cross somehow to be able to answer things back. The flank was also given up. See players 5 and 4 in blue. Neutrino Trunks just trying to work through the courtyard. Don't lose Neutrino along the way.
And this is what NYSLM do so well. They just pick apart at you. Burnz pretty much lets a rock and a hard place. Good help though. Trunks opens up an opportunity. Maybe he goes over to B, but the bomb is not able to reflip. And it's just down to Vegaz. With his own maybe miracle working coming out 1v3. Not required, but would be nice to see if the hands stay hot here with scope.
Gotta prove it. Anything Little B can do, you can do better, right, Vegaz?
Yeah.
We got the bomb.
We'll find a Craig on the ground. It's going to be able to scoop up the bomb as well. But, I mean, you look at the setup. You got just Nero watching that long cross. Sniper bullet will also ring through standoff. Vegaz needs to try to plant this bomb and extend the round. We'll find the first. So swifts to the sniper and no chow.
It was a good prediction, though. Has the right feeling. Toggles, makes the sound cue come out. Little B's on the rotation through mid. But they're waiting, looking to possibly just pinch this up as soon as the bomb gets planted, which it does. 1v2. Which tool is best for the job if you're Vegaz? Little B, snipe over the top, misses. But the information is there. Now Nero on the mix. Vegaz, this is the second shot, and the pinch is successful. NYSLM success on the retake.
Yeah, maybe you are seeing into the future, especially being able to read that pinch effect. God, you're so smart and handsome. It's just one of those things, again, that, you know, for NYSL Mayhem, this is why they are very highly regarded, especially as individuals and players. That's just what you're supposed to do in a retake. Look, you know that Vegaz has a sniper. You don't want to end up just isolating yourself too easily, although Little B really gave it his best effort to be able to take that chow. You just retake it, you get yourself back within one.
Yeah. 10 kills for Trunks. He was great on the defensive side. Do you need him here on the offense? I think is the question. Bomb lingering through mid. Forward position on towards Street here for the side of Godlike, and there really isn't anyone to respond to this if you're NYSLM. They're kind of playing this map on the outsides, and yeah, how about the play? Trunks able to cut right down the middle, looking for a second. It's Little B at range, and you gotta be careful on how you take that 1v1. But Trunks just continues to be on the move, finds Nero for free, but the problem with all this is, yeah, the kills are great, but your bomb carriers dropped on the other side of the map.
Yeah. So now you're gonna be able to do this all the way from the grandma side of the house. So how about the reposition from Little B upstairs in the bedroom? We'll be able to take down a flanking Trunks. Now, just one more player left alive. Neutrino in a 1v2. Got plenty of time to try to work the map.
Catches Yawn on the cross. Tough gunfight here. Backs away, plenty of time if he wants to try to maybe work back through his spawn to get this bomb. But oh, look at NYSLM. They're like, nope, we'll make the proactive play. We'll keep you guessing. Big advantage for NYSLM on the defense. Can just wait for the bomb to be planted. And this is all about just killing the clock and staying together. Do not get picked apart one by one.
I feel like we've almost seen this before. A whole round to go. Neutrino's going to have some space. He's clearing from cubes. Probably very confused. We'll see Yawn at range, but the gunfight will not be favorable. Back-to-back rounds on the defense. NYSL Mayhem tie things up for a piece.
Yeah, now we need to see something here from Godlike.
Yeah.
It's not to sit there and say that they have to adjust how they're setting up their offense. They're finding some pretty decent success. They just keep losing their bomb carrier too soon.
Got the bomb.
So how are we coordinating these aggressive little hits coming out of Trunks with what bomb site we actually want to get to? NYSLM looking to get aggressive over through Hotel. Opening trade of SKS and nades doesn't really give away too much information, but I mean, this position out of Rebalo and Nero is going to be difficult for Godlike to deal with outside of Brown. Or maybe not.
Yes, trade will come through. And I like that from Neutrino. Good discipline. Will not push through over towards the B site because that's exactly where Nero was located at, but they will double up together. This is what you want to see coming through from Godlike. Get yourself in a tradable position.
Yeah, the good bait and switches coming out. Just good help across the map for NYSLM. That's the bomb carrier down once again. 3v3 we go. And honestly, how do you even make the call here for Godlike? Who's going to make the first play? And Trunks has no information on what's over towards Granny's. And well, as he does, yeah, the long position from Little B works out. Neutrino last one left. He's stuck in space, feeling good about the gunfight, but turned aside. Everything resets, still 55 seconds on the clock.
1v3 with Little B still alive on the map. And you can just see how all of NYSL Mayhem are just coordinating around the bomb site itself. Space will get the final bullet required. Neutrino will go down 3 on the bounce for NYSL Mayhem for their defense.
Yeah, flawless so far in the defense. Okay, Godlike, what's the call? And honestly, I think you're at a point here where you're finding a lot of success on these opening engagements. Like the first blood efficiency is not bad. Maybe just force something. Force the gunfight in one direction. Well, maybe not towards Little B's direction. On the cross, he's able to find one. Learn still in though. Rebalo deep. Shut down by Learn. Knows that there's one more over, but the trade does come through successfully. Numbers for the moment with Godlike, but Nero trying to cut things off to the middle of the map. Wins the gunfight onto Neutrino. Vegaz stuck in the back. Once again, the bomb is down in a very precarious position. And NYSLM just down a little bit after the trades come out, 1v2 for him.
Trunks on 12 kills.
Yeah, he's carrying.
It's very individualistic, though, our Godlike, but you have numbers 2v1. Who is it on the other side? It's Little B, very much so alive on the map. 2 weapons to work with as well. Bomb being planted over at A.
Little B will be able, at least be able to clear off the high ground. Oh, he takes down Vegaz from statue. Just down to where is Trunks. Little B's got time to play with. Trunks with the SMG over the top. Jump peek not going to scout him out initially. And as we get closer and closer, smaller advantages for Trunks. Will Little be able to see him? The slideshow comes out, but no, not this time. Trunks too clean with it, and we get tied up, knotted at 5.
Must need a round right there. You needed to stop the bleeding if you are Godlike, and really it's all off the back end of just one player just going absolutely rogue, just trying to get themselves further space over by the A bomb. They find 2.
Smoke out.
And Trunks on the opposite side is able to at least clean up yet another, keeping numbers intact. For an offense, it's going to be more aggression this time, much more together for Godlike.
Nero able to help out for the opening trade. Trunks already through. God, how does he keep getting into these positions? It's like you swap over to him and he's already in the defensive spawn. But all things said and done in the very quick opening leads us to a very early 2v2. Nero, Rebalo working together, has learned, heard, or seen this. Oh boy, that's clean. Easy first. Gets the idea. Nero does it himself. Double for Learn as Godlike put themselves on towards map point. Remember, if you're not familiar with COD Mobile, it's to 7 and you have to win by 2. So overtime is still a possibility here for NYSL.
How important would it really be for Godlike just to be able to close it out 7-5 here? And they're going back to that opening round offensive setup. Again, you're the bomb carrier of Learn, all the way by their lonesome just outside of the bakery while the rest of their teammates are trying to clear Brown.
Onus on towards Trunks again. Can he get forward? But you have to keep in mind that Little B has sniped from the defensive spot on this cross. You have to be very mindful of how far forward you're going to go. Patience echoes across standoff from both sides. I mean, no one wants to take a peek. Just spam shots and nades at the moment. But the onus is on towards Godlike, and they are going to try to get in towards the backside of Delhi. Neutrino watching the cross, seeing if he can force a defender to move.
Flash out.
Flashes and nades are all fine, but NYSL are staying disciplined. In fact, they even kicked down a nade from Vegaz deep towards boxes. That is a late set nade to connect.
Yeah, it's a good resource to hold on to this late in the round. So now you will even have yourself a slight numbers advantage. And this is respectable coming through from NYSL Mayhem. They know that the retakes work quite well. Just got to make sure that they are more than aware where Trunks might be lurking at.
Have to make a move. If they force this towards B, I just don't know how you get the bomb down successfully. Look at the NYSL setup. They've got so many players that can watch this. Learn, praying, hoping. Anything, nothing for sale. And that's going to be enough for them. Maybe even to have to back away. I mean, Little B's in a great spot to read this.
It's going to have to be Trunks that makes a play. Yeah, he's able to at least find one, but Little B, again, in the position to be able to get that trade. 3v4 and time will now be reset up towards 45 seconds. You asked how could they get the bomb down? Well, you got to get Little B out of the previous position.
And watch out for Neutrino on your map. Deep towards Bakery. Yeah, what a rotation that is with the scope. He can watch over the top of this bomb deep. It takes out a key component for NYSLM's retake. Rebalo working back alley. Yawn actually able to find a kill on the Learn. They're going to try to force out this position from Neutrino. They actually have already done that. 18 seconds on the clock. Numbers advantage for Mayhem. But can they sniff out where the rest of Godlike are? SKS not going to land. Neutrino with the pistol gets it done. Trade there for Yawn. Can they force the OT? Trunks will drop. And enough time for the defuse. Overtime it is.
Just enough time to be able to get it. When you're just watching all of that go down, I don't think that Trunks ended up seeing that one player ended up completely going underneath the half wall outside of Delhi. 2 ships in a night is the phrase, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Trunks went to go at least clear the bomb in the main alley. So we will then go back over towards the defense here for Godlike. And again, it's just more aggression. Look at him go.
Well, this is a huge curveball. They hadn't even done this in their opening 6 rounds of defense, but at the same rate, NYSLM have gotten aggressive on towards A. Nero waiting for the call to get the plant off, and so it will be. But Burnz is already deep in towards the offensive spawn. Trunks scouted out mid-map, but that's all fine. Neutrino from the front, just waiting for a chance, trying to get spams through. Someone has to make a move here for Godlike, and they're waiting. They don't want Burnz to make the first move here. They want him to hit late. So it's going to be Trunks through statue. Here comes the play. Little B shuts down the opener. Burnz reveals himself. Time ticking, 23 seconds. More trades across. Neutrino's time to get activated as NYSL have shut down the majority of the flank. Largely on a Neutrino. Pistol lands for the first. Does he get the second? Around the back. Odds ring around the rosy. Oh my goodness. And it's Little B that will fill the pocket full of posies.
Bring around the tractor.
Yeah, tractor.
Pocket full of hay.
Pocket full of motor oil.
Yeah. I don't know what sounds less comfortable, a pocket full of hay or a pocket full of oil. But yeah, I mean, the immediate A offense just working out quite nicely for NYSL Mayhem, and Godlike trying to at least find their strides. Now we're going back to a position where they're trying to at least answer back with a little bit more of a poke prod effect with the loose trunks along the way.
Oh, let's spam through the wall from space. Gets the opening 2. Not great news for Godlike. 5v3 situation. Mayhem looking to take both OTs back to back and get into control quick up 2-0. Godlike just going to try to hope they can find a pick from somewhere. And I don't even know who you look at. I mean, Neutrino's, you think the best player to try to get a pick, but I mean, how often can you really reposition the sniper rifle against the hard scope of both Little B and Space at the same time?
I mean, Little B has 16 kills to their name through the search and destroy. The majority, if not all, have been by way of the boomstick. And again, when you could just see NYSL Mayhem, they're playing that very annoying retake possibility. They have the numbers. Burnz needs to go big here.
He needs to get this double. No, nothing. Yawn shuts it down. Neutrino gets in, finds at least one trade. 2v4 now. Still plenty of time, 50 seconds. And with the double stack towards A, you have to kind of force this towards the B site, which is not going to feel comfortable. Neutrino, Vegaz trying to work together, and Neutrino's gotten into a position to at least take away some of this back alley. It's still not going to feel good, though.
No. Double snipers, watching these long crosses. And the moment that Neutrino tries to make a play, because they have to, they will get sniped by Little B. 1v4. Good luck, have fun, Vegaz. That'll do it. NYSL Mayhem, it was a 4-2 half. They force overtime, and they win 2 rounds back-to-back.
Yep. Other update, by the way, as well. How about INCO gaining 3-0 in their opener versus Vitality? They 3-0'd the control. They 3-0'd the series. You have an overtime match on Delta right now with Stamina and Smart Omega. And Wolves, after their shaky start, are 20 points away from finishing off Strut in 3-1 form as they're continuing on Charlie in a Summit hardpoint. Action all over the place, but for Mayhem, look, I don't want to give them, the weight of the world right now, but much better than Stage 4.
Yeah.
So much better.
And maybe Bobby should be a little biased for NYSL Mayhem because, I mean, they're looking very good. Their composure throughout the entirety of that search and destroy because they were being dealt a very tough hand by name of Trunks, who even through that first half was already up to double-digit kills.
Yeah.
And was finding so much value in their isolated plays, but it's legitimately just that. Those isolated plays that just constantly put Trunks out on their own and left Burnz on the opposite side by themselves. And it was just too easy to be able to pick apart. And NYSL Mayhem just leaned back towards those fundamentals. You give up the space, you play for the retake, double snipers, standoff, baby. It works.
The one thing we always look for as well is kind of who's winning in the mental chess that starts to come through. And as much as I can praise Godlike for not changing their ways quickly, I do have to still say the proactiveness of NYSLM kind of did win out the majority of those rounds. I mean, that defensive half was pretty much polished from start to finish for NYSLM. So 2-0 now in the series, and the road becomes very difficult to start to lead up the conversation of a Godlike reverse sweep. And a lot of it, I think, as much as I hate to say it, kind of resolves to the fact that we wanted to see Burnz be the pop-off star player for this squad. He was empty in the first hardpoint, and he was outshined by Trunks in the search. So, you look back over this overall search and destroy, and you wonder, were there missed opportunities somewhere here for Godlike, who found so much success off of the unexpected player in Trunks, so to speak?
Yeah, I started hinting at it, especially for Godlike. If Trunks is constantly being that guy to try to make these solo plays happen, someone needs to be on a quick rotation to come help them out, because if you just get that one extra trade, when Trunks finds that first blood, you constantly have numbers advantage. But the difference is that Godlike, at least they were able to adapt to the very aggressive offense of NYSL Mayhem when they were constantly hitting over towards A, but they never adjusted to how slow they played on their defense, just giving up all the space and just letting their double snipers go to work.
Yeah. It's one of the things, man, everyone kind of came to know it through Stage 4, and heck, we kind of saw it last year with the different roster for NYSLM. A lot of reliance on what Little B could do with the scope, with Space now working with him. I mean, they are a deadly duo at range, and even though Neutrino was able to put together some sort of response, it was not nearly enough. So we step away from standoff and head on in towards Slums Control, Firing Range Hardpoint, and then Takeoff Search. Those are the 3 maps that Godlike would have to take to get the reverse sweep. Proper, try to find some way to tell me how they do it.
I mean, you need Burnz. You just need Burnz to be able to have some productivity in these respawns. Without Burnz helping out what we at least got to see from Trunks throughout that map number 1, I just don't really feel like there's going to be a way for Godlike to comfortably work their way back into this series.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think the key word there is comfortably.
Yeah.
But
they got pillows over there, so
I mean, they're looking pretty comfortable.
That's cozy.
But looks can only go so far.
Fair.
This stage is dope, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about it. I mean, like,
so cool.
There's so many different teams and just facing off against each other, not to mention just all the different languages that you're also hearing just throughout all the different communications. It's just really, really cool. You know, we waited 3 years for this exact event to come through, Alan, and oh man, let me tell you, this is just feeling very, very right for this momentous occasion.
So results are starting to come through, as mentioned earlier. INCO 3-0s in their opening matchup. 3-1 for Wolves. Good bounce back after the shaky first map.
Yeah, it was a weird one.
Yeah, it really was. But hey, this is why we can't say that one instance of something is going to give us an indication of how the day is going to go. But coming up on the following up streams, you've got Luminosity and Nova setting up on Bravo, and then Team Almighty and Skade starting up on Charlie. Don't sleep on that Skade team. They're pretty solid.
I just feel like, you know, you can't sleep on any team. Because again, from what the VOD might suggest through all the different regional tournaments that were suggesting itself, it's a completely different game. You know, you're playing on a completely different device. Everything can honestly change, not to mention your comfort as a whole back on LAN. And hey, that could honestly be where some of these teams really come through and shine. 3 years since the last time we've had such an occasion like this. Some teams might get upset and you can't be surprised.
Okay. Group A, starting to see, I mean, well, I'll say, I think it's a 2-0 for Smart Omega right now, which is the other matchup in this group. They're, I think, getting ready for the control, if I'm not mistaken. But, you know, I guess, you know, while we're waiting to get into this control, again, we've seen one hard point and one surge, so it's hard for us to say for sure. I'm impressed with what Mayhem's brought to the table, just comparing video and VOD from what they did in Stage 4 to what they're putting together now. Is it enough for them to be possibly group favorites for you at the moment?
No.
Okay.
I need more. I need more sample sizes. It's not enough. I've gotten all but a single drip of what this NYSL Mayhem actually do look like, right? You know, again, you know, talking about just the composure to be able to bounce back from that 4-2 half deficit, the way that they were also able to coordinate the break, not just once, but 3 times on Hacienda for P2. This teamwork and how everybody is just kind of gelling together on the map is just absolutely sublime. This little B is just giving some eyebrows to the camera.
How about this? You know, looking down at our stats from Stage 4, this is the first 2 maps. They didn't play them at all at the NA Regionals. They didn't play a single Hacienda hardpoint. They didn't play a single standoff surge. So the playbook feels deep too. You know, in one of the things we noted a lot last year during both the Western and Eastern finals is that a lot of the time we saw just kind of like, all right, we're just going to go outgun you. That was like the only page of the playbook. But I will say for NYSLM, they're looking like they're coming in prepped, considering that we didn't see either of those 2 maps in Stage 4 in any regard. I mean, they played a handful of games throughout their groups because of their opening loss that they faced versus Undream, this new LG team. So that says something, maybe.
I think it definitely does. Again, it's just very, very tough. I mean, we talked about this in very great lengths, that it's, you know, everything that happened in the past, you do have to take it with a certain form of an asterisk. Again, I think that the entire conversation right now for NYSL Mayhem does start and stop at their stark differences of what they look like towards the end of the 3rd place finish of Stage 4 and how comfortable they look right now. But it honestly could really say more just about Godlike, not just to completely flip the conversation, but I mean, there's been so many different opportunities for them to be able to walk away with rounds, to walk away with rotations back on that Hacienda map number 1 that just completely just fell right through their fingertips.
Okay. Man. And still to come after we get through this stream slot, we then take the focus to Group C and Group D, which who knows what's going to happen to those. I mean, we got Tribe Q9 first matchup. Unbelievable stuff. But we take a look at Group B, which I believe has, there's the first set of matches all completed. Wolves take down STRUT as mentioned, 3-1. Clean 3-0 for INCO Stalwart. I don't know, man. This is going to be a really interesting upper qualifier. I think we all kind of expected, just based on the results from Stage 4, that these would be our top 2 teams probably in this group. But picking a favorite, it's hard to do, because I'll tell you, man, don't sleep on this INCO Stalwart team. They're looking really polished, and here's the biggest thing about them that I'm really excited about. Latin America was pretty much all game 5s against these 3 teams that are here. So they have veterancy, experience, and the ability to kind of show resiliency when things do get tight, which I think we could expect in this upper qualifier.
You know, it's not an absolute pleasure of mine, but I do enjoy arguing with you. I think that Wolf will probably have a very simplistic time versus INCO.
You think so?
And the only reason why I say that is just because of their search and destroy prowess. I mean, just from what I was able to see just off of the Bravo stream from our quad feed behind us, it's just, you know, the way that we are quite literally witnessing them really boast their strength of why they are considered a search and destroy region. I think that it's going to be very tough. I think that INCO, as far as the respawns are concerned, with all of their SKS ability, I suppose, I think that that's going to be a certain wrench into the system for Wolves to deal with. But yeah, I think if it does come down to the game 5, and even that map number 2, will be quite telling to be able to see how those 2 regions stack up against each other.
And I don't know, it's just like, I kind of get like this reaction of INCO, kind of like the Avengers, like, yeah, you might have search and destroy, but we have a Lucaszin. Like, he's so good, dude. I'm excited for that matchup. We'll see that one later on today. We take a look over at, again, Group A as we're waiting to get into this control. Stamina Smart Omega is still in the middle of their game. Still have a chance to kind of tune in with the Delta stream to see how things are going there. And again, like I mentioned, I'm pretty sure that that was a 2-0 map count, but we'll see. No, jumping in. It's actually still the search and destroy here, so okay. My apologies, my mistakes, but Smart Omega are up 1-0. And into this firing range search. It's Kendy by himself, 1v3. Tough situation, but at least he's got the bomb to work with.
Gonna start working their way down towards Banana. And Marvel's already here. Just watching this in the window. SMG versus whatever's in the back pocket of Marvel, but actually gives it up. This timing might be quite favorable.
The cross is being watched though as well. See Naarkz, yep, he sees it. Marvel not gonna peek immediately. Gives an opportunity for Kendy to isolate, turns off, shut down by behind. But they're able to get into the mix just in the nick of time, because I'll tell you, Marvel was given some space there.
Yeah, Marvel was really just playing with the food to be able to get that final elimination, huh? It's just, I was right there with you. I was like, Marvel, you gonna come back and chow through tires, or just really just waiting? Almost gave himself a nice easy 2-piece if it was going to be red. Now a second offensive attempt coming through from Omega. Going to be immediately trying to take 10 in their favor.
There's a triple sniper setup for Stamina? Holy! Marvel, Naarkz, Drari, all long range. But how do you contest when someone just rushes on for an easy plant? That's the real situation at the moment. Grizz looking to come back through trailer. It's double stacked. He will fall. Naarkz able to find 1 on the initial take. But again, how do you retake this with 3 scopes? And Idra's going to say, well, you don't. I'm just going to get in your back line, force you to have to hit some quick snipes, which Naarkz provides by way of pistol. We still stay 2v2. 25 seconds on the clock. Naarkz now with an SMG to work with. Back and forth. He's going to work right alongside Marvel. Naarkz is in. Not going to find Rage initially, but the second pick comes out risky, though, from the corner. Marvel going to force the gunfight, and risky takes down both. Omega responds.
Yeah, tough read right there, right? I mean, you go for the bait and switch, just knowing damn well there's going to be a player in that tight right corner once you go inside of 10. And they get the bait and switch to be able to get that first, but lo and behold, on the other side, through the middle of the map, there was another player waiting to be able to get that trade. And you know, with only 11 seconds left, you really do have to force that engagement to be able to get that elimination, then just maybe hope that you can slide back over towards the bomb in time and get that defuse. But hey, triple sniper is the setup. Retaking with that, it becomes an absolute head scratcher. You need to be able to win a gunfight, pick up a weapon, and just hope that you can use it with enough time on the clock.
I mean, we've seen double scope and SKS on this map, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone pull out a triple sniper setup. It's bold. I respect it, though.
They have the bomb.
You kind of have to. Is it going to be the same again? Drari's already taken some spam shots. Marvel's, yep, set up for the same. Okay. Over the top of Banana. Rage already through. Marvel stuck. He's gotten very limited amounts of health. It's actually just the pistol. Drari actually works out for 2. Hello? Drari's able to get a double. That will put a little bit of a pause on what looked to be a free B site. And now all of a sudden, Stamina are kind of here to watch the cross.
You don't know what's going to be looking through the middle of the map. Nice hold there. We'll be able to at least marginalize the numbers deficit. 2v3. And if you're Stamina, again, you just have to really poke your way through the majority of this B site. not knowing what angle is going to be immediately looked at.
Car explodes. Woopiiee gets credit for the kill into Naarkz. And now the bomb gets planted with the last one left. This 1v3, no chance. Kendy holding the bomb site. Works out well. And I will say, I don't know about this triple sniper setup, man. I mean, I'm here for it, but am I?
Well, you are physically here. I do see you. You are here in the venue shift. I can see you clearly. Yeah, again, on firing range especially, it's just you lose that first bullet. You start to lose your players that don't have sniper rifles, and then you have to somehow piece things together with a pistol, which, hey, you can probably get away with doing, but when it comes down to overall control, the spammability of those automatic rifles versus a sniper rifle and the space that you can take along with it is that much easier.
Yep. If you want to follow along with that matchup, you can do so by heading over to the Delta stream, but our focus goes right back over towards our main highlighted match, NYSL. This is how they've gotten to their 2-0 status for now. Pretty comfortable on Hacienda. Really solid stuff that we saw from start to finish. A little back and forth through the opening half on the standoff search. Did lead towards overtime, which NYSL were able to take pretty swiftly. And it gets us into map 3, Slums Control. Do or die time. Well, not necessarily die, but do or lower bracket time for Godlike. Do or don't. Sorry. Doesn't roll off the tongue the same way.
You gotta learn today.
True.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to have the slums control. I mean, through so many different times that we have seen Godlike just play on this map mode combination itself, not to mention just winning stage 4 as a whole, but always ends up really going down to a round number 5. And it's I think that you have to be looking at a player of Trunks' caliber to be able to continuously find some space. But as you were saying, off that map number 1, NYSL Mayhem, their slaying capabilities was at an all-time high.
Things to look for here on this slums control, bricks control, statue control. Kind of have to have it on the offensive side if you want to get any opportunity of winning an offensive half on this. Very difficult map mode combo. And here comes the push forward. Good kills for Godlike. They actually clean the middle of the map completely. That's very well done. Space is a little bit stuck here at Cemetery, asking, I'm sure, for help as he spams through the doorway. On towards the side, the SKS ringing out. Space for a double, shuts down both Godlike members, and it was a really lopsided approach because it was kind of a hit towards B, but you've got Godlike members also threatening Garage. I mean, kind of need to pick a zone here, boys.
Yeah, Godlike were trying to split the map, maybe try to pull a few defenders off, but hey, Space with the SKS will be able to shut down that B zone attempt, even before that first segment does come through. Very close to be able to get that next segment, but it was Trunks, again, all isolated once more. NYSL Mayhem just have every single angle covered, 27 seconds remaining.
Rebalo right back into the middle of the map, and you can see why this position is so coveted. A double as he goes from right to left. Now reinforcements for Mayhem. 17 seconds on the clock. You have to make a decision here for Godlike, and your best chance you would have to feel is B. Focus towards the middle of the map. Learn once again another double. That at least creates some opportunity for this hit from the front to have some good focus. Trades coming out. Clock will stop. But it's a 17v9 with 8 seconds on the clock. Even if you were able to secure this B zone, your ability to win this offense is going to be pretty hard pressed.
Yeah.
Enemy taking B.
Numbers not in your favor, time not in your favor, and again, even when you did have 2 players inside the B zone, you immediately get collapsed on. Last hurrah coming through for any sort of segments, only able to get 1. Casual 15v4 won't even be able to get there as the clock does get exhausted.
Space feeling good about it. Fist bumps out there in the camera. And here's the thing, you know, and we're going to talk a lot about this throughout the entirety of all of this tournament on Control. If you start on your opening defense and you can put together a spree like that, look at the tools that NYSLM have when it comes to streaks and specialists immediately in this round 2 offense. This is the advantage you need to kind of keep an eye on, because Godlike will not be able to respond with streaks or specialists of their own until maybe halfway through this defensive side. So if you're NYSLM, you're taking this time in between rounds to sit here and say, how are we going to use this to get a zone quick?
Could also just be the grand old gesture of Control ever since coming in towards the Call of Duty histories. You know, saving those resources for when things get hairy, but the way that NYSL Mayhem have looked throughout the entirety of this series, even specifically in that map number 1, things don't get hairy too often for them. Their ability to be able to adapt and be able to get them immediate help even through gunfights alone is just shutting down Godlike at the door.
Okay. See what's going on. I love the fact that we're hearing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the cool thing. I don't know if you guys have really been able to see it from home, but all 4 matches are going on simultaneously on the same stage. Like, there is an opportunity where we could be hearing pop-offs in 7 different languages at the same time.
Well, that's got to just be overwhelming for some stage managers and referees.
Yeah, bless up, brothers.
Backing towards this one, though. Going to be You guessed it, Statue Bricks Control trying to immediately be consumed by NYSL Mayhem, but it's going to be trades across the board. Things go neutral, at least for the time being, but kills. So you do have some space. Yawn will be traded, so no garage immediately.
Yeah, Neutrino's got to stay alive. He's number 4 in yellow on the backside of this B site. Over the top of the head, it's a big gunfight win. Pressured, he even finds a second. Very well done. Little B mid-map, trying to keep this play alive, and he at least takes 2 with him, but is it enough? Answer quickly comes to us as Godlike re-swarms right back, not just into, but through the B site. Goodness, Trunks on another multi-spree as he gets 5. Bolt is out, really looking to put the hurt onto Mayhem. But as he pulls it out, he gets shut down, and even though Mayhem are down in lives, they at least deal with what was very forward pressure from Godlike.
Yeah, and again, it's all really on the back end of Trunks, who again has been having himself the best game out of everybody from Godlike, up to 10 kills, and they've completely pushed through the B zone. He is more or less the main defender down over by B, and it allows Burnz to get activated on the other side of the map itself. Who's going to continue to play this very annoying angle. Look, if you can continuously find trades, you'll hold on to that 5-life lead.
Yeah. Kills coming out. 15 seconds on the clock. NYSLM, clean kill feed, but they have to deal with Vegaz at bricks. Well done. Mid-map control goes back towards Mayhem. Clock will stop as they get on towards the B zone. Looking towards what Godlike can do for the retake. Very slow and labored to get over towards this electronic shop. That's going to be the first ticks locked in without any contest. Second tick is going to come through for free as well. Rebalo's just putting on pressure by the Bolt. Where is Godlike? They're just going to give up this B zone? You've got one player to try to contest. It's Learn. He needs to work his way in, though. He doesn't have any help, and they're going to give away a free 60 seconds as NYSL right back into the live.
Hey, you remember when I said that they had a 5-life lead and you just have to be able to play the trades? Yeah, now that just got diminished towards 2. Predator Missile's also going to be called in by Yawn. It's going to keep players at a distance. We'll find Neutrino.
Oh, no.
Space is being found.
Rebalo trying to take down Learn. Nades to assist. But Yawn does find the elimination. 8v8, 45 seconds on the clock. Little B's created an opportunity to get to the front door of Garage. How has this happened? Godlike had every advantage you could possibly have wanted. And now it's a 7v5. Kills keep going the way of NYSLM. Godlike feeling the pain over through what is the 3rd hard point normally. And as Little B gets over towards Van, you can pull out the operator here to start spamming it towards Garage. Now a 6v4. Burnz shut down on towards the site. Clock stops at 25 seconds. And NYSL, they will put together a flawless offense. What happened there?
It just mostly just comes down to poor positioning and awareness coming through from Godlike. Even when you started to see the clock dwindle down past about 27 seconds or so, they didn't see anybody over by B. Why? Because NYSL Mayhem were waiting for the respawns to fully get back to the middle of the map, and Godlike thought that they had the read, that they were all going to be coming through the brick side. Incorrect. They thought they were going to attempt to try to go get that last segment and stop the clock over by B, or over by A, excuse me, and they just completely all go in for B. And as you were saying, Learn had to somehow get in towards the contest. Even when you had a 5-life lead, you could have at least tried to contest it, buy some time for your teammates to come back and help things out, which should have been a pretty clear-cut defensive round for Godlike. And now it gives NYSL that match point.
Man, it's almost a situation where I had to double check to see if they were like waiting on their delegates to come out of the laundry because they were all huddled up waiting for the dryer today, it looked like. Here we go. Now it's what we like to call the full reverse sweep. You have the mini reverse sweep here in the control while also reverse sweeping in the series. Difficult situations to say the least. Burnz shut down by Rebalo. NYSLM putting a lot of focus towards this brick side, and as they find kills at Arches, once again, difficult situation for Neutrino to try to work through as he's just essentially on an island by himself. And yeah, clean opening here for Mayhem.
It's just like what we got to see from their opening defense as well. Space, Yawn, just absolutely having a field day. 18-6 for Yawn will finally be traded out, but all of this immediate mid-map control for Little B just means that he can be everywhere that he needs to be once he gets the information from his teammates to collect more kills and hold on to that life lead.
Red Missile doesn't really find too much, just Neutrino. Not the biggest punish in the world, 6 lives, but Nero able to take down the double, just shutting things from the front door here at blue. Neutrino hoping for some counter spam, but it's all positioning favored towards NYSLM. Need to see something happen right here. Someone's got to just be a hero if you're Godlike. 25 seconds on the clock. Nero still not done. Space there to assist on the inside. And it's looking pretty clean, pretty comfortable. Not any space at all to work with for Godlike, and you can feel it. Space gonna pull out the bolt, saying, let's do it, let's put this one to bed. Let's get on to our winner's qualifier match, please. Red Missile behind it as well.
That's the moment right there. Just all the resources, 7 seconds remaining. Not a whole lot left you can do. Not like you have the lives to be able to do it either. NYSL Mayhem comfortably just pushing that line of scrimmage forward. Time will be exhausted. And NYSL Mayhem will win their opening match comfortably, I would say, Alan, barring that necessary force of overtime in map number 2, 3-0.
Needed to see it if you're an NYSLM fan. Had to have it. I mean, there were really kind of a lot of questions going into this matchup. How good was India going to be this year? Especially considering not only the fact that Godlike Vitality in Stage 4 was a Game 7 affair, but also the bounce came through in their own individual tournament where Vitality was able to beat Godlike. So did that mean that India was going to be a region to deal with? It'd be kind of a threat? Or were we going to see NYSLM fix the problems that they had, find the remedies they need, and I'll say that they sure showed us at least some form of that. Hard to say for sure. This winner's qualifier matchup is going to be the real look, I think, to see if they've really come together, but that's a good start for NYSLM.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's the first test, right? We were wondering what type of NYSL Mayhem we were going to get. Same could be said about Godlike, and NYSL Mayhem absolutely just lived up to their name and just brought sheer chaos throughout the entirety of it. I mean, 19-8 for Yawn, 16-9 for Space. They were just everywhere, and it was mostly just all off of their opening breaks, just completely spacing out the map and just waiting to see where Godlike were putting in the majority of their numbers. You got to see the collapse time and time again. Just I hate to sound like a broken record here after what we saw, the force overtime for map number 2 and then the control. The cohesion and teamwork is the same exact thing that I was talking about coming away from that P2 break initially in the first 10 seconds of Hacienda.
Hey, 4 out of the 5 members within essentially a kill of one another. That's also great news as far as equal slaying presence. Where on the other side, we didn't see the Burnz that we had for Stage 4.
That's right.
So before we kind of get done with the series, where do you kind of look at for Godlike to make themselves out of the lower round 1 matchup to have a chance at qualification?
Exclamation point regain, because that's quite literally where you need to be going forward. You need to be able to find some comfort. You only have such little time to be able to go back and look over the VOD to be able to get yourself back in towards that headspace, preparing for your next match, because now it is quite literally do or die.
Yep, absolutely. We can say that now. Love that. Look back over the series layout, though, again, pretty much comfortable on the respawns for NYSLM. Hacienda, it's one of those maps that you expect there to be a little bit of turmoil on rotation, but Mayhem were proactive throughout all of that, and that's great news, because that was another part of their game in Stage 4 that we were really kind of questioning. As you mentioned, the standoff was particularly close, and I will say for Godlike, if you're trying to get that exclamation point regain, you should feel pretty solid about your game plan in Surge and that you were finding success with it. Just a couple of things went wrong for you, not quite able to get through the overtime.
Yep, it was quite literally all the back end of Trunks to be able to find all that space being provided for themselves. Obviously, the sniper duel wasn't exactly something you want to write home about. It's not easy when you have Little B on the other side of the stage. But hey, regardless of all of that, yeah, it's almost what we did expect Search and Destroy to be very competitive. There's a lot of things to obviously work on in such a short time to be able to do it when it comes down to the respawns. You can't just hope that you're going to be able to win Search and Destroys, because you have to somehow force a Game 5 along the way, and it's probably going to have to either be the controller or a map 4.
I like the call, but with that, our first kind of leg of this group stage comes to a bit of an end, just waiting on the results from Stamina and Smart Omega to finish off that opening Group A, Group B matchup. We take things back to D-Gon to the desk to break down all the action that they've seen and maybe some of the stuff that we haven't seen yet. Boys and girls.
Thank you very much. It's a proper great cast to kick things off here at the COD Mobile World Championship. And let's start with the series that we just saw finish up here. Bobby Plays, Beef Mommy here. NYSL Mayhem, that has to feel so good, because we were sitting in the back room, second map, and it's the same story over and over again. Nice lead. We win map 1, we get a little bit of break, but can we please close out a map? And we were thinking, oh, here it goes again, but they actually reversed it here and were able to close it out here, Bobby.
Yeah, especially on that flip over the defensive side. They looked way more confident than they did off the start right there. I think a big factor of that, Little B not really popping off in the early rounds. Once he gets going for them, he's definitely a big accelerator that can change the game. Very similar to another player that we've seen in these stages in Woopiiee. Both of those players can have a huge impact, especially in the Search and Destroy.
Honestly, Little B is someone that is so scary, not only in S&D, but also in the respawns as well. As you can see on your screen right now, with Little B having that 25K in that hardpoint Hacienda, it is really reminiscent of someone like Heaven that can definitely rock the sniper, but also can slay out into the respawn. So again, really impressive 3-0, but for me, the S&D was so close. Godlike gave everything that they could to close out the match, but obviously came up short.
Yeah, here on Hacienda, multiple times did Mayhem just break through the defense of Godlike, specifically in Garage. I remember multiple times it just felt like maybe Godlike got there first, but then Mayhem was able to break through. Here's that this search and destroy where we're like, all right, man, you guys are up. Come on, let's close this one out. And Godlike found ways to get back in, whether it was moments for Vegaz or someone else coming on through. But eventually, it was Mayhem that did close it out.
And I think for Godlike, they had a lot of really good individual plays. I think we look at the hard point, you had multiple players going on 7 sprees. You look at the S&D, multiple players getting multi-kills as well, but it just didn't seem like the team cohesion was there, and I feel like that was the biggest game changer for NYSL, because you look at the hard point, you get players double, triple chelling on the entry into a hard point. That's really difficult to stop with a single player, and on the flip side, a lot of solo chells, you're just gonna get torn apart.
Well, this is one thing that we actually saw. I remember when we were watching it at the back room, where we saw that I feel like Godlike had a little bit of an advantage having that peak, but they did not have the trigger control to keep their positioning, and eventually gave it away to NYSL, and that was supposed to be really big kills. But coming off of that search and destroy, we're going into that control slumps where it was a different story, and NYSL just absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, here in the second round, you're thinking like, okay, cool, like they're gonna get closed out here. But as I think Shiv said, all of a sudden the cap was open. You got the more time, and the 5-kill lead dwindled down to 2, which dwindled down to the deficit, and Godlike had no answers.
I mean, the thing about control is it's all about how you use your operators. You look especially at the start of the second round, everybody in NYSL had their operators ready to go. Godlike was using all of theirs for the entirety of the round, so you've got this big life lead, but you can't see all the utility that's available on the opposite side. You give away a complete capture, uncontested, you don't require any lives out of them, and after that, it just fell apart.
Well, I was saying earlier, we wanted to see good NYSL Mayhem, not bad NYSL Mayhem. And that's what we got, a 3-0 in the North American squad, now sitting on top of the group here as we take a look at the group results from Group A and B. What jumps out at you?
Oh, so it's really heartbreaking for me to see that Godlike and Vitality, both from India, just having a scoreline of 0-1 that really just brings them down into that lower round 1. Ooh, really close games though for Smart Omega and Stamina, which we still have to see later on. But again, the second OT matchup that we saw in Search and Destroy, it came really close in firing range.
Yeah, exactly. I want to bring it back to what you were saying earlier about the 2 squads from India. Vitality taking the loss earlier as the number 2 seed, and then Godlike, high aspirations, the number 1 squad. And neither one of them having a great showing. I believe the INCO Stalwart match against Vitality, that was the one that wrapped up first. What do you do to bounce back from something like that?
I mean, you got to regain, you got to not think about the loss, and obviously that's not the way you want to start out, but that's the beauty of this format is regardless of where you are, you can always bounce back, and even starting off the first day, you just have as much chance as any other team to make it to the championship. So I think they can regain. A lot of it just feels like getting outgunned, and at this stage of the competition, there's not a ton that you can do about that. But I know this is a resilient team.
Yeah, you think of the for Vitality, they're going up against Strut, able to take that match against Wolves, and it's like that was a good start. Again, Wolves did go 3 more in a row after that, but you know that Strut showed up. Where do you find the beacon of hope here?
Well, they need to find the beacon of hope where they saw it in Hardpoint. They knew that they could slay out 2 Wolves, but obviously in that search and destroy, China teams, again and again, we keep saying they're so good at that S&D. The game mode that they really need to practice is that control matchup, the swing mode that we really like to see, because that's where everything really comes through. And for them to go up against Vitality, which is also shaking the beginning, they need to find a way to get that control game.
All right, well, that concludes Group A and B with Stamina and Omega still battling it out. But next up, we got Group C and Group D, and a prelude to what could possibly be the World Championship Finals here with QC and Tribe. It is going to be a huge one here. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the COD Mobile World Championships. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championships here in Raleigh, North Carolina. We just got to see Group A and B do battle, and now it's time for Groups C and D to get in there and do the dance. Degon here on the desk with a bit of a caster switch up on on the desk now. It's Shift and Proper coming on in. Guys, well done with your cast on the day.
Thank you.
How's it feel to get like the dust off at a world championship, man?
It kind of feels like all the players are getting the dust off right now, too. I'm not going to lie. I mean, we've done this in a studio before, but first time with an audience. I mean, hey, NYSLM's got a little bit of a fan base going on today. I like it.
Absolutely popping off for them as well. You can hear NYSLM, you can hear the fan base. It just feels really, really nice. It feels normal to have it being done here.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I love the fact, again, we're in person. You can feel the energy, you can feel the vibes. And also, you know, you got to roll with the punches every now and then. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't, but it feels like everyone's here to play. Now let's get ourselves into the group stages one more time as we take a look at Group A and B. Smart Omega and Stamina still doing battling it out there for supremacy in Group A. But I heard their thoughts before. What are your thoughts here, Groups A and B results?
I think for the most part, we got what was expected in Group B. I think we got proved a point by NYSLM, kind of already establishing some groundwork for improvement. But I will say, the region that none of us are really talking about is Europe, and the fact that they're keeping that series close with Smart Omega is great news for the Stamina fans.
Yeah, we were hearing them pop off just behind us before we actually came back live for the desk. I think it is quite telling to be able to see that Europe is, in fact, keeping themselves very much so alive in a very contested group.
Well, we've got two more groups to do battle here, Group C and D, and let's dive into Group C by taking a look at the group stage bracket presented by Republic of Gamers. Scars and Influence coming on one side of the matchup, but you know, again, these matchups are random, and it's Tribe and Q9 Club going head-to-head in what we all think are the two top teams in the world.
Yeah, the astonishment in your voice is well merited. These two teams very well could be the grand finals matchup for all we know. I mean, I think just based on expectations, there's a lot of excitement about both of these two teams individually. And hey, we don't have to wait very long to watch them play, which is great news.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be one of those things specifically because we do have Tribe and Q9. I believe that you even said it as well, Degon, is that this very much so could be a grand final in the making, considering the simple fact that Tribe, obviously #1 coming out from North America, can't be slept on whatsoever. Q9 got something to prove for themselves here on the international stage.
Right, Wolves taking the #1 seed from them, but Q9 still regarded as one of the best in the world. And also tells you, luck of the draw sometimes. Scars and Influence coming, feeling pretty good. Now, of course, none of this would be possible without our friends over at ROG. And so we wanted to thank them and tell you a little bit about the phone. The upgraded Game Cool 6 cooling system on the ROG Phone 6 has an optimized thermal design that cools the CPU not only from the internal structure design, but also from the external gadget. The new Aero Active Cooler 6, which incorporates an AI-powered active cooling system. Get the thumbs up there, right from Proper. Thank you very much to our friends over at ROG. Now let's dive back into the Group C and talk about these teams. Let's start with Tribe. Now, resetting the stage for those that don't know, Tribe, obviously synonymous with mobile gaming excellence, but specifically here in COD Mobile, best of the West.
Without question. And the most undoubtable team out of the Western Hemisphere, or maybe just regionally overall over the course of every year we've seen out of COD Mobile. And the cool thing about this Tribe team is, even though it's largely an unchanged roster, a lot of excitement about Jez. The rookie that's up, just turned 18, can compete, and he looked really good in Stage 4.
Casual 1.82 coming out of Stage 4. I mean, you look at the pedigree for this Tribe roster as a whole. First in Western Finals, first in Stage 3, first in Stage 4. They have a somewhat of a target on their back. I know that there's a majority of teams back there that just want to see how they do stand up against this #1 team out of North America.
And again, this is a mixture of new players and vets that have returned from last year's West Championship. What is that combination got to be like? Like, what are you expecting from someone who's been there before and now the young gun that's being shepherded in?
Confidence. That's the one word that you have to assume is going to be the case. And I will say, talking with these Tribe guys, they will let you know how confident they're feeling when they're on stage. So that's another part of it. You know, is that kind of NA wildness going to maybe overwhelm just the mental game coming into this? Because if they can beat you in mental warfare, believe me you when I tell you that they're going to also dominate you on the gameplay as well.
I think it's also really nice as well for Jez to be able to be surrounded by all these veterans as well. You know, Call of Duty's history has always been kind of made in the notion that these young rookies that can come out and absolutely slay feel that much more comfortable and they have a veteran voice behind them targeting where they should be on the map.
Yeah, and so far in groups A and B, it felt like the Western teams were the ones that had not only the pop-offs on stage, but the pop-off squads here. So shout out to the Stamina squad as well, that making noise throughout. Asian teams haven't quite done that as much yet. Now, let's take a look at the flip side, their opponent and Q9 Club from the East, from China. Again, one of the biggest, strongest regions in COD Mobile, in gaming in general. But what should we expect from them as we look at this matchup head-to-head?
I think the biggest thing is, they came up short in their region, which feels bad. But at the same point, even during the Fall Invitational just a couple of weeks ago, it wasn't as convincing as I think a lot of people would have expected from this Q9 team. And maybe some of that, like Bobby and Aliana were saying, is because of the difference in maps, the difference in modes. But now those excuses aren't there anymore. And you have a chance to steal that spotlight that Proper was talking about by taking down the #1 team in a lot of people's minds right here in your opening matchup.
Yeah, and again, coming from the region that they do, especially in Q9, I will say this much, that the Search and Destroy will have a magnifying glass over top of it. You got to be able to have that map #2 to be able to force the hand. But Q9 is actually one of those teams, funny enough, that I was talking about when I was just casting with you, Alan, is that they aren't feeling too hot right now on the patch. They were specifically saying that the chemistry is not there. You have to wipe that slate clean, especially when you're coming for the king.
When you look at this roster here, again, guys that have been there before in terms of high pressure situations and finding success, but you wonder what the travel was like. You saw Wolves, they got sprung upon there early on in their matchup against Strut. Will the same thing happen with what we imagine is a much tougher opponent in Tribe?
You have to assume that there's going to be a little bit of that kind of wake-up period, just because of the fact that the travel was so extraneous on how long they were going. I mean, even the fact that there was, I'm sure, plenty of stress leading up to the event, like were they even going to be able to get the visas to be here? So the fact that now you're here, I think the biggest thing is you have to settle in, and you cannot allow this Tribe team to take things over from the word go. You have to come out, play your game, trust that your prep is good, and even though you have fallen short in the past, you still are one of the best teams as expected to be here at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I love that phrase again, just to play your own game, to meet the pace of Tribe and respond accordingly. That Q9 cannot afford to lose. That mental warfare that you were talking about, Alan, especially with this roster sticking together what they were doing, especially through what tournaments that they played in such recent time.
They're, again, Q9 looking to grab the spotlight and show that they are #1, and they've got to do it through the best in the West. Tribe still has a lot to prove. Again, big legacy to stand up to across all mobile games, and also their own bar that they've set over the last year, 2 years of COD Mobile. So here we go. This is going to be their first step to do it now. We're still waiting for some of the players on the stage to get ready for our alpha, so we'll be hopping into one of the other games very shortly. So in the meantime, I wanted to get your thoughts in terms of this stage and in terms of the stage nerves for everyone. Not only are you playing right now, but you know that you're being surrounded by other matches that are happening. You got to be able to block that out.
Yes, you do, because let's be honest, it's going to get pretty noisy up there as we get deeper through these groups. I mean, these opening rounds may be a little bit more tame, but you expect that when the qualifiers start to happen for these groups, you're going to start to hear some shouting coming through, and you need to be able to control that energy and not get out of hand.
Well, pretty difficult to do shouting when you hear both English squads coming out right now, which is actually what we're going to hop to in game right now. I believe it's Luminosity from North America up against Nova in Europe. So that's going to be one where teams are popping off. They're popping off in English, but these two squads going head to head.
Yeah, I think that it's one of those things that we were going to be talking about extensively when it comes down to Luminosity and anybody else really coming out from Europe. Both of these two teams really trying to put themselves on the map and make their region feel very respected.
Yeah, as you can see there on the bottom, if you wanted to follow along in this matchup, this will be on the Bravo stream once we get our Tribe and Q9 matchup set up. But it's a 3-0 lead so far, specifically on this map, and a 1-0 series lead right now for the North American kit.
And this is great news for Luminosity, who are also dealing with a little bit of a last-second roster addition of Jesus Saves, who has been one of the, I would say, most fun players to watch in the North American region. So to see him kind of joining the squad, finding early success, great news.
Jesus Saves having the highest KDA in North America from stage 4. And then obviously filling in pretty well here for Luminosity, as they are looking pretty good here against Nova. Another one of those squads with great mobile, mobile esports pedigree, and trying to live up to that. But we're seeing the different strengths from the different regions play out early on. Obviously, India not where they wanted to be, North America surprising others, and then Europe. Europe's one of those in the middle where we weren't sure what to expect. Strut still taking Omega a little bit there. Nova struggling right now against Luminosity, and then Strut, you know, finishing in that, you know, surprise win earlier on. Where do we think Europe's going to finish up?
You know, it's funny that you do mention that, because it's one of those things that we all ended up talking about, that when you think about the strongest regions out there, Europe is not one of them. So Europe coming into an international event, and you have been able to have at least a comfortable stage 4 against your own region, I honestly think that Europe are going to be able to stand up quite well. I mean, even against like the Chinese teams that we were just seeing, even in those earlier rounds, they didn't look half bad.
Yeah, the worry was that they would get kind of blown away in a game like that. But that's not what happened.
Not at all. I think that's great news that you come out, you're fighting. Problem is, there's not much of a lifeline out here. So as much as we could sit there and, you know, blow some sunshine towards their direction, you still have to get through these well-rehearsed international squads. And even though the map 1 win, like from Strut, surprise, we didn't really expect them to do too much when it came to playing up against those powerhouses. Right. That's cool, great, but in the end, you still have to be able to finish out these series and actually do something to tell us that, yes, Europe is a major contender at this tournament.
So speaking of surprises, right, just like Strut was able to pull one out there, I think the other one that we're all waiting to see, which is coming up very, very soon, is Scars from Japan.
Yeah.
Where will Japan sit in this region as well, or in this regional conversation as well? Because for every other team, you get to say, okay, we have regional strength and individual strength. Scars being the only team from Japan, you got to figure out where you sit in all of that, and they got a fruitful draw not to go up against Tribe or Q9. They go up against Influence Kevin to start things off.
But you still have that looming in the distance, right? You know you're probably going to have to face either Tribe or Q9 maybe once, if not twice, throughout the entirety of just the group stage alone. And not to mention the pressure, you know, coming back to LAN and representing your entire region as the only team. I mean, they got to show up and absolutely slay out.
The biggest thing is it a big fish in a small pond? Like, it's cool, I think, to have, like, you know, the whole country's behind you.
Right.
But we didn't really see much competition in Japan. I mean, Scars was flawless. No one really even touched them. I mean, the whole broadcast was over in like 2 hours, it felt like. It was over as soon as it started. And that has to be something that we really evaluate for this Scars team is, are they really, really solid? And is that region just kind of a little lopsided? Or is this just one big fish that kind of has, you know, its own thing going for it in its own region?
Right, and that's part of the difficulty. If you drop down to the elimination bracket, it's do or die time, and you have to tell yourself, you have to be forgiving to yourself. Be like, all right, we just played up against the best team in the world. That's what we got to tell ourselves, and now we're going to bounce back right here, especially because we found regional success, and we know that we're a great team from all of the tests that we've had. How can we test outside of what we know? And so hopefully Scars will be able to do that, or Influence Kevin, whoever comes out on the bottom side.
Yeah, and it's that phrase, you're living rent-free in my head right now, brothers. You have to come in and play your own game. You know, what was your strengths coming out from your region as a whole? We talked about that with Godlike when Alan and I were casting.
Yeah.
It was the search and destroy, and they did look very good on that. Obviously, respawns were not necessarily there. But for Scars, you have to just be able to come in and just lean on the strengths, lean on your vetoes, and whatever is comfortable for you to be able to take as many maps as possible.
Well, what happens when you start losing, too? Like, you don't expect them to win every map here. You're going to be playing up against some good teams. So if you do find yourself behind, how do you play recovery after that?
Yeah, well, they'll have to figure that one out when they find themselves behind. Right now, falling a little bit behind with all 4 games getting set up. So we're going to take a short 5-minute break. When we come back, we'll hop into groups C and D for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. I'm joined by the one and only Beef Mommy, and we are heading into what I would say is the most highly anticipated match of the day. The Kings of the West, Tribe Gaming, going up against Q9, who has been very dominant recently. Beef Mommy, how you feeling?
Man, we just saw the most anticipated group of the day, which is Group A, and now we're heading off into what is the question mark. Who is going to win between the Reds today, Q9 or Tribe? But obviously there's going to be a lot more matches up next, so I'm really excited. If you guys just came into the stream right now, we already saw a bunch of 3-0s at exception of one, which is a Charlie stream, Strut versus like another team that was really good, actually. I'm really surprised with Wolves. Yes, they lost that hard point, but again, all 3-0s across the board. But now let's see if it's going to be the same thing here. Q9 and Tribe, what are your thoughts?
I mean, both regions off the start, what we've seen from them look very strong. We saw NYSL from that North American region, third seed, still got the 3-0. Wolves, a little bit of a slow start, but they bounced back, and even in their second hardpoint matchup, they were still able to get the win pretty easily. So heading into this one, I think it's going to be a battle of the modes. I think it's all going to come down to control. That's my expectation, because we've talked about that being the swing mode for basically the entirety of the event. And I think with how dominant Tribe is in hardpoint, how dominant Q9 is in Search and Destroy, I'm really hoping we get a Game 5 out of it.
You are absolutely right. Control will definitely be that swing mode. We already know that Tribe very good at the hardpoint games, and for Q9, Search and Destroy is definitely their favorite. But for me, firing range being the map choice, I feel like that's going to be really interesting for Tribe to actually go and win. But I'm really hoping that they did have a really good run, because they did go up against Luminosity, won that 7-4. So that was the last time they actually played in firing range S&D. But for the side of Q9, well, they feel like they need to kind of step it up in this particular matchup, because they haven't really played it too much. The last time they did, it was up against the Wolves, which they did win.
Yeah, this is a bunch of really interesting map picks, because I know that not a lot of players love raid hardpoint. I know that North America doesn't like Hacienda, and we're playing that for control as well. But I think Tribe taking a little bit of an advantage for themselves. We got a slum, search, and destroy. I think if it does go to a Game 5, that tends to be the one map where teams that are not as search and destroy dominant can seem to find the edge. So I think heading into this one, obviously got to give the edge to Tribe. Their #1 go-to game mode has always been hardpoint. Their gun skill, their teamwork, just phenomenal across the board. And it looks like we are ready to hop into the action.
Let's see how we're going to do it. Q9, Island, D-Chen, Oling, Tang, Dam. And for Tribe, we have Jess, Bolu, Tectonic, Vague, and Marshy. Let's see who's going to start things up. Jez getting that beautiful kill. Let's see if he can finally get one more. Oling's going to be in a little bit of a pickle up here in top laundry. Going to be proning just a tiny bit, slowing things down, but Tribe still has a solid hold here in P1.
And we saw the Tribe and Q9 guys talking yesterday about whether they were just going to agree to GA the SKS. Does look like they have done exactly that. So lots of trigs in play for Q9. A little bit of a slow start, but the kills starting to come through. They're able to find the break right here, and some solid map control up by top laundry for Uling. He's able to find 4 early kills, and I've heard a lot of players from a lot of different regions talk about his dominance and how difficult he is to kill. We'll see what type of impact he has for Q9 today.
Oling already having 4 to his name. The next person up to him is actually going to be Jez having that 5. So I feel like it's going to be them, the MVPs for sure. Oling being one of the best China teams, China players here. And now as we slow things down yet again, they're going to be trying to go in for that anchor point, where player #1 is Jez trying to anchor that point up against Oling. Speaking up, but Oling wins that gunfight.
That's an absolutely massive gunfight. Locks in the spawns right there. They're able to break the hard point immediately. Players still spawning across the map for both teams right now. And it looks like Tribe's going to be able to hit the flank. Might be able to anchor spawns right here if they can win a couple of gunfights. That's going to be the opener, and that is huge. Q9 players spawning all the way across the map. And now an opportunity for Tribe to potentially get 30 more points. A little bit of a slow start for Island, but he's able to bounce back and able to occupy the hard point. So even with limited resources right here, they're still locking in the hard point time. Tribe not really capitalizing on what they've got right now, but they break back in and definitely got the setup to get the rest of those 20 seconds. Everybody on Q9 very happy to set up on the inside of that money hill.
Very early rotation coming in from Q9. That was planned to be player number 3 and 1. That is Oling and Dam trying to go in there very early in the rotation and just give up with the scrap points. And that allows Tribe to get them a little bit of a lead. And now let's see what we can do to find going for the pick. But then one by one, they drop like flies. And Q9, 2 only inside of the hard point, as we see the rest of Tribe's actually going to be funneling it through into the backside.
And right now the spawns are still pretty good for Q9. You got the reinforcements coming from driveway, so they're still chilling. Tribe, main goal right here is probably just to contest as much as they want. No, they don't want to contest. They want the hard point for themselves. They're going to be able to break in right there. And now Marshy on that back doorway, the Purifier, he's going to be able to find one, and looks like he's working on some streaks as well. A couple more should be able to lock in the Pred missile, especially come that basketball court hard point. He can get some big value out of that. But Tribe, as expected, the dominant hardpoint team, and no surprise, 2020 MVP for North America, Tectonic, 11 kills on the board already. He has definitely turned out to be a huge leader for this team, and he is popping off the start.
That was a good break coming in from Tribe, and Q9 kind of, let it go because they went in for the early rotation, planning to get that full 60, but unfortunately for them, couldn't sustain very well. Same case goes over here. Early rotation coming into basketball, and as they're trying to get a hold of the spawns, not really quite winning the gunfights, as we see player number 2 up in Spiral. That's going to be Bolu getting a lot of these kills as well, and not just that, secures it just for a moment. But player number 1 coming in from Q9, that is Dam, tries to flush out all the players, but we can see over here, spawn control for Tribe.
And the thing about raid hardpoint, especially when it comes to basketball, there is no spawn control. You just try to stay in the right spot and hope nobody spawns on top of you, but it looks like they're going to be able to do exactly that, forcing Q9 to spawn out toward that pool side. It looks like they will continue to do so, as right now Tribe can tend to just continue flooding on in. They're going to spawn a little bit higher up. Player spawns directly in front. D-Chen, unfortunate timing for him, and it continues to go the way of Tribe. Marshy doing everything he can to stay alive. Q9 able to break in, at least for the time being. But with only 15 seconds left to be gained right here, you gotta focus on that rotation up to P5.
Scrap points not being taken right now by Q9, but as I said that, player number 3, that's going to be Oling, tries to get whatever scraps they have, because it's 58 and 129. The points are going so far away. And now finding the rotation, also very early from Q9. That's one thing I must commend them, is that the early rotation, but Jez having the Pred stops the push.
There's just so much gun skill on this Tribe Gaming team. You look across the board. The only player not above 10's Marshy, and he's the OBJ man. He does the dirty work for the squad. Uling doing everything he can to snake his way in. Jez finally going to get dropped right there, but the rookie having his way in this matchup. 18 kills on the board already. And Q9 really struggling to keep up. It just doesn't really seem like the teamwork's there. A lot of individual shells, and they're getting absolutely picked apart. Bolu going to pick up the scrap time here as well. And it may very well be a full 60 for Tribe. I take that back. Instant break for Q9, but they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to have a chance of getting back into this one.
Tribe gives away this particular hard point and moves on to the next. The setup very clean as they take out all the players all around P1. They have control of top laundry. I mean, that is a really good setup, especially player number 1 off in driveway. That's going to be really big. But good for him that Tang actually finally gets a really important kill. But 9 to his name, it seems like gun skills, Q9 struggling up against Tribe.
Yeah, and to be honest, this is not surprising. This is a Tribe Gaming team that has been known for their gun skill basically as long as they've existed. Tectonic, an absolute beam right there. Opposition has zero chance. Uling from the top side going to be able to find a kill. But as long as Tribe has those top laundry spawns, there's not a whole lot Q9 can do. We got one player on the flank, and just like that, the spawns are going to go ahead and flip. An opportunity, and if you're Q9, you can go 40-20 right here, but you don't have enough time to continue going 40-20 splits. You've got to get some full 60s, and it's going to take some big sprees. Tang's on a 4 right now. He's trying to get 5. He does exactly that. Staying alive, and he's almost on a Pred missile. They're going to close that gap a little bit, cross the 100-point line, and it seems like the momentum's starting to swing a little bit. We'll see what Tribe can do to counter.
But it's all right. It's okay, because Q9's going to get in any other way. As we can see here, finally the rotation comes through into Kitchen. Both of them still not having a solid hold here in Kitchen so far. And now we actually saw 100 points in between them, but now the gap slowly closes, and still a lifeline coming from Q9 if they get a solid hold here.
Right now, Tang's just hoping nobody comes through that doorway. Purifier still in hand, got a little bit more to use, and he's going to find one on the backside, but Tribe still controlling those spawns, and as long as that's happening, there is no real hope for Q9 finding a break right here. They've got to find a flank. Dam's going to be able to find one, and oh my gosh, does he get obliterated by the claw right there. Jez doing everything he can to defend on the inside, and he is tearing them apart, and there's the reinforcements for Tribe. That's that teamwork, the cohesion on point, the communication is there. They're still on the inside of the hard point and only 40 points away from closing out map 1.
This is something similar that we saw in that first respawn, where we saw a very early rotation coming in from Q9 here in Garage, and now no contest whatsoever. Scrap points going to the favor of Tribe, where you should not be doing that in the first place. And now for Tribe, they did such an amazing job at the break a while ago, and now let's see if they can finally take it. But maybe they can as Tang gets 2. That's going to be really big for them. And now for Tribe, they only have one operator to try and go and fill it.
Yeah, right now the operator availability is very, very low. This is what we typically consider to be a money hill, but Q9 was not really able to get a whole lot of time despite their early rotation the first time around, and just like that, Tribe's gonna break on in. Ooling, the only one there to defend, he gets shut down, and if I had to guess, that might be the end of map 1. Tribe, so clean on the breaks, the holds have been untouchable. Tang's got a freaking EMP system, but this late in the game is not going to be able to do anything. And you can see the importance that the teamwork playing for Tribe Gaming right now. A dominant map 1.
2 points left. Contest for just about half a second. There you go, Tribe Gaming. A very convincing first win here in Hardpoint Raid. And this is what we expected in the first place. What a beautiful win, and the breaks are just so clean, Bobby. Yeah. Every single lane they covered, especially in Garage, where it's supposed to be the hardest to go and break, they cover all 3 entrances.
Yeah, it wasn't close. Tribe was in control the entire time. There were some points it looked like Q9 might be able to flip the momentum a little bit, but there was not a single negative player on Tribe Gaming in that matchup, and that tells a big portion of the story. Bolu, Tectonic, Marshy doing the dirty work. I mean, if you look across the board, there's no one absolute OBJ player. That's the beauty of their play style. Everybody has that ability to stay alive on the inside of the hard point and be where their team needs them to be. So Veg and Jez going to be at the top of the scoreboard, but everybody, huge contributions.
Honestly, for me, one of the biggest reasons why Tribe actually won, I mean, yes, they are really good at the gun skills, but you're taking a look at why. It's because they have better gun composition. They have different SMGs. They got the Krig 6, they have the CBR. But for Q9, they all ran 4 people, Krig 6, and 1 CBR. Maybe that is the biggest difference as to why Tribe kept on winning those close range engagements.
Now, coming into this, I did expect Tribe to win map 1. We talked about they're a hardpoint team, Q9's an S&D team. Now, if we see Tribe take the S&D, then Q9 starts to get really, really worried, because not only does that mean you got to win 2 straight respawns, but if Tribe's got the ability to beat Q9 in S&D, then I think they can beat just about anybody. So I'm not expecting Q9 to lay down right here. I think they're definitely going to step their game up. It should be a very, very interesting firing range, especially with the sniper dominance that we've seen for a lot of these Chinese players.
I think the question is it going to be as close as we think it is, or is it going to be really just far away, kind of like what we saw in that hard point matchup? So really excited to see it, because as we keep hyping up, Q9 really good at S&D, really, I don't know, disciplined when it comes to the gameplay. And for sure, they're one of the teams like, okay, we're going to be losing that hard point. But we already saw that a while ago from Wolves, where they did lose that up against Strut. Now let's see if it's going to be the same story here, where the Chinese team struggling at the hard point, but great at the S&Ds.
Yeah, the one thing that I would say characterizes the Chinese search and destroy is aggression. You will never see people fly across the map with as much confidence as these guys do. It'll be interesting to see the clash of the play styles, because North America has definitely been known to have a much more passive play style, and obviously that helped them to excel on that map 1. But when it comes to the search and destroy, especially if you're confident heading into it, that can play a huge role, and if you can catch the opposing team off guard, get you out to a big lead early on.
Let's see. Offensive, defensive side. We already saw some of the teams kind of just struggling when it comes to the offense. We saw that a while ago in Godlike versus Mayhem, where they just struggled for the offense. But coming in for Q9, though, especially in their last tournament. That's going to be CDFI, where they had a flawless run in Search and Destroy, almost at least. They had one little mashup against Almighty. But taking a look at what we have for a team like Tribe, where they're definitely a little bit up and down when it comes to their S&D matches, but a very well-balanced team. I mean, I cannot complain at all when it comes to this team, because they deliver every single time on every single game mode.
Absolutely. Looking at some of our other matchups right now, we've got other North American teams in action. Luminosity, the number 2 team coming out of North America. They currently sit up 2-0 over Nova, with an opportunity right here as they take the first round of the control as well. You guys can check that out on the other streams. We also have Scars and Influence Kemin going at it right now. With Scars in the lead early on, that was a team that had a very big question mark coming into this, because nobody really knows what to expect out of them, but looks like they're delivering. We'll see if Q9 can do just that heading into this second map. Definitely a big proving point, and we'll see if that confidence pays off, but forgetting to pick up the bomb off the start, not a great start.
You know what, we're not going to talk about that. We didn't see that one at all, but again, very passive. This is very surprising to me, because like what we said before is that Q9, they're usually very aggressive off the rip, and now, let's see it. But then gun carry, that's going to be really hard as Bay gets that first blood, as Dam goes down. Not just that, the bomb is going to be going down as well, and now 1v1s are happening all across the board, and Marshy wins one of them.
That's a huge trade right there. Island's going to drop as well. Bolu pulling out the snipe, and I mean, off the start, Tribe not losing any confidence after that map number 1. We did see a fairly aggressive push into some unusual angles, and to be honest, from what I've seen of the Chinese teams, they don't play a ton of firing range search and destroy, and it's showing right now. Bolu with the nade, Big with another. Round number 1 looking a little bit lopsided right there.
God nades all across the board. We saw Bolu cooking out that beautiful nade, and that was just fantastic timing on his end. Really good confidence for this team, but Q9 still not over. It's only round number 1, so there's still a lot to show for. As we slow things down yet again, it's really uncharacteristic of Q9 to be so passive off of the really good start.
Yeah, I mean, they had solid map control. We had Island push all the way up into trailer, and to be honest, the weirdest thing is that Tribe didn't have anybody in trailer, but they were able to bait them into that aggression and catching them off guard, because naturally Q9's going to expect somebody to be there. Jez is going to do exactly that. He finds one before getting traded out, and that's where you see that aggression come to play, but Bolu counters once again. Sniper in hand. He's got 3 on the board already. Uling going to be forced to unshell, and we haven't really seen the snipes have much of an impact for Q9 so far. Obviously, Uling going to be another one of those players that got to watch. Tang going to play the backside of the bomb site. Bolu not able to find the timing over top of the bomb head glitch, and now it's a little bit of a waiting game, but Uling going to get dropped right there. It's all down to Tang, and he's just hoping the timing goes his way, but you can hear the footsteps on the inside of trailer. Going to be able to find one, but can't get the turn onto Veg, and back-to-back rounds for Tribe Gaming off the start.
That was beautiful. That was a really good take, especially being very passive, knowing very well that you mentioned it before, that we already know that Tribe is going to be passive off the start, and now for Q9, it's just they're falling apart. Like what you said, there is no sniper presence whatsoever here, but as we said that, it has to be Uling stepping it up when it comes to the snipes, and not just that, the information for them.
Well, right here, Jez is going to get way pushed up on the inside of trailer, and more than likely, I didn't see anybody getting information. This could cause huge issues for Q9. He said, I'm going to push all the way over the wood. Veg's going to find 2 with the Krieg in hand, and Q9 is absolutely scrambling right here, trying to stay alive, but they've only got 1 player left in Tang. They are getting completely fried by this Tribe Gaming roster, and Tang right now with an impossible task, especially with the confidence that Tribe has played with so far. You feel like the odds of a 1v4 pretty astronomically low.
This is a lopsided 3 rounds so far, and we did not expect this at all, but Tang is going to be bunched up in the corner. He's going to be pinched right now, 2 players on each side. Now, what can you do? I mean, all you need to do is challenge, check your corners right, but then it's going to be very hard, as we like to see that Tribe has this passive nature. I like this discipline coming in from this team, because they're not pushing whatsoever. They don't have to. They're at the defense. They're just waiting for the plant.
Yeah, right now he's just playing the waiting game. There's 2 players waiting for him on this bomb site. Veg probably heard the slide right here. He's going to see the feet. Able to take down 1. Smoke going to go down. I don't think he realizes that Tectonic's on the backside. He definitely does not, and he's going to get pinched right here. There's no real chance. I don't know how Tech hasn't taken him down yet, but it's only a matter of time, it seems, at this point. They're closing in from the backside. Tech's going to pick up the kill right there. And now 3-0. I was hoping for a 5-game series, but with the way this one's gone so far, it doesn't feel like the odds are super high.
The timing of that, when he barely saw Marshy, didn't see him, unfortunately. He could have won that gunfight easily, rated down to a 2v1. But again, it's just really hard in that high-pressure situation that Q9 is really put in right now. 3-0. Here at round number 4. Let's see what difference they can go and do. Again, forgetting to get the bomb. It looks like they don't want to pick it up at all. We've seen this already before, where they just trying to go in guns out.
Yeah, I just don't know what's happening. I mean, and they're getting gunned by SMG's cross map when they've got snipers. It looks like they're not agreeing to the GA anymore, because D-Chen's going to pull out the SKS as well. They're pulling out everything they possibly can to try to get the win right here, but talked a lot about their aggression in S&D. Tribe is matching them, if not exceeding them, in that category right now. And man, oh man, these Q9 players struggling to find kills.
Speaking of struggling, Dam and Island having 0 kills, and we're already here at round number 4, just struggling to get that. And Oling with the 2, very unlike him. And now if you look at the other side, Vig having that 6, that was just great. Jazz gets 1 more. Plan is going to be going down, but Dam, signs of life for him and his team. 2v1 situation where he's in a really good spot to try and spot 2 of those players. Information gets 1. Knows very well this is the next one's over there. Marshy goes down. 1v1 situation. There you go. Doesn't win it. Just wins those. And now another round going in for Tribe Gaming.
Huge opportunity to swing the momentum right there. And once again, Tribe shuts it down. Jez clutching up in the 1v1 to end that one out. And man, oh man. 7-0 in S&D over Q9 would be like one of the most shocking things that we see this weekend. So I anticipate at some point, maybe it'll be when we flip sides, whatever it is. At some point, Q9's got to bounce back, surely, right?
Oh, Dam's just like, he's just standing over there. He reconnected. I feel like there's some issues when it comes to the connection of some of these players, but Tang punches him out, knocks him out, and Bolu goes down. And now they're spread out all across the map, all of these players, and now it's going to be a 1v1 situation for all across the bombs. But then here we go. It's going to be a 3v2 favoring Q9.
It looks like maybe Q9 has flipped a switch right here. The bomb's down over on the A site. D-Chen looking to pinch right here. He's going to have a Jez to deal with. That's big information. That's a free kill, and now all down to Tectonic. We've seen him do some crazy things, but trying to 1v3 with this little time to work with just doesn't seem super doable. So he's going to be able to find 1 onto D-Chen right there. Pushes down. He's got time to work with, but that's 2 nasty head glitches that he's got to deal with right there. Damn, shuts him down. 7-0 no longer in play, and some signs of life out of Q9.
That was a good round from Q9. What they did was they isolated the players of Tribe and did multiple 1v1s all across the map, and maybe that's something that they need to utilize, because so far they've been met with such great force, brute force coming in from Tribe Gaming. And not just that, it's the matter of fact that the snipers of Tribe is just a little bit too overwhelming, and the nades, the god nades, the amount of nades that we saw today from Tribe, definitely really impressive to shut down Q9.
Well, Q9 gonna switch things up, go for a B push right here. You still got a Tectonic in the backside they got to deal with, but that's just a trophy. Tech's gonna drop right there, and now the aggression's starting to pay off. Tribe not sure how to counter right here. We see the Q9 man advantage go through, but D-Chen's gonna drop, and it's gonna be a 3v3 with the bomb down right here. Uling finally finds a big snipe on the Marshy right there, but just like that, Bolu fires back. 2v2, 30 seconds remaining. That trophy gonna disappear. Jez trying to get some information with the nade, but he doesn't read Uling around the corner, and now it's down to a 1v1. Bolu versus Uling. A huge swing round potentially right there. Bolu hoping to bait him in, but he's not gonna peek around quite yet. Uling playing the waiting game. Will the timing go his way? It definitely does. Bolu goes big for Tribe Gaming. And the ball back in their court. 5-1 is the lead.
Bolu was such a key player in that matchup, and he almost got away with one more kill a while ago. But hey, Tang actually almost got that kill off of him as well, but the timing, obviously with COD timing, he was right in the back. And then when they went in there for the take, he had the boxing gloves out, but then obviously wasn't able to pull out his gun on time. And now we get to see it. Another take coming in from Tribe as we see finally the switcheroo.
Bolu is no stranger to these big moments. The winningest player in probably in COD Mobile history. If you look at overall tournament titles, he goes big for his team. And off the start, Q9 going to find the advantage again. Uling's able to drop Bolu, and that's a huge factor to take out of the equation. Now Marshy and Tectonic going to be left all alone right here. And they're kind of isolated in the back of the map. They have no information right now. Tech going to make an audio cue, and you'd have to guess Island's probably going to be able to sniff him out right here. He's going to find one on Marshy, and just like that, 1v4 once again. Tectonic, he's a great player, but to try to 1v4 in this situation, not going to seem super doable. And Tang drops things down right there. Q9 still alive, but once again, a lot of work to do.
Looks like the defense is working out for them just a little bit, looking like they're more of a defensive team this time around. And now for Tribe, needs to find a way to answer back, and now it looks like aggression going into Alpha as well as they stack it. But for Q9, they're actually gonna be flowing through into mid, all the way into trailer.
This is very unusual. Tribe sends everybody A, Q9 sends nobody. Multiple players flood through mid right there. And if we can take a look at the minimap, it might give us a little bit of a better idea. A couple players set up for the flank. Couple making their way on into trailer, and just like that, Uling finds the opener onto Marshy. Set up on the inside, gonna be able to find one. Uling finds Veg right there. The angles are too clean, and right now Tribe's got no map control. Dam's gonna find another one right there. Tribe struggling to find these Q9 players. D-Chen and Dam shut it down, and definitely looking like the defensive side is the one to be favored in this matchup.
What a round for both of these teams. Tribe went in there very aggressively going into Alpha, not clearing out any other space but that site. And now for Q9, was able to spread all of their players out, having sites in American, mid, and also in Bathroom, where they won a lot of their gunfights. And now looking like it's going to be a similar situation here.
You can start to hear the confidence building for those Q9 players. They're very content to send nobody on over to A. Not only does that mean they don't have to give up lives, but it baits out so much utility out of Tribe as well. And you got to think whenever it comes to the retake, that puts them in such a rough spot. Obviously, the trophy's down, but Q9's ready for it. They're just content to go for the 5-man retake every single time. They feel that good about their map control, and right now, get Tribe pushed a little bit further back. They got players on the inside of Bathrooms, and Marshy's going to find a big opener. Tech drops another there as well. They got to apply all this pressure from the backside toward American, and Veg peeking over top. He doesn't miss a bullet. Uling, the last one left. He's going to miss a couple shots, does manage to connect, but a 1v5 up against 19 seconds on the clock just doesn't seem to be in the cards for him. Tribe wins another round. They are 1 round away from closing out this second map.
1 round away from making it a 2-0, and that was a beautiful response from a flank from Q9. Now for Tribe, that is going to be a really good start because it was looking kind of shaky when it comes to the attacking side, but they finally knew that Q9's probably going to give it away for a retake. And now that's going to be really big for Tribe, and now closing it out is probably going to be very difficult, but for a team like Tribe, it's going to be easy.
Feel like Q9 got a little bit predictable. Tribe knows you're going to give them a completely free A bomb site. You know, to leave players back there on the flank to at least maintain some semblance of map control. And now Q9 is going to have to reevaluate if they want to continue to give up that A site for free. Doesn't really seem like a viable option with the way that Tribe was able to play that one. And we do see some more players going on over toward that A site. Actually a pretty heavy defense, and Tribe knows it's going to happen. They're like, all right, we'll bait out an aggressive defense out of you, but Uling's going to find the opener onto Marshy.
Look at this aggression coming in from Q9, but there's going to be a lot of trays coming through as a 3v3 situation is going to ensue here in Alpha. And now the one player coming in from Q9, that's going to be Island in Bravo, finally goes in for the reposition. And that allows Tribe to go in there for that A site. But that's going to be good because they need to slow things down just a little bit because they got a little bit too aggressive into the first start of this round. Now 2 players wanting to go in for the flank. That's going to be Oling, and player number 5, it's Island.
Uling gets the information right there, but the bomb's down. He's in a rough spot. Vegaz, he just says, I want to chow. Uling makes him pay right there. The remaining Tribe players get shut down basically simultaneously, and a very quick retake for the Q9 players. That information from the inside of trailer playing a crucial role, and right now, Tribe's got the opportunity to close it out, but it's just tough to read. Very good adjustments out of Q9 to counter over there on the A site. We'll see if they can continue to do that.
That was such a good readjustment coming in from Q9, being so aggressive after being so passive in the last 2 rounds before that. And now, being passive for both of these teams, but that also allows Q9 to go into jungle, giving that information. Jazz gets one, Tan goes down, but Island gets in for the trade. And now it's just Q9 all across the board. 2v4 situation. They're going to be backed up, but again, player number 3, that's Tectonic, it's going to be slowing things down as the reconnect finally needs to get through, but we are going to stop things over here. We're going to restart it really quick. We're going to stop this matchup as we see kind of a little bit of a trouble when it comes to the phones right now, but you know, we're just going to wait for it. But how about for you, Bobby? What do you think is happening when it comes to Q9? Because I feel like in the last 3 rounds that we saw, 2 of them, they're being played very passively, which should not have happened in the second time around. Went very aggressive the third time. I feel like they should have been doing that the entire time.
I think it's a big game of chess because there's no one approach that has worked every time for either of these teams. They've thrown different looks. We've seen the aggression over on the A side. We haven't seen a ton of B looks, but that's mainly because the B looks have gotten shut down immediately. So I think if you're Tribe, you do try to slow things down. I feel like there's a pretty easy opportunity to bait Q9 in. It's just about playing the proper positions in order to actually be able to make it happen. So we'll see if maybe they can bounce back. And right now it looks like we might be hopping back into the matchup. Not 100% positive. Looking at our other matchups that are happening right now, Influence Kemen is absolutely frying Scars right now. 5-0 is the round count. Obviously, Scars taking map number 1, but they were a big question mark in this one, and especially for this to be the number 3 team coming out of LATAM. Big performance for them.
The reason why Scars is such a big question mark is that they had 100% win rate all across the board in their stage 4 run, but obviously the region not being as competitive is definitely going to be a big factor. And now for Kemen, they're definitely rocking things through here in this search and destroy. 1 away to evening things up with the scoreline of Scars. And now we see that's going to be Scars yet again with the bomb going in there for the attack. As we can see, a lot of the players coming in from Influence Kemen, that's going to be really big. That really early rotation, fast rotation is really huge coming in from this team going in there for that retake.
And man, the aggression once again, this time from the Latin American team. Scars absolutely picked apart there on the defense, and that first Peacekeeper that we've seen in play all day. I know that's a gun that the Japanese teams have really favored, but I'm curious to see if maybe they adapt later in the weekend, because it doesn't feel like really a viable option relative to some of the other guns that we're seeing in play. Definitely seems like it's likely played a factor here as well, and he's going to look to beam off the head glitch, but he's forced to retreat. And now the collapse coming through. Influence Kemen, 7-0. That is a dominant search and destroy, and I certainly, I wouldn't say I necessarily counted them out, but I didn't expect huge things out of them on the weekend. That is a big momentum changer for them.
The momentum is definitely going to be in their favor, and just trying to figure out giving that 7-0 to Scars is just absolutely massive, because going into this, they had a 22% win rate in S&D. They only won it twice during their stage 4 run, and now it's so impressive to see that they absolutely dominated it against a team like Scars. But now taking a look at what we have over here, kill rounds. It's gonna be kind of equal-ish. Maybe no, I'm trying to be positive here, okay?
Yeah, I mean, Ryo's a player for Scars that completely dominated all of stage 4. He dropped like a 2-point-something KD. He comes away from that search and destroy with 3 kills on the board. Very uncharacteristic performance from him. And consistency across the board for Influence Rage. Man, they've definitely put in the work, and they came to play. The Brazilians looking very strong so far this weekend. We actually, on another matchup, have Skade up 100 points on Almighty. So that's another very surprising score. That's on one of our other broadcasts if you guys want to check it out. But wow, it's been quite a surprising day so far.
I know. 3 straight firing range matchups that we have for today, and really surprising matches and score lines that we saw. So Scars 1, Influence Kemin 1, Tribe Gaming having that upper hand as well in Q9. Still trying to figure things out when it comes to that search and destroy. And this is Group C. There's another group that you can check out if you are on YouTube watching live. That's going to be Skade versus Almighty, where, well, looking like Almighty's having a little bit of trouble here in firing range.
Yep. It's been certainly unpredictable to say the least so far. So off to a great start for Stage 5. These teams have definitely not disappointed. You can tell the amount of work that each and every one of these guys has put in is paying off, and you love to see it, especially with $1.7 million on the line.
Oh, that's a lot of money. A lot of pride in the line, because obviously not only are they playing for that cash money, but also the pride that comes along with winning and representing your country. This is the first LAN that we've ever had, and this sets the tone for the years to come. I'm so excited for it.
Yep, it's 3 years in the making. So a lot of teams, I think, got some adjustments that need to be made, but I think even going down 0-1 off the start, it's designed to be group play for a reason. You can bounce back and show that you're stronger on other maps. I think that the map pick can play a huge role in whether or not you're able to get the wins as well. Taking a look at our map counts, Smart Omega was able to close out that win over Stamina Esports, and as somebody who picked Stamina Esports to win the group, things looking pretty dicey right here. I think Mayhem versus Omega is going to be a very fun matchup to watch.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to this one. Actually, out of every single one of the matches here in Group A, NYSL Mayhem versus Omega, I feel like is going to be so interesting, because both of these teams kind of scrappy, but also gave us a little bit of a surprise, giving 3-0s all across the board for today. And so, again, we've been seeing so many matches. Group B, obviously, INCO Stalwart and Wolves getting that upper hand, where Wolves won it 3-1 up against Strut, and Team Vitality has a donut for today. And now for Group C, no one yet so far having a definite win, but for Group D, look at that. Luminosity and Nova Esports. I did not expect that to end so fast.
That was really, I mean, based on how quickly that ended, I feel like that has got to be a 3-0. Not a surprising outcome. This is a Luminosity team that not a lot of people have been talking about, just because of how good Tribe is, but they are incredibly well-rounded, phenomenal teamwork for them, and that's another team that I think, if they reach their full potential, could potentially be top 3. They could take the whole thing, but it's all going to come down to consistency and the mentality that you have. Strong start for them, though, in a pretty competitive group, especially if Skade's playing that well against Almighty.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. LATAM is a really competitive region, because going into Stage 4, they had so many Game 5, so many close calls. The points were really close, so I'm not going to count them out just yet. And now for Luminosity, like you keep saying, it's like people always count them out because of the fact that Tribe is just so strong, and they've always been under the shadow of Tribe in these past few years, but looking like they're making their mark here today in day number 1. Is no joke to actually pull off that 3-0 up against Nova Esports. But if you are wondering what is happening right now, Tribe Gaming in Q9, we're going to be having that reset. The scoreline is going to be 6-3 once we do come back in just a tiny bit as we fix things for you guys watching. But yeah, great day so far. I feel like here in this particular group, everything's happening very fast.
Yeah, it's definitely been developing quickly. I'm excited to see all the stat lines once we get everything figured out right here, but it's the rookies have come to play. That's one thing that I have definitely noticed. You look especially at Tribe Gaming, and you've got Veg and Jez, both rookies, both stepping their game up in their first ever World Championships. There's a reason that even coming off of a World Championship, you decide to drop 2 players and pick up these guys instead. Obviously, you got Tectonic, who is very well respected in the North American competitive scene as well. Adding all of that together with 2 real anchor players in Marshy and Bolu, it's just tough to beat. So if we're going back to 6-3, like, if there's connectivity issues, maybe we don't feel quite as good about Q9's ability to close that gap, because if you got Tribe players disconnecting, that changes the equation pretty significantly.
Yeah, that's always the thing in our minds, is that we're finally here in LAN, and let's see how well put together these teams go at the face of adversity. And now, speaking of adversity, before we actually hop into the matchup, I just want to say that Skade and Almighty that game, Skade won that hardpoint matchup, but let's take our attention to our match here, Search and Destroy, where Tribe has the upper hand. One more round for them, and they win this, bringing them into a 2-0.
Yep, the score is 6-3 right now, but Q9 getting aggressive on the defense right here. You got 3 Tribe players trapped on the inside of bathrooms. I don't see any way they pull this off. Obviously, Jez finds a big kill right there, but Tang gets pushed up. It's still a 1v2, but Pegg trying to do the impossible right here. Uling's the only one left to counter, and he's just not in a position to trade at all. He's all the way over in the inside of trailer. He's going to back up and play A. Pegg reads it properly, and he's going to make his way all the way over to the B site. So now an opportunity for him, maybe to get the bomb down. I don't think Uling's going to have time to make that read. And oh my gosh, a cheeky plant spot out of Pegg right here to be unspottable. He's going to go ahead and reposition right here and see if Uling has the IQ to make the read.
I love that plant. It's such an open plant, and now he's going to be so far away. He knows that Uling's going to be a little bit more of a long and passive player, but Uling gets that information. 1v1 as Pegg spots him, but then Uling spots him as well with a deagle. Uling gets that 1 kill, has enough time to go in there for the defuse as well. That was a valiant effort coming in from Pegg. I understood what he was trying to do, right? Because you wouldn't expect the player to be so far away, wrapping around all the way through mid, but I feel like it was the gun. He was trying to go in for the shots. Didn't quite close it out.
Updated score is now 6-4 as Pegg's not going to be able to clutch up. Maybe a little bit overconfident right there. He was just stomping around the map, and Uling makes him pay the deagle, basically a little mini SKS. So they're going to be able to capitalize. Jez finds the opener onto Dam. Manage Vantage goes to Tribe Gaming once again. They only need 1 round to close this one out. And it looks like the aggressive A push is going to be the move for them once again. Uling on the inside of American. Not going to be able to get any information. Tank gonna find 1, find 2. Can he find the third? Yes, he can! And all of a sudden, Q9 in the driver's seat. The bomb has been taken down. Jez on the backside is not going to be able to connect. Tectonic trying to find a kill right here, but it is the lone man, and Uling finds the kill. Just like that, we move into 6-5 territory, and we might have overtime on our hands.
Oh my goodness. Dropping the spaghetti, please don't do that. Now we're trying to go in there for a question. Q9, having that restart, I feel like that restarted their minds just a tiny bit. They had such an amazing run here so far, but then obviously Tribe still has the advantage. And now again, very aggressive going in their Tribe, but then gonna be going down 1 by 1 as a 3v3 situation ensues. Number 1 coming in from Q9, that's gonna be Dam going in there for 1 player, really good with the flank.
Dam doesn't know how to go anywhere but forward. He is just non-stop running ahead every opportunity that he has. He's going to back up. He knows there's a couple players, but he hits the beam anyway. Marshy going to be there for the trade, but Island knows his location right here. A 2v2 as the Tribe player is going to be backed up into their spawn once again, and the bomb is down. That is a must retrieve, and looks like Tech's going to be in a position to pick that up. So now the decision, do you want to make the wrap back toward B or just kind of sit here and try to bait an aggressive push? But Tech's going to get spotted. I thought he saw Uling, but apparently not. It's now down to a 1v2 for Marshy. We'll see if he can do Marshy things it's not meant to be, and just like that, we're heading to OT.
3 straight rounds coming in from Q9, and that really reset their minds. That's going to be really impressive for them, and now as Tribe kind of struggles to go in there for the attack. Let's see for Q9, being aggressive, that's what they're good at, and now it seems like they're finally getting their footing. And now, speaking of aggression, going there very aggressively, that's going to be Tribe Gaming, but then stops the push, trade after trade. Tech gets 1, but Dam getting that beautiful double. It's going to be a 4v3 situation where the bomb carrier is going to be right in mid.
It's just a battle of the wall bangs. Who can land the most shots through the wall? It's going to be Q9 coming out on top in that one. The man advantage going to force Tribe back once again, and we see them taking the passive approach. Couple players looks like making the read over toward B, and we see both Tang and Island making their way through. Oh, the whole team They're looking to hit the flank right here. We'll see whether or not Tribe's going to read it. Bolu seems to have an inkling, but they've got a head glitch to work with, and Bolu gets torn to pieces. Veg's going to push up. I don't think he realizes Island's pushed up into this treehouse. And they're forced back once again, but we got a player on the pinch once again. Veg trying to get out of it. It looks like he's going to be able to make his way into trailer. But they got to make a move right now. They have been scrambling for the last 45 seconds.
Well, it's a good thing for them. Time is on their side. 50 seconds on the clock. That is a lot of time to play with. But what a beautiful counter coming from Q9. Amazing read, knowing very well that Tribe is going to be in for that Bravo rotation. And now for them, numbers advantage. But if you're going to be left with the two players, Tectonic and Veg, that is the two people that you can definitely rely on. And now 1v1 is going to ensue here in mid. That's going to be one player. Tectonic wins those. 2v1 though, as Tan finishes through. And may I remind you, it is going to be OT 6-6, but now going to be a 7-6, where Tribe had the upper hand the entire time. And it looks like Q9, they're so close, one round away from shutting down Tribe from this S&D.
Just the look that Uling gave the camera, you can tell there is ice in his veins right now, trying to pull off the comeback over Tribe Gaming to equalize the series, and that's 4 rounds in a row. Q9 making the right reads everywhere they go, and what do you know, it's D-Chen with the first blood onto Veg once again. Tribe scrambling, they're just trying to find some information somewhere, have not been able to get a read on this Q9 team ever since the reset, and right now, they're going to make the wrap back toward A, but there's not really been much sniper presence. No snipers in play for them. And you got to think that allows for Q9 to take a huge amount of map control, because you can dominate those long lanes as much as you want to.
3-1-2 split, 2 players from Q9 at both bomb sites and 1 through mid. And that's been an absolutely key place where Q9 keeps shutting people down. And now for Tectonic goes in for the pre-fire off the smoke. Doesn't quite get any information whatsoever. Oling's gonna be right there, especially with the snipe. They're taking their sweet time because obviously number is not in their advantage. And as Oling tries to go in there, that is the information that they need. Tectonic's gonna be in a bit of trouble. Tang gets 1, 2v2, no, 2v4 rather, as the bomb goes down. It's gonna be troublesome for Bo to go in there, especially with 1 down. And there you go, Q9 tries to go in there for the comeback, and Tribe drops the spaghetti and loses this search and destroy, where they could have had a comfortable win. All they needed was a reset.
I mean, that tactical usage was unreal, perfectly calculated by every player on Q9. Seemed to know every angle where a Tribe player was going to be, and that's how you bounce back. You look very, very slow off the start of the S&D, but once they flipped on over to the defensive side, Tribe did not have an answer.
Well, that is definitely one for the books. I mean, a pretty unorthodox way to end the search and destroy, but again, it just took a reset for Q9 to just, you know what, let's breathe a little bit, and that kind of went in their favor. And now for Tribe, what are you going to do in this control? This is a swing round that we keep on saying that they need to go and perform. A 1-1 is the scoreline for today in this matchup in our alpha stream. And if you guys are at home, we're going in for different streams as well. If you're taking a look at our quad feed, we have 4 different streams right for you. So if this one ends, you can definitely go and hop onto a next matchup.
Yeah, right now, Skate and Almighty going at it. They had a reset, and it is currently tied up. So those guys very, very busy right now, but heading into our swing mode, the control, kind of a big question mark in this matchup. Obviously, we didn't expect that to be a super strong mode for the Chinese teams because it wasn't a primary mode that they played throughout the entirety of China Masters, but they definitely showed up in CDFI. They won against some pretty strong teams in control. And I think they've definitely got what it takes. You got to think the momentum carrying with them as well. The one big thing going to be that slaying ability that we've seen in the respawns for Tribe. Hacienda control, though, not one that I would imagine either of these teams has spent a ton of time on, and really could result in a toss-up. Sometimes we give the advantage to the defensive side, but I've seen a lot of scenarios where offense is actually even better on Hacienda.
Yep, absolutely. You're 100% right. It just, when you're trying to go end a matchup, it's just way easier in the defense, but it depends on the map. When you have a huge map like Hacienda being played in control, a lot of these teams actually try to not play Hasi here because of how huge it is, and it's so hard to be on that objective. But hey, this is a map that could favor favor Q9 because of how well they can do all the sniper fights. And now for Tribe, having that loss in Search and Destroy, hopefully their hopes aren't too down and just forget about that, have a memory of a goldfish and move on into winning that control.
Yeah, and Tribe has looked very strong in control throughout all of Stage 4, all of the smaller tournaments that they've played in as well. They've had no issues, so they absolutely have an opportunity to get this control win. I think if they get the win, the odds of Q9 taking another hard point is just very, very low. But we've also seen their ability to flip a switch and all of a sudden dominate a map. So I think all of it is going to come down to confidence for them. They didn't look super confident through those first few rounds, but once they got on a hot streak, there was no stopping them.
Alrighty. Well, as we try to move on into control, well, it just seems like we're gonna have a little bit of a replay situation here where we're finding Tribe and Q9 still vying for that S&D match. Well, 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 that is going to be one little pickle that we have over here, and looks like the Battle of the Giants is not over yet when it comes to firing range. We keep seeing firing range all across the board for today. 6 and 6 is still going to be our scoreboard, so we're not gonna remember that game a while ago from Q9 and Tribe. We're gonna erase that from our memories and do another restart here. Whew, Bobby, I feel like we cast or cursed this our situation. We were like, hey, this game looking like it's going to be really fast, but nope, this is the second restart that we have here.
Yeah, obviously the difference being pretty big is that whenever you're playing regular Search and Destroy, no OT, one side has 6 straight rounds on the offense and the other side then moves to offense, has 6 straight rounds. It's supposed to be varying back and forth, and obviously with how strong both of these teams looked on the defensive side, it makes sense that you would want to have that switching back and forth. So we'll see what happens, but it looks like Almighty and Skade still going at it right now, so I'm excited to see the outcome of that one, but oh, maybe it's already over. I don't know.
Well, taking a look at what we had over there. No, actually, you know what? It's going to be Almighty getting that win up against Skade, where, if you guys didn't know, we also had a rematch for these two teams, and now Almighty actually got the upper hand in that first matchup. But as we wait for our S&D Q9 versus Tribe Gaming, let's take a look at what we've had in the scoreline so far here. So if you missed out when we had Group A versus Group B, that was going to be a really interesting look into how we're going to start off the day, where Godlike Esports went up against NYSL Mayhem, where an unexpected 3-0 actually happened. And now for INCO Stalwart versus Team Vitality, another 3-0. Now this one's a little bit more expected, don't you think?
Yeah, we expected that group was going to be pretty straightforward. It ended up being exactly that. Obviously, STRUT caught us off guard in that map #1, but it takes 3 games to win a series. So we'll see if they can bounce back. I think that lower bracket matchup is actually going to be a very, very entertaining one, because it's, I mean, not only is it an elimination matchup, but I think the two teams are very well matched as well.
Oh, most definitely. And it was just like a matter of who was going to win that Omega fight versus a team, like one more really big team actually that I was really surprised is Stamina, that it was a 3-0. I was kind of expecting that to be in the distance, but again, let's take a look at what we have over here. Here are the brackets that we have for today in the round #2. Group C versus Group D, and this is Group C, where Scar's having that 1 win, Influence Gaming having that 1 as well. And now for Tribe Gaming and Q9, obviously that's going to be a 1-round win coming in from Tribe in that hardpoint matchup. And Q9, that's what we're trying to look now. If Q9 can secure this S&D again, or can Tribe Gaming go from under them and pull the rug?
Yep, it's definitely going to be a spicy overtime, because I feel like both of these teams are like, oh, we should have had it, we should have had it. And this will be the ultimate deciding factor, because there's no momentum, and it all comes down to the Search and Destroy. Looks like Scars and Influence Kemen going back at it as well. That is the other matchup that we'll see here in Group C, and seeming to be pretty unpredictable, as Influence Kemen completely dominating the S&D. Scars looking pretty strong in the hardpoint. And it looks like we are going to be replaying that S&D as well, so potentially a different outcome.
Woohoo! Here we go, restarts all across the board, but hey, another chance of winning this again, so let's take a look at that. Mike gets 2. That's going to be really big for them. 1v2 situation. And now for Influence Kevin, you have one more person left. That's going to be key. Going all the way around. Looking like he doesn't know that there's going to be 2 players waiting for him in that Bravo site. Oh, that's going to be really interesting. And if you are curious as to what you're watching, this is the Charlie stream right now. And as we're waiting for our Alpha stream, and there you go! We get to see one more win. Okay, hey, if you're confused, don't worry. We're going to be catching you and filling you in later on as Scars gets that 1 win. But hey, we're finally going into our matchup. SND Q9 versus Tribe. Hey! How you doing so far, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm so confused, but I'm so excited for the matchups that we have ahead of us. We are going to be hopping into the overtime for Tribe versus Q9. This is the ultimate test because you're back and forth. There's no real type of advantage on that one side as you're constantly flipping. So we'll see if the momentum carries for Q9 or if Tribe truly was the stronger S&D team in the first place, if they can come out on top.
6-6 is going to be our scoreline, and we're going to be going into game just right now. And it's target to 2 because we did go into overtime, and now as Q9 is going to be picking up the bomb right now. Engagement being 1, Tan gets that first opening kill.
Yep, right now it's going to be big for Veg to find the trade right there, and not really much defense over here on the B site, so should be free if they can take down Veg there as well. They do exactly that. And with Island way pushed up on the outside of 10 right now, he's going to be difficult to deal with. Jez is going to have to make a read right here. The bomb goes down, and Jez can't do that. Now down to Bolu and Tectonic. Long-time teammates. Tech's going to find the first one, but the rest of Q9 content to play on the inside of that B site, and going to be tough for Tech to sniff out everybody remaining. Bolu going to make the play toward tires. Nobody going to peek that. Likely a sniper in hand for him, and the longer the clock goes, the more pressure mounting for Tribe Gaming. Tech's going to try to find that first, but the CBR just not going to have the range. Bolu going to drop there as well. Tech doing everything that he can. But who else but Uling there with the Deagle. And right now, an opportunity for Q9 to close it out.
Advantage to Q9 and up for Tribe. They tried to slow things down and try to make a pick, but unfortunately for them, the numbers too much coming in from Q9, and now we get to see it. Exchanging, Tribe getting that bomb, being on the attack, being a little bit slow, trying to go in for the information first before going in for that bomb site in A. Bomb carrier gonna be Jez. No information whatsoever yet, but Veg gets that first opening pick. Not only that, Marshy as well. Back and forth coming in from Tribe, and looks like they're having an advantage here. A 5v3 situation so early on.
So interesting that in the entirety of this series, the defensive team has dominated the entire time, and now off the start of overtime, both offensive teams winning. Uling waiting back here, you get some information, a nade connects.
Flashbang.
The flashbang gonna go over as well. Not sure if he was able to, but Marshy able to take down Tang. Trades left and right, Uling, sniper in hand, the bomb is down. Trophy's gonna disappear, but he's still got 3 Tribe Gaming players to deal with. Looked like he had the shot lined up, but just didn't take it, and we've got some more free COD Mobile for you.
Yeah, that was actually a really good play coming in from Q9, waiting for that particular stun to go and pop, but then unfortunately the timing was just not it. Tang went in there before it actually went in for the pop, and now we get to see a 1-1. Race to 3 is a scoreline again, OT ensuing. This is the longest search and destroy game that we've actually had so far in this day. And now it looks like they're trying to go in very passively yet again, as Dam goes in there for the wall bang. Doesn't really quite get any information.
Tribe's gonna make the read right here. It is not gonna be easy at all to make your way into this B site, and I mean, right now with the head glitches you gotta go through, you gotta wonder, is it worth it for Q9 to make this push? Obviously, trying to hit the bank shot, but there's Trophy there, wasn't gonna connect anyways, and the longer you wait, the more opportunity you give Tribe to put on a pinch right here. It looks like they're content to sit back and play things passive. You got Bolu still holding down that A site for as long as he can. And potentially a big gunfight over there, as it looks like Q9 gonna go ahead and make the wrap back. If Bolu can find the snipe right here, could be huge, and he does just that. Island's gonna drop. And now on the offensive side, Q9 not looking quite as confident.
Q9 took too long to go in there for the rotate. Player number 1 coming in from Tribe. That's going to be Jez going there for the back end. The backstab going to be met by 2 players. Oling turns around, gets him down as Bolu tries to go in for another pick. Doesn't really quite get any. And now they're going to be on even playing field right now with Bolu still having a really good sightline going in for the defense for Alpha. And now as the bomb is going to be ticking down to 30 seconds, we need to see some movement coming in from Tribe. And speaking of movement, Bolu gets 1. Essentially, can finally get that second. He's still alive.
Ooh, Tang with the hop up right there, able to take down Bolu. And now 2 Q9 players left to deal with Tectonic. 15 seconds doesn't look doable. All you got to do is play your life right here. Tang's going to go ahead and back up. And that should be another round going through for Q9. Back and forth, keep in mind, COD Mobile S&D rules, you can go to 20 rounds of overtime. So we may have a lot of gameplay ahead of us.
I mean, if it was the 2 teams that we thought that was going to go to overtime, it was going to be this one right here. But honestly, I thought Q9 might have had an advantage a little bit, but looks like they're struggling just a tiny bit going up against the team like Tribe. And now we're going in there again. We're switching it up where Tribe has a hold of the bomb. And now the story of the game is, if you have the bomb, you're going to be having an easier time on the attack. Kind of like a situation that we saw a while ago, which was the opposite. Defending side was actually easier. And now let's see, very passive from both of these teams.
And once again, Q9 throwing that look where they have no information over on A outside of Tang overlooking the bomb site from the inside of American. Not taking any risks. You don't want any stray nades catching you off guard for a first blood. And right now, Tribe playing the waiting game, starting to look a little bit more confident. Marshy, is he stuck? Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. Marshy trying to get out of that spot right now, and that makes the push a little bit more difficult. He finds himself free from the wood in the top side, and now the push going through for Tribe, but you got to think him getting stuck might force them to second guess themselves a little bit, and now the counter.
Oh my god.
Q9 tears them apart. Tectonic trying to do something to stop the push, but D-Chen gonna be able to push on through, and it looks like the defuse going through for Q9. Nobody there to cover the bomb, and they finally take the win in Search and Destroy.
Q9 woke up in those last few rounds, and yes, we had like restarts, multiple restarts, but even in the second restart that we had, they were still killing it. And now they just proved how well they can defend and also really just handle themselves under pressure, even though they were down so much all throughout this S&D. I was honestly very convinced that we were going to take it to around 20, Bobby.
Oh yeah, I had that feeling as well. A little bit glad that it didn't happen because we're still only 2 games into this matchup and we still got a lot more COD Mobile to play today. We're not even to the second round of things here in the group stages. So it's a lot more COD Mobile to cover, and it does look like some of the action has started on the other channels. I believe all 3 of the other channels covering action right now. So Vitality off to a strong start, maybe an opportunity for one of those Indian teams to make some noise. And the reset seeming to go in favor of Scars as the 7-0 has quickly turned around and they are now up 5-1.
Yeah, the resets, man. It's just changing the tides of the games of these teams as 5-1. Well, we're going to be changing that storyline, and Scars might actually just be up 2-0 up against Influence Kemin. And now for our first lower round 1 matchup, Strut versus Vitality. Vitality having that upper hand, 142 and 108. If you guys aren't in our other streams, open it up. You're at home. We're going to be seeing a lot of Call of Duty mobile action. And if you have multiple monitors at your home, just have each and one of them just over there. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, right in front of you. And now speaking of, we are going into one of our streams right now. This is going to be our lower round 1. That's going to be Strut Vitality. If you're at home, this is a Bravo stream in YouTube right now. As you can see, a very comfortable lead coming from Vitality. Not just that, having the Gravity Vortex shutting everyone down, coming in through spawn.
Yeah, right now, Vitality seeming to have bounced back. The one thing to point out over on Strut, Razmo has come to play. He was frying in that first matchup for them and now sitting on 24 as well. We have seen a substitution. Apher back in play for Strut. That was a player that we thought was going to be a major player to watch. His absence could have played a big impact in that series up against Wolves. So we'll see if they can bounce back right here. But Vitality, teamwork on point, and I said, who did I say was the #1 player in India? Sam's? Well, he's got 28 kills.
Well,
he is frying right now, single-handedly. Actually, the twins, Sam's and Yokos,
yes,
combining for 51 off the start of this one.
Quick maths over here, but obviously we have a similar response on the other side as well. Hisoka and Razmo trying to go in there as well for the take. But obviously with Razmo, you're already going to expect that he's really good with the SKS, but with a map as small as this, not going to be able to utilize it very much. And now you can see it. And now for Sam's getting that 29, almost getting that 30. Annihilator up in hand. The retake finally comes through from Vitality, widening the gap even more. 193 and 111, 26 seconds, no contest whatsoever coming in from the side of STRUT. And now one player though coming in from STRUT. Oh, Sam's getting a beautiful kill. How is he still alive?
Oh my gosh, he's dumpstering everybody right now. Finally gets shut down, but he's got a pocket full of streaks. And that's going to work wonders for Vitality. To be honest, you kind of want to be right here. That gives you the early rotations off the late break, and that probably hurt STRUT more than it helped them. Not a whole lot of time to be gained. Sam's playing a cheeky position. He's going to be able to find another double kill. 35 kills on the board. This dude is an absolute madman.
Well, you can say that he has a pocket full of sunshine. That man is just absolutely insane. And now we actually saw one player from STRUT. Speaking of, my gosh, I can't. It's just yellows all across the board, and STRUT just having a difficult time with the gunfights right now. A different Vitality is actually going to be seen right now compared to their first matchup a while ago. Very impressive stuff. And not just that, the rotation was just absolutely key. Scrap points coming in from STRUT.
Yep, this is a huge break for them. Sam's doing everything he can, but he gets shut down. Still got that streak to work with, but a big feed. I believe that's 5 in a row now for STRUT. They got a lot of gap to close, but they seem to be confident. And I don't really think they're getting outslayed by that much, but they've just not been able to get any of these holds to stick. And Apher is just gonna kind of let the Hunter Killer go to waste right there, slides on out, finds a big kill to lock in the rest of that scrap time, but Random able to shut it down. And it looks like Vitality with the early rotations here once again. They're gonna hop on down into the point, and only 20 points needed for them to close this one out.
Apher's spread missile does not find anyone at all, and for me, it's actually Vitality, when it comes to the gun skills, kind of equal, but they're winning more on the anchoring. And when it comes to the anchoring, it's so important because you're basically dictating where your teammates are going to be spawning, and Vitality did that to perfection, especially in P3, where they had really good control outside of the spawn, and also when it comes to the rotation going to P4. But now we finally get to see signs of life coming in from STRUT. 30 seconds left, and looks like they're probably going to be having so many points here so far. 168.
And right there, we see the Annihilator go to waste for Vitality. This lead starting to dwindle right now. Only 60 points separating the two. Was previously 100, and it looks pretty sure that they're going to pick up these last 10 seconds as well. That lead should be all the way down to 40 by the rotation back to P2, and it looks like STRUT's got this setup. If you're STRUT, you just can't afford to give up scrap time. Unnecessary right there for them to give up, what, 4 seconds, especially now that Vitality only needs 10 more, and we do see the Annihilator get shut down. The Gravity Vortex comes out, and it looks like Vitality going to be able to close this one out. Yoko's going to be able to find 2. Sam's pulls out the Annihilator, and no comeback today. Sam's goes big, and he's going to drop 44 off the start of this one.
Whew. Beautiful matchup here at Summit. STRUT had a very hard time where I thought they might have a little bit of a comeback. Did not happen, as anchoring was just too good when it comes to Vitality. And the timing of their score streaks and their operator skills was just so good. But taking a look what we have on our screen, Group B. Wolves and STRUT Esports, if you didn't see it a while ago, 3-1, where STRUT just surprised us with a very beautiful hardpoint game. INCO Stalwart 3-0 against Team Vitality. That's the reason why we're seeing him over here into lower round 1. And now for lower round 1, we just saw them a while ago, Team Vitality and STRUT Esports. And Vitality they had a really good opener here.
Yeah, that was it felt like a must-win for them, and definitely a big win for the Indian region in general. Obviously, Godlike with a little bit of a disappointing start up against NYSL as well. But we got another very high-octane matchup. It's going to be Almighty going up against Skade. pretty tight in that first hard point and looking to be exactly the same. And Incendio, that not been sniping for all that long, but he has had a huge impact for Almighty since he started.
Now he looks so comfortable when it comes to that sniper. The right tech definitely his best friend right now, and it looks like 4 players of Almighty is actually very proficient when it comes to the snipes, but it looks like it doesn't really matter as Skate still has that upper hand. SKS seeming like it's still very much strong when it comes to those engagements as Zera gets one, and now Leosin tries to go in for the kills as Heaven's going to be really low on that HP. 1v1 situation. Now they're going to be playing Ring Around the Rosie as Heaven doesn't really quite spot that one last player, Zera. The defuse is going to happen, but then Zera hears it. That is enough time for him to go and cancel that defuse. Beautiful presence of mind coming from Pep.
That's a huge clutch for him right there. We are actually going to head on back to our main matchup, Tribe versus Q9, getting ready to hop into the control. Right now, the momentum kind of slipping away from Tribe, but we know they've got the gunny, especially whenever it comes to the respawns. And you got to think that's going to play a big factor in this map number 3. We talked previously, domination is that third game mode in China Masters. So this is not one that the Q9 roster is going to be nearly as familiar with, but the fact that it's Hacienda control kind of equalizes a little bit.
Yeah, that is the mode that is kind of a big question mark, because if we're going in through Slum Search and Destroy, if it does reach map number 5, I feel like Q9 has a little bit of an upper hand, but obviously when it comes to the hard point, it was no question whatsoever the Tribe just absolutely sent them home. And now it's going to be in standoff though, which is going to be a very interesting map to play on. But we do have a guaranteed game number 4 as Q9 just very closely won that S&D in firing range. And now we're finally going in through Hacienda where it's going to be really close because, again, control matchup, we're not quite sure. I feel like Tribe has a little bit of an upper hand, but the fact that the map is going to be Hacienda, that brings it a little bit more of mystery.
Well, you can see the Q9 team strategizing right now, getting ready to hop into the action. We've talked previously, especially for COD Mobile Control defensive side, typically being stronger, especially with there not being any way to flip for round number 5. So we'll see who has that advantage off the start, but with the experience that we've seen from Tribe when it comes to the respawns, you got to think, even if they are on the offensive side, which they are not, could go their way, and they're going to make their way up on the defensive side to start right here. Jez looking to take this top side control, and there is nobody here to counter for Q9, but they're going to be able to find 2 opening kills, and Tectonic, about as straight as they shoot, he's going to be able to take down 1 Bravo.
Now let's see what happens here as we can... Q9 going to be in there for the offense, and now like what we said here is actually going to be really big because when you're on the attack here, it's a little bit easier compared to other maps. And now for Dam gets that beautiful kill, 26 and 25, with B having almost 2 ticks of progress, finally going through, but the cleanup pushes through coming in from Tribe.
Wow, a cheeky spot for Dam, but Marshy sniffs him out right there. 23 lives apiece. Very patient right now as Uling pulls out that SKS as well. Looks like nobody opting to use it yet for Tribe Gaming. They're able to win a couple of big gunfights. That's going to give them the man advantage. Tectonic does not check all of his corners, but Dam going to be able to, or actually D-Chen going to get traded out right there. And now Tribe starting to get a little bit of an edge. Looking like they're definitely comfortable over here on the defensive side. And right now, no map control for Q9. They have gotten pushed up a little bit on this opposite side, and maybe a chance for them to occupy some time here over on A.
Tang was in a very cheeky corner where he actually could have spawn trapped some players coming in from Tribe, and now the cleanup pushes through. Patience is definitely going to be rewarding them as A finally some progress, but 16 seconds left on the clock. That's definitely going to be very detrimental for them to go and capture. There you go, A and B, all good, but then the players of Tribe, they're going to be split up just for a little bit, and now for Oling gets that 1 essential kill, stopping that A push. Bravo still going to be contested just a tiny bit. No progress whatsoever in that Alpha flag, but just as I said, that Bravo and Alpha going to be taken down. 16 seconds. That's going to be really big for Jez to win a lot of these gunfights.
Every time Tribe finds that life advantage, it seems like the Q9 players are able to find a way to trade. Nobody wants to peek Jez around this corner. You got to pay attention to the objectives, though. 3 straight kills in for Tribe, and they only need 1 objective tick in order to get the win right here. Damn going to be able to fire back. Marshy backing up right here, and you got to be very aware of the lives right now. 9-9, and especially this top side control could work to the advantage of Q9. Bolu's trying to sniff him out, and I think Dam's wishing he hadn't gotten himself into this spot. Players for Tribe everywhere, but he's still able to win the gunfight. And if you're Tribe, you've got to get him cleared out. They're not able to do it. Now a 2-life advantage. Another trade goes through. Q9, 7 lives, and it looks like they're gonna be able to get this final tick of progression. They do just that. They take the offensive round to start.
Dam single-handedly captured that Bravo flag, giving the advantage to Q9. He was so good when it comes to the movement, knowing very well when to engage. And unfortunately for Tribe, there you go. First big opener for Q9. And now we're going to be switching things up when they're going on the defense. Let's see how well Tribe fares on the attack.
Yep. Definitely puts a lot of pressure on them, with most teams feeling more comfortable on the defensive side. You give up that early offensive round win, puts you in a tough spot. Uling's going to be able to take down Jez, and especially on a map like Hacienda, SKS is going to rain absolute terror onto everybody. And it seems like every angle that the Q9 players read, there's a Tribe player right around it, and they're ready to pick up the kills. Damn, maybe not optimal timing for pulling out that claw. He doesn't get a single bullet to land off of that one. Fortunately, his teammate Tang actually has a Pred and a Hunter Killer ready to go. Right now, Tribe with the 1 life advantage, putting the pressure onto Q9. And right now, they finally get somebody hopped on into A, and this is where we see the opportunity for Tribe to turn the tides.
Oh, that was a good stun coming in from the teammate of Uling. That's going to be really big for him. Get that vital information down. But in player number 2, he's going to be spawned off all the way. Spawn trap is going to ensue. 2 players coming in from Q9. Unfortunately for them, both are being shut down. That was a very close call, and Tribe gets away with it.
Q9 trying really hard to spawn trap right there, and that's, you gotta think, gonna leave them questioning where the players are. Damn nearly finds 3. He's finally gonna get traded out, but Q9 now with a life advantage once again. That main issue for Tribe Gaming, you gotta get on these objectives, and the kills continue to come through for Q9. The control play is absolutely there for them right now. We might have been second-guessing them a little bit off the start of this matchup, but their reads are on point right now. Tribe has no counter, shut down left and right. A dominant round for Q9, and now an opportunity for a surprising 3-0 in the control.
They're so good at the defense, so good at the offense, and now for Tribe, they were almost spawn trapped, but it just wasn't enough to try and break free from that. Looks like they need to find their footing here. And now for the offense, they do have a little bit of an advantage. They need to control 2F. It's just like they really need to, because the fact that they kind of lost that a while ago, especially with a player that Tang, that goes in there always at the very back, trying to go in there for that early spawn trap, that is going to be really essential. Now speaking of, we do have 3 players from Tribe going up against there.
The one thing you got to worry about if you're Tribe, Dam has snuck all the way through. And it doesn't seem like they know where he is, but Bolu's going to be able to sniff him out. That's going to be basically a full reset for the Q9 players. A couple trades do come through, and I think that is a full objective tick over on A. So that's put some pressure on. Uling seems that he just has spidey senses right now, knows where everybody's gonna be. Marshy's gonna make his way through right here. He doesn't get anything. Does get 1 kill off that purifier, but you gotta be able to find more value. And Dam makes the read, Claw comes out. He gets away with his life, maybe a little bit too aggressive though. He's gonna get shut down, and that's a huge kill for Tribe.
That is gonna be probably, if Q9 loses this round, that was the reason why. You had a really solid hold here in Bravo, and then overextends, and you could have had a really solid defense here, and now it seems like Tribe going in there for that defense, really good when it comes to the numbers. 22 and 16 is going to be the life count here. 1 tick of progress coming in from Q9. There's still a lot of work to do. 30 seconds left on the clock. There needs to be some sort of progress on any of these hills.
Veg, you gotta finish your food right there. Kill that was waiting for him, but allows the teammate to get into position to trade, and Pegg on the bottom side. Overchell's there as well, and now top side reigns dominant for Island as his teammates going to be able to make their way on in. Now the claws coming out once again is Q9. They don't want to play another round. We want to go ahead and end it right here if we can. 2 takes a progression over onto A, which is typically the more difficult one to find. Pegg gonna find a big kill to clear things off, and Tribe still has the lives advantage. All you really have to do right here is keep A clear, and there shouldn't be much of a chance for Q9 to clutch this one up. Pegg makes the read, he finds the kill right there. Still a 6 life advantage, and seeming like the ball is now in their court. Oh my gosh! 0 seconds! Okay, there it is.
Because we've seen that before, Bobby. We've had like war flashbacks when it comes to that. We've seen a very, very insane comeback happen, but there you go. Sides of life from Tribe. Now it looks like they have finally found their footing. 30 and 30 life count. 125 on the clock very early on. Let's see if Tribe can shut down one more win coming in from Q9.
Thing for Tribe is Q9 still got a defensive round on their hands, and that's definitely where they look more comfortable between the two. They're going to come out on top in those gunfights. On the top side, Island and Uling picking apart Tribe, and they're going to be set to completely reset. No type of progression. Down 2 lives right here. Vegaz going to get shredded as well. And now Dam working on some streaks as he's got a hunter killer in his pocket. A couple big trades come through for Tribe, but the main issue, no real map control and no ticks of progression on either side.
Well, they're trying to go and set up for the retake, actually. That's really good because they know they're not going to be winning it if they go up in that spiral staircase. So they're going in through the sides. And so far, so good, especially here in Alpha. Player number 5 is going to be their only problem. That's going to be Island, waiting for reinforcement. But Bolo goes in there, chosen for the trade. That's going to be ticks of progress going in from Alpha. That's going to be really good. I'm really liking this play coming in from Tribe.
They're trying to go for the control reverse sweep. Tang has got to win that gunfight. He gets absolutely dumpstered. And now the progression coming in on both sites for Tribe Gaming. And there's no real counter for Q9. They haven't gotten any kills in the last 2 minutes, it feels like. And we finally find a couple for Dechen and Uling, but they've still got a lot to do in regards to protecting. It looks like they're basically just going to give up B for free. Jez with the pre-fire with the claw, going to be able to shut down another one. It was still a 7 life advantage for Tribe Gaming. Looks like a good chance for them to close this one out and push it to around 5.
Dam goes in there again for the spawn trap, gets a few lives, but not really anything to change the game up. Bolu spams that claw, doesn't really quite get anyone there, but knows very well that Island's going to be right up, but then obviously having the upper hand of the second floor, he does win it. Alpha almost going to be captured. 1 minute, a lot of time to play with, and now so many members coming in from Q9 funneling through, giving Tribe a hard time, but they're going to clean things up, but 1 tick of progress, that's going to be good. So 1 big push coming in from Tribe is going to be essential.
Marshy, big jump shot from the water side right there. A 9 life advantage should afford Tribe the opportunity to just play TDM right here. You don't really need to get that ticket progression, but if you want to apply some pressure, you absolutely can because you only need that 1 take. Q9's going to get rid of the progress, and Jez has managed to sneak all the way through. He's going to be able to find 2, find a 3rd. Can he make it 4 right here? Finally going to get shut down, but he's got full streaks, which is going to be massive. Heading into that final round, only 1 life right here for Q9. No real hope through the smoke. Vegaz connects, and now Tribe looking for the reverse sweep in the control.
2 rounds in a row. And now when we thought that Q9 had a very huge lead, similar story, don't you think, from S&D? Something that, you know, feel like Q9 just dropped the ball. And now for Tribe, they do have the advantage of being on that defense, but let's see what kind of response Q9 can give us on the attack.
That's one thing about Tribe. They're incredibly resilient and showing that right here. Tang gonna go ahead and back up, but doesn't play it slow enough. Jez gonna find 1. Gets the information with the hunter killer as well. That's 2 kills on the board. Q9 has not gotten a single kill here in round 5. Dam's finally gonna be able to open it up right there, but there's hunter killers up in the sky. They've got to make this push quick, and if they can maybe stack this B point, might be able to get themselves a little bit more time. but it is costing them a lot of lives in the process.
I feel like that B push could have been so good, but unfortunately for them, did not win the gunfight. So far, Oling actually gets 2 really big opening kills, just providing that first tick of progress in B. And that's going to be for 1 player for Island to go and take. And Apher spots 1. That's a really big kill because that gives him the claw. The claw. That's going to be really big for him if he actually saves it later on.
Now Tribe looking to set up the spawn trap right here. Bolu gets pushed all the way up into garage. The Tribe player is going to go ahead and flood through, and they're trying to spawn trap from both sides if they can. Island trying to force his way through. Uling gonna find 1, but they can't kill Bolu. He's working on streaks. D-Chen finally gonna be able to find the shutdown, but the lives are the bigger issue at hand for Q9. Have not been able to win the bulk of the gunfights. And now an opportunity for Tribe to find 3 rounds in a row. We'll see if they can make it happen as another big gunfight goes down. Q9, they gotta get that last tick of objective time over on B, but with a 12 life disadvantage, how much are you willing to afford to Tribe? Dam's gonna hop on, but the Purifier comes out for Marshy. Only 7 seconds remaining. Not a whole lot to work with if you're Q9. They hop on B. How long will it last?
22-2 with 2 seconds left on the clock. He's gonna have some kind of progress, but no, it is just not enough. As Tribe goes in there for 3 rounds in a row, secures 1 more round for them. A 2-1 as we get to see Hardpoint in our next matchup. Can I just say how Tribe played that so well in that last matchup for me? It was going to be Tectonic and Marshy having that crossfire and Bravo. That was such good defense.
Yeah, it felt like a confidence swing more than everything. We saw the Q9 players first couple rounds, they're pre-firing everything, they're snapping, they're turning. They seem to have everything on lock, and I don't know if it was a lapse in communication, whatever it is, but last 3 rounds, they get completely fried. And my, oh my, the rookie Jez. He was the North American MVP for Stage 4, and he's bringing that same level of talent and gameplay here in Stage 5 as he goes 36-15.
Big scores, really big scores. Bolu as well, 31-22. And on the other side, Dam, he has been absolutely great for his team too, trying to go in there for the spawn traps, but he is going to be the only one that tries to do that most of the time. And so it kind of slows down Tribe just a little bit, kind of gives them just a tiny bit of a delay going into the site, but obviously it didn't work out too well at the very end because for Tribe, they flipped the switch. They changed up and they adapted very well when it comes to going in there because there was one point actually in the matchup, I think it was their second win, where it was they couldn't fight mid. So they were like, okay, we can't fight mid, it was too strong. So they went into the outside lanes anyway and win a lot of those gunfights, and that is just really good plays right there.
That's the thing about Tribe. We saw it in Stage 4. You see them get down at big deficits, whether it's in a round, whether it's in a series, and they are just such a difficult team to close out because of the way that they bounce back. They make adjustments mid-series, mid-game, whatever it is, and they're just tough to kill. That's just the way that they play, and that's one of the reasons why they're one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and speaking of another really good team, one of the best in the world, Q9, struggling in that control, struggling to close it out. And as we saw, it's very back and forth when it comes to search and destroy and control, but the only lopsided game that we actually saw was Hardpoint. And guess what's next? It's going to be Hardpoint standoff. Now, do or die for Q9. You do not want to be in that situation where you're at the lower round 1.
And standoff Hardpoint is Tribe's home. That's where they want to be. That's where their SMGs are really going to be able to thrive, and they have a lot of SMG-oriented players. Obviously, you got Tech that's going to typically play in the long range, but everybody else has the opportunity to pull out the SMG and just fry on the inside of the Hardpoint. So they're going to be tough to shut down. If you're Q9, you gotta, I'm not necessarily gonna call it a choke, but you gotta put that last game out of your mind. Definitely should have been able to close it out. You gotta give yourself a chance at the search and destroy, because if you do, you know you're able to beat Tribe in search and destroy.
Weapon comp for me is going to be the biggest question mark for Q9 because a while ago, when it was Raid, it was a 4-man AR, 4-man Krig, and 1 CBR for Q9. And now for Tribe, obviously a little bit more, you know, adjustable when it comes to their gun selection. So hopefully we get to see Q9 play it a little bit too much because obviously it didn't work out for them. That was the most lopsided game in this particular matchup in this series. And so we need to see adaptability coming in from Q9 because so far struggles for that control matchup, and obviously signs of life rather coming in from that search and destroy where they were able to pull it up. And now this is do or die. If not, Q9 goes into the lower round 1.
Yep, it's a tough spot to be. I think the other big question, we talked earlier about how it seemed like the two teams have agreed on a GA for the SKS, but then Q9 starts losing a little bit, and they're like, you know what, maybe we'll use the SKS. Could potentially be something that we see come out, and actually, for the first time, at least from the games we've seen, the R9 coming into play for Dem. A double shot shotgun, and it definitely has lethal ability in smaller maps like Standoff and Summit, but Marshy!
Oh my God!
Nade right there, he is flying across the map, and what a start for him.
I wish I saw where that nade was at. I was too busy looking at what was happening right in front of me, but oh my goodness, I want to see that in my highlights later on. Going on a 4 spree. Early points coming in from Tribe. Very solid hold a while ago, but now Q9 gets the 25 seconds. But 2 players coming in from Tribe. Now all 4 actually goes in there for the defense, but Tang and Island get essential kills, and they still get the scrap points.
Yeah, pretty even off the start, which is not really what it seemed like for that first hard point, so good signs for Q9. Tang frying off the start once again. He's been huge for them so far. And right now they're rotated pretty early over toward P2 as well, and that is the power of the R9 right there. Crazy, crazy range for a shotgun. And this is a solid early setup for Q9. Dam's gonna be the biggest issue. If you're Tribe, you gotta try to get to that opposite side and shut him down. Marshy just doing Marshy things, but he doesn't have a counter for the R9 on the inside of the hard point.
Oh my God.
Dam with the 4 Ps right there. He's going crazy with it, and he's got full streaks off the start.
If Tribe has Marshy, Q9 has Dam, and now it looks like he's playing his angles really well, knowing that it's going to be close range engagements are what he's going to be winning. But scrap points going in for the side of Tribe. Contestation not really quite pulling through, as a rotation really early coming in from Q9. Again, we've seen this already in their first hard point. They're not actually going in there for the contest. They're just giving away all the free points going to Tribe.
Yeah, they have definitely put a big emphasis on those early rotations. I will say this is a very early rotation. Early rotations are a good thing, but when you're giving up this much time for the enemy to just get free scrap time, you're not contesting at all, and you're also opening a door for them to be able to rotate early as well. You got to question, is it worth it? So Tang on the bottom side, trying to make something happen. He's able to break through. Shots coming, I believe, through the wall right there. He's going to be able to make the one-man break. D-Chen finds one on the bottom side as well. Tang and Dam, not 2 players that have, from what I've seen, been big highlight players for Q9 in the past, but they have absolutely come to play today as they're already combining for 20.
But Tribe is just so good when it comes to the retake, and that's why when you're Q9, it's just like you already know that if you're gonna do an early rotate, it's not gonna work out for you. So now, Tribe, yet again, 30 seconds, 23 on the clock right now, and still no contest whatsoever, no anchoring, no spawn control coming in from Q9, and now it looks like slowly but surely Tribe is actually gaining that lead, that momentum that they need. Early rotate coming in from Q9 as 2 players going there for the defense.
I mean, it's one thing if you're getting like rock solid defenses and you're basically untouchable on the inside of the hard point, but Tribe is able to get the majority of their breaks within the first 10 to 20 seconds of each of these hard points, and the fact that Q9 is rotating so early is making it easier and easier for Tribe to do that. Obviously, Q9 still in this, absolutely. It's pretty much a tie game right here as Jez looking to get pushed out and take some control on this side of the map. He's frying with the switchblade in hand. Then once again, 20 seconds in, Tribe already finds the break. If you're Q9, you gotta find a way to contest a little bit more.
Patience from Tribe. 3 players actually in boxes and just waiting for that one last player coming in from Hay. That is so good. That's the reason why that they always do so well in the break. Pegg almost gets another one, but information does gather for them. And now final contest finally comes through from Q9 as well, but not enough as only one player is actually gonna be there. They're funneling in there one by one. That is the biggest difference between these two teams, is that, taking a look at that, who's going in there for the early respawn as well, the early rotate rather into Grannies. That's gonna be Q9, 109 and 86 is the score line.
Yeah, if you're Q9, I think early rotations are good. I think the timing that they've had on these rotations need to be adjusted a little bit. We'll see if they can make that adjustment. Tectonic. Oh, the straightest shooter in the West. He's going to be able to drop down. Maybe going to hit the reload first real quick and see what he can do from the top side. But once again, 12 seconds until you get that break for Tribe. And if that's happening, like, why rotate early? You know, there's no need to rotate early. They're going to give you, what, 20, 30 seconds of free scrap time? You will take that every single time. Q9 finally going to be able to break back in, but they definitely seems like they need to make some adjustments. And I guess that to a certain degree, the rotation's paying off, is they're getting outslayed pretty heavily and still at a tie game. Maybe if you're Tribe, think a little bit about not fighting as much for that scrap time and capitalizing more on the gun skill that you know you have.
Now, speaking of timing of the rotation, now this is a better time when it comes to Q9. As 126 and 113, the gap is a little bit close as Q9 gets majority of the points in P1. 3 players from Tribe going into gas station, but then they are going to be losing it. Just one more player out there, tries to go in there for the kill, but unfortunately for him, Tang is going to be right there. Very slick guy. And now points, yet again, the timing is going to be really good for Q9 this round. Purifier is going to absolutely stop every single one, but then where did that person come from? Just that one essential player is actually going to be Jez, taking down one essential operator.
Maybe not the best position to pull out that Purifier. Obviously, you want to take gunfights on the inside, but if you're going to peek, then don't pull out your operator.
Oh my
Tribe
God.
absolutely floods into the hard point right here, and now the big question once again, does Q9 rotate already? One of the players has at 25, 30 seconds that you're giving away for free, trying to make a 4-man break up against Tribe Gaming. It's just not going to happen. So you want to get the map control. You want that early rotation, but at some point I feel like you got to make a little bit of an adjustment because it's allowing Tribe to just barely stay in the lead for the entirety of the matchup.
Q9 is just trying to go in for the break one by one, and they spawn so far away from the next hard point. They spawn over the way in Hay. And now there's only, what, 3 players that's going to try to go and defend that, where the rest of Tribe's actually there for the break. Player number 5 and 3, that's going to be Marshy and Tectonic, patiently waiting for the rest of their teammates to go and break, and that absolutely pays off. Again, early rotation from Q9, but they always lose when it comes to the contest.
And this could be the nail in the coffin right here. Island, unfortunate timing on that spawn. That's a free kill for Jez, and if we don't see Q9 break back in here, I don't know that they have much of a chance of closing out this one. Could be sent to the lower bracket early on. Right now, Tribe unrelenting in these pushes. They just go ahead and hop out of the hard point. I guess wanted to get some more kills just for the lulz, but they hop back in and should be pretty close to a 50-point lead heading out of this. Once again, you see the free 25 seconds of uncontested scrap time for Tribe. I understand what Q9's trying to do. I'm just not sure about the timing of it.
That timing was really off. I feel like the only really good rotation they had was P2 in this particular restart. But again, Tribe is just too strong when it comes to the retake. As 4-man push coming in from that back end from Blue. And now we get to see, Warehouse rather, where they're still waiting very patiently for the rest of their teammates to go and gather up, as player number 2 from Q9 is going to be outside in Statue, loses that gunfight, but finally a solid hold coming in from Q9. That's going to be really big for them. Again, another big push coming in from Tribe. Going in there, 3 and 2 split is going to ensue.
And the big question for Q9, can you actually get an early rotation to stick? The answer has been no every single time.
Oh my God.
And even though it's not quite as early as it was previously, still 30 seconds in, Tribe Gaming able to find the break. Oh, big purifier for D-Gen though. This is an opportunity for close to a full 60. I think probably that minimum 50 points for Q9 if they can get it to stick right here. Tribe just so clean on the gunny. It has been a back and forth hard point right here. Nobody able to tell. And that's the thing, Q9, you've got the gun skill to break back in. You're just not really trusting your ability to do it. They don't rotate early off of this one, but they're in control of the hard point, and now they have an opportunity to close the gap even more.
Let's see if the change of pace of Q9 is going to help them out. Not rotating early enough and just finishing and getting the scrap points finally. And now getting the scrap points is going to be really big, as we already saw before in this second reset. They had majority of the points here in P1. Looks like they still have a very solid hold as well. 2v2 situation happening over here in Grannies. Really big gunfights being won. Tang going in there with the Purifier, not really getting a lot of these kills. Still, very heavily contested spot.
It is all Q9 in the feed right now, and that lead is getting smaller and smaller for Tribe. A big feed right there, and just as we get a 5 feed for Q9, all of a sudden there's a 5 feed for Tribe, and they're back in the driver's seat. The Purifier comes on out for Pegg. He's got 3 players he can shut down, but isn't able to get either of them. Fortunately for him, Marshy is there, and they're going to be able to get it all the way down to, if I had to guess, 243 heading into the next one. And now, I think for the first time all game, it's Tribe with the early rotation. They've got the setup right here and should be able to close this one out, assuming they play it correctly.
Yeah, they gave it up because they know they can finish things here in P2, and they're doing such an amazing job at clearing out every single one of the players from Q9 over here in Gas Station. There is just no way that they can go in here. 250 is the scoreline, and finally, after a grueling 4 rounds, we get to see a Tribe finally comes out on top as Q9 bumps down into lower round 1.
Woo! That was a tight one. That's one that I feel like could be a preview of our grand finals. Both of those teams incredibly talented. For Q9, very, very winnable control, very close second hard point as well. And over on the Tribe side, the S&D was close too. So I don't feel like coming out of this, either of these teams can feel bad about their performance, but obviously Tribe asserting their dominance early on. That's a great sign for Tribe fans around the world.
Wow, what an amazing matchup that we have, and we're not done yet when it comes to the other teams that are performing here. If you guys are at home, you can definitely check out our Bravo, Charlie, and Delta streams. As you can see over here, our Bravo stream going to be Almighty versus Skade, where surprise, surprise, Skade is going to have that upper hand. And that's going to be really exciting once we see what is going to be that scoreline. But it looks like we had such an amazing round number 1 here in our Alpha stream, where number 1, hardpoint looks like Q9, they're having a little bit of difficulty. But honestly, they improved so much here in standoff.
Yeah, I think a couple tweaks in the way that they played that. I think the early rotations they had were great. But if you look maybe like 10 seconds different of contest time rather than just giving it to Tribe for free in that hardpoint could be a completely different story, especially given how close they were able to keep it in spite of some of those mistakes. So I'm excited to see how they fare up against some of the other regions. I don't think this is going to be the end of the road for Tribe, but or for Q9, but I think they're gonna have a tough matchup in the lower bracket as well.
Yeah, it's the question of who they're gonna be going up against. That is the biggest question of all, as we're waiting for a lot of these teams to finish their matchup. So again, we're going into hardpoint because that was the biggest, I feel like, kryptonite coming in from Q9. Control, they could have had it in the bag. They should have had it, and I feel like we would have been casting map number 5 today. But you know what? We're gonna save that for grand finals possibly. And so for me, Tribe is just so good with their plays. They're so patient, and not only that, they occupy all of the entrances when it comes to a single hardpoint. That's why they're so good at the retake. For me, probably one of the best teams to actually utilize that.
Yeah, I think their teamwork is the reason that they're able to find those breaks so easily. And that's the thing, when you can find breaks that easily, you don't have to be quite as strategic as long as you're getting the bigger chunk of the time. And you know that they're gonna give you what? 20, 30 seconds for free off of an early rotation? Like, you take that every single time.
That's gonna be really exciting But obviously, we have a lot of matches here so far, but Q9 getting that 1, and obviously Tribe getting that 3. Very close matches that we actually had here so far. But before we actually go into whatever match that we have left, I'm pretty excited to see what Tribe actually has to offer. But I feel like Digon, I feel like he's going to be having a little bit of an interview with one of the key players of Tribe Gaming. Veg, that's going to be up next.
I'm excited to see that one. Veg always has very interesting things to say.
Hello, all right, thank you very much, y'all. Great cast. I'm here with Veg from Tribe. Y'all, give it up for Veg. All right, Veg, obviously that was a long series. How did you guys work through the fact that it took a little while to get through?
Well, honestly, like, it was a long series, especially after the S&D. It kind of threw us off guard. We had this 6-3 lead, and unfortunately Tech did get disconnected, and it kind of threw us off guard. Going into the S&D, we ended up losing, but then we went to Hacienda, and being down 0-2, some of us might have lost hope, but I'm guessing we didn't because we ended up coming back, getting that 3-2 victory, going into the hard point, and then we won the entire series, which was a really good thing.
Q9 is one of the top squads in all of COD Mobile. You knew that this was going to be a hype match coming into it. You obviously being like best of the West. What did you think of Q9?
Oh, Q9 are definitely a great team for sure. We did do some VOD review on them, and they do have some good ideas, especially the fact that they are a team-based, I guess, team. Our team was mainly started out as like a gun skill thing. We would eco chow everything, and they were the reason why we started to like get the whole play style working together and stuff. And that was definitely one of the reasons why we did win that game today with this whole series. So I guess shout out to them for giving us that whole idea.
Well, with that victory, now you're on the upper side of the bracket. It feels like you had one of your toughest tests. What are you guys trying to prove here and work on as you continue to move through the tournament?
Well, what we're trying to prove is that we are definitely the best team in NA, and even today we show that with beating the #1 team, which is Q9, obviously. Really great team. And I'm just hoping we can keep the same energy throughout the entire tournament. Because at the end of the day, KD doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who does good or bad. Even if someone does good and they lose, they won't remember it until the winner of the whole tournament wins. They won't remember who did good. They'll remember who won.
Well, you guys got the victory in your first match. Veg, congratulations, brother. You and Tribe moving on to the upper side of the bracket. Let's send it back to the casters to close out this series.
Thank you so much, Digon and Veg. Congratulations for your team moving into the next matchup. But before we actually move on into our next set of matches, let's take a look at the highlights that we actually had, because there were a ton. This is probably one of the closest matches that we've seen so far. Yeah,
it was super tight all the way through. Obviously, the first hard point, not so much. It was a Tribe show through and through. And I do feel like Q9 learned off of a lot of mistakes that they made right here, maybe overly corrected in some situations, but I think overall they put up a good fight. A lot of it is just the pure gun skill of Tribe and also that team chemistry of playing together that long, having such a team-oriented play style. And like Veg said, it's not about KD for them. At the end of the day, they just want to get wins, and whoever has to get kills to do it, they're going to do exactly what they need to do. But across the board, no question, Tribe looking like the hardpoint team to beat in this tournament.
Definitely. We already expected that off the bat, but obviously Search and Destroy is a different story here, where obviously the China teams, both Wolves and Q9, have the upper hand because their region is so heavy when it comes to playing this game mode. But surprisingly, actually Tribe did an amazing job and just really pulling off quite the shocker in this situation and making Q9 and its fans kind of shudder in fear just a tiny bit, because at some point the points were so far away, as you can see over here, but obviously up until our restart where we saw Q9 just wake up.
Yeah, and the thing about it is we talk about how the control was very winnable for Q9. You could say the same about the Search and Destroy for Tribe. Like, I think a couple things changing the momentum in this one definitely had a huge impact on the overall outcome. And I think if Tribe's able to play that first map all the way through, maybe just a straight up 3-0. Obviously, there's a lot of different things that you got to take into account. but Tribe looking very, very strong and definitely not a weak search and destroy team by any stretch of the imagination.
And now, speaking of the highlights for our control game, where Q9 had the upper hand of those 2 points, defense and offense. But you know what, Tribe Sos, yep, we're going to be doing the same thing to you. And that just seals the deal for them. And now for Q9, I feel like they were just being predictable at the very end, where they just had to close it out just once. Like what you said, the same thing happening for Search and Destroy and Tribe. They could have just closed it out, but no. Same case over here for Q9, where they were just so predictable, and Tribe did so well at trying to be more adaptable to the play style of Q9, just not going in there for that mid push, knowing very well they're gonna lose it every single time. And so they went to the outside lanes and just free B and Alpha going in there.
That's the thing about always being an aggressive team. Like, yes, it can definitely work to your advantage, but in some situations it also makes you predictable because the opposing team knows that you're always going to be aggressive. So I think reevaluating in some of those situations could work to the advantage of the Q9. I'm excited to see how they match up against some of the other teams in the future of our tournament.
Yes, we have so much to say, but we do know 3 people that have a lot to say. Vegaz, Shift, and Proper, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. Y'all did a great job for groups C and D. A lot of stuff to cover here as we hop back on into that Tribe Q9 match. There was a lot of things that happened there. Veg had a lot to say about it too, but like just he slid it in there. He was like, you know, we were a gun skill team, but our utility usages. Am I allowed to curse on the interview? I was like, don't curse on the interview, but we'll get to that if you want to. So things to optimize there for Tribe, but they still get the victory over Q9.
And I love that Vegaz getting us a little headpiece of like what they're thinking through, because this is just one step. Yes, it's a major matchup when it comes down to you have a tough opponent in front of you.
Right.
But this is just winners round 1. It's a long tournament. So you do need to be kind of picking apart the things that are technically not going perfect, because you're going to need to win here this weekend.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that we want to do with Q9 as well, as their S&D was something that was worth it, right?
I would say that, you know, we expected their surge to be great, and there were some really great moments defensively. Obviously, they won that huge tear, and that's how they get back into it after the reset.
Yeah, I mean, for Q9 as a whole, as we're watching through some of these replays, you'll see something as a swift decision ends up coming through. Is they didn't want to meet the pace anymore versus Tribe. Defensively, they actually recognized just to give up so much space just outside of 10 and just play for the 5v5 retake, and hey, it worked.
It's great awareness a number of different times, because it's the same setup once again for Tribe. Get on, get the quick plant, but look how Q9 are stacked. They're taking away the mid lane. They have the ability to get players in towards trailer, and then the retake is so darn swift. That's something that Tribe never faced at all during stage 4, and 100% was a catalyst for why Q9 was able to take the surge.
Yeah, and again, showing the power of Q9 and why they're one of the most successful teams in the world and why they win most of the time on S&D. But they are not without their flaws, and we've got a couple of clips here to show that prove it in map number 3.
Yeah, map number 3 was a little bit of a head start here. This is the bad and somewhat of the ugly, right? You know, you do not adjust the screen at all. Yeah, that was a 2-0 lead, in fact, for Q9, and things start going rather awry, and yeah, it has everything to do with that life deficit, plus the resource that Q9 had in their back pocket. They were down at one point like 5 to 12, and they somehow decided just to pull out operators for some reason.
You're 2-0 up. You don't have to spend anything. You're guaranteed another defense somewhere. Why try to force operator usage when not only is it 2 to 10, but you have a safety blanket of another defensive round? They threw away 3 different operators, and I think the word we can use is that's a breakdown. Like, you cannot have those mistakes happen coming out of a major region that is looking to possibly win this tournament. That is a massive mistake, and that's 100% what cost them the map.
Yeah, and again, it feels weird because that doesn't feel like necessarily a difference of strategy. That just felt like a brain fart on stage. So
it's like desperation almost is what it felt like. Just sitting there thinking, there's like, okay, well, I have a grab cannon or I have a purifier. Maybe I can get a couple of kills with this, but you're still down horrendously. Like you're down by like 12 lives at that point. Yeah. There's no reason just to throw away resources when you have such a great lead.
Yeah, well, with that victory, Tribe is now top of the group. Q9 will drop to the limb bracket of the group stage and has to work their way through it. As we take a look at our group stages brought to you by Republic of Gamers. Group C completed already. Team Almighty and Skate still doing battle, and I think Skate's up 2-1 right now over Team Almighty, who's one of the top teams. Luminosity getting the victory over NYSL Esports, and then it was Scars, the Japanese outfit, taking down Influence Kemen in a series here. Thoughts?
Hey, we asked the question at the top of this whole segment, was Scars going to come out and actually do something, or were they just, you know, the only sleeping giant in Japan? They looked good. I mean, we were watching them on the quad feed, and they were making some great plays. You even mentioned a couple of times, like, they're not getting the most kills, but they're getting the important ones. So their objective focus is really good, and it will provide a little bit of a threat, I think, for Tribe.
Yeah, in their map number 1 against Influence Kemen, Influence Kemen had 2 guys drop 49 and 41 kills, but everyone, like, Scars still won, right? They still were able to hold on to the hard point, get the points needed, all in the 30s in terms of kills, but they held the point. It was fascinating to watch.
It's one of those things, again, in Call of Duty, historically, that you'll see the same thing here across the entirety of Major 1, even with the CDL, is that you don't need to get all the kills all the time, but you need to find the right kills, and every single time that we were looking back up at Scars and Influence, they were always in the right place. They were winning those rotational battles, and they were making sure that they were locking down 40 points at a time. You could drop 50 kills, it doesn't matter if you're not generating time.
Yeah, shout outs to Chaotic for those, like, that 49 kill performance in the loss, but still a loss, and it showed as Scars moves on, and they are 1-0. They will take on Tribe in the winner's side of the bracket. That is very, very exciting stuff. All right, y'all, that is all the matches from Group A, B, C, and D, that first round. But now we've got ourselves the elim brackets. It's the put up or shut up time for all the teams that dropped their first series. We're going to have that after we take a short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the COD Mobile 2022 World Championship. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Raleigh, North Carolina for the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship. We've had 7 series wrap on up, and we're waiting for the final series to close on out for our first round of the group stages. Degon here with Beef Mommy and Bobby. We were going right through it, but we're actually going to hop right into the action with our final first round group stage match. It's Skade versus Almighty. This is one here where Almighty was favored. We weren't sure what to expect out of Skade, and Almighty getting pushed all the way to the brink here at 2-2.
Man, these LATAM teams are just so good, and that's why it's just like so amazing. Babzera gets that one big kill. And now you're watching the Delta stream if you were wondering. They're the only ones left here, and that's why we're getting a little bit of a spotlight from both of these teams. Really surprised that the scoreline is actually going to be 2-2, knowing very well that Almighty is the #1 in Garena and Skade is the #2 of LATAM.
Babzera is a player that we saw hitting some big snipes in Stage 5 last year, and he's looking to bring that this year as well. 4 kills on the board for him. There are only 2 rounds, and they're putting in the work, but Almighty is not a team to be scoffed at. They got 5 players still up here in Slum Search and Destroy. Once again, this is a very unorthodox search and destroy map, very, very compact on those bomb sites, and if you can manage to get a bomb down, it's pretty easy to hold off the retake, but that's a very, very big if.
Winner taking on Luminosity, who defeated Nova. Obviously, that means Nova will then be the opponent for whoever loses here, Beef Mommy.
First game 5 of the day. And it's really exciting to see because this is one of the teams that could be OT yet again. Babzera gets that information. Doesn't really quite land the shots though, but he will reposition himself into arches and hopefully getting that information, but none goes to him so far.
Right now, it's definitely a waiting game. Skade doesn't want to force anything. Oh my gosh, but he gets caught off guard by Incendio. Only needed a sliver in that line of sight, and he absolutely shuts it down. That likely going to round out the round for Skade right here. The bomb is down and in a really tough spot to retrieve. Leo's in trying his best to get pushed up right here, but he's going to get spotted out. Does get the kill onto Jeff Pro, but there's Heaven. Trade at hand, and Mihawk left all alone. Going to be able to find Irfan J, but he's still got 2 Almighty players he's got to deal with. But he drops Incendio right there, and now into a 1v1. Heaven and Mihawk!
Oh
it's a 1v3, but we didn't get to see!
Where was the Heaven? I'm so hurt, let's go! But hopefully in the highlights later on, we do get to see that beautiful 1v3, but oh my gosh, what a shift in momentum, and that is definitely needed by Skade. And now for Almighty, you had the upper hand there, and you just lost that 1v3. What can you do? Full rush comes through from Skade here into that alpha site. Bomb goes down very early.
That's just got to be confidence shaking for Almighty right there. That seemed like the most clutchable round. And you've got the bomb sitting right in front of you. They haven't even picked up the bomb. You don't need to challenge, just sit back on a head glitch. Absolutely thrown away round, and Skade's gonna find a couple to open right here as well. Jeff Pro able to find 1 trade, and the pressure's on, but Almighty is executing, but just like that, only 1 player remains. Incendio shut down, and who else? Babzera coming through with the snipes once again. A 3-1 round lead. This would absolutely be an upset, especially with right now the #1 seed in Garena being Almighty.
Skade doing really well when it comes to that aggressive push, but now it's going to be different. 3-2 split for them, trying to gather that information first, and now that's going to be 1 player going in for that Bravo side for Almighty. That's going to be Heaven getting that information down, and they're just going to slow things down just a tiny bit as they go in for the repositioning here through mid. That's a really good split. 3-2 split, and that is going to be able to stop Skade right at its tracks, but then the information finally comes through.
I think a little bit of information for Skade. You can hear the SKS bullets whizzing across. Incendio, that 3 times Rytech, which honestly we haven't seen a whole lot outside of Garena, but he's definitely been able to have a big impact with it so far. Heaven going to be able to find, I believe, deagle shots on the Leo right there. Trade will come through, and now the smokes across. Utility usage is going to be so crucial in this matchup. down to a 2v2. If you're Almighty, you've got to find a way to close it out. Heaven's going to find one. You still got a Pabzera to deal with, and he's got the bomb in hand. It's going to go down over on the B site. The pressure now on as Almighty desperately trying to avoid another big clutch for Skate.
They got all the lanes covered as Heaven gets that beautiful, beautiful timing. That is COD timing at its finest, and unfortunately for Pab, he was at a pretty good spot, but numbers advantage going in from Almighty.
Yeah, and I like this one from Almighty because you stopped the push early by Skate. Skate just rushed A site in the round previously, and it felt like once Almighty gets a little bit more control, you get to see the class that made them the #1 squad in Garena.
Yep, no question about it. We'll see if they can do that again. Obviously, defending over here on the B site, not an easy thing to do, especially if you get that barrage of utility, but Skate gonna play this somewhat passive. One player floods through the midst of the statue area. Leo and Lin's gonna find the openers right there. That's gonna put Almighty in a bad spot, but Incendio finds a double right there. He gets traded out anyway. Shut Up left all alone, and man, those remaining Almighty players got shut down real quick.
Leozin responded with a 2-piece of their own, and now for Almighty in a very tricky spot as Skade is slowly but surely gaining that momentum for their end, and now it really is going to be very difficult because Almighty getting that bomb carry down. It really looks like they're better when it comes to being passive, and it looks like for Skate, they're so good at being aggressive. And speaking of aggressively pushing in through that alpha, going through Broken, but then they do pay the price. Irfan J gets that beautiful 2 as Shut Up goes in there for the backup as well. They push back though for Skate, and now that's going to be really big kills coming in from Irfan J.
The one thing that's going for Skate, they've got a lot of players in a lot of different spots. Shut Up reads that perfectly. He's able to find the trade onto Limbs, and now all down to Leo and Pabzera. We've seen some big clutches out of them so far. Looking to make the cross right here. Got players on each bomb site. Jeff just kind of waiting, letting his snipers do the majority of the work right now, and Pabzera not getting any angles to work with. Shut Up's going to be able to shut down Leo. And now a 1v4. We've seen the 1v3, 1v4, maybe not as feasible. Irfan J shuts it down. Now Almighty most certainly still in this one.
3K for Irfan J. That's going to be huge kills for his team and slowly closing the gap against Skade. And now, like what I said, that Skade really does well when it comes to the aggression. They actually pay for that in that particular round. And now we're going in for a full defense going in for Bravo and a very aggressive push coming in from Almighty. Looks like they want to rush going into Bravo, but that's going to be 3 players that they have to worry about. And Leozetta gets 1, but then Almighty gets 2, gets 3, no, gets that 4K. And now all alone, that's going to be you. You have so much time, Leozin, but not the numbers to back yourself up.
The bomb's going to go ahead and go down, so Leozin's going to find the opener onto Irfan J, make it a 2-piece. And if you're Almighty, you're thinking back to that 1v3, you don't want it to happen again. This one would be a 1v4. And you got to think with the bomb down, just hold hands. You know he's got to make a push through. You know what side of the map he's on, but still very, very split up right now. One's going to get spotted out. And now an opportunity for the 1v4. Leo doesn't have the information on that last player on the inside of Garage. He's going to go ahead, peek around. But right now, Shut Up, all you got to do is play the bomb. You planted it perfectly. He gets the information, but no time to work with. Shut Up's going to go ahead and peek through, but the last shot does not connect in time. Nearly another miracle for Skade, but just like that, Almighty ties things up.
That was beautiful. The way that the bomb was planted was so good for Shut Up in that post-plant situation, and he had all the time in the world to just stop the push, play with time, play with his food, and there was really nothing that Leo can actually do to stop that. And again, that was really clutch for him as well, getting that 1 kill off of Heaven. But yeah, really great post-plant situation coming in from Almighty. Now we're even things up with a 4-4.
I feel like some of these setups for Almighty are just a little bit questionable. They keep putting themselves in really difficult situations when they have big man advantages. It feels like the teamwork just not quite there for them right now, and they get a couple players picked off the start right here. And with Mihawk getting way pushed up in that mid-map area, there is no control, no information, no anything for Almighty right now, and just praying for one of their snipers to find a pick.
Now, speaking of one of their snipers, that's going to be Heaven with the monumental job to try to find someone there. But Shut Up yet again. One more sniper for them. Going to be going down for Skade. Still very doable for Almighty to go in there for the clutch as Heaven spots and knows very well that one person is there, but Jeffra goes in there for the kill. Leozera goes in there for the trade as well. Still doable 3v2 situation, but 50 seconds left on the clock. A lot of time to play with.
Ooh, and Heaven just not quite enough patience right there. I think he definitely could have found one person peeking over top of that head glitch, but now left guessing once again. Lin's right outside the door. May have been an audio cue for Heaven right here, but once again playing the waiting game, and that's not where you're going to want to counter up against an SMG. Reads it like a book. Lin's going to drop right there. Mihawk's able to take down Jeff Pro in that same breath. And what do you know? Mihawk doing all the dirty work for the squad. Skate retakes the lead.
That was the first round we got to see in a while where everything slowed down. The last like 4 or 5 rounds have all been rushes and someone losing a ton of members and then a cleanup right afterwards. That one we finally got some breath and got to see the class by both squads.
So good. I mean, Mihawk is just really good at clutching up those situations, and now for them, they just need to stay put, because so far so good for them. And now very aggressive going in for Almighty into that Bravo site. Very well that they can go and re-affect it. And now a very important gunfight being won right now into Arches. Mihawk yet again, he's the king of this place. He's been getting so many kills here. And Popzera gets a triple kill. Skate, one more to go, and they will win this best of 5.
Our first Game 5 of the day has definitely not disappointed. And maybe didn't talk enough about Popzera coming into this event. Obviously, I remember him making some big plays. But
remember? The man, the myth, the legend.
He's definitely not disappointed one bit, especially against a team that we expected to be top 3. But just like that, the bounce back for Almighty, making Skade pay. Kind of forcing them into that aggressive push. And now with the bomb going down, they're exactly where they want to be. You still got Popzera alive, you still got Leo alive. Anything's possible, but Heaven shuts down Leo, and now all down to Popzera. He's gonna hit the quick scope to open things up right here. But a 1v5, 1v3, yeah. 1v5, just throw away the phone.
You're pushing it right there. But hey, he definitely made at least one mark on the team, one dead, but 5 and 6. Whew, very close to an overtime, and Bobby, it looks like we have a caster curse of just extending all of the games that we actually cast right now. But hey, here we go. One more lifeline for Almighty to try and even things up, and Skade just needs to close this out for 1, but then Almighty getting 2, but then the trades from Skade is also going to come through, but then a 1v3 situation. Hey, what are you going to do, Shut Up?
Oof. Skade trying to shut things down before we get to OT right here. Leo's in, very comfortable on that bomb heady, and Shut Up gonna have to make a lot of consecutive reads right here to make things happen. You can see the cross look right here for Skade. Got all their angles covered, and Mihawk's gonna spot him. Hit markers! Oh, he shot him in the foot on accident right there, and that's likely gonna be the end of the round. These shots don't connect. Skade coming out on top, showing they 100% deserve to be on this stage, and what I would definitely consider to be our first upset of the day.
Oh my goodness, what a beautiful round coming in from Skade, and I could not believe my eyes when we were actually watching simultaneously from our screens today. But really valiant effort though coming in from Almighty, taking into a game number 5, but obviously just could not rely on that search and destroy, could not respond to that aggression.
Well, the Norwegian organization with the full Brazilian roster coming up with the first definitive upset, not only in a map, but in a whole series, and push down the #1 squad from Southeast Asia. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm very glad we waited for all the matches to complete to watch that one finish on up, because it was an impressive, I guess, usage of grit and grinding that last map on out here, Bobby.
Yeah, there were so many difficult situations that could have very easily gone the way of Almighty, but just sticking with it, not giving up on those individual rounds when you got a 1v3, when you got a 2v4, executing to absolute perfection. Almighty didn't have a counter. I think the map pick probably playing a really big role right there as well, and Skade did everything they needed to.
I was about to say it was the map pick, the slums. Their Almighty just struggles because you know them as a very passive team when it comes to search and destroy. They like to take their time, but obviously Skate abused that, knowing very well that being aggressive, they can very well do that as well. But then, hey, Pab and also Mihawk did so well when it comes to gaining a lot of the points, but hey, it's going to be a difficult matchup for all these teams today as we finally go into our losers round 1.
Yeah, perfect transition as hopefully we'll be able to get the updated group stage graphic for you in just a second because, man, we've had a lot of results that were kind of expected, maybe some of them closer in terms of maps than we thought, but generally it's gone the way that we had predicted, except the Influence Kemen and Scars. We weren't sure which way that one was necessarily going to go. But with this upset, I mean, again, it's showing that everyone belongs here, and based on the map, based on the game mode, you might be able to pull out an upset just like we saw.
Yeah, the Latin American region has really showed out so far. We saw a dominant win for INCO. Definitely not a dominant win, but it was a win against a really, really good team. And I'm very impressed by what Skate's been able to do. I actually asked a lot of these players who they felt like the toughest team that they scrimmed while they were in the hotel. A lot of them said Skate. So this might not just be a team that the group needs to watch out for, but maybe the entire tournament.
Honestly, when it comes to Skate, I feel like the number 1 and 2 in LATAM is a little bit blurred because during their stage 4 run, they had the most game 5s, very close calls when it comes to search and destroy, when it comes to control, and also hard points. So I'm not very surprised that this is going to be the scoreline that we actually had today in Skate, just bringing it on top against the number 1 of Garena. That is something that I never knew that was going to happen.
All right, well, we're gonna take a short break so that Almighty have a little bit of time to prep for their lower bracket run, because when we come back, it's all on the line for the teams in the elimination side. They lose, they're out, they win, they continue on in their journey. Make sure you stick around. You're watching the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship.
Target down.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Defend the objective. The enemy has the bomb. Planted.
Enemy down.
Bomb defused. Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Defend the objective. They have the bomb.
Frag out.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Raleigh, North Carolina for the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championships. The first round of the group stage is done, y'all, and now it's pressure cooker time. Lose and go home, stay, and you still got one more shot to make it to day number 2. Degon here with Beef Mommy and Bobby. Y'all, we saw that final match. We saw how much it meant to him. Skade taking the victory over Almighty, but those aren't the only upsets we've had, or those aren't the only close matches we had, surprises that we had throughout. What has stuck out to you so far, Bobby?
Just how talented all the different regions are. I think there was a question of, is East going to dominate? Is West going to dominate? And it hasn't really been either. There have been crazy good Eastern teams and crazy good Western teams. And I think still a lot of question marks up in the air as to who's going to qualify tomorrow. Obviously, pretty big edge for the teams that have already made it through, but it's definitely not locked in by any means.
No, definitely not. As we take a look at our lower bracket matches here, these are all the matches that you lose, you go home, and where you can watch them on the streams at the Call of Duty Mobile Esports YouTube channel. On the Alpha stream here with us, it'll be Team Almighty and Nova Esports and Strut and Vitality, Q9 and Influence Kemen, and over in Delta, Godlike Esports and Stamina Esports. Remember when they played like earlier in that first? It was like a, you know, it felt like a couple days ago.
Yeah. Definitely one of the fastest matches that we've had today. Definitely kidding, being sarcastic. That was an absolute banger of a matchup. Tribe and Q9, that was a battle of the giants that we really love to see. But obviously for me, I think it's going to be a really fast, lower round 1 compared to what we actually had in the group stage.
Yeah, speaking of group stage, let's take a look at it all one more time, that overall group stage scoreboard, as we've got our teams on the top, teams on the bottom. The one that I didn't get your opinion on, I got the other guys, but you guys were still making your way over from the caster desk. Scars in that group C, getting the victory over Influence Kemen. They did it in unique ways in that first map. They were getting out fragged, but on a hard point, they got the victory. And obviously, we had some remakes, I think, in firing range. They got bodied. I think they lost 7-0, but then they remade it, and then they won. And then it was crazy to see how they've been swinging back and forth, but they end up with a 3-0 victory over Influence Kemen.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to evaluate just with Influence Kemen being the 3 seed in the Latin American region. Obviously, the 1 and 2 seeds have been very, very dominant, but Scars, I feel like coming off of that one, still a bit of a dark horse, and they're going up against a Tribe Gaming team that's coming off a huge win against a debatable top 3 team in the entire region. So I think Tribe probably going to handle business in that matchup, if I had to take a guess, but I think it's going to be a very different change of pace just because Scars has a different play style from a lot of the teams that Tribe's used to playing.
Well, speaking of play styles, I'm really interested to see how Scars can actually go and perform because obviously 3-0'd Influence Kemen, and we already know that LATAM has a really competitive region, and now for Japan, they don't really have a really competitive region. I feel like for them, Vox was probably the closest matchup that Scars could actually go and perform, but hey, Tribe is a different beast. We saw it up against Q9, and looks like they are at tip-top shape.
It also feels weird because as Tribe will play Scars, it feels like we haven't learned. We're still at the same point that we thought we were with Scars, where it's like, well, I guess we'll find out. Now we have the measuring stick as they're going to go play against Tribe. Now let's take a look over at Group D. We just saw that one wrap up here on the main broadcast as Skade took down Almighty in our big upset of the day so far. That means the Southeast Asian squad is going to take on the European kid in Nova Esports, and on the top side of the bracket, Skade and Luminosity. Let's talk through the top side, then we'll go to the bottom side here. Skade and Luminosity.
Ooh, this is going to be really interesting because we know that Skade is going to be the top 2. Actually, both of these teams are their top 2 seeds in their respective regions, obviously for Luminosity and AIM for Skade. That's going to be for LATAM. I don't know what's going to happen for this one. I'm going to be honest with you because we already know both of these teams have been so good so far today, but up against each other, I think it's going to be grounds for another round number 5.
Yeah, it's going to be chaotic for sure. I think both of these teams have gotten overshadowed by their 1 seeds, but both of them have the potential to win this entire thing. So it is going to be a battle of the play styles. I think that Luminosity is a much more aggressive play style. LATAM has talked a lot about how many different stationary players they have around the map, and that's part of the reason why their SKSs are able to have the impact that they're able to have. it's going to be a big question, I think, in regards to the utility in a lot of those matchups.
Now to the bottom side of that same group, you got a team that had the longest series, go all 5 maps in Almighty in their loss, and I think probably one of the shortest series as Luminosity took care of business against Nova Esports before they could even really settle in. These guys don't want, we didn't expect Almighty to be here in the first place, to be quite frank, but now they're here and it's starting to get real. You feel the mortality in your tournament run.
You never want to go down 0-1 in this competition because it's too close for comfort. And now for Almighty, we expected them to be one of the top teams that we have today, but obviously the seeding was not in their favor. And so for them, they have to go and match up Nova, where Bobby and I were actually casting another game, and we were just so surprised that, hey, they're done already. Nova's going to be in that lower bracket run, and now I feel like for now, Nova is going to be in a very tricky spot. I think out of all of the teams that we have here so far, Nova, really tricky spot because Almighty is just so good when it comes to all of that.
Yeah, I think right now both India and Europe have a lot to prove because 5 of our 8 losing teams are from India and Europe. None of those teams from those regions got a win in that first round. So I think one of the teams that has the potential to do that is Nova. I think that they are going to struggle in that matchup because it's definitely an Almighty team that has a lot to prove. This is an Almighty team that beat Q9. They beat Q9 in CDFI, so we know that they're a good team. We've seen them bounce back in difficult scenarios as well. I feel like that back against the wall situation is probably going to elevate their gameplay even more.
That is just intense matches through and through, and it's looking like it's going to be LATAM that's really good when it comes to those rounds, but also North America really just showing up since you did bring up regions, right? And for Garena, didn't expect that Omega was going to be winning up against the #1 of EU so convincingly, giving them a 3-0, and that is going to be a huge win for that particular region. But obviously, we're taking a look at the players right now, Almighty versus Nova, where we were kind of expecting Nova to actually pull through in stage 4 and be that #1, and they were having such a good run up until where they were still Animus actually, did such an amazing run at the very end.
Again, Almighty winning the CDFI, huge victory over invitation of some of the best teams in all of the East. That's why that loss quite eye-opening, and we'll get to find out how they do against adversity. I feel like that's what I want to really dissect. The difference between losing a close series 3-2, being like, man, that could have gone either way, and it's international performance. So, you know, you do run into a team that's hot. You do run into a style that's different compared to losing 3-0 where you get smacked and you're like, you know what? That one doesn't even count. Yeah. Or, you know, rarely are you like, wow, we've lost our hands. We're panicking now. Like, I wonder how the teams are going to react as we take a look at Team Almighty right there.
I think the other thing is the fatigue factor. Like, Nova finished a while ago, and it was a 3-0, so they've had plenty of time to rest. We literally just finished casting Almighty. Those guys have got to be exhausted, especially after a grueling series like that where you've had multiple map resets as well. That's got to take something out of you. Could also mean you're a little bit more warmed up, but it's kind of the flip of a coin as to which way that swings.
The thing with Almighty is that you need to show them that you're in charge. That's the one kind of kryptonite that this team has. And yes, they can be cool, calm, and collected, but once you kind of cross the line with them, that's where they kind of falter when you put that pressure. And I feel like that team comp of Skade, knowing very well how to push the buttons of Almighty, that was probably one of the biggest reasons why they actually won that. But for Nova, can you be as aggressive? Can you really just assert that kind of dominance into a team like Almighty where you know that they will be really gracious under pressure?
Yeah, you can see headphones already on for Nova. They're starting to warm back up. For the Almighty guys, taking a second there, just gathering their thoughts as they just completed the marathon, the longest series that we've had so far. So both squads just getting ready and preparing. And remember, one of them going home after all of this. Again, proud to be here, proud to represent your region. You do leave with a pretty good chunk of changes, $15,000, $16,000 for that 13th, 16th place spot. But you don't want to go right now, especially in front of this crowd and the lights and all that stuff. And specifically Group C and D, this Group C and D losers who've lost 2 in a row, you got to be on stage for like 2 hours and then you're out, right? Yeah. You didn't even get that break in between to process. That's a tough thing to battle here.
Yeah, you can see Irfan J trying to like lift the spirits of the team because it's just like it might not even be like disappointment, but it's just like, oh my gosh, like it takes so much out of you, and that's what from a viewer perspective, I think a lot of times we don't realize how exhausting it is playing at that level of competition because you're constantly making split-second decisions that have a really big impact on the outcome of a really big tournament. So hopefully they'll be able to regain right here and drink lots of water.
Oh yeah, absolutely, drinking a lot of water. So I mean, I feel like we just need to cut some slack when it comes to all of these teams because they've been playing for so long. And I feel like what you mentioned before, the jet lag that a lot of these players actually have to go through is really important. But hey, I feel like this is the time to really just step it up. And I feel like for us, we definitely need to drink some water as well because we've been going at it for so long.
Yep, they've been going for a while, and you know they're not the only team. Again, we're highlighting the Alpha Stream, I guess lower bracket matchup, but we got 3 other ones. Godlike and Stamina Esports, another one that I want to set up that storyline right there. Godlike, we've talked about how India 0-2 right now with both their squads. Stamina had a very close battle in each one of the maps, although they did end up losing the series. They were very close against Smart Omega, both these squads with their tournament lives on the line.
Yeah, I think Smart Omega is a team that whenever it comes to big moments, they know how to show up. It was interesting to me. I didn't expect Stamina to go out that way. And obviously, I predicted them to be the winner of the group. So I am interested to see what type of adjustments that they make. Obviously, looking especially at the S&D, Marvel dropped 20. So if you can elevate the level of play of the rest of those players, you got to think they should be able to handle the S&D relatively easily. Then it's just a question of making those adjustments in the respawns.
All right, well, to get us ready for our next matchup, we're going to set it on over to our casters to get us into the game. Shift in proper. Go ahead, guys.
Thanks, friends. Hey, this is an interesting situation. I don't think any of us expected to be getting this matchup. The thing about it is Almighty just sleeping through their alarms, or are they finally awake? Because it's like everyone's been talking about it. It's literally do or die time.
It really is. You know, we did do or don't, first.
I could now say do or die.
But now we
okay.
have made it to do or die. Absolutely. You know, the entirety of just the Eastern groups are just absolutely down horrendous. It's just something that we honestly didn't think that was going to be coming our way. But I mean, hey, you know, you played Skate very closely, end up unfortunately ending out on that Slums Search and Destroy. Just didn't go their way.
Yeah, and here's the thing, it's like this happened last year in the Western Finals. Skate upset a ton of teams in the groups, nearly made it into the playoff bracket. Maybe the same thing's going to be on hand for today. On the other side though, okay, lots of expectations was built over towards this Team Almighty squad. Yeah, they're great. We have the results to back that all up. Not just inside the region, but as the desk had very, very vividly mentioned, also against China in the Fall Invitational. That's an incredible result, and yeah, outside of Tribe being a favorite, they came in as the Eastern favorite. But Nova, here's the question. They got smoked in the opening matchup versus Luminosity. So now it's really kind of this battle of who's here to play today?
Yeah, I think especially for Nova, you're coming into this entire matchup, right, that you had a very tight EU finals at that. And then you come in and get absolutely worked by LG. Again, it was not pretty. That 3-0 control on Raid was just very, very quickly done and dusted. So you better hope that it started and stopped with the pick, ban, and veto process, especially for both of these two teams. Raid hardpoint for map 1, Takeoff, Search, and Destroy, and Summit Control are our guaranteed 3 maps. And what's even more interesting as well is that Nova actually opting in to get rid of the Hacienda, where Almighty doesn't want to go to firing range.
Yeah, that's fair. And just kind of as far as Nova is concerned, the only map mode combo that's going to make its way back into the series is that map 4 Slums Hardpoint, where they got 250 to 69, bro. I mean, not even close. So I think if you're Nova, you have to be thinking, we got to get to map 4 up to 1, please, or just get out of this one 3-0, which, I mean, again, if you're a big avid follower of the COD Mobile scene, you don't necessarily expect that to happen versus Almighty, but if we've learned anything through our first set of group matches, is to expect the unexpected.
No, absolutely. And that's almost what is very unexpected is that the simple fact that Nova actually allowed that Slums to come all the way through. Clearly they know something more than what was already offered in their matchup versus Luminosity. And, you know, again, it's just one of those things that we can then go back to and actually highlight that, yeah, maybe it was just a very slow start to the day. There was obviously a decent amount of time in between that match and now, but they're also going up against an Almighty roster that legitimately just got done playing against Skate. So it's you really do have to show up and absolutely play your heart out.
I think the biggest thing, though, kind of comparing these two squads and their opening results. Almighty, maybe it was decision making, because it didn't really seem like there was one player that was like, oh, he's just not here today. The team was playing fine.
Yeah.
Skate was just playing better. On the other front, though, you look at Nova, we had this same conversation stage 4 EU. What is Spy going to do? Because he's kind of like the new guy in, and we kind of had this comparison between Spy and Jez, you know, their first times playing in Europe and then North America respectfully. But, you know, are we actually going to get the superstar that Nova expected to get from Spy?
Yeah, we need that playmaker to show up. If you are a fan of Nova as a whole and you want to see this EU team really go far, because I mean, you can't just always just rely on, you know, just one player to be able to make all those plays happen. I mean, I felt like it was almost a broken record continuously going through the entirety of that slum search and destroy, where, you know, you blink and then you're just down to just one more player left alive. It's just a lot of isolation that was coming through, and, you know, for Nova as a whole, I think that that's something that you immediately need to rectify. And hey, maybe it could honestly be somebody like Inferno. You know, you go all the way back for Inferno's entire year, an entire tenure rather, in COD Mobile. They'd have time on stamina, placed third in 2021. It's kind of the veteran leadership that you almost need, especially in a LAN experience.
He was a standout player as well all through last year. I mean, he was definitely the guy to watch out for. So, I don't know. There's a lot of missing pieces, I think, to what we kind of see result-wise on both fronts, just in different ways.
Yeah.
You know, team-wise, I think Almighty is like, okay, you know, collectively, you even kind of saw a coach kind of going back and forth like, hey, we got this, let's regain. You even heard the devs talking about it, like collective breaths, just let everything settle. Let's get into this one and just start our run right here. We're on the other side, you know, Nova, you're coming off of an absolute smoke show. So you have to be able to essentially try to put your finger on what went wrong. Were we just not ready to play, or is there something that we're just missing in our planning? It's kind of a, you know, a little bit more of a hogwash when it's, you know, where is the problem?
You have a lot of times watching hogs?
I don't watch many hogs.
Oh, okay, all right. I was just curious. But, you know, regardless, though, I mean, not to go back and use the same point, but I mean, Nova's match was a decent amount of time ago. To go back over those 3 maps specifically, just scrubbing back at the YouTube feed, is very possible.
Sure.
And I do honestly stand by this. No matter the Call of Duty, no matter the year, you can learn a lot from getting absolutely taken down the way that Nova did. And when you go back and you take a look at the way that Luminosity was able to play throughout the entirety of those maps, that's what you want to be able to adapt and really implement into your own gameplay.
It's always so tough, because it's like, would you rather be the team that just got 0-3 and you're just like, oh, well, okay, that was just not our match, reset? Or is it like a, what's going wrong?
Right.
Or on the other side, like if you go this intense, close series in 5, you start to nitpick on everything. And it's just like, oh, well, we're doing this wrong. You start to overthink things. I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be one of those situations that it's all about regaining here throughout this entire slot, as it is elimination round 1. But we are just a minute away from being able to get into game, and while we're waiting, we'll step away for a little 5-minute break. When we come back, elimination round 1 graces our screens. Don't go anywhere. Hello, you. It's us, and we're back, and we've got great news. Games are just about ready to go. Elimination round 1 is just about to get underway, pretty much across everything that's happening on the main stage. Our focus is going to stick, though, with the team that just got shocked on main. It's going to be Team Almighty taking on Nova Esports from EU. We already kind of did a lot of frame up, but here's the layout once more proper. Kind of take us through our headspace as far as where do you feel like the must-wins are for either team?
Well, I honestly think that it's all over the place, right? I mean, if you're looking from Almighty's perspective, I think that the hard point specifically on this raid might just be able to favor you. It's very, very difficult to gauge fully where Nova does stand, because if you're just not joining us and you haven't been watching all 4 streams, well, what have you been doing all day? Because you missed Nova getting absolutely slammed by LG in a 3-0 fashion. They lost that Slums hardpoint 250 to 69. That's not nice.
No.
So they have to come out of this raid hardpoint absolutely swinging to show why they belong here.
And here's the cool thing about this map is we're going to get a really good feel for both of these two teams to see, was it just an off first round for them, or are there actual core mechanical problems that are going wrong? This map is all about just valuing rotations, being able to set yourself up for success. So we dive on in. All the grenade trails right over the top. Neil will secure first blood, having able to at least win out the backside of Ring, and the color, well, on site the colors are going back and forth. A little bit of a pinstripe kill feed, but Heaven still involved. Yep, finds the last elimination, double for him, and it's Almighty in the hill.
In the hill for now, but I gotta say, I really respect what I am seeing out of Nova thus far, and that's just the simple fact that they're at least waiting for respawns and before they even think about taking laundry control. But player number 5, Saturn's able to get up close and personal, able to hold the line and space provided. This is very big moments coming forward for Nova, so that way they can hold the spawns ahead of the kitchen rotation.
Kills coming out from Nova, all of it from laundry. They're able to take the rotation, start playing over towards P2. Creed flashed up, has a little bit of assistance though. They get to the money window just a touch late, and yeah, Shut Up able to find at least 1 elimination. The rotation coming out though from Nova, trying to scramble, get here, win this hard point, and more importantly, win the spawns in the back. But you take a look at the minimap, the flip is successful, and Nova all of a sudden in a chance to kind of have to fight back into this.
That was a really big moment for Almighty to immediately recognize the one simple fact that they had to end up trying to put themselves in a position to try to work down towards the south side of the map. Get past Tiki and then flip out the spawn so that way they can inevitably get in here for 2.
All right, jungle spawns in for the side of Almighty. Have to dig back in towards the cushion that was gained off the first hard point though. Nova looking good from the front, numbers and eliminations behind that. Heaven's able to get a double, but Jeff able to fall means that all of a sudden Almighty's bounced out of the hard point just as fast as they were set up. Still 35 seconds to fight for. Heaven on the way in. Already doing a lot of the legwork for his team, but it's just not quite enough to single-handedly get the break. Teammates are there to follow up though, and it will be Almighty hanging in towards the second hill.
Yeah, and also just look at Almighty just manipulating the map entirely. All of Nova essentially spawning into P4. Why is that? Because you have players being the route man, Heaven being that route guy, absolutely getting paid, pulling out operators to boot.
Heaven already in towards New, as you mentioned. Almighty looking to turn scrap into initial here, but Nova's very quickly just going to concede the old time and try to focus on the front here. But this is all in shambles. I mean, this is just 1 by 1, a little piecemeal on this break attempt, and Almighty's going to reap the reward. Creed's the only one to really get into the hard points. Spawns are still all over the place, but Creed is locking things down single-handedly. A little hero moment for him, but it gets cut down, and with that, Almighty will win the rotation over to Garage.
Yeah, this string of scrap into initial from 2 to 3 isn't exactly an easy one, but Heaven on 11 kills is still zoning players in and out of Art. The bait and switch up through driveway inevitably gets traded, but reaping the benefits from all that work that has been put together. Now you still have to deal with Saturns and Creed trying to push in through AC. There's 40 seconds left to fight for over here in Garage, and I'm not gonna lie, I think that Nova desperately needs this break.
Yeah, 50-50 fights happening in and around the hard point at the moment. Heaven still trying to play through Fountain. Yeah, that works, even though he's flashed. He's able to deal with the next opponents coming forward. Now the next hit for Nova all has to come through Jim's side. Not exactly what you want, because you gotta go through this small doorway. Inferno not going to predict the right, and well, it's not quite a full-on lineup, so Nova will get a bit of a break. That gets us to about a dead-even game, but we take our attention back to the minimap, bottom right side, big battle for jungle spawns.
There's actually a 3-for-1 that's actually going down over there as well, as Jeffro will end up getting traded, but that's all just good information. Whose Heaven is going to be right there to try to clean things up. 16 kills, by the way. Now it's up to Neil down low here for Nova to try to zone away the pool. Can only come up with 1, and it's still Almighty setting themselves up for 4.
Inferno from the window, SKS has Heaven around the outside. Oh, not able to get the shots to land though, and the regen's good for Heaven, which means Almighty now have numbers. Nades starting to flood into the basketball hardpoint, but Almighty are pretty comfortable off this setup, and you can see it just off the kills alone. Purifier that was being held by Irfan, not really going to be used for much of anything, but still, I think you take a trend of the game right now, Almighty's on top when it comes to how proactive they're being on the map.
And it's literally just that. It's like I was talking about at the beginning of the day, some better hardpoint teams will be able to exemplify really good core fundamentals in the respawns, making sure that you're rotating ahead of time. That's been Heaven every single time, and he's reaping the benefits continuously. Has a streak to be using, already calls in a hunter killer drone. He has 21 kills to his name, Alan.
Spy gonna pull out the gravity vortex, just looking to lock down old time. Well, that's really well placed. It's gonna provide at least a little bit of a cushion here, maybe even a bit of a dissuading of Almighty just saying, we don't want to deal with this hard point. Give him the old time, which once again, yeah, at the moment Almighty's doing better on the early sets of rotation, but Nova's scrap battles have been really efficient.
It's legitimately just that, right? Just making sure that you're annoying, making sure that you have players like Creed being able to find 2 off of exit, and it kind of sets the rest of Almighty off kilter, so they don't have the setup that they're constantly looking for, because you always have flanking members of Nova to deal with.
Heaven trying to lock things down from the bottom side of the double stairs. Nothing there, but his teammates pick him up. No worries. Hardpoint opens up towards Broszxs, and it's all Almighty in the kill feed. We continue to see this trend of the first 30 favoring Almighty, the back 30 more so favoring Nova. Hard to say it convincingly, but that pretty much has been how it's gone. Neil shut down, but he's opened the door for his teammates to start to push through, but Almighty predict it. The shutdown is there once again, and this could be the first convincing hold we've seen from Almighty yet.
Still 30 seconds left here in P5 before we go in towards the second set of rotations. Now, if you're Nova, you really don't want to give all of this up, but it's a double-edged sword because you want to make sure that you maintain this side of the map ahead of the P1 and P2 rotation. But you can even just look at the mini-map here. It is all just completely covered in Almighty. You said big win because Spy needs to go big here in P5 to be able to fight for the scrap time.
With spawns coming out for Nova, trying to surround this first hard point. It's just Jeff that's here for Almighty at the moment. Teammates are trying to frantically get here to assist him, but honestly speaking, he's been fine. He's got a little bit of cover, doing a lot of damage to Inferno up top, so that SKS isn't going to find much value. And as the old time once again expires, it's Almighty who's here first. And now with all of a sudden a pretty large cushion, we're looking at 150 to 94.
Saturn's only has 7 kills, but they actually get gifted a spawn right behind Kitchen. Can't come up with anything at all. Almighty just existing around ring. It's so annoying because Nova constantly have players in position to potentially do something, but they're not winning the crucial gunfights for the initial time.
It's just all very disjointed. There's a couple of pushes here off of this one guy, and then there's somewhere else who was trying to do something different. It just doesn't feel super coordinated right now from Nova, and even though Almighty have not necessarily been dominating this game in the first rotation of Hills, they're starting to do that now. Things starting to fire up pretty quickly. Heaven breaks to 30 already, and now we got a 180 to 95 game with Heaven leading the way.
It's kind of the big difference maker, doesn't it? I mean, Heaven, yes, 31 and 17 on a 5 spree currently, even almost has a minute of hardpoint time as well. You even look on the other side, the one person that we said is the superstar that we need to show up, 13 and 21 for Spy on a map like Raid, not going to be good enough.
Have to have a huge hardpoint right here, right now in Kitchen if you're Nova. Numbers are decent, but they do not currently control this back jungle area, which is what you want for spawns. Well done for Inferno, able to take down one. Doesn't expect that Heaven's nearby though, so he continues to lurk and persist into the back. Neil, the next one up, and he's the next one to fall. Goodness gracious, who else wants to come in one by one, I think, says Heaven, at now 33 total kills. First 15 seconds, though, are good for Nova. The thing is, you have to win a full 60, and you have to win rotation to new.
And that's a very, very tall ask. And you can see just with this leader's advantage just diminishing down to 80 points, Almighty can pick and choose how they want to be able to break this hard point. Wait for the respawns, work your way around the back, while you also have players trying to hit through the front.
Heaven on the flank. Pinch is absolutely perfectly timed, and that's just not, we haven't seen anything like that from Nova. It's been, okay, you guys go, and then 20 seconds later, I'm gonna go. It just doesn't really feel like it's all happening at once. And Almighty are just overwhelming. We had the question of, was this going to be a pretty evident map in terms of what's been going wrong? And I think we could say, yeah, for Nova, but on the other side, Almighty's definitely stepped back up. But as we rotate to Garage, you hate to call it now because anything can happen still on this map, but Nova, now it's time. You have to have the full 60 if you want to have a chance to extend this map.
It's so hard to be able to string so many different hard points together on a map like Raid, which is, again, why we're singing the praise for Almighty through that first and half of this hard point rotation so far. But in their previous push, they allowed Nova to spawn in towards Garage. They are all hunkered down. They have players spawning over towards Ring. So player number 5, which was Arfen, and will end up being dealt a very swift hand. But the rest of the numbers for all of Almighty, they're coming from the Fountain side.
Neil, next one in, does well. Gravity Vortex also finding value for Spy. The lock is looking pretty darn solid, but the hit's not done yet. Almighty still trying to force their way in, possibly trying to win the game here, but as the last hit is shut down, you take a look at the minimap and turning tail and running back towards basketball goal. Almighty. Nova have to pick. Every kill on rotation here is a massive kill for Nova if they can find him.
The same could be said for Almighty. The more kills that you find in the middle of rotation is going to constantly keep Nova spawning out, but where player number 1, where Heaven's located at, yeah, you're slaying out, but you're actually opening up spawns over by Ring.
Yeah.
If you can find that trade, it would be massive, but even calling in the Predator missile from Spy, that could be the opening to potentially get in here early.
Wait for some help here. This is a tough angle to chow by yourself. Inferno's not even here yet. He's pulled out the bow. Sparrow's going to work out for at least one. He gets the second, but he takes his own life. 1v1's in the back. It's down to Creed. Can he hold on? No, not quite. And spawns will stay good for the side of Almighty. 50-50 battle onto the interior. Saturn's looking to do something from inside the cubby. He's earned himself a straight. The Pred missile's called out desperately. It's going to find nothing at all, and that's going to be an Almighty will be able to reinforce, and they can put the game away here.
Just need 20 more seconds. They have to close spawns. They're working down Spiral. Still more isolated gunfights. Money control through that window for Almighty could be the benefactor. Creed is the only player that's pushed up closest, and he's not getting any reinforcements because you still have Jeff and Money.
Yeah, Nova's just getting put into a little bit of a chokehold. Neil, Sparrow works out for a couple. There's the pinch. Spy finally able to get back in. This game's not over yet. There are streaks to be used here for Nova as we rotate to the most open hard point that we could possibly see here on raid. This comes down to, can you possibly use that in combination of your operators to actually make this comeback happen? Keep in mind, you can't let this last 5 seconds go either.
No, you cannot. We'll be able to win that, though. Now you have to just hoof it over towards the rotation.
Gotta call streaks, yeah.
Have to use the streaks early. You're gonna end up having a Vortex gun inside of Kitchen as well. Saturn needs to go big, needs to find value to provide space for their team.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen, not here, not now. It was a valiant effort for the side of Nova, but in the end, it really does feel like there were just too many moments for Nova that you had the right setup, just didn't communicate and coordinate how we were gonna say go together.
Yeah, I got to highlight specifically in that second set of rotations, Alan. You know, one thing that we ended up talking about, there were moments that looked really, really good. You know, when Spy was finding those 3 pieces, sometimes Inferno was also there as well, piecing together a handful of eliminations. But it was all just isolated plays.
Sure.
Very individualistic was the way that Nova was playing throughout the entirety of that hard point, and just to wrap it all up in a beautiful fundamental bow, Almighty was quite the opposite.
Yep.
Yeah, Heaven went absolutely AWOL. I mean, the guy was just dropping numbers continuously, as you can see on your screen. 43 and 29, how casual is that for the kid? But regardless, it's what the rest of the team was able to do, benefiting off of all that space that was being provided.
Yeah, and Irfan's the exact next person up. 2 minutes and 42 seconds inside the hard point, while also tallying 31 total eliminations. That matches the best on the opposite side, which, to your accord, you wanted to point to Inferno, say, hey, he played really well all through last year. Maybe the guy that needs to step up, he did what he could, but it was just a little bit too late.
Yep, just not enough, really. I mean, again, you're basically picking and choosing a whole bunch of different players that really just kind of struggled throughout the entirety of that. Again, it really did feel like Nova was missing that route man through the entirety of the first set of hard points. There was nobody trying to get rotations early. The only reason why they were in for the initial 10 seconds before they got broken was because they got spawned out, because that's just how Almighty was playing. They were breaking them late.
5v5 on a 4v4 map. That 5th person should be going rogue and finding something to really benefit his squad.
Yep.
So well done by Team Almighty to come back after a very tough 5-map series in their opening round matchup. And now we take a look at the takeoff, search, and destroy. First time we've seen it here on the broadcast today. Actually, I think it might be the first time that any of our teams have played it yet today. And I think the person that we have to continue to highlight, hate to keep singing the same song, but Inferno, if he's going to pop the SKS again, this would be a great map to have lockdown potential out of him.
There is a lot of range potential on takeoff. I mean, obviously you can find opportunities in certain avenues, basically looking at Heaven that you have to deal with, but the name of the game here, from what we've been able to see from that raid hardpoint, is that Almighty are probably going to want to play very, very fast. That is what they were able to exemplify when they were playing against Skade in their previous match on the Delta stream.
Yeah.
That Nova just need to be able to keep them at a sniper or SKS reach.
Well, I mean, the SKS may be kind of the lens of defeat here for Almighty, because they did lose both the search and destroys to Skade, who does love to play the SKS. So, you know, maybe there is a problem there when it comes down to Almighty's play style and how they want to try to counter that long-range ability. And maybe on the opposite side, we take the other side of the sword here and say, maybe that's exactly how you slay the dragon if you're Nova. Not that Almighty is represented by a dragon. I've just been watching a lot of House of the Dragon.
That was a great reference.
Thank you.
I haven't been watching House of the Dragon, but I appreciate the reference.
Very good. But here we go. Search and destroy. Take off. Key, I think here, if you're Nova, you do not want to go down 0-2 to this very good Almighty squad in the face of elimination round. Neil, first blood. Okay, how about that? Long range. Ah, but immediately countered. It's Incendio and shut up. Able to combine for 3 almost exactly in the response. Heaven also in the mix, and the last player left is Creed, who could do absolutely nothing. And wow, yeah. Wow is right.
You know, it's one thing that we were sitting there trying to highlight what Nova was going to be able to do so well and what their potential was going to look like on a map like Takeoff. But, you know, what Almighty were able to do so well, even in a losing fashion, 7-5 on that Slums the Search and Destroy versus Skate, was the simple fact that they had snipers popping off.
Okay, we need to have a conversation here, Nova. Continue to get aggressive, continue to get picked apart right off the rip. It's the second kill right down mid, and this defense is not even coming close to getting even set up. Almighty reaping the reward of some free first bloods at the moment. Still some difficulty, though, I will say, with the last 3 defenders holding on to angles that are pretty safe for the most part. But the thing is, you can't play 1-for-1 corners if you're Nova. You have to make something special happen. And as Heaven is able to pick up on Spy, looking like it could be a flawless round here for Almighty, pending they find the last 2 kills cleanly.
Yeah, I was about to say, Neil has no idea what they were about to be walking into. The double sniper setup, as meta as it is on a map like Takeoff, this is what you needed as Creed to be able to find a 2-piece, but it's just a moment, maybe just a little bit too late. Bomb being planted, information has been traded, but trying to make an argument was Creed there. Beautiful stuff coming through with the Krig 6, but nonetheless, Almighty in their double sniper setup looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. But look, okay, this is 2 rounds in a row now. Nova's been essentially out of the round in the first 10 seconds. You cannot get picked off spawn here. Have to stay alive. Give your defense a chance. And this time they're going to avoid the middle of the map almost completely. Bomb carried by Jeff. Just kind of feeling things out over towards the A site. No real commitment at the moment, but this is Almighty saying, hey, if you're going to give us 3 kills, we're going to wait here until we feel like we have to be the ones to make the first move.
Yeah, Jeff just, again, maybe expecting Nova to make a very aggressive hit past the AS&D site, but this is what you need to do if you're Nova. You just wait for them to make the mistake. There's no reason for you to get aggressive. I love the angles that are being held.
Now it comes down to trying to feel things out. Shut up. Still alive through scaffold. How has he managed to stay alive there? Creed does tally first blood. That pretty much eliminates the entire B side of the map. He may not know that, though, considering where the kill was, and on top of that, the fact that he had to back away. But with 60 seconds left to play, there is still a lot of doubt here for Nova as far as where is Almighty, because they haven't shown themselves really at all.
You got information on 2. You were able to deal with at least 1 player coming through from that north building, but you still understand that there's going to be a player all the way down towards scaffolding. So that's why you're seeing all these blue arrows on the mini-map coming through from Nova, making sure that the A-bomb site is reinforced because the entire cross is being watched by Neil.
Ah, there you go. Speaking into existence, why don't you there, friend? Shut up, able to drop. Heaven with 1 response, but this has to be an 8 commitment. And there are rifles waiting for this push. Much, much better from Nova. Yeah, perfect. Very well done. And that's just a split of focus. Just don't peek mid. That had to have been the comm there for Nova.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you don't have to take an engagement within the first 10 seconds on Takeoff, why try to force it? You're both going to be running double snipers. You might as well just play very steady and wait for them to work in towards your line of sight. It is defense after all. Search and destroy. They are on offense. Almighty have to make the move.
Once again, everything just being felt out. Snipers looking for someone to cross. But Nova's disciplined, not peeking anything. Literally nothing, except now, as there's a push coming forward. Spy after that first blood. Look how far Spy has gotten. He's already bought him scaffold. That's number 4 in blue. And there's an opportunity to possibly even isolate on to shut up top. He's going to reveal his position with that kill on a Creed, but it just comes down to, does Spy feel frisky enough to make this push?
No, I think I want to go over and help out Neil, who was able to convey information off of Creed's death. Spy is just going to be playing for the exits here. This is a very forward position, egregious play potentially. Spy needs to be careful here.
Oh, I don't know. I think Irfan may have just seen him. Yep, there's the feel out. Ah, but Spy still deals with it. Well done. Shot up there for the response. Neil with the trade. Well done. Numbers stay with Nova's defense. Still plenty of time on the clock here, and with the defense now being stretched, maybe an opportunity for Almighty to actually force something.
You have to deal with Neil on this cross. If you don't deal with Neil on this cross, specifically from Heaven, I don't know if you're going to be able to work towards one of these bomb sites. This line of sight all the way across ring is everything. That's why you're starting to see Heaven make moves.
Now the defense just pulls back. They know they can play just for a retake if they want to. Heaven's starting to look over towards Gens, maybe to throw some pressure to B, but the defense is pretty much fully stacked here at the A site. Inferno up top is going to be the first point of contact if there was anyone to hit through launch. The bomb is actually snuck up pretty far. You got to be careful here if you're Neil. If he could get a sound cue, that'd be great, but really he's by himself, and the quick scope comes out. And how about it? Take the challenge on towards the site as well. And Nova's defense is looking much better. The patient approach is really good.
I mean, that's what it comes to at the end of the day, right? I mean, you got to play your search and destroy. If Almighty are going to be punishing you for trying to take such a forward approach, you better make sure that you're fundamentally showing that these crosses with the double snipers are at least being looked at. Big 2 rounds on the bounce here for Nova.
Oh, here we go. Little smoke push from Irfan. Oh, and he's been freed but tagged by a multitude of nades. I imagine that information was transmitted as Creed was able to find the first blood. Once again, back and forth goes the kill feed into a 3v3 with tons of time on the clock. Bomb is still in hand, though, for Jeff. And they have a good look at B, but the problem about this is they've lost Heaven, who was supposed to be watching that mid-cross, and the map control goes significantly over to Nova.
And Neil, what a heads-up play, just climbing up towards the ladder. Gonna have this very nice line of sight if he understands correctly. This is a great read. Almost like a chess game is what these two teams are doing in the 2v3, just making sure that there's rotation available. The only big difference is for both Shut Up and Jeff, they have so many angles to clear, they have no idea where anybody from Nova is located at.
Has Neil seen this? Yep, sure has. Shut Up will drop. Jeff, still at the moment, unknown, has not been seen by Neil. At least that would be our inference. Time to get a plant off, though, if he feels frisky enough. That it would be really the only play available to him, is to try to force in a plant and get out and try to play the 1v3 with the clock on your side. Spy looking to possibly check this, sees the exit, but Jeff stays alive. 1v3, now down to 37 seconds. And Spy's hopped. He's got a bodyguard with him as well, and Jeff's not going to get here to check in time. Nova, 3 rounds in a row. So much better. Just, hey, go figure. You don't lose half your team in the first 10 seconds. You got a chance to win the round.
You know what it feels like?
Tell me.
Q9 v Tribe on firing range. Because, you know, Q9 was trying to meet the aggression coming out from Tribe. It was the same thing in those first 2 rounds, specifically for Nova.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong whatsoever with playing the retake.
Not at all. Especially with how many scopes and long-range rifles we're seeing out of Almighty. 3 scopes in the play. Jeff is essentially just sitting here waiting for an opportunity with numbers to do something. Neil just over peaks, gets punished, not able to find first blood. Creed's position known now over towards generators, but with that pick happening over towards the middle of the map, you have to feel like Almighty will continue to get the scopes involved, and boy, do they.
Yep, absolutely. Big picks coming through. Nobody dropping for Almighty so far. Spy needs to go big. Does find one, doesn't even really take a lick of damage, so they can reposition themselves and just try to course off the information. Still 2v4 though.
Couple of kills do come out, even though that was a free one for Jeff. Loses a teammate in the process, so it makes it doable for Spy in the 1v2. Bomb gonna commit. Will be planted over at A. Shut Up on the rotation up top. Don't know if you've seen him yet. Oh, sure has. Oh, okay. Almost clayed himself off the map with that shot.
It's a brute force.
Get over there,
even half. 3-3 off the adaptations that Nova was able to showcase, but Almighty also showing life in their previous offensive round. Still double snipers on both sides, don't act surprised, but look at that A-rush that's starting to come through.
Yeah, this is, again, I think Nova saying we want to play quickly. Spam is decent. Inferno actually held in first blood through the smoke. Creed just throws the frag at his feet, feeling that there was going to be pressure, which, to be fair, there is. Bomb does not commit for the plant, by the way. Spy pulls off of this, and the defense is going to be able to hear that this plant's still going to be committed. Long flank coming out. It's Jeff trying to hit onto Creed. Feels pretty confident in that challenge, you'd have to imagine. But trades allow Neil to stay safe, only for a time. Yeah, man, I don't know. Almighty's just got a really solid read on what Nova's trying to do.
Oh, absolutely, and you've really got to tip it to Irfan. You know, you were sitting there saying they have the audio cue that the bomb did get canceled, and then it also started to get replanted, but because Irfan was never scouted, because he was never seen, he just pops up at the right time, gets the trade required, and it just completely keeps any post-plan epic.
Would love to see some coordinated utility hits coming out of this Nova offense. Just smoke out or nade out some of these scopes, because everything right now has just been sniper v sniper battles. And the trend continues to favor that of Team Almighty.
We've lost the bomb.
Same situation. That time, though, that's your bomb carrier. That's one of your SMGs that's off the table now for your Nova.
Have to somehow recollect that.
Yeah.
And recollect their thoughts, really, because Nova are just spread entirely across the map. They're essentially trying to take 2 separate 2v2s.
Smoke through the middle. Shut up. I don't know. He's not going to know, but he was real close and doesn't make much of a difference. I mean, what do you say about it? I mean, the sniper rifles are just dominating the map for the side of Almighty. They're essentially just you watch mid, I'll watch left, I'll watch right, and apparently win the round just by doing that.
Well, it was what was so successful for Almighty on their offense was because Nova was trying to make plays happen, and they were getting caught out, they were getting red. Saturns will try to collect the bomb and try to come back over to their teammate of Neil, who tries to go for a quick scope versus Jeff, but misses wildly, and would have been insane if they ended up hitting that shot, but it's not going to be the case whatsoever. 5-3 goes the scoreline here, and again, Almighty just absolutely punishing Nova for trying just to move through the map.
Yeah.
They're just holding crosses. The double snipers absolutely popping off right now for Almighty.
It's just too much to juggle right now for Nova. You're telling me you want to play aggressive, not working out. Then you're telling me you want to take the sniper 1v1s, that's not working out. I mean, heck, Neil's finding hit markers just to kind of give you a sense of how this map has been going. Irfan, first blood. Commitment towards B is still successful. Trade onto Jeff will mean that this bomb can be planted. No chance to contest it, and that means Almighty is not going to be forced to have to play off the retake.
4v4. Oh, shut up. I mean, his understanding and reads are just so good. But you need to take this building back entirely if you're Almighty. There's also a flank starting to be put together.
And it's not a lot of time for this full flank to come all the way through, though, especially considering it's Heaven with a sniper rifle. Or maybe that's just enough and send you able to lock things in. These are your 3 snipers. Shut Up's gonna hold. Spy needs to get there to try to stop this. Sure does. Down to 17 seconds. Spy for the 1v1. Reads it, shots do connect. Nova, stay alive, bring it back to within 1.
Yeah, big moment, big round from Spy as a whole. Again, those reads were fantastic to get the understanding and, well, the communication to be coming through from their teammates as well. Like, hey, we got inside control. You can plant the bomb at B. We are holding these snipers at bay with good damage. We'll keep this within 1.
And to be fair, I like that call out of Nova. Overwhelm with smoke and utility and then just get a quick plant. Stop trying to force these long-range 1v1s where it feels like you're just kind of flipping a coin to see who's going to come out on top. Bomb stuck mid-map. Spy maybe looking to make the same play happen, but look at the defense. Oh, they're starting to come on the bottom side of Fountain. I think Spy may have read one player, but maybe not, because Incendio is already on the backside of this play, and this is just full awareness from Almighty. They know exactly what's coming their way.
Comes Incendio. Just casual stuff. Massive flank with a sniper. Misses the timing ever so slightly, but he's still behind the entire play. Now some shots will be thrown out, but it's going to make all of Novich just trapped.
Yeah, B's not an option. He's watching over the backside of it. And now with the bomb down, Nova have a very different problem at hand, which is how do we even get this bomb, knowing that you're being scoped at from behind? Creed Saturns, the last 2 left. Looking to get us knotted up at 5. But Incendio and Irfan have no reason to move, and they are absolutely letting us know that, staying completely statuesque on the map.
Bomb dropped, needs to be recovered. 48 seconds remaining in the round. And yeah, you're right. I mean, Irfan just needs to hold this angle, just any sort of information whatsoever, which comes through an audio cue of nades. You can throw some shots, just got to stay alive, run. You know time is on your side.
Yep. Full rotation out. Saturns has to clear out this high ground still. And here comes the play. Where is Irfan gone is the current question. Checking every corner. Catches him with his back turned. Oh, okay. 20 seconds, but Incendio's in a masterful position. Sees the first, misses. Second also goes a bit wide. Okay, uncharacteristic, but finds the kill. 10 seconds on the clock for the 1v1. Creed, do you play for the kill? Do you play for the plant? He's choosing the former. Just down to the timing. Can you find him? Incendio, a dance with the devil. Gets away. Will use the clock as win condition, and it's Team Almighty on 6.
See Incendio pop off at his camera as well. He knows damn well what he did. That's such a tough read when you're thinking about in the 2v1 after you found that first kill to be able to force out the numbers advantage. Because, I mean, Incendio never moved from that window, just watching the B site entirely.
Have to have it if you're Nova. Got to get this to OT. And they lose Inferno right off the rip again. The story of this entire Search and Destroy could be really categorized by one word, and that's snipers. Flat out. Spy is able to at least force out one trade, but there's just no space to work with back here at Gens. You even got a long flank once again by Irfan that's on the way, and the timing should be pretty much a free kill onto Neil. Sure is. Last hope in this second map comes down to Spy, and he can't get out from red. And maybe that face right there on the right side of your screen says it all. Frustration maybe has set in for Nova as they drop map 2, 7-4.
It's got to be frustrating to a certain degree. 7-4 versus Almighty, 7-2 firing range search and destroy loss versus LG. They just can't really piece it together. And it's again, that Almighty, we got to talk about that they actually played that very, very well. They played against the hand of what Nova were looking for continuously, and that was trying to take space. Look, it's takeoff, right? Longer lines of sight, you're going to expect that double sniper to come all the way through. The biggest difference was that Almighty was hitting the trigger first.
Well, yeah, and the fact that on top of that is it's not just the double snipes. Almighty's feeling frisky enough with the snipers to pull out 3 at times. So how do you deal with that if you're Nova? And I think the only real response, and you were to go back and kind of look at this, you sit there and say, we have to do better with our utility. We have to get these guys out of position, or at least put them in a spot where they're not going to find as much value as they are in the first 10 seconds of these rounds.
Well, it's even to put it beyond that. Shut Up has 13 kills. Yeah. The majority of those have to be first bloods, but it's one of those things that when you're watching Almighty, if you go back and you really dissect those offensive rounds that they were able to win and the defensive slobber knocker that they just put together for us, it was that when they found those first bloods and they were able to find the second, reading where the trade was going to be coming from, then they started to take more of the map away rather than just waiting for the play to continuously come from them. It's that proactivity that we got to see from the raid hardpoint bleed into the takeoff search and destroy.
Absolutely. Direct call from you.
Thank you.
Other updates around these elimination rounds that we've got Stamina up 1-0 on Godlike. They're currently in the search and destroy. It's 4-2 to Stamina's direction. Map 1 has started on Influence versus Q9. That's a firing range hardpoint. That's very close at the moment, 68 to 73. And then a 2-0 count for Team Vitality over STRUT, which we're going to be jumping in with. Opportunity to possibly 3-0 and get India into the next round. It would send STRUT home, but currently in this slums control, we're tied up 1 apiece.
How massive would that honestly be, especially for Vitality? You even go back and, they're the number 2 seed coming out of India, but even in a recent tournament versus Godlike, they were able to win. Yep. So you do have that going for you yourself. And here on the slums control, no less, you got to be feeling pretty good about yourself after the 250 to 185 hardpoint win.
Good bit back control here from Team Vitality. Still some more gunfights to find. It's Razmo and Hisoka. That's going to work out nicely. 3 straight eliminations. The only player to find is Jokos, and well, they do get the trade on him. So this is an opportunity to stop the clock early, get on towards B, maybe find some significant progress, because you're forcing out a couple of operators and some streaks that have already been earned up. This is looking good for Vitality at B.
For now, but start losing some more lives, and things are starting to get a little bit more hairy. So all of those streaks and operators will end up at least finding value. Not a whole lot of resources to speak of for Vitality to try to work their way back in. You can also see what's starting to be put together. A little bit of a spawn trap as well. The offensive team coming through from STRUT, absolutely letting Vitality have it.
Concession comes through, 2 minutes on the clock, and nearly a 10-life lead starting to amount. But Vitality can lock this in. This is a very difficult zone to break through, especially if you can regain some mid-map control. That's the next big obstacle here for Team Vitality. So far, so good. They clear off the exits from the B zone, and now it's about, can you get in towards either Cemetery or, more importantly, over towards backside bricks. Apher starts things off. STRUT looking to break on forward. Just comes to timing this hit.
Also got to be talked about. Bobby shouted this out earlier. We did not see Apher in the first match, but he is having a day on this slums control. 23 kills to the name. Also have a lot of players coming through from STRUT that was trying to get at least in towards the junkyard. Unsuccessful. This hold so far has already shaved off 40 seconds. Vitality stabilized.
What do you use here if you're STRUT to try to break through this? Do you possibly look to Razmo to pop something here? Pop the operator, get on forward. There's the slide. Where's the follow-up? Sam's gets 2. Really, you don't expect that to happen, but at least the trades do come out. It allows STRUT an angle to get through blue and maybe even play through the middle of the map. Argon's the next one kind of in line defensively, just trying to lock things down by Van. The whole focus has to be from the front. There's the gravity vortex, gets the first and the second, good double down, and Argon all of a sudden is on 5.
They have shaved so much time. That 10-life lead, it's still kind of there, but so long as you're able to at least find these trades, Vitality can maintain stabilized. It's really just Argon in this position. He's watching the cross, and Strutter just sliding in one by one, allowing these kills to be gifted over for free.
And Mojito's weak. He's not able to get anything going with the Annihilator, so that's another streak and specialist taken off the table almost immediately. 11 plays 7, but maybe it's more of 11 plays 25 seconds because the clock is becoming an issue. Play through Cemetery. Allows Boot maybe a chance to see the zone. Argon still on the backside of the van. Goodness, he is disastrous from this position, but can't quite slide away. Are his teammates there to pick up the pieces? Smoke starts to encompass the front. You have to get in, have to stop this clock. It's a 5v7, 10 seconds. Apher clears out the back alley. Sam's for the trade, sure, why not? And Team Vitality look good for the hold for now, but there is still a contestant stopping this clock at 7 seconds. A 4v2. Sam's, what else can you find? Nothing as STRUT lock in the offensive round and go up 2-1.
You almost feel like it was inevitable with it, just how the blistering pace had ended up starting through the entirety of that round, is that they were just really letting them have it. I mean, every single time that it felt like that Vitality was about to have something going for themselves, it just, STRUT absolutely turned up. They were able to find the trades and absolutely slam them down. As we take a look back at our main focus here, Alan, again, Nova not exactly having the day that they were looking for, and well, it's going to go to a control on Summit. You have to reverse sweep just to stay alive in the tournament.
And for that STRUT Vitality matchup, you can catch the finish of that over on Bravo, as we, of course, keep our focus, as you mentioned, with these two teams right here, right now. Also, another update on the Charlie stream. Stamina, I believe, is up 2-0 after a convincing search and destroy win versus Godlike. So action all across, and this is, again, the first 4 teams we have to say farewell to. Never happy to do that, considering this is a giant celebration of everyone being here for the first time, but it's the way the cookie crumbles.
It's the way it's the way the news goes, the way the cookie crumbles. It's just, hey, you know, it's the experience at the end of the day, I'd always like to say. And hey, representing your country is definitely something that you can always write home about here on the international stage in Raleigh, North Carolina. Do or quite literally don't time coming through from Nova. Keep in mind you that the last control that they played versus Nova, they got slammed 3-0.
Good start here for Almighty, taking control of the second floor. That's exactly what you want to get this defense going. Possibility of starting to maybe throw in a spawn trap. I hate to say that in the first 30 seconds of a map, but that's currently what we're looking at. I mean, you can see the group up of Nova. They can't get outside of snow at the moment. Saturn's trying to force a gunfight with Jeff, but there's no reason for him to take this challenge. We have 60 seconds left, and I mean, Nova can't get out of spawn.
It's currently a 7-to-3 ratio as far as the opening engagements are concerned, and this is a more disciplined Almighty as well. You know, they're able to find the eliminations, but they understand they push too far forward. They're going to lose so much map space. They're waiting for all of Nova to challenge into them, and again, it is another 3-for-1.
Killer drone already earned. They're going to spend that. Why not? I mean, if you could convincingly and quickly take this opening defense, the advantages for you on the round 2 offense are astronomical. And that looks good. I mean, the only kills we've seen of are, you can count on one hand. Final attempts, I hate to say that too, because there's still like 20 seconds left, but it looks like there will be a chance to stop the clock. It's going to be Creed stepping out towards the B zone, but it takes one step too far forward, and Almighty's going to punish that every day of the week and twice on Sunday. So now it's down to 13 seconds, and Nova, what do you say? They're all over the place.
Twice on Sunday, and that makes it even crazy because it's Thursday. 20v9, 5 seconds is where the clock will be stalled out, but again, it's just so much map control coming through for Almighty. It's a pick and choose battle. Yeah, Nova are able to stabilize, but at what cost? You have no respawns remaining.
When we get into the second round, we're going to need to see what the operator charge is at, because Almighty's probably close to a handful. That is a 17-3 first round.
No segments captured.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really that opening break, wasn't it? I mean, Almighty, they understood the assignment quite wonderfully. They got top class control inside of Control Center, and they just never really gave it up.
Oh, yeah. You've got purifiers across the board here. One already charged. Another very close to coming through. Actually, another 2 that are close to coming through. So if you can find a way to get on towards either of these zones, those purifiers could be massive. Incendio says, it's time to live up to my namesake. Create a little bit of a fire here, but no, Neil shutting it down. Great stuff from Nova. Big bounce back here in the opening of their defense.
Yeah, very interesting choice to try to work your way in initially with the Purifier rather than try to win the gunfights and then set yourself up inside with the Purifier. Egregious, maybe, but still finding trades across the board. 24v25. And you had one rogue player of shut up just or immediately he passed the ski lift trying to be a little bit of a nuisance. Now Nova will deal with him and they can try to restabilize the middle of the map, but you still have more Almighty players to worry about.
And I will say, this little play here from Heaven and Irfan is actually creating a bit of a bottleneck where Nova's trying to force in the same spawn trap that they were just put in, but they can't deal with the players individually in the back, and now all of a sudden the lives flip. You've got a life fleet for Team Almighty. Problem with the clock, though, is that it's down to 38 seconds. It's being stalled with this little play over towards PC. Jeff trying to predict on towards Spy, who does well to take down 2, and that will mean the clock will keep on ticking.
Yeah, Spy was actually able to get themselves an operator. It's really the only one that's doing really much anything to write home about him. You also have Saturn's yet to even get on the board with a single elimination. 16 v 17 clock slightly stalled here at 26 seconds. And well, really, this is it for Almighty. You're able to find the kills required. Now you can get on this B zone.
First pick's going to be good. Second, quickly starting to come through as well. And you have to feel if you're Almighty, all you have to do is just keep this clock stopped. Continue to try to out-frag this Nova team. Good bait and switch coming out though. Creed able to take them off the B zone. Clock will keep on going up once more. Jeff with the gunfight window through A can once again hop on, stop the clock. 11 v 12. Those lives getting very, very low. But the problem is Jeff is the last one left, and he's not gonna be able to do anything. Creed pops out the Purifier to clean things up for 2. And that should be enough to get this defense to win. A significant margin, I would say, compared to the first round that we saw, but at least for Nova, you stabilized and you've earned up some streaks and operators of your own.
Yeah, I think tenacity is definitely a word that you could use, considering the fact that Nova were able to work their way back in quite often. But we're still talking, and that first segment comes through over at A. Yeah, it's 2v5, and you would really think that the defense would be able to win this unless Heaven goes absolutely massive. Can you put on a performance like map 1? Well, you can't even get to the zone, but still, the conversation does have to start to come around. 2 segments worth of progression, that could be round 5 implications.
Yep, absolutely could be. And now we have to kind of take the attention right back to Nova. With that in mind, you have to be able to match what we just saw in that last offense. In fact, you kind of have to do a little bit more than that. Gravity Vortex, Purifiers, all earned. And a lot are being called right off the rip here from Nova. And all of them are shut down by Shut Up. Are you kidding? That is an unbelievable starting spree. Neil still is able to operate onto his Purifier, but he's not really in a good position to do too much with it. He's number 2 in orange. He's just kind of between both zones, and no one's in his way. This is going to expire without him really doing much with it.
The killer drone at least is going to start coming all the way through for Creed, but even with the Purifier, you really have to pick and choose. Wait for the assistance to come out. We'll take down Earthfan, but still, space needs to be taken. First segment will be captured over at B. I love this double-pronged attack that is starting to come through.
Bye, big double. Keeps things alive here at the A zone, looking for number 3. Shut Up is low, pistol out, not quite able to find the connection. Regen, reset, no problem. Spy now on 4 in a row. Having a great map all of a sudden. 24 total kills, I mean, no one's even close to him.
Yeah, the only one that's probably is close is actually Incendio, and really everybody else from Almighty that was trying to put up their own effort. But hey, this is what we wanted to see. World-class Apher coming through from Spy. We've been waiting all day to watch this guy absolutely pop off, and that will be the entire B zone completely captured. The second segment at A, not too far away, Alan.
This is looking good. Second tick of progress locked. Who can contest this? Jeff only for the first. Shot Up is still deep in the offensive spawn, but you have to do something with this position to stop these reinforcements, because the third tick of progress is on the way. Can anyone from Almighty get back to this in time? Creed's cutting down reinforcements, and A will be captured. How about that for Nova?
It's not over yet. Ready up.
I'm just I was also watching Shut Up down there the entire time, just like, we need to move out from this specific area because you are letting so many reinforcements for Nova just quite literally waltz through the snow to get back in control of the A zone. Just things you absolutely cannot see. 14 and 7 for Shut Up scored, but on the other side it has been the Spy show, 24 and 11.
Monster game from him. Good off the break rip though here from Almighty.
Killer drone deployed.
Only just stopping the clock though. They're not really doing a lot of progress. No stacks. They're looking for kills here. Front door still being locked down, trades back and forth, but you have to get in, and that's the problem because Irfan's watching from the top side of the staircase. Jeff from the side door, yeah, good help from Heaven as well. And that's gonna be the first tick and likely the second quickly to follow, and Almighty is still dominating the kill feed. What a response this is.
I mean, it's a 2, now 3 to 11 ratio as far as kills are concerned in this first 45 seconds. The clock's still stalled out at 1:15. The A zone, the more difficult of the 2 zones, looking to be captured. Almighty came into this offense and they want to make a statement.
They sure have. B zone, last one left, 26 playing 14. And you have to have the conversation right here, right now, if you're Almighty. Don't spend too much, because who knows what's going to happen for round 5 at this point. Kind of the same conversation could happen for Nova, too. Just don't spend anything. Just send this maybe to a 5th round. Not to say that it's over as of yet. Nova's still in a pretty solid position to stop any progress towards the B zone, really, as Almighty is a little bit late to the punch here, trying to get on in. Irfan, the only one that could really step on and stall the clock. He's going to do just that. A little bit of help. Heaven just waiting to play bait and switch with him. Nova taking their time. First tick of progress. Works its way up. Here comes Saturn's. just contests in the nick of time, but he's by himself. There's really no one else to follow up on this. And as Heaven gets the trade, he's also going to lock the first tick of progress.
Yep. That's going to be really good. Minute and 38. Clock will start to tick all the way down. 17 v 9. You have so much time to be able to find these kills, to be able to keep all of Nova at bay, and we'll even up this control to a piece.
Purifier out for Neil. Trying to stop them at the front doors. But Almighty are kind of hitting through mid here. SMG gunfights kind of echoing across. Neil's not really doing too much with this besides just controlling space, which is fine. But the problem is, here comes Almighty from the flank. They're on the high ground. They're coming from behind. Kills are looking pretty solid. 13 v 5. Still tons of time on the clock. Almighty can choose just to play for the kills that they want to. And Nova, a little bit of pressure here. A couple of trades do come out, but it's a 10 v 2, and that's pretty much all she wrote on round number 4.
Yep, that'll be it. 9 to 2, and look, again, coming into this off of the 2 segments that Almighty are only allowed to come all the way through is you were really looking at what was necessary. You only needed maybe just 1 extra segment over at B to guarantee the simple fact that you're going to get defense. But I think the statement still remains coming through for Almighty as a whole that, oh man, when they want to turn up the heat, they absolutely turn it up. They blistered all the way through the A zone and just completely got close towards the ski lift, and Nova just struggled just to get themselves out of their own spawn.
Well, here we go. 1 round of control could be all that's left for Nova in this first ever Stage 5 International World Championship. Have to have it right here, right now. Irfan, first 2. Purifier, good for the double. Nova stuck at the moment, not really able to do too much. And oh boy, light him up! 3 comes out for shut up with the Purifier. Irfan right behind him. Oh, it's just absolutely abusive.
There's another one. Here comes Jeff now. Yeah, you just go ahead and just use everything. You got streaks, you got resources, though it could be almost reciprocated on the opposite side if Creed can go big. Just needs to be able to get into a position to pop set Purifier. But now we're going back towards that round 1 here. Allen, just all of Nova absolutely trapped. The setup for Almighty out of their spawn is very good.
Yeah, I love that call. Just hit all the triggers. Get the Purifiers out, put them in a spawn trap, force them to have to fight through this at a very significant life disadvantage, let alone the fact that we only got 30 seconds on the clock. It has to be heroic right here, right now for Nova. Spy has the Purifier ready to go, trying to find some created space. And how about Creed right behind him? Okay, this might lead to some catwalk control. Can you get on and actually make progress on towards the B zone and send you up top? Falls right back down, but Saturn's predicts it. The shutdown comes through, and the first tick of progress looks good.
Another Purifier earned for Saturn to finally start to heat things up, but you're still down by 9 lives. You need to get this entire segment over. You need the B zone. You needed those 60 seconds, now just down to 18.
Heaven, he locks everything up again. Just too much to deal with. A 15 v 6. 10 seconds on the clock. And it looks like that might just be the end of Nova. Not the showing that I think anyone would have wanted to see out of one of Europeans' strongest teams. I mean, you got to remember back to Stage 4. These guys put up a heck of a fight versus that Stamina team, but a convincing 3-0 win for LG. Maybe not as convincing here for Almighty, but the 3-0 will still stand. 13 v 1. Almighty, stay alive. Nova, unfortunately, time to pack it up.
Unfortunate to say sayonara to Nova. First team will end up dropping, and EU will lose one of its, well, actual best. Because I mean, we came in here, you know, as a very tight EU finals.
Yeah.
Not what we expected at all, but Almighty just absolutely bringing the powerhouse of Garena. This is exactly what we wanted to see from them. Just being able to showcase why they are one of the best and highly regarded from the East. It was just pressure continuously. Heaven in the respawns always had some help. Shut Up was also consistent throughout all 3 maps worth of play. Almighty came in, they made a statement showing why they played Skate so close and why they deserve to still be in this tournament.
100%. And look, I know that the Death is going to talk about this more, but for me, you talk about like the measuring stick. We're still kind of shell-shocked off of the Skate win versus Team Almighty. Not that we're sleeping on Skate, but the expectations for Team Almighty were super high. And I think you could go back to each of these maps and pick out one little thing to say, okay, this is how they make this run happen. You know, we'll see it here in a moment, but that opening hardpoint, how good were they on rotation? Winning the opening time, largely every single hill that we saw on the raid hardpoint. The search and destroy, how about the sniper gameplay? through and through. Not just 2, but sometimes 3 scopes that come out, and that help dominate on both sides of the bomb on the takeoff search. And then here on the Summit Control, I will say, some creative usage of operators to dominate space. And I think that's going to be a problem for a lot of teams if you don't expect it.
I think it's the adaptive capability that Almighty were able to exemplify versus this Nova roster, because Nova were able to showcase a hefty amount of talents and abilities, but you know, they were exploiting Almighty through the majority of those maps. The simple fact that you ended up having Heaven just going completely AWOL. Again, we were talking about 5v5 on a 4v4 map. You need that one player to go rogue. Yeah, Heaven drops 40 kills in the opening raid hardpoint. And then you also take a look at that sniper play that we were going through continuously, and it's just the way that Almighty were playing against the way that Nova wanted to play Search and Destroy. And again, the operators continuously through all 3 maps, or through the 2 maps that were played with those operators in tow. It's just crazy to see what it looks like when a team hits the gas and it goes all the way through the pavement.
So I think the best way we could kind of recap all of that is, if Almighty finds advantages, they will take the chance to grab the ball and run with it.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm sure Team Almighty also likes that too. Maybe even on top of that, 3 of our friends over at the desk will also enjoy what they saw from Team Almighty, and I'll let them do their due diligence to say farewell to Nova as well. Desk, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast, and there we have it. We have our survivor of our first elimination challenge, and of course, our first casualty here in the bottom side of the bracket. T-Gon here with Beef Mommy and Bobby. We just watched that one, and it was a 3-0, the Almighty that we wanted to see.
Yeah, no question about it. Almighty showed up big time. We knew they were capable of that, and we were going against a Nova team that seemed to be a little weakened. They had some roster issues coming into the weekend and everything else. And obviously, when you have this much build up to a competition going out this early, it's got to be discouraging, but these are absolutely phenomenal players. They brought everything they could to the table, and I really felt like they gave it their best.
What an amazing run for Almighty, definitely making a comeback compared to their first matchup, because obviously that is definitely hard going up against a LATAM Skade. And now for Nova, they wanted to go and get that beautiful win off of Control. I actually thought it was going to be a reverse sweep. It was very, very close. But speaking of a matchup that wasn't too close, that's going to be our hardpoint matchup here in Raid, where Almighty just took it every single time. They made it into perfection. But for me, it was this S&D matchup that Almighty just showed who's boss.
Yep, there's no question about it. They brought their A game. S&D has been a little bit of a toss-up mode for them. Obviously, the Control is like their one go-to mode where they feel really confident, and that one was probably the closest out of all of them. So it felt like they did start to run away with things toward the end of this one, and not sure there was any one major deciding factor outside of just consistency for Almighty.
Absolutely, and for me, I think Takeoff is just such a good map coming in from Almighty, because they need that space. They need that time to think, and that's the reason why I think that they lost that slums S&D going up against Skade, because Skade was just all up in their face, and now for this one, they had enough time to think, recalibrate, and that's the reason why they won that S&D matchup. But here in Control, I feel like it was a different story, where I feel like there were signs of life coming in from Nova.
Yeah, as you said, the pressure that Skade was putting on seemed to be the solution against Almighty, and Nova starting to figure that one out here, winning the attack. We always say, all right, if you're on attack, if you're able to break that, then you get the control. Nova's able to do that. Almighty then answered back in round 4, and they close it out in round 5. As we say goodbye to Nova Esports, the European squad from Group D, but we can also confirm Stamina Esports outlasting Godlike Esports, meaning the India #1 seed, also saying goodbye.
That is crazy to me, because we expected Godlike to perform a little bit better, but obviously the chance that they were supposed to take was up against Mayhem, and they did not take that. And there you go, Stamina brought them down. 2 teams are already gone, India and EU. This is just a reality check for a lot of the other players that are actually waiting for their turn right now.
Yeah, I was watching the Godlike game pretty closely against Stamina, and it was very one-sided, which I think for Stamina is a great side, because I think they had some issues in their first matchup. I think they underperformed relative to what their standards are for themselves, and I think their next matchup is going to be a really, really fun one to watch, because that's a team that, once again, has the capability of winning the entire group when they're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and STRUT and Team Vitality, the other Indian squad, still fighting for their lives, currently at 2-2 in map score. So it might be both Indian squads out now. It might be 2 European squads out now. We'll find out in just a little bit. Now, of course, none of this is possible without our friends, and our friends over at HyperX are running a special sale this holiday season right now, where you can get up to 50% off HyperX products for the holiday season with free shipping this December. Make sure that you check out the YouTube link. That'll be great there. Make sure, there it is. Game with those who matter this holiday. Thank you very much, HyperX, for supporting Call of Duty Mobile Esports and the championship specifically. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, more group stage action here at the 2022 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. See you in a bit. Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2022 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here in Raleigh, North Carolina at the Raleigh Convention Center. Degon alongside Shift and Proper back on the desk after that one-sided affair in the elimination match. Nova Esports going home and more life for the Garena #1 squad almighty. But they're not done yet, right? So let's take a look at that group stage setup right here, just because, again, want to see it one more time. Who's in, who's out, and get your thoughts on it with Nova and Godlike already knocked out. Strut and Vitality currently 2-2 playing their S&D match, map number 5. And you'd imagine Q9 and Influence Kemen, Q9 probably the favorite. Get your thoughts so far here.
Yeah, I think you nailed it perfectly. The curiosity point here, though, is Stamina, who put a really good fight in their opening winners round 1. For them to cleanly take down a pretty solid Godlike team, that's inspiring for the EU team in regions that just saw one of their other favorites get knocked out pretty swiftly, where on the other front, like, hey, if you were able to find a win from Strut out of Team Vitality, there's nothing to say that Strut can't get out of that group still.
Yeah, I honestly think that Vitality really need to continue to show their signs of life, right? I mean, especially going into a map 5 versus Strut, that would just be absolutely monumental, especially as you just saw from Group A. Godlike are no longer in the tournament, will be fully eliminated, so it's India's last hope.
Yeah, you know, and I love the fact that you bring up the Stamina Esports against Omega, because I think that one was a 3-0, and a lot of the time there's cliche where you're like, it was a close 3-0. That was an actual close 3-0.
Yeah.
That was an actual close 3-0. Wasn't a close 3-0, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. That was an actual close 3-0. We're going to go ahead and dive in to the ending of this Strut and Vitality matchup, as we are 1-0 in it. Final map, loser goes home. If you want to dive into all the action there, it'll be on the Bravo stream, but you could just come and catch the action here with us as we dive into it.
And how about the fact that Apher subs in after not playing in the first round of action for Strut, and now all of a sudden Strut's showing some major signs of life from Apher. Okay, talk about him, shows up in a big way with the opening double, and it's looking like it could be a pretty delayed 1v1 here, although Razmo does find him on the backside, so okay, good quick start here from the side of Strut.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, it was something that we were all questioning, right? Even when Bobby was on cast just not too long ago, when we were taking a look at Strut and we didn't see Apher originally, but now N drops almost 25 plus within a round and a half of control. Yeah, I don't know why this guy would ever be benched.
Vamps for first blood, follow up by Razmo through the smoke. Well done, little bit map battle starting to unfold just outside of Scaffold. Back and forth they go, and Razmo had no idea how far pushed forward Team Vitality had been. Now it's about trying to recover and make sure you can isolate these players in the backside. Well done by Strut. Only one more to find. And honestly, they've got options towards both bomb sites. Just comes down to trying to avoid Argon in the middle of the map.
Oh, and he's in such an annoying position. Actually almost loses that gunfight versus Hisoka, but stabilizes for now. Bomb will be collected, losing lives down through the middle of the map if you're Jokos. You just have to hold the line here and just maybe try to isolate one of these last few players.
You just don't want to get caught, though, on that second floor, having to rotate back over towards A, which is where his focus currently is. But little does he know the bomb has actually made its way in towards B and through it. So this is going to be a lot of information for the side of Strut's offense. No sniper still upstairs. We've got lounge control. The only place that Jokos could possibly pick us from is from the cross here through mid. But delaying, finding a little bit of time and maybe some breathing space. Boot will finally drop this bomb, and it is set up on the backside for Mojito to just kind of casually watch over the top as Jokos is now tasked with a very difficult 1v2.
I'm going to have to do the majority of this with a sniper. I mean, if you honestly think that either Mojito or Boot will end up giving you a free line of sight for the pick, you are sorely mistaken, but the deagle's going to be good enough. 28 seconds remaining, 1v1.
Mojito, does he take the battle or does he play the clock? Regen for Jokos. Quick on the move as well. This is bold. You have no idea where Mojito is, but he's just going to just run right towards the toggles. Still has a chance. Pistol out, but no. Mojito shuts it down. I think we all saw that going the other way for a moment.
Yeah, I think we all really wanted it to go for a moment. That would have been sick.
How many times have we seen the second player just dance and play time there? And I think Mojito was not letting that happen.
No.
Bomb acquired.
My goodness, what a look. That's a bold route to be running down right there. Nothing with a pistol in hand. But a very convincing opening offense, mind you, for Strut. This map that we just saw was defensively dominated by Team Almighty. But the quick pressure starting to come out from Vitality is getting punished at every single turn. Sam's able to at least deny the initial kill, but it's still traded in favor of the side of Strut. And with numbers and, again, control over towards Lounge, this could set up for a really good look at the B site, pending they can go back and get the bomb, but no, Jokos locks things down from any further pressure, and we get to a 3v2 to Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jokos has been the only person to actually pull out a sniper from these 10 players in the lobby, and you know that could be the difference makers that Strut are trying to play with a certain amount of ante comparatively to the Vitality counterpart. Middle of the map still at least being looked at. Apher, Mojito, just trying to clear away as much space as possible. Now bomb will be collected by Mojito. And Apher has essentially just cleared all of control.
Yeah.
It is more or less fully clear out of the way, but there's no telling what's on the other side of launch.
And Mojito did get tagged up heavily from the backside of Scaffold. Trophy will go down. That will keep him safe from any incoming utility while the bomb is being planted. Oh, he gets off it though, Jokos. He was taking shots at his feet, and as he stands up to force the gunfight, exposes just maybe a little bit too much of himself. So now it's just down to Apher. 30 seconds, 1v2. Goodness, the floor is shaking. Nah, not gonna work out. Okay, good response from Vitality. And you bring up a good point though. If there's not gonna be any scopes going, Jokos has got to be feeling real frisky about just taking aggressive peek.
Yeah. Oh, you have to be. I mean, especially when you do end up taking a look at how the defense is physically played, right? Is that you do have that entire top control window. You also have the opportunity to get in between both red and control and just look down past ring. And yep, Jokos again. Pulls out the boomstick, gonna be able to find first blood.
Hisoka's got a sniper rifle this round, but he obviously does not choose the right angle to challenge. So it's a free first blood. Does Jokos recognize that Hisoka's got a sniper out? I think he now does. As they continue to look at one another right over the railings. Jokos misses the chance. But meanwhile, the rest of his team is just cleaning up through missile. This is absolutely devastating for Strut, who is off to a great start. And now seeing two very convincing rounds kind of come back here for Team Vitality's defense.
Yeah, that's what you want to see, especially out of Vitality, is that, you know, you go all the way back to even stage 4 in their regional finals, and Search and Destroy was a fumble back for them versus Godlike. But for them to be able to exemplify such good adaptations in completely, well, not completely flip over the half, not yet, but win 2 rounds back to back really does say something, and you're forcing adaptations out from Strut as Hisoka, again, pulls out the boomstick. Gonna have to see if they end up choosing a better angle. Actually puts it away for this round. It's gonna be in the hands of Boot.
Okay. See if he's got any more favor with this, because at the moment, Jokos is just free. First blood this time by Random. Responded to go to an early 4v4, but Strut, quick aggression coming out through Lounge. Jrozin is actually able to deny this. That's the bomb that's down. He can make this calm happen, and all of a sudden, here comes the defense to rotate over. This is very, very defendable for the 2v3. Jokos sniping through mid. Jrozin just kind of putting his left foot on the bomb lid, making sure no one takes it from underneath him.
It almost sounds more dangerous than a rug being ripped out from underneath you, but here comes the challenge around the corner. And Jrozin will be taken down. So now it's all up to Jokos. Casual 1v3. Boot will scoop up the bomb. We'll go ahead and plant this over at B. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't even think that Jokos has really thrown any shots. He has no idea where anybody else is. He might be able to get a free one on a Boot. Slides underneath the bullet.
And now the help from the side. Well done. And that's just a good set of, okay, this is where he wants to set up. Let's just push right into him. You know, force him to have to hit the shot. It's risky, don't get me wrong, but hey, it works out nicely. And so a 4-2 half in favor of Strut. Again, this is a map 5 elimination round 1 matchup. Win and you continue on with your hopes to make it into the double elimination bracket. Lose and you're done. You gotta remember, it's 1.7 million. I mean, the difference between 15,000 for finishing in the top 16 versus 700,000 for winning, a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, one is a significantly bigger number.
I agree.
I will say that much. First blood trades Apher for 2. Finally will be dealt with. It's 2 pieces on 2 different sides. We'll have a 3v3 here momentarily.
How does Apher even get 2 right there?
It
looked like he was barely gonna get the first.
He has 11 kills, Alan.
Yeah, he's good. So now 3v3. Still plenty of time in the clock. Bomb still in hand. It's on Argon. Forward, though, is Mojito. Has some sniper help, but no real exit, and that's going to be Sam's punishing the forward play. So now 3v2. Nades are out. Focus is initially towards B, but they're trying to pull the defense and then re-wrap back. A little bait and switch here off of the macro rotation.
This is going to cause considerable doubt for Strut. do you double up together, or do you just at least try to defend 2 bomb sites simultaneously? Because you don't have numbers. That's why I really like what I'm seeing on Vitality. Just completely go back through launch, flip out the map. Might be able to get behind enemy lines.
I think the thing about this, though, the longer you don't see anything at B, the more I think if you're Strut, you start to be suspicious about A.
Absolutely.
The problem about this is the bomb will be planted. Razmo may not have been close enough to hear the sound cues for it. Does take down Argon on the exit. Do you get a read, though? There's a player behind you. Might be a little bit too late.
Finish it.
Sam's able to get the elimination, and it forces Boot into a 1v2. And how do you deal with Sam's up top in that position with a sniper rifle? Would have to hit the shot of your life, you think, unless he just tries to climb the ladder on him. Shows himself. How does Sam's not hear that slide? So now the 1v1. Jokos, no sniper at the moment. Has an SMG. Clock becoming a problem here for Boot. Shot connect! Oh! Whoa!
Some words being talked about on stage over there. From
Casual
Strut.
conversation. Very polite conversation.
Hey, you know what? It's funny because we were sitting here talking about the duality of the sniper play on 2 different sides of the screen so far, and that time around on offense, Vitality completely don't bring a sniper to play with. You know, it's one of those things that defensively Boot is able to find more value with.
That is a massive advantage now. 5-2 up. From the defensive side, pressure on towards Vitality. Apher goes rogue once again for the opening double. Traded, but it comes with a significant advantage towards Strut's defense. 3v2 very early on, bomb down. And you have to look at either Sam's or Jokos with an AR sniper combo to do anything in this position. And now it's just down to Jokos. 1v1 with Hisoka. Tons of time in the clock. But no bomb at the moment. And Jokos is going to be able to trade the pistol out for a Krig, rather.
He's got a Bison versus a double weapon setup. They have completely passed each other. I mean, Hisoka is just trailing the same route that Jokos just took. And this could be the difference maker. This specific window, you have a minute and a 1v1, Alan.
Who has made their noble sacrifices to the COD gods, because it's all about timing. And Hisoka is feeling very comfortable up top. He's got a good look at B. Knows that he's got an advantage with the sub in this position. Does he know he has the bomb down here, though? If he's got that key piece of intel, that could be win condition for Hisoka. Jokos is re-wrapping back, and they very well may meet just inside this building.
It's all about the noise. How much noise you're going to be making here. Hisoka didn't hear a peep.
Here's the check. Oh, they see each other, and Hisoka just bails. Nah, I'm not interested, brother. I got the clock.
It's a good call.
Down low. Oh, Jokos! Little special response out of him.
Yeah, required response, I would say. I mean, the moment that you see Hisoka just dip out through the window, you have to be able to find that counter timing, right? To be able to find them in the rotation where they are going to be heading, keeping their heads above water. Still 2 rounds away, our Strut sending Vitality home.
I feel like you have to have this one, though, too, if you're Team Vitality. Yeah. You just don't want to have to win 3 in a row to force an OT from the offensive side. Quick hit, though, over towards B. Defensively, Apher not hitting aggression initially. He's waiting for the read, and him and Boot together take down the entirety of the play. Apher is a little spinnerama, but he gets shot down. That's a quick snipe out of Jokos. And just like that, we go from a 5v3 to a 3v2.
Jokos didn't bring a sniper out in their opening offensive round, wanted a counter snipe, and it is offering so many opportunities for Vitality to command the space. Now Boot, 1v3, has a boomstick of their own. The biggest issue is where that bomb has patty caked itself on the ground.
Yeah. Advantage to Vitality. Info, though, for Boot. Did he see both, though? That's the real problem. And you're kind of stuck. I mean, this is not where you want to be. Footsteps for sure heard right then.
The enemy has the bomb.
Bomb collected. They're going to commit to B here. This could lead to Boot. He hears everything. Quick snipe is able to land. That's the bomb carrier down. Pistol out, but no, Chiesi there for the quick response, and now we're back to within 1.
Big 2 rounds in a row. It cannot go understated. You have adaptations across the board. Vitality of their opening offensive round wanted to take a page out of Strut's book, get aggressive. Joko says, nah, I need that counter sniper back in my hands, brother.
This has been a battle of players making huge plays. You know, all these quick scopes here for Jokos and Vitality. I honestly thought they were reeling. And then Apher's just been leading the line over and over again. And there it is, those 2 playmakers meet. Jokos gets the win here. And Vitality starting this one off well with 5v3.
You can kind of feel the snowball, can't you? It's starting to get a little bigger.
Bomb has been planted.
On the corner. Not going to find anyone off the exit. Maybe saw the barrel of one, but he gets tagged up from his left, and oh yeah, that just causes just absolute chaos on the crossfire. Razmo, good luck, have fun, only finds one. We're tied at 5.
Oh, way, we get to round 10 and we tie things up when it was a 4-2 half. Vitality on offense are coming a little diffy right now, and yeah, I mean, look, Degon, you're right to highlight just one thing in particular. Apher, albeit at 14 kills, ever since I'd highlighted them being at 10, has almost been not as influential as they were on their previous side.
Smoke will take over the middle of the map. Vitality looking to go quick towards B, not contested at all, at least not initially. Boot's able to keep the long angle safe, but the plant is still being committed to. Jrozin there to help.
The bomb has been planted.
And as the bomb is planted, the last thing you want right now if you're Strut is to not have entry in towards Lounge, and Apher may have just forced another consideration for Vitality to have to put a response to. Sam's just waiting to watch someone on the cross. Big 1v1 for Jrozin, and he gets away with his life. Oh, maybe not fully. But Sam's in the corner, hits a complete off angle, and you still have help over the top. Joko's just watching the bomb avidly from the deep side of this. This is all on Sam's just trying to kill off time. 1v2 for Joko's, but mostly it's just, hey, make sure no one's defusing. And as I say it, gets the corner. Razmo down. It's just up to Boot who's waiting to play for the counter snipe. Not gonna happen.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
Okay, Jokos. Okay, we see you. Putting on a masterful clinic over here. And that's even after losing first blood. There was so much space that struck out in that round. But the difference maker, bomb planted for Jokos with the sniper. 1 shot, 1 kill, 2 times.
4 rounds in a row here for Vitality, going from looking at death into possibly putting Strut to the death. 1 more round can do it, or we go to overtime.
Random's the first one to fall here, though. This makes things a little bit more problematic because Vitality was stacking for something over towards A. They have no information if anyone's crossed through B at the moment. You have to clear all of this. The only good news is that you've still got a minute and a half, but there is a lot of pressure right now on Vitality to regain some space over towards B. And how about that from Jokos? Oh my goodness, 15 kills for the young man. And that's a huge component down. Mojito's not able to watch over the top of this B site, and Argon's gonna go for the plant.
15 and 6. Bomb being planted.
The bomb has been planted.
And this is the worst case scenario now for Strut, having to retake all of the space while being aware of Joko's positioning.
And Sam's is forward. And look at the focus, you can see the arrows. I mean, Boot's just watching the flank. He knows that he's got his front side completely covered. Hisoka hoping, praying, looking for something to shoot at. Jrozin safe at the moment. Gets tagged up, doesn't make a difference. 3v3. But 18 seconds on the clock, and there is just nobody from Strut nearby. You've got to go now. Jrozin still in the corner, breaks the camera, finds one. Apher, it's your time, brother. Time to go. Got to get there. 7 seconds. Shots come through for Hisoka. Apher's on it, but Jrozin saves the day, plus the seconds. And India stays alive after a map 5 win.
What a massive turnaround. Vitality. We were just moments ago, I mean, even before you and I hopped on and off the casting desk, we were very surprised to see the way that Vitality were able to win that Summit Hardpoint. It accumulates into a map 5 barn burner, down by so many rounds as the side swap. And then Joko says, hold my apple juice, brother. I'm going to go ahead and go AWOL with the sniper. Insane.
That was after the pop-off as well. Strut thought they had it in the bag. They were yelling across the stage over at Vitality. Vitality calm, cool, collected, and say, all right, go ahead, call the ambulance. But not for me. All right, we got to go ahead and toss it over to our casters to get into our upper side of the bracket. So, Beef Mommy and Bobby, go ahead. Take it away, y'all.
Well, hopefully the ambulance arrived on time, but we've got a lot more action ahead of us, and it's definitely going to be knockdown, drag out, COD Mobile action. 2 of the best teams in the world, 2 #1 seeds getting ready to play. We've got Wolves going up against INCO Gaming. China's proved they've got what it takes in this competition. LATAM has done the same. 2 very, very different play styles. Beef, what are you expecting going into this one?
Well, China #1 and LATAM #1. This is going to be, honestly, I'm hoping that it's going to stretch out to the distance. But taking a look at our map picks and bans as the moment. Map #1, Takeoff, Hardpoint. Map #2, Slum, Search and Destroy. Map #3, Standoff, Control. And if we're going to reach Summit, Hardpoint, I feel like this is one of those matchups that could actually go to the distance. And especially going to a map #5, Hacienda, Search and Destroy, if we do get there. Love playing this particular map in this particular game mode, but obviously we have to start things off with Takeoff, Hardpoint, where I think a lot of these teams just really take advantage of the space, and you just really need to bring it down, because we already know that LATAM teams really like their close range engagements.
Well, the thing about LATAM is they've been dominating with the SKS, and Takeoff is going to be a perfect position to use that one. It talked a lot about how much Krieg usage we saw on the Chinese side of things, and to be honest, I would say the Krieg is more of like a flex AR SMG than it is a true AR. So we'll see if they make those adjustments as well. Obviously, there's some debate over whether or not the Chinese teams are going to be using SKS at all, but you got to feel like, especially with how dominant players like Lucaszin are able to be with that, you got to have some sort of counter. So we'll see what they can break out right here. But looks like we're already hopping into the action, and outside of the Tribe Q9 matchup, I think this is one of the more exciting matchups that we'll have all day today. It's going to be a spicy one.
Oh, definitely, because I'm already looking at their hardpoint matchup, and it looks like, you know, INCO has a little bit of an upper hand when it comes to the hardpoints and also respawns in general. So very exciting to see what they're going to provide here for today. But again, INCO on the right side and also going to be Wolves on the left. Don't really look at the, you know, the different INCO members that we have here, because there's just scattered all across the map. But 15 already to their name, 32 seconds after the clock, an open hard point for them.
You're going to want to keep an eye on where they're positioning those SKSs, because they are looking to rain terror from above. We know Wolves' strongest mode, probably not hardpoint in general. We actually saw them drop a hardpoint map to Strut, which is definitely a surprising start to our day. So yeah, you got to feel like coming into this one, probably giving an edge. And even looking at the meta, like, we only have SMGs and Kriegs, which once again kind of a flex AR SMG, and on the flip side we got 2 SKSs in play for INCO. It has worked beautifully for them so far, as they are sitting pretty right now, and no surprise to see Lucaszin slaying out early on.
No contest whatsoever coming in from Wolves in that first hard point. Try to go in there for the early setup into P2. We've already seen it before. Tribe in Q9. Q9 went here too early of a rotation, and now looks like it's going to be the same case, where INCO really good at the break here in P2. Also, really good spawns as well, because taking a look at that, everyone else coming in from Wolves are actually spawning so far away, right in Generator. This is a spot that you do not want yourself to be in.
And right now, Lucaszin going on a big spree. He's got streaks for days right now. 15 kills to his name. You can actively see the Wolves players tilting as they repeatedly die to his SKS. And he's just been a one-man show so far, and a big reason why INCO now sitting up 60 points after only 2 rotations of the hard point. He's been an absolute menace on the map. I mean, I've had to play against him on when he's on 90 ping, and he still obliterates me. So I can only imagine when he's on 0 ping what type of menace he is.
You know, it's really cool, because every time that we have this conversation with who is the best LATAM player, Lucascin's always going to be that one in your mind. When you ask the casters, it's him. When you ask everyone else, the pro players, it's going to be him. And it really just proves how well of a player he is. 18 to his name. No one from Wolves even comes close to that.
And right now, that topside control going to be crucial. Wolves going to be shut down from above. And if you let Lucaszin get into that high ground, you're not going to be able to make an entry into this hard point from really anywhere. Wolves doing everything they can. Pegg's going to be able to find one, and that's the first true break they've been able to find on the game so far. You got a couple players on the backside looking to push in. And one of the beauties of the way Lucaszin plays, he doesn't need long angles to dominate with the SKS. He can do it in any situation possible. I'm kind of in disbelief right now. He's at 22 kills. Oh, wait. we might see a freaking 60 bomb in this one.
Without a doubt, but let's see how Wolves can actually go and retaliate to that. But the one thing that I actually noticed from this matchup is like Wolves, they look like they're in shambles. They're going in there one by one into the hardpoint. That just allows INCO to just pick them off just like berries from a bush, and that just provides them so many kills already, provides a lot of score streaks and operator skills already down for them. But here we go. So actually going to be a really good rotation from Wolves very early on. Let's see if we can try to sustain us. Nian gets a beautiful 4K, and he's going to keep on rampaging 5 times. He's going to be getting some more. Will he get another one? That's going to be the 6th for him, and that's going to be really big kills for his team.
Really big operator investment coming in for Wolves as they're trying to close this gap right now, and it's paid off so far, locking in that control on the inside of the hardpoint. This is a tough one to break, and especially with them establishing that spawn control, definitely seems like it's worthwhile. INCO's going to be able to pick up the scrap time right here, but it looks like Wolves taking high ground above P1 as well, and they're going to be in a beautiful spot. Still rocking with the SMGs. I figured eventually maybe a little bit of a switch up, especially if you want to try to counter Lucaszin. I would expect to see some more smokes come out as well, because you want to take away those lines of sights that he has. But Wolves keeping themselves in this one despite the dominance that we've seen from Lucaszin so far.
Wolves keeping themselves afloat, especially in that P4, gathered as much points as they could, but this is where they kind of faltered up into our first half of the game, where they did not get a lot of points into P1. Looks like it's going to be the same thing, where they just want to go and scramble for that map control, which they finally do and get, and there you go. That's going to be really essential points for them. Back and forth, this is going to be a contested hill, and this is what I kind of expected early on into the game, but it's a good thing we finally get to have that now. But for INCO, they're going to be spawning off all over the map as well, so Wolves is actually doing such a great job at solo holding this.
Rafa, you got to close out those gunfights a little bit earlier, missing out a little bits of scrap time here and there, but those points tend to add up. So it is INCO occupying the hard point, picking up the rest of the scrap right here, and it seems like they've got the early rotation. Spawns going to be going the way, at least for P2, the way of INCO. So they're setting up right now. They seem to be in a good spot. That battle in the top side is going to be chaotic, to say the least. And Lucaszin, you can go ahead and back up. That's part of the beauty of his play style. He can make it work from the long range. He can do it in the close range as well. That's going to open up that early control, but a big flank comes through for Wolves. And an opportunity to apply some pressure on that backside.
Wolves into the more favorable spawn now, where we saw INCO was spawning off early into this hard point. That's going to be a good start. And then player number 2 coming in from Wolves as well, not winning that essential gunfight. Pegg goes down. That allows INCO to go and funnel in through, even though Wolves had the more favorable spawn. Now has a very difficult time to go in there for the contest, and now we need to see some sort of movement coming in from Wolves. Either you go and contest, send half of your team going for the early rotate into P3, because so far they're just not moving at all. They're being spawn trapped right now.
And right now, you're in a position where you got to rotate early, and that's all going the way of INCO as well. We do see the shorty coming out. I honestly forgot how much the Chinese players love using that, but it's one that has basically been completely eliminated in every other region. Curious to see maybe if it comes out a little bit more, but INCO not looking like they have any need for it right now. They have completely run this map. Lucaszin's on 39, and we're what, maybe 60%? We may legitimately see a 60 bomb right here. This is by far the most dominant performance we've seen all day.
We haven't even reached the 200 point mark, and Lucaszin is already at that 40, but he's doing so well. Already down and about, but one player, really big kill. Ching is going to be on the 17 already for him. That's going to be big kills. 101 and 176 is going to be the scoreline with 26 seconds left, and Wolves are actually getting a bunch of that scrap points in control, but taking a look at what we have, very passionate about what they have today, but what actually happened here is that a player had a disconnect, so we're going to have to check out what will happen later on. But to what point we're going to be restarting the game, that is an answer later on. But Bobby, I mean, it's just a matter of INCO is dictating the pace, and for Wolves, they're just always playing catch up.
Yeah. it definitely seems like they've struggled to adapt. And obviously you want those closer range weapons to be able to force your way into a hard point, but if you're not getting map control to go along with it, then it's not going to be very sustainable, and that's what we saw out of them so far. To be honest, I'm really sad that happened because I wanted to see a 60 bomb. I've never seen a 60 bomb before. Maybe he'll do it again on the replay for the map, but if you're Wolves, you got to be breathing the sigh of relief right now because that one was definitely slipping out of their hands, and now an opportunity to hit the reset button, maybe try to adjust those loadouts to be able to counter Lucaszin a little bit more.
I'm keeping a tab on his kills right now. We stopped at 40, so once we do have that remake, let's see, and hope to the COD gods that he might actually give us a 60, but obviously that's going to be not favorable for the side of Wolves, where there are a lot of good plays on their end, but not as, dominant that we thought. Because obviously going into this, even before we actually started, we knew that INCO had more of an upper hand in hardpoint, and obviously for Wolves, it's more of that S&D matchup that they're going to be performing. But hey, they're actually catching up just a little bit. They just need to find a way to actually stop that SKS.
Yeah, and that's traditionally been the tougher game mode for them, going up against teams that are more used to the rule set, and that makes sense because they have been playing in such a different rule set that it completely changes the way that you play the game. And they've done a good job of adjusting, but I think they still have a lot that they can work on, and definitely some pretty significant points of improvement where they might be able to have a chance at taking out some of those Western teams that have spent a lot more time playing that game mode in the same rule set.
Well, as you can see on your screen right now, INCO Stalwart actually needs 90 points to win this matchup. So again, that's a really big deal because for Wolves, that is a lot of catching up to do, but I feel like they're just being outclassed when it comes to the gun skills and also the rotation so far, because you can see it already. The fact that they just leave the hard points so early, the only time that really paid off was the fact that they were able to rotate early into P4, got majority of the points. That's where they kind of caught up just a tiny bit, and then it's just like the same case over and over again into that restart. But that's what they need to know, is the fact that they need to contest the hill before going into the rotate, or just like send half of your team, because most of the time they just sent the whole team into that early rotation.
Yeah, I think the Chinese teams tend to have a more dedicated OBJ player as well, whereas a lot of the Western teams will have everybody kind of work as a flex OBJ, and people understanding, okay, if this guy's on the inside of the objective, I need to go here. If I'm playing the objective, I know that I can trust him to go to these other areas. And I think having that flexibility gives you a lot more options, especially when it comes to a game mode like Hardpoint. So we'd love to see some of those changes happen. Like you said, INCO needs 90 points to win. Hopefully we'll get on the screen how many Wolves need to win as well, because obviously they do have that opportunity to make the comeback happen, but they're in a rough spot right now and not a whole lot of time to close this gap.
All right. Well, while we're waiting, it's really important to note that for Wolves, they need to keep the momentum up, because at this point you don't want to be bumped down at a certain point. But we do have a bunch of other streams for you later on. We do have Wolves and INCO Gaming for our Alpha stream, for our Bravo, NYSL Mayhem, and Smart Omega. And obviously later on we do have Luminosity versus Skade. But really excited to see how those matches actually pulled through. And we have a bunch of other games for you as well. And obviously Scars and Tribe. Bobby, I'm looking forward to that one, because again, this could be an easy 3-0 for Tribe, but with how Scars is still a mystery, it's really appalling to me.
I'm really excited for Luminosity versus Skade, because I think these are potentially the two most underrated teams in the tournament. And I think this is going to be a real test of different play styles that I think that one probably has the best chance of going to a Game 5. I am interested. I don't know what to expect out of Tribe versus Scars. I'm probably still leaning the way of Tribe a little bit, but as you guys can see right here, Influence Kemen has been eliminated from the competition. Q9 Club getting the win there. Not too surprising. Q9 definitely a favorite coming into this, and they will go up against the loser of the Tribe Gaming Scars matchup.
EU getting the brunt of all of this, losing 2 teams already. Only one remains in Stamina Esports. they have a monumentous job to actually try and go up against Luminosity, but obviously they're just so good when it comes to all of this gameplay. Oh, rather, it's going to be another matchup later on. Let's see what's going to happen between STRUT Omega and NYSL Mayhem. Whoever is going to be losing that they're going to be going up against Stamina Esports, rather. So a lot of teams, a lot of points, a lot of stats to consider here, but 4 teams, that is the one fact, are saying goodbye for today. But there you go, we're finally speaking up. We need 90 points for INCO to actually go and win this, but for Wolves, they need a lot more points as we do our restart.
All right, 154 needed for Wolves to get the W in this one. It is Wolves with a pretty hot start right there. Solid map control as Zaya's going to get things pushed out, but Jrozin immediately pushes in. Able to trade for 2. The high ground control actually going the way of Wolves, which is not something they were able to do well the first time around. So we'll see if they can maintain this momentum, but the SMGs having a lot more luck on this time through. Pegg picking up the scrap time right there. Dad's going to be able to clear off 1, and the time continuing to go on over to INCO Gaming. Right now, all they got to do is play things even, and they get the win.
Oh, Nian, they're absolutely great gunfights for him, having a 5-kill streak, earning him a pred. That's going to be absolutely huge for Wolves, and right now they're looking like they're having a fresh start, a better start compared to a while ago, and now they're also primed in position going into P2.
Yeah, that mental reset will work wonders for you. The Switchblade was like the one weapon that I felt like nobody should be using on this map, and now he's frying everybody that he can find. He's on 12 kills as we head into P2, and he is building streaks for days. You got to think that operator is coming into play pretty soon as well. And Wolves starting out on the right foot if they want to make this comeback happen. Not too big of a lead, but if they can continue to slay like this, get that topside hardpoint control, which King is able to do, might be able to make something happen. Noel on the flank trying to flip those spawns.
I like how Wolves is actually paying more attention to the spawn now, and that's the fact that they were able to get a lot more points here. And there you go, they're still spawning off there, still getting a lot more points. 30 seconds left on the clock. That is going to be essential scrap time for them, but the rotation needs to come through, and guess who's there? INCO's already positioned.
And at this point, any death could potentially be a lethal spawn right here. We'll see. And it's actually going to be Wolves spawning behind the opposition. They're not going to get taken down by the Hunter Killer. Lucaszin on the high ground doing everything he can to hold him out right here. INCO's still got some work to do if they're going to be able to close this one out. Pegg on the inside, claw in hand, does get shut down. Lucaszin doing everything he can right now. I'm pretty confident he's gonna hit the 60 bomb. What'd you say, 44?
It's 52 right now. Oh my goodness, this guy's absolutely cracked, and we're only at a halfway point, and we kind of want to reiterate that it all needs 90 points for INCO and 154 for Wolves to try and go and win it. So again, Wolves is actually doing a really good job. They were able to go and break this very cleanly up against INCO, and yes, Lucaszin's actually doing a great job, but everyone else in his team needs to actually go and step in. That's play number 1. Rafa having a very hard time with just 5 kills.
And now we're starting to get to the point where you got to consider the importance of the kills that you're getting, because it's nice to get kills, but if they're not helping your team get into the hard point, they're not doing a whole lot for you outside the streaks and the operators that you're building. You want to go for those impact kills, and INCO's picking up a lot, but it's not turning into hard point time for them. They just need, what, 94, 96 points in order to get up and get the win on this one, but they are getting absolutely fried on the inside of the hard point. INCO's got the better spawns for this as well, and should be able to make a push on in, but right now they're very content to let Wolves continue to stack the time. They have got to do something to make a push here.
We need around 58 points left for Wolves to try and go and win this, and for INCO, well, you only need like 40, so it's still kind of doable for any of these teams. It's time game, and that's really amazing for Wolves to make a comeback for it. Now INCO finally steps into our point, and no one else from Wolves are actually going to be really near, and that's going to be essential points for them.
Lucaszin continues to fry. He actually picks up a Switchblade to run with as well, and he said, all right, I'm done picking up my kills. I got my 60 bomb. It's time to play the objective and lock this one in. Only about 20 more points needed. They'll pick up the scrap time. Actually, Wolves will right here. And taking a look at the high ground control over in the top side of P2. It's all INCO players. They're going to be able to fly down from above. That's a big feat for them and potentially opening an opportunity for them to close out this game.
12 points are needed for INCO. That is going to be really big for them. And take a look at that. No wolves to be found because they're probably not there in the game anymore. Sayonara to you, but we're probably going to be doing another restart. But hey, that was a really interesting matchup where Wolves actually made a very interesting comeback. And for Lucaszin, almost touching that 60. Did he reach it? I know he was like 3 away.
No, because he had 44 whenever.
Right? Oh, yeah? Oh,
and he had 17 when everybody left the lobby. I don't know. Maybe Wolves didn't know Wolves had another disconnect. So we're going to be playing to like 10.
Well, hey, I feel like Bobby and I definitely have this caster curse, and yes, it is now confirmed because every time we step on this stage, looks like we're going to be having some remakes at the very least for 2, but we're going to be hopping off into another matchup where Luminosity goes up against Skate, and take a look at that, how close the scoreline is. That is just something that we actually kind of predicted to be.
Yeah. It's, oh man, it is even across the board. Obviously, 2 very different play styles. The way that I've heard a lot of the NA teams describe Luminosity is that they're actually, like teamwork-wise, one of the best teams, one of the most cohesive teams, which I think is what makes them so dangerous. That on top of the fact, they've got some dudes that can absolutely shoot straight, and that'll make for a lethal combo. They take the lead right here, up about 20 points. This typically a money hill. They don't have spawns to make the push on in, but you don't want to just give away a free 20 points. At least that would be my recommendation. Now, with getting completely wiped off the board, we may see that early rotation. That is exactly what's going to happen. That P3, I would say, one of the hardest points to break from the front side in the entire game. So I don't hate that decision for them. This setup in the backside is going to be crucial, especially if you can get Blur back there to hold things down with the SKS in hand. You got Solo Reigning Terror with the R9 in hand. We've seen him have some crazy performances on here, but oh, Leo, he said, I only need 1 shot to the head to take you out just like that. Skate finds the break on in.
Hunterkillen really just doing some magic here. The drone just does a really great job at resetting the spawns right now, and obviously with Leo Zera with a claw as well. That really just gives Luminosity a little bit of a hard time when it comes to getting a solid hold, even though that they were there so early on. Skate doing such an amazing job at doing with the break, but it's a good thing that Luminosity going in there for another response, but it's going to be Skate all over again with the spawns.
Yeah, Skate has spawns, gonna lose spawns right there, and that should lock in the rest of the scrap time for Luminosity. Right now, Skate actually still looking to contest, and wow, the 1 tap out of the KRM, that's gonna earn some more time for Linz right there, and that, I mean, you don't want to challenge a KRM on the inside of P4. I just don't recommend it. That's gonna be tie game as we hit the rotation back to P1 right here. In absolute chaos. We got shotguns, we got LMGs, we got marksman rifles, you name it. Here in COD Mobile, we've got it all.
We've got it all for you.
Oh my gosh, these guys are absolutely going at it.
Well, for Skate, I feel like it's the first time we've seen a KRM in play. I'm not quite sure if the other ones in the other streams did, but for me, I just really like to see it in a small map like Summit. We've seen the R9, and now it's time for this particular guy in the KRM to finally be in the spotlight. 196 and 198. It's just a back and forth. I wonder how close it's going to be, and for me, it's probably going to be the timing of where they use their score streaks at the very end.
Mihawk picking up some big kills in the inside of the hard point. Blur, another one of those aggressive SKS players, and he's gonna help his team push on through to pick up some more scrap time right here. You can see the teamwork live in real time right here. They are holding hands anytime somebody gets a push on in, going for the trade. And right now it's Solo hitting the early rotation. We're gonna jump out of this one, and we are gonna watch the ending of something else. Wolves and INCO, maybe? Wolves and INCO, so we'll take a look at that scoreboard whenever they wrap up later, but obviously there's only like 10 seconds left in Wolves and INCO. So we got to see what happens there.
Well, I mean, at least Wolves, they need to enter God mode. They need to play perfect hardpoint for them to just keep themselves afloat in this hardpoint matchup. As you can see on your screen, Wolves needs 58 points to win. INCO Stalwart needs 32 points. Very doable for a comeback with Wolves, as you already know that they did an amazing job when we had that restart. But that is going to be really good. For me, really interesting game from Skate and Luminosity. Such a back and forth game. I'm really excited to see what happens later on. But for now, we're taking a look at Wolves and INCO yet again. As you can see, that is going to be a really fast push coming in from the side of Wolves, taking a lot of these points. And it looks like for INCO, they're very slow when it comes to that rotation.
I believe around 50 needed for Wolves, 30 needed for INCO. And Wolves off to a hot start right here. It's off the back of both resets have been absolutely guns blazing. And Nian pulling out the SKS. I was curious if we were going to see that counter. He's got 3 kills to his name already. INCO pushes in. Every second matters at this point. This is a tight game. And INCO picking up every second of scrap that they can right here. Noel looking to clear things off. He's gonna, Nian, you gotta get him off the hard point. They only need about 10 more seconds to close this out right here. They might be able to do it over here on P1. Probably not gonna be feasible, but it looks like the early rotation up to P2 as well. INCO might be able to win it here.
I don't know why they went for that early rotation in P2, really. I mean, they just left P1 just so open, and now you get to see INCO just, they're there. I mean, it's going to be hard. It's a 5-person stack going in there, but again, there's so many chances for them to just get a lot of these points, and it's going to be 34 already, and this is going to be game because everyone else from Wolves are actually so far away. And there you go. Doesn't look like the reset changed the minds of Wolves, and the momentum still going into the favor of INCO. And even though there were signs of life in that first reset, it looks like it was dropped here in our second.
Yep, that's what we were expecting, especially with the way that Lucaszin was dominating. So no surprises here. It's going to be an interesting search and destroy, though. This is a very strong Wolves team. I am not as sure what to expect out of INCO. Obviously, we saw some crazy plays from Skade, who was #2 in the region. So you got to expect INCO has some decent reps going up against them. Not sure who to expect the actual snipers in their hands, but they're going to be looking to close this one out early on if possible, so they can lock in a spot in the playoffs.
And once we do reach that control matchup, it just is that swing mode where it's always a question mark. We don't know what's going to happen, but honestly, with the amount of performance that we saw a while ago from INCO, it just looks like they might actually have the upper hand when it comes to control. But obviously, that is for later on. We are moving on into our search and destroy matchup where we get to see the boys. Honestly, they're just trying to run through this very quickly because it has been a very long day. It's going to be really hard for a lot of these teams because especially for a team like, let's say, Almighty that have been playing back-to-back games, it's going to be the same here. So let's see, Slump, Search and Destroy. A little bit of a favorable map for INCO in my opinion, and Wolves, even though yes, they might be a little bit better when it comes to that search, this map just favors INCO a little bit more.
Yeah, I would agree with that. If I had to guess, this is probably an INCO map pick because it's just the one that plays the least like Search and Destroy. You can get crazy aggressive and try to counter some of those more passive play styles. I think especially with the sniping power that you got over on Wolves, Slums is probably the map that you want to go to. So we'll see if INCO can go up 2-0. You got to think if they do take that lead, the odds going way up for them is the Chinese teams have shown they can bring their A game in the Search and Destroy, still trying to find a grip in the hard point.
See, that's the whole thing, though. It's like, for Wolves, they kind of have a hard time giving a bit of a response up against the SKS of INCO, right? And we're playing in the next few maps where, okay, smaller map, INCO can probably go and perform. And for standoff, we've seen it already earlier today where the SKS absolutely shines here.
Yeah, just the ability for one player to completely dominate that entire mid lane gives you so much control over the map. It's going to require some adjustments. We even started to see that in the third segment of that hard point where Wolves players decided they're going to throw on the SKS and see if they can counter. Now, there's a big difference between equipping an SKS and using the SKS like Lucaszin does, but that's at least a start for trying to counter that play style. And we'll see if they can make those adjustments here in the Search and Destroy as well.
It's just so interesting how all of these teams are slowly doing micro adjustments to their play as the day actually goes on. And a lot more of these teams are slowly incorporating the SKS, where regions of LATAM have been using this for the longest time. Even some players from NA, some players from EU. From Garena, we don't see it at all. From China, we don't see it that much either. And it looks like it's just a strong weapon. But now we are starting things off now. Search and Destroy slums. And now it looks like it's going to be blue all over here in mid-map.
Yeah, that's a lot of map control for INCO right here. It's going to be tough for Wolves to sniff anybody out. Obviously, you probably got one SKS player just looking over top of the head glitch, and now all you're really left to do is spray through walls, hope that you find somebody, but Jrozin says, I'll put you out of your misery. Takes one down, Dad finds another. Noel is taken out of the equation, but a 2v4 for Wolves. Not the start they were looking for in what was expected to be their marquee game mode.
Pegg tries to go and shorten the distance, breaks it down, and there you go. That's, oh, I was gonna say that was supposed to be a good push from him, but obviously he made a lot of noise, and that just allowed them to just secure this round number 1. Going in there aggressively, just trying to take a position in mid, and there you go. That is gonna be a big opener for INCO.
Now that I think about it, I played in a tournament against Jrozin as well, and he like absolutely fried my team with the Locust. So if you're Wolves, you got to find a way to counter him as well. He is nasty with it, and that's one way to counter. Just push all the way up in his face, and he doesn't have a chance to respond. Maybe a little body shooting. I love it. I want to see more of it. A 2v2 right here as Lucaszin gets spotted out. One SKS bullet connects, but Zai able to get away with his life, and now all down to Dad. The 1v2, the bomb is down. And right now, a waiting game. I think he gets spotted out right there, and that should be all the information the Wolves need.
Okay, there you go, 2v1, and it looks like they're gonna be sticking together. That's gonna be a good sign. Use the numbers to your advantage just in case you do drop a life. You can just count on your teammates to go and save you from that. But we're gonna be going back here. Hey, hi, how's it going, y'all? Hope you guys are having fun over here. And if you're at home, don't forget to check out our other streams as well, because there's gonna be multiple streams going. We got A to D, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta just coming at you. We don't want you to miss the action, but obviously for us, we're still trying to figure things out here, but we're gonna be going back there later on.
Yeah, that was a strong start for INCO. We knew they were going to bring it, but they are looking strong in the Search and Destroy. So once we get everything situated on this matchup, well, I think it's going to take a lot of adjustments for Wolves to actually have a chance in this one. Like we said before, they're a streaky team. So if they get hot, they can probably run the board and win 3 straight, but it takes a couple of players starting to build that momentum for them to do it.
Yeah, take advantage of that momentum. And the readjustment that they did in that round number 2 was actually really good. I mean, they were able to go in and kind of going through the spawn, kind of invading the space of INCO. And that's one thing that you need to actually go and take. But before we get into that matchup, take a look at what we have. Whew, 4 teams already gone. 2 from Europe, 1 from India, 1 from LATAM, and now everyone else still trying to get a hold of it. But this is going to be really heartbreaking for me because it's day 1, and to see some of the names just going to be, I don't know, it's hard for me to see that.
Yep, Influence Kevin, Godlike, Strut and Nova. 2 teams already out for Europe. It is only Vitality keeping the hopes alive for India right now as they barely sneak through with a win over Strut. But they're going to have to face the loser of this one. And, I mean, you look at it, they've already gone up against... Did they go against INCO in the first round?
Yes.
Okay, well, we know that they didn't have much of a chance against INCO.
Seeding is just very unfortunate.
Wolves is another team that has looked very, very solid, and they've been able to run it close with INCOs, so you got to think the odds of Vitality making it out, not super high, but they showed a lot of resiliency, especially in their matchup against Strut. I think especially if you look at the performance we saw out of Sams and Jokos, the 2 twins, those guys are bringing it today, so if they can put the team on their back, maybe carry them to the promised land.
Dang, those two are so nasty. I mean, they're so good when it comes to just being in very clutch situations. But again, another team that I just wanted to say that is the only one representing their region, that's going to be Stamina, the only European team, the hope for Europe. And well, let's see how they're going to be faring up later on into their matchup. But Stamina is just going to be waiting. They need to find a way, especially from that loss up against Omega. They were able to get that 3-0 up against Godlike, but we're going to be waiting whoever is going to be winning, NYSL or Omega. Is it going to be a remake between Omega and Stamina again going into the lower qualifiers, or will NYSL play Stamina for the first time here in this competition?
I was watching that matchup a little bit on one of the side screens, and I think there was a disconnect, but whenever that happened, I'm pretty sure Omega was up pretty significantly. So looks like they are off to a strong start. And obviously, you got your Garena brothers in Almighty that got knocked down to the lower bracket, still trying to represent. They are not out for the count yet, but I think a lot of people expected 2 Garena teams heading into day 2. And it looks like they are on schedule for that if they keep their momentum.
Yeah, Almighty just had a shaky start, and obviously for Omega, just doing an amazing run, giving Stamina a 3-0, and now just bringing them into a lower bracket round 1. But for Almighty though, still, they get another lifeline, and as they're waiting later on, they're definitely going to be giving us another really good qualifier. But that's going to be in Group D, so whoever wins Skate versus Luminosity, whoever loses that, they're going to be meeting Almighty into the lower qualifier, which I still think is probably one of the hardest things to predict, honestly, in my end. That's going to be Group D.
Yep, that's, man, that's going to be a real heartbreaker for anybody down there because there's so much talent in that group. I think I maybe slept on that group because I didn't understand how good Skate was going to be. But the fact that one of those teams is automatically getting knocked out is kind of mind-boggling to me, and that is going to be a spicy elimination game.
I mean, I feel like for every single group, we do have like a little bit of a spicy game that we have here. But speaking of Skate and Luminosity, we're going to be hopping on into their matchup where we actually saw Luminosity and Skate just have a close hardpoint in Summit. And we didn't really get to see the end of that, but you can see over there on the screen, Luminosity having that 1 point. And now for Skate, you need to go and play catch up because you don't want to give Luminosity a 2-0.
Yep. Right here, we got a 2v2. Bomb's going to go down in the hands of Blur. He's got Woopiiee at his back. One of the best snipers in North America, no question about it. And he's going to go ahead and back up right here. Waiting for the flank. Nobody really in position to do that for Skate. Lins sees him hopping. Or I thought he saw him hopping right there, but I guess not. Woopiiee has been known to have some crazy sniper angles. And it seems like they're both kind of clueless as to the other location, but Pabzera going to come through. Woopiiee showing why he's one of the best snipers in all of North America. Lynn's going to be able to take down one, but Woopiiee pulls out that shorty. I was curious if we were going to see that a little bit more this weekend, and coming in pretty handy right there to close out the round.
I didn't even realize that he saw Pab was going to be there. I feel like it was just reflexes at that point. It's just so amazing how all these players just so good when it comes to the movement. And now a 4-man push coming in from Skate though, up in the back alley where they're going to be greeted by 2 other players, and that is well read actually by Luminosity.
Yeah, he's just so nasty with it. He knows there's one player on the inside of gas station as well. Less than 2 rounds in, and Woopiiee already with 5 kills to his name. The bomb's going to go down, and now the pressure on for Skate. They hit the retake right here. You got Pabzera looking down that mid lane. Doesn't realize Solo is on the inside of Graveyard right here, and they're going to make their way into the bomb site, but you still got to deal with Envy over on those boxes. Head glitch. Solo gonna somehow get away. Envy finds one. Mihawk's able to take down one, make it 2, and now he's got to deal with Woopiiee. He's been a menace all game long. He's gonna throw a nade through, perfectly positioned right there. Reads it like a book. Nade is not timed properly. Mihawk goes big, clutch after clutch today.
This is the second 1v3 Mihawk actually actually got, oh my goodness, not only that, enough time for him to go in there for the defuse. What a way to get your first round in Luminosity. You have the upper hand. Don't fall victim to what happened a while ago with Skade.
You know, I asked a bunch of pro players who they thought was going to be MVP for Stage 5. And I asked Mihawk, and he said himself, and now I'm starting to understand why he said that. So many big clutches for this guy right here, and he has got the ice in his veins, no question about it. Opener right there. Wooppiee's out of the equation, which, with the way Luminosity's been playing so far, not a great sign for them. Ban gonna fly over top, but that's a deagle to the face. Envy there for the trade. It's gonna be a 3v1 right here. Leo's in backed way up, and that is a lot of missed deagle shots, and you gotta think that's likely the end of the round. Solo gets the information. He's gonna be forced back right here, but seeming to be only a matter of time. That looked like a super doable kill, but maybe just a little bit of COD timing didn't go his way. And Luminosity retakes the lead.
Okay, good shots coming in from Luminosity. They knew to pick up the pace in that particular round, and I feel like that information coming through. Mihawk actually took a lot of damage there, but kind of was able to save his life, and Leosin gets that one, finally gets 2 kills to his name. Very rush approach here coming in from the side of Luminosity. That's going to be really big for them.
Yep, it's Solo ends up paying for that one. Leo off to a little bit of a slow start in this one, but, you know, takes a little bit of time to build momentum. Wooppie, 8 kills to his name already. And Envy's going to be able to get the plant down right here. Wooppie just continues to punish. He's on 9 already. I think he hit the weapon expect as that round finished right there. And I think we are going to hop back into Wolves versus INCO. Their S&D match getting started back up right here. So we'll see, but
well,
coming off the end of that one, Luminosity looked like they were very much in the driver's seat, very much in the hands of Wooppie's dominance.
So good. I mean, we already know that Skade is a really talented team, but I feel like the aggression that they have, they're just leaning more towards that momentum and just trying to figure out if they can do the 1v3 clutches, which honestly, that should be the last thing that you need to worry about, is to do and just leave yourself in a situation where you're down in numbers. But for Luminosity, they're just so good at handling what they have with such efficiency. And now we're finally stepping into INCO versus Wolves yet again, where very, very passively both of these teams, and nothing's moving so far.
Yep. And a little bit of a stalemate right now. Nobody for Wolves wants to make their way through those entryways, and INCO's got the map control, so they don't have any issue with the current situation. It is going to be Rafa finding the opener right there. Ching able to find one, or rather get the major assist. Lucaszin there, he said, I can do it with anything. I'll pull out the Krig and cook you as well. Gets the major assist here. Now all down to King. He's in a tough spot right now. He's going to be able to find one. It seems like Dad knows where he is. He knows exactly where he is. Drops him with the SKS in hand, and just like that, it is going to be INCO back into the lead.
Again, they just have no response when it comes to the SKS or even any kind of like long-range engagement. So since we did start that S&D a while ago, this actual scoreline is going to be 2-0 in favor of INCO. So that's going to be something to keep in mind. So just in case you're going to be, you know, curious as to how the scoreline is going to be. But there you go. Oh, King goes in there for the knife kill. Very ballsy move. That's going to be okay. That's going to be impressive. But unfortunately for him, he does drop his life. And now we're going very deep into Alpha, where 3 players are going to be surrounded INCO.
Ooh, Jrozin, maybe a little too aggressive right there. I like that he picks up the kill, but Zai said, okay, this is my locus now. He's able to punish as well. Lucaszin, the only one remaining, and the bomb going down over on the A site. Not a whole lot for him to work with. Going to try to find somebody out of position, but they're packed in there pretty tight, and it looks like they're going to have the read on his positioning as well. I believe it is Zai that pushes through, so should be a free kill. And yep, as soon as you don't get that kill, that should be round over. They get the information, they get the player alive as well, and with only 15 seconds, there's not going to be enough time for him to pick up all of these kills. Nian shuts things down real quick, and now Wolves finds their first round of the game.
2-1 is going to be the scoreline for this matchup. And again, that was really good coming in from Wolves. They went in very aggressively into Alpha, and for INCO, they had no response whatsoever. It looks like playing fast is something that Wolves actually, that is going to be an advantage for them, but they are going to slow things down just a tiny bit. Also for INCO as well, they're going to be slow when it comes to that defense.
Yep. It's working. It worked for Wolves last round, trying to bait INCO into a big push. The thing is, that's not really INCO's play style, so you got to try to make some pressure somewhere on the map. And right now, they're waiting for the snipers to connect. Nian not going to be able to do that so far. Still got a minute and a half to work with, and now Wolves starting to get aggressive right there. The flashbang connects. Pegg finds 2. That's the aggression that we're used to seeing out of the Chinese teams, and just like that, they're going to force their way on over toward that B bomb site. Lucaszin's going to be able to retaliate. Zai, Nian trades left and right, and now all down to Lucaszin. The bomb is down in the mid-map, but I'm not sure Lucas actually knows. And right now, he's going to go ahead and set up behind the bomb heady, but the task at hand for Wolves to retrieve that bomb and try to make a decision.
You're going to be Wolves, you better hold hands, because if you're gonna go up against Lucaszin, you already know that he can definitely pick you out one by one, especially if he does have that SKS in hand. But for now, it's gonna be the Grid 6. Information pulls through that one player coming in from Wolves are actually gonna be going in through pillars. And as he knows, both of the players are probably gonna be there into pillars as well. So how is he going to play this, knowing that eyes are on him?
Ooh, maybe could have used a little more trigger discipline right there. Tries to bait Nian with the second one. Beams onto Zai. Whoa, not sure where he's going with that one, but still in a position to clutch it up. Wants the 1v2, and it's his. He goes big. Another big round for INCO Gaming.
All Nian had to do was the play time. He kept on going into the same spot. I mean, it's just a matter of, it's something that's so simple. It's just like, you know you're going to be the only one there. If you go back to that old place where you know that INCO, that Lucaszin's going to be scoped in, just go back to Arches, go back into that other spot. But very beautifully played coming in from Lucas, and that's going to be really big for them. 3-1 is going to be the scoreline.
Yep. They're in a great spot right now. Big clutches on clutches, and the aggression pays off for Wolves once again, but can they find a way to finish it? That's been the question for them so far. Ching going to be able to find another one onto Dad. Now only 2 players remain, but one of them is Lucaszin. So that's not a great sign. Jrozin was popping off in the first entry into the game. Hasn't quite been able to find that same success so far, but he's in a position where they might be able to get a view on the cross if they can take out this one Wolves player. The thing is, no close range oriented guns, and they're going to be able to find one, but now Jrozin trying to clutch up in total a 1v4.
With 25 seconds left on the clock, that seems to be very difficult as Nian seals the deal and Wolves finally gets one. 3-2 is the scoreline for now. That was a really good sign for Wolves because they wanted to rush into that Bravo flag, and that's going to be really big for them. And actually for INCO, they were pushed back very much. They were too passive in that particular round, and that just kind of gave them a hard time when it comes to going in for that retake.
Yep. Another big round for Wolves, one away from tying things up. Obviously, we do have that unseen +1 round for INCO Gaming right now, so we'll see if they can fire back, but it's a calculated aggression that we're seeing out of Wolves. It's not necessarily, hey, it's the first second of the game, we're just gonna rush into mid and see what happens. They kind of evaluate, they look at the lines of sight, they see where INCO is, and then based off that, they make those pushes. They use the stuns and flashes to check those off angles. And right now, Jrozin's going to be the man to make the plays. They're looking to peek mid, but I'm not sure who timing really goes in favor of. I'm going to say overall probably Wolves because Jrozin has no idea they made the cross right there. And once again, that calculated aggression, the question is, when are Wolves going to make that push?
Wolves is just so good when it comes to adjusting their pace, and usually they wait for Pegg to actually make that first blood. He's been so good at getting those first opening picks, and there you go, Ching. That is going to be vital information for him to actually go and get that. Gets that one SKS kill, and speaking of Pegg himself, he's going to go down. That's going to give a hard time coming in from Wolves, but hey, they're going to be leaving that Bravo side open, looking like they want to go in for the infiltration, gets rid of the flank, but also gets traded out.
Not sure what was happening right there, but
No, me too.
you know, the winner of the gunfight is the winner. Not a whole lot of time for the defuse. Lucaszin, crucial snipe with the DLQ in hand right here. You still got one player in the backside of garage that you got to deal with in Nian. He's not going down without a fight, but neither is Lucaszin. He's going to go ahead and not hop the bomb right here. If Chink can play time, maybe it's possible, but just not quite enough. That's going to be back to a 2-round lead for INCO Gaming.
Wolves they just did so well when it comes to that plant, but the post-plant situation wasn't that big. They left Bravo a little bit too open, and now let's see what happens again. You're watching here, Wolves versus INCO Gaming. I don't know what's going to happen now.
Yep, flipping sides to make sure that everybody gets the proper amount of offensive and defensive sides, which, especially on a map like Slums, you want to make sure that that's happening. It's a very, very difficult offensive map. So we're going to go ahead and make the switch. It does look like on one of our other broadcast matches, we've got Omega versus NYSL resuming. Obviously, some points being distributed based off the start of that one, but still lots of COD Mobile action ahead of us today. We have yet to send anybody to the playoffs, and that's the #1 objective for each and every one of these teams. 4 teams down for the count already. Excited to see these finishers and who we're going to be watching on Saturday.
And here we go. Speaking of the two teams, Hardpoint in takeoff, 15-8 is going to be the scoreline versus NYSL Mayhem versus Smart Omega. There you go. 20 seconds left in this P1, and you're watching the Bravo stream. Hi, welcome to the Bravo stream, where we get to see amazing action as well. And now for Omega, really big opening picks as well. Just stopping the push coming in from Mayhem, and the setup for P2. Both of these teams already sending one person in.
Yep, it's pretty even off the start. Not a great sign for Mayhem, as I believe overall points-wise they are at a deficit, and right now Nero needs to find this kill. That's going to be a crucial one right there. Leaving his teammates on the bottom side to win the gunfights on the outside. He knows his job as the OBJ man. Risky, going to push up. Big kill right there. Last bullet to connect is all that he needs. Little B trying to win one. He does that. Kendy on the backside, able to get one for himself as well. And that's a huge break for Omega. Might be enough for them to close it out right here. Is, I believe, only about 50 points needed for them to get the W on this one. The slow starting NYSL team just having a difficult time adjusting as Rebalo pushes up. Is going to be able to find 2. Tough to say who's going to come out on top in this one.
I think Woopiiee was able to kill with a stun. That is just really good. And after that, followed up with a grenade, and Risky tries to go in there for that solo push. And now Woopii's going to be the only one left, but is greeted by 3 other players. They're really trying so hard to close this out in this particular hill, but obviously they need to go in there for the respawn and also for the rotate, rather.
Looks like players for both teams trying to hop in the hard point right here. It is NYSL winning the opener right there. Pretty close to a tie game between the two. The Purifier's going to come out for Woopiiee. Not the best position, but if he can get into the hard point, it will be. He does not, and that's part of the reason I was a little bit suspect of his decision to do that, because he used a couple of shots off of it. Not going to get any recharge either, and another Purifier going to get immediately shut down, and this looking like it could turn into a money hill for NYSL. Not sure how big the point gap is right now, or if it's a total restart, but NYSL looking pretty dominant here on P3.
Well, I don't know about that, because player number 3 coming in from Omega, Rage, is not going to be moving. So that's definitely going to be a really big deal for how Omega's going to be moving. A really essential player is not going to be moving for them. So it's going to be a 4v5 situation right now, as we get to see some of the points already being gathered by Smart Omega here. And the restart going into that rotate is finally pushed through here in P4.
Looks like he has reconnected right there. Now the battle over on P4. Ensuing once again. Idra shut down with claw in hand. Shots from behind. Able to connect as well. Kendy locks in spawns for his team. Omega needs 62 to win. That's only 4 more points. NYSL holding on by a thread right here. Kendy continually re-peeking Purifier in hand, and there's nobody on the point for NYSL. You gotta keep somebody in there as much as you can. Right now, they continue to pick up the time, but there is zero margin for error.
Not quite sure why the Purifier was even there in the first place. I mean, at this point, you just want to know that it's definitely going to be a claw and gravity vortex type of situation where there's 2 more points coming in from Omega. You need to just close out 2 more points, and they're just having such a hard point. But we're going to be moving away because there will be a disconnect from Smart Omega versus NYSL Mayhem, Bobby. This is too much. I'm anxious. Who's gonna be our first team to go into the playoffs? It looks like, you know, Lady Luck is not on our side because she's stalling. But Wolves and INCO Stalwart, we still don't have an action
She really
either.
freaking is, I tell you what. Oh my gosh, she is just.
She's trolling us.
It's a freaking filibuster out here with. I don't even know, but. Taking a look at some of the other matches happening right now, we do have that Luminosity versus Skade matchup. Luminosity in the lead, 2-0. They do take the win in the Search and Destroy. We've also got the first game of our Scars versus Tribe matchup happening right now. Tribe's not giving up a single point. It's 25-0, but it's only P1, so there's a long way to go. But if I'm looking correctly, there's a lot of streaks in play already, which not a great sign for Scars.
Well, taking a look at our Alpha stream, INCO, they're going to be leading 4-2 up against the Wolves. So that's going to be really impressive, really important 2 rounds for them to have that advantage. But obviously, there's still a chance for Wolves to make a comeback. But again, if you're just watching right now, take a look at our other streams while you're going to be waiting for our main stream of the day. Because it's going to be do or die for Skade, because it's going to be a last resort. They need to win this, make a reverse sweep if they want to stay in here. But speaking of, we're going to be headed towards this matchup here in Slums Control. 5-10. That's going to be Skade with a life advantage here.
Yep. It looks like they are actually on the offensive side. So if you can get an offensive round to win off the start of this could be a huge advantage for them. Blur just kind of ratting it out in spawn, but he's going to get taken down, and that is a huge opening round for Skade. Especially when you get your backs up against a wall, 2-0, to be able to win an opener on offense. That's, I mean, that just makes your life so much easier.
That is a statement, and that is a really good start coming in from Skade, because you're going to be, you know, ending things really well. But here we go. Finally, very aggressively, Skade goes in there, tries to go in there for the win. But Lin's goal opens things up, actually, with a nade to play with. And now we get to see some kind of control. Actually, I was going to say there was a really good control coming from Luminosity, but just as I said that, no control whatsoever from any of these teams when it comes to the spawns.
Yep, right now, Envy gonna stand up, drops one. Oh, clean 2-piece right there. That's big for Luminosity as they look to get pushed up, but the bigger issue at hand, you have no objectives captured. You want to pick up these kills anywhere that you can, but you got to pay attention to the clock, and Leo's in firing back. He's got a Pred missile to use if he wants it. Keeping an eye on those operators as well, 4 available for each team, and you got to think with this basically being a tie round right now, more than likely, those going to start to come in as we do see Ban popping a claw. Pebzera doesn't seem to hear the footsteps from Solo pushing up on that backside of B.
Enemy taking
And
B.
that is going to open up the B site for Luminosity to make the push on in. They've got the life, or actually, they had the life advantage. It is going to be no surprise. Leo's in, eliminating some of those from the equation. He's got some streaks as well. Now sitting on a Pred missile. Oh, and he's trying to spawn trap, but the spawn protection coming in handy for Luminosity.
And that's going to be really big for Leosin, trying to go in there for the spawn trap, trying to control it, but he's going to get shut down by Ban, knowing very well that that's going to be really tricky if left unattended, and they were able to capture that Bravo flag, but this is where things get very tricky if you are going to be in the offense, where it turns into a TDM once you try and get that A. Looks like there's going to be a possibility for that. I thought it was going to be a double kill, but no, they actually got no one.
Yep, I believe hit a trophy system right there, so no kills to be found. Right now, Mihawk backed up, and if you're Skade, all you gotta do, sit on the inside of this zone and that just hold your head glitches, hold your angles. Shouldn't be too very difficult. Mihawk's got an entire dumpster that he can hide behind, and Luminosity, it's all about the tactical usage. You need some smokes, you need some stuns to open up an entry into this hard point. Lin's going to be able to find one before he gets traded out, but Pabzera continues to fire away. Some of those operators coming out. Maybe a little bit of desperation as we see Luminosity trying to find a way to clutch this one up, but even here on the flip side, not able to make anything happen. Only 2 lives remaining. Looks like it's going to be a 2-0 lead for Skade off the start.
Very good start from Skade. Now that is definitely going to be something they needed, especially if they want to go and continue this and bring it into a game number 4. But they need to win this defensive or offensive side rather. That's going to be good because in the first half they did so well when it comes to the offense. They can definitely close this out here. And coming in from Luminosity, they did so well when it comes to the defensive side later on. But here we go. Let's try to see what can happen here because they're having a really hard time closing it out.
Leo, big opener. 2 to his name. Washi fires back, doing everything that he can to make some pressure up towards that capture zone. But right now, Luminosity just struggling to get into their power positions. They've got a 1-man advantage right here, but Skade has been so sneaky finding those angles, getting the timings right. Right now, it's, I believe we're going to hop back into the Wolves versus INCO Gaming matchup. Is they're going to be looking to finish up that one. What mode are we in?
We're still in Search and Destroy. We're Wolves and INCO Stalwart. It's still, I mean, we're still here in Slum, so technically we never left. It's just we're just changing around the teams that we have. Still trying to fix up a lot of the, you know, the little doo-doos that we have over here when it comes to our alpha stream. But hey, be entertained with our other streams as well. We have 2 going on simultaneously, as we saw NYSL Mayhem and Smart Omega. They're just chill. They're waiting for their next matchup. For now, though, Scars versus Tribe up next. 176 and 83 is going to be their scoreline. And then for Luminosity and Skade, you saw it a while ago, that's going to be a 2-0. But as we hop into the matchup, we're going to go straight in as Pegg. Really big kill coming in from it. The 4v3 situation with Wolves getting the numbers down.
That was a disgusting wallbang headshot. Able to connect right there. I believe that was Jrozin making it happen, but even with that happening, it is still Wolves with life advantage. Beef Mommy, do you remember the score?
4-2 is the score line.
4-2, that's right.
Yeah.
INCO's winning.
Yeah, INCO is winning, so they need 3 more to win this. Yes, and for Wolves, obviously, they still have a long journey. But hey, just two rounds in between them, that's not too bad, especially knowing very well that they are very positioned well. And now, it's really good that for INCO, they're trying to gather that information, trying to get that first opening pick, and that is information for them. Shots are being fired. At least they know one person's going to be right there, but it's a matter of how many players are they going to be greeted with, and the answer is going to be 3.
Somebody's going for the wallbang right there. Not going to be able to connect, but big feed for Wolves right there. They shut that one down quickly, and definitely a much-needed round. That brings us to 4-3 at the scoreboard. And the calculated aggression, once again, paying off for them big time, is waiting for the opportune moment. The utility usage, I feel like the utility usage is the one thing that differentiates these Chinese players when it comes to the search and destroy. The angles that they're putting those stuns, the spots that they've got their trophies, their smokes, everything is very intentional. You're not seeing anybody, oh, it's the start of the round, I'm just gonna throw my nades and see what happens. Everything is done very intentionally, and it's paid off for them so far, as Wolves now in a position to tie things up.
That is a point that I actually really wanted to bring up, and now they're closing in the gap where Wolves is only 1 round in between them. Mind you, the score now is 4-3, and now INCO slowing things down just a tiny bit. Honestly, I didn't really like their play a while ago, because that's 3 players up against 3 players where they didn't even check alpha if it was going to be free, and it was only 1 player there. And there you go. They just went in there blind. And let's see if they're going to be creating the same mistake here. They're going to be slowing things down. No, that is 1 information for them. So Jrozin, that's going to be 1 essential thing, knowing very well that's going to player number 5. That's going to be Nian. But again, it's still a stalemate.
And Jrozin so close to finding the right jump angle on that, but just inches away from spotting a Wolves player. It is man advantage for INCO right here. Whoa, and the hit marker onto Nian. I believe actually trading hit markers. Neither player are going to be able to find the kill, and we continue the stalemate, but there's only 30 seconds left. If you're INCO, you got to make a decision. You would think, especially with a man advantage, if you got any utility left, now is the time to use it, but the waiting game is not one that they're winning right now. Jrozin's going to drop. Ching able to find the kill right there. Pegg finds 2, and you can see that you're just waiting too long. Wolves capitalizing in a big time, but 3 kills back the opposite direction. And just like that, there's only 1 Wolves player left. You got to get the bomb down. Does he read it properly? The drop shot.
Oh my gosh.
Lucaszin dumpsters him.
We don't see that often anymore. The drop shot, it's still supreme, I guess. But hey, that won them a round, and now, okay, we're back to square one coming in from Wolves. We get to see it. INCO with 5, Wolves with 3. And I feel like that worked out for them very well. It could have been a really sticky situation for Wolves to be in, but there you go. Hey, bomb's gonna be going down. Zai gets really essential kills. King with a nade shot. 3 people going in from that Bravo defense, and only 1 person from INCO is gonna be in Alpha. I mean, Wolves rather. That's gonna be Ching. And now bomb's gonna go down in a very tricky spot.
King says, I've got an SKS of my own. You can hear the bullets whizzing past your head right there. Lucaszin's going to be able to connect, and once again down to a 3v3. Bomb is down. I believe that's over on the mid-map side. It looks like Dad's just going to kind of hold this head glitch and hope that he can get somebody to peek. And of course, as soon as he leaves, King says, okay, I'll take up residence on top of this head glitch. Nobody here to really start the engagement, and once again, it is INCO that needs to go pick up the bomb right now. So you got Jrozin way on the other side of the map, trying to hit some of those jump angles, but not able to find any information really, and now King in a position where he might be able to find Dad. It seems like Dad knows. Oh my gosh, the double headshot. Just mastering the art of the SKS. You can shoot through that?
That's so good.
They know everything that I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, and Nian, you got hit.
Potatoes that shot. Tries to go in there for 2 shots, misses both of them. 3v2 though, still very difficult for Nian because it's just really hard going in for close range engagements, and now Jrozin, speaking up, takes the deagle out. Okay, we're going in for 6-3. 1 more round coming in for INCO for them to win this. And Wolves, they're going to be in a very hard position to be in because it's going to be control all over again, where we thought that S&D might be the game mode that they can actually pull through.
Yeah, and you can see, like, despite all the good plays that we've seen out of Wolves so far, a lot of it's just instincts that's carrying INCO through this one, and it's getting them the win. Couple kills to open up right here for Wolves, and just like that, I'm praising INCO, and Wolves is absolutely picking them apart. You know, Lucaszin's right there, and he doesn't have anywhere that he can go. Should be able to get out of this position, but those pre-fires going to give away his location as well, and should be a very easy to close out round for Wolves right here. Bomb is down as well. It wouldn't even take a miracle. It would just take a lot of mistakes for Wolves if Lucaszin's going to clutch this.
Well, lucky for him, Wolves is actually going to be staying put. I mean, more of like unlucky for him. They're just staying put. They're not going to be overextending. That's going to be really good for Wolves. Solid defense. The only way he could actually pull through is that he needs to find a way, probably by the 30-second mark, to try and retrieve the bomb. He's just gathering as much information as he can, going around the way through, and looks like he's going to be going through that B-bomb site, probably up through pillars, where he's going to be greeted by 1 player, and after that, greeted by another. So I feel like it's very doable because player number 4 is just so deep into Alpha that if Lucaszin actually gets that 2-piece, it's very possible for him to clutch up this 1v3.
Yep, Nian on the bottom side. He's finally going to read it, shuts down Lucaszin, and keeping the hopes alive for Wolves. It is now 6-4, if my math is correct on that one. And they haven't looked bad on this side. It just hasn't been dominant enough to expect that they're going to be able to really run through this one. Lucaszin continues to dominate He's now got 7 kills on the board. Noel, please stay in the lobby. Please stay in the lobby. Please stay in the lobby.
Please stay in the lobby. We're begging you. Stay in the lobby. We're going to finish this really quick. But there you go. Pegg goes in there for the kill. The first kill for Wolves. Still a 3v4 situation. I'll make that 3v3 as INCO is going to be losing alive and Wolves even things out. Jrozin, though, gets rid of Ching. Bomb's going to be going down, though. That's going to be really hard for INCO to go in between. But that yet again just knows it so fast, and Lucaszin goes in there. There you go. That is going to be game 4, Search and Destroy, where everything was just so fast. That is just amazing way to close out the round and show everyone who's boss. I mean, valiant effort for Wolves, though, because I feel like you made a really good point. When it comes to the Chinese teams, they're so good at using their util, but it's just not enough sometimes, you know?
Yep. We have a couple other games finishing up as well. I believe it is Skade taking the control over Luminosity, so that keeps their hopes of automatically advancing alive. We also have Tribe versus Scars happening right now. Tribe winning map 1 pretty convincingly, and now hopping into the Search and Destroy. We'll see if maybe Scars has something to counter, as that is the only game mode that Tribe's lost so far.
Yeah. And for S&D, let's see if Scars can actually go and pull through. But obviously, taking a look at your screen, Wolves, they need to win this control matchup. It's going to be a possible reverse for them if they can go and perform. But again, speaking of the boys of Scars and Tribe, again, it's going to be a red and red situation here. Very quietly.
We're on the Delta stream, and this is my first time ever watching Scars in a major tournament. I think? Well, no, I watched them in Stage 5 last year, but it's my first time watching them in Stage 5 this year, so that's all that really matters. They actually take round 1 off of Tribe. It looks like Tribe only picking up 1 kill in the entirety of the round, so maybe somewhat of a S&D specialist region, much similar to China. We know that they've played against them pretty extensively, but for the most part, they just scrim against iPad or tablet warriors. So we'll see if maybe they've got something to pull out of their pocket here in the S&D, and obviously the control being the swing mode, and a couple openers right here for Tribe looking to fire back. The bomb is down in the mid steps. Not sure it's visible though.
Bomb is going to go down in a very tricky spot.
Enemy
Numbers, though, still going into the favor of Tribe, and even more so now as Vegaz gets that pick. But Rio was able to get Jez away from them, a very essential player. Bolu gets Mike. That's going to be a 1v4 situation, something that's not going to be pretty for Rio to go and get. And speaking of, Vegaz finishes the job. A 1-1. Best of 5 in this series, and so far, Tribe does have that hardpoint matchup, and now target to 7 for this S&D for possibility of Scars to try and capture that 1 more point.
Yeah. Right now, it looks like pretty aggressive push on over toward that A site, actually making their way up through mid steps. Bolu able to connect on the first one. Not sure if that was a wallbang. I like glanced away at the worst time possible, but Mike fires back. Mike feels wrong, but so does Mick, so I don't really know what to say. Right now, a fake spots Mike or Mick, and it looked like he had the angle to shoot back, but I guess maybe a little bit tunnel vision on top laundry, whatever it is, and not going to be able to connect on a kill that would be really big to find as an opener. We are in a 4v4. And it looks like they're just going to kind of leave the bomb down to the outside of Zigzag. Nobody wants to challenge Bolu, and Pegg, he's just untouchable on the head glitch. He's going to be able to take down Mike. And just like that, Hamster left to try to clean things up once again. It looks like they're seeing him. Maybe it's an FOV thing. I don't know entirely what it is, but regardless, keeping things even. 3 players apiece.
Tribe playing for the retake. They already probably know by now that it's going to be a Bravo plant, 3v3 situation. 2 players going in through kitchen and 1 player going in through the flank, going in through spawn garage. That's going to be a really big deal. They need to go and wait for the rest of the teammates. And that information where everyone else from Scars are actually going to be. 1 person from Scars, though, that's going to be Rio, going in for that top laundry control. But Bolu, yet again, getting rid of Fantagen. That's going to be really big for him. Tectonic gets Hamster. a 1v3 situation all of a sudden, and they're just so patient when it comes to infiltrating this Bravo site. And now for Bolu, looking to get that fourth, tries to go in for the shots, and there you go, speaking of the man himself, gets it, and with enough time to spare to go in there for their defuse.
Yep, perfect timing for Tribe on that one. Calculated on the retake, and that's going to give them the lead. So obviously you get Scars taking round one, but you know, anybody can take round one. It's all about who takes the next 13 rounds or however many more there are. It looks like Bolu's having the time of his life, sniper in hand. He's recently filled out that sniper role to perfection, rocking the double snipers right now as Jez is doing the same. Marshy just doing Marshy things. I'm not really sure what the objective was there, but you know, he's alive and maybe just trying to bait out some shots. Not going to be able to do that, but it is going to be Scars getting pushed up into the mid-map here.
Very slowly, both of these teams are playing so passively as the bomb is actually going to be through mid. Looking like there's no mid control whatsoever coming in from Tribe, but doesn't really matter. Jez gets those beautiful kills to his name, almost getting that third, but Jin actually able to get the trade, but bomb is going to be going down. One player though, player number 3 from Scars, that's going to be big. Rio's going to be awarded for his patience. Bolu though, yet again, still very scary on the sniper. He's doing a fantastic job at stopping the push and just being one of the biggest obstacles coming in from Scars.
That's the thing about Bolu's snipes. Like, he's not going to be a flashy sniper, but he's going to make the right read. He's going to be patient. He's not going to ego gel anybody, and he's still going to get just as many kills as the guy that's running around spamming his weapon swap, spinning in circles, and ego gelling everybody off of head glitches. So right now he has played a big role in Tribe taking this lead. And Ryo in a tough spot right now. Still, he's sticking with that Peacekeeper. He loves his Peacekeeper, but not really in a great spot. And picking up that bomb, going to give away crucial information. With only 16 seconds, he's just got to pray Tribe doesn't check the plant.
Well, they already know it because they checked Alpha a while ago, so it's impossible he's going to be there, and then he's going to be stopped. Marshy goes in there with the CBR kills. Nice work. Thank you for playing, and there you go. That's going to be Tribe all the way. And by the way, if my voice becomes a little bit deeper, I'm just going to be coughing just a tiny bit, but I think with Bobby, I'm going to give you a little bit of a boost here.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. I hope you feel better, and I hope that your voice recovers, Beef Mommy.
Yeah. Hi, I'm not Beef Mommy, I'm Shift.
Oh, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Last man standing.
Know each other.
Finish it.
Excuse me? Who are you?
We know each other.
Oh, okay, if you say so.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I do.
What are your thoughts on the matchup at hand?
You know, I'm glad that you asked, because I've been watching. Here's the thing, Tribe's really good.
Yeah, I think
they're really, really good.
I think they're
like,
pretty
the thing
good.
about this entire series so far, at least from my perspective, kind of watching in the green room, is like Scars isn't playing terribly bad. It's just Tribe is better.
Yeah.
At the moment.
I would agree with that. They've made some good pushes. They've read angles, but it just seems like I think the communication is one of the biggest game changers for Tribe, because it seems like at every turn, even if somebody dies, they know exactly where to find that guy, and the trades are almost instantaneous.
Yeah.
So and maybe some of these slightly more aggressive pushes can catch Tribe off guard, but if you're taking slow, methodical pushes every single time, Tribe's going to make you pay.
And I think the biggest problem that we're starting to see in the Search and Destroy is once the numbers start to get dwindled away, Scars look a little lost on how do we regroup and like get ourselves actually fulfilling something, whereas like you mentioned, Tribe is just so good at working off one another. Great mid-map control right here. This is a problem for Scars, and you can see exactly why Bolo taking out Fishbone means that Fontaine by himself, can't get out of red.
Nice work.
Yeah, this, you know what? I'm not making any predictions. I'm done passive cursing myself. But Tribe looks very good, and I think that Tribe's odds in this one, I'm not sure that Scars is quite on the level of Q9 in being able to close a gap as big as this one is right now. But we do also tend to see momentum shift a little bit whenever we flip sides, just because that's the way that COD Mobile works. So it is going to be first blood for Scars right there. Marshy taken out of the equation. And now, especially with Fishbone push way up, that puts Tribe in a rough spot.
Really, it's all over the map. The only thing that Scars doesn't have intel on is what's going on towards bedroom, but with number 2 and Fontage's trying to snipe over through kitchen, you're not really going to get a chance to do too much with that. But how about the breakdown here from Tribe? Nade over the top, you isolate the corner. Fortunately, Rui was able to find 2. That will keep this play largely in favor of Scars as Bolu's last left live.
And this is kind of what we saw in Tribe's S&D versus Q9 as well, looking very, very dominant on the defensive side of things, but not quite as decisive on the offense. And it's definitely made this round, at least so far, a lot more difficult. So yeah. Bolu's been big for them so far. He's got 8 kills to his name. But that setup over on the B side, especially with them knowing that the bomb's down over there, going to make life pretty miserable.
I'm not going to lie, though. Scars is still trying to feel out where Bolu is, which is possibly going to lead to some opportunities for Bolu to pick up a snipe. Yeah, he sees one, shot just a bit wide. And that all of a sudden kind of maybe has closed the gap in around him. 30 seconds. You've got number 3 in Rio is already deep in towards Garage. And yeah, this is the only play that Bolu has. He will get a 1v1 versus Fontaine, and just comes down to will he hit the shot? Oh, just a bit tall.
Yeah, with that miss, that's basically the end of the round. Doesn't have bomb. You might get 2 players to chow you. You're not going to get 3 players to chow you with only 13 seconds left. There's no real winnable situation right here, so Fishbone can play the waiting game. Knows Bolu's going to drop onto his head, and a big round goes through for Scars.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, clean stuff. It's just one of those things that, hey, don't give away the advantage. And there were moments in there where I think we were all like holding our breath a little bit. Bolu definitely had a chance, but got multiple matches going on at once. These are all the winners qualifier matches, so even if one of these teams were to fall out, in particular looking over towards what's been going on in this INCO and Wolves matchup, which this has been surprising, I would say. Are we, I mean, we'd asked the question when we were doing all of our prep, like, are we sleeping on LATAM? We might be sleeping on LATAM a little bit too much, Bobby.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I knew they were going to be good. I didn't know they were going to be this good.
Yeah, same.
And from what I had heard, it seemed like it was going to be top-heavy toward INCO, but it seems like Skade is playing on that exact level as well. So we do have one team eliminated from the competition, but the other 2 remaining for LATAM have looked absolutely phenomenal so far. We do have INCO 2-0 lead, and we talked about the importance of dominating that middle lane with the SKSs in hand, as INCO has done all day long. You got to think this is going to be a paradise for them, but he gets some early point control right here for Wolves.
Yeah, this is looking pretty solid overall, actually, as far as an offensive attempt is concerned. 2 ticks of progress will be locked in. Wolves having a little bit of a tough time kind of working their way back in. I mean, look how split they are in the minimap at the moment. Lots of left to right spreads, lots of 1v1s all over the place. And INCO, who are really forcing a ton of sniper rifles in a respawn, by the way, are reaping the rewards of that. A is going to be locked in, 26-18 the lives, and the spawn trap starting to come through.
Oh, if they put him in the spawn trap, this might be a 30-second round. Right now, it's a rough spot for Wolves. They're trying to make their way on out. INCO, all you got to do is capture B, and you got a 9 life advantage. You know you got the spawn trap set up as well, so one way or another, you're either going to find the kills or you're going to hop on the objective, and Wolves finds a 3-piece just like that. Kind of tears apart the push for INCO right now, so they're going to be forced to reset. I'm pretty sure Wolves have no idea that Crozin's over here on the inside of Market. And right now, he's the player that can make the play for them to try to tear apart this defense. He's got eyes on one. If he can find another right there, he's got Rafa watching his back. Oh, the teamwork just so clean, so smooth for INCO.
Very smooth indeed, but hello, welcome back. I just had to cough a little bit, but hey, my voice is back. Thank you so much, iHoldChef, for giving me a little bit of a break. But hey, there we go, 10-3. Still very doable for Wolves to actually go and gain a little bit of momentum here with 1 minute on the clock. So they're on defense, but they're still struggling to actually go and defend someone like INCO.
And right now, INCO's trying to TDM it, but Wolves have done a good job of baiting them into some kills, close the life gap a little bit. Unfortunately for them, a couple in the feed, and now with only 4 players remaining, it's going to take a miracle to be able to close out this round, as right now, INCO continues to reign terror. I mean, only 5 lives, it's doable. It's just when you've only got, what? Now you got 2 players on the map. You're trying to lock in it's something somewhere, but it's just not meant to be. Pegg doesn't have any information. He's hoping somebody runs down his iron sights, and they do exactly that. But now INCO's like, well, we're in a 5v1, so I guess we'll just play the objective.
Oh my goodness, Pegg is still trying to go in there for the rampage, but Lucaszin, he's going to be going down. And I mean, as much as he can try to clutch this 1v7 up, he has 30 seconds and there's multiple players right there on the hill. But there you go. That's going to be really good coming in from INCO. They played that so well, and I thought that Wolves might actually go and try to make a comeback, but unfortunately for them, the whole, okay, you come to us type of situation, INCO still wins those gunfights.
Yep. It does look like Tribe's going to close out their game versus Scars, so that's going to be a 2-0 lead for them, and now only one map away from heading to the playoffs. INCO is going to have a strong start here in this round as well, and I mean, especially being on the defensive side, I will say pretty definitively, Standoff is a map where it's definitely defensive sided. So the fact that Wolves lose that opening offense, not a great sign, and INCO's got to be feeling good about their odds of now advancing to the playoffs if they can find a way to close this one out. They only got a 1 life advantage right here, so still a lot of work to do, but Rafa's going to do a lot to lock in some map control. That should secure the back alley push for them. And now the pressure is on. After Wolves, you're doing your best not to get spawn trapped. Big value for Jrozin with the claw in hand. Once again, life advantage going to work wonders as that affords INCO a lot of room to move around.
Speaking of the util, Wolves just absolutely does that so well. Stops Jrozin in his tracks, but then still, the guy cannot be stopped. So good when it comes to that sniper and has a really good sight line of the spawn of Wolves. So that's going to be really hard. Exactly. Closing in, he's popping off. He's basically trying to open up that hill for his team. And not just that, that actually allows his teammate, that's going to be Noel, to push deep into spawn, winning a lot of these gunfights. 8-18, 10 seconds in between them. Not just that, 19 seconds on the clock coming in for Wolves to try and get one on the offense, but obviously it's not going to be that easy as INCO able to get through with that kill, with those points down, doing so well, but hey, it looks like we're finally getting into the points. I'm just assuming that INCO's actually going to be winning that game.
Somebody get Nian some help. He's got 17 kills. He doesn't have any teammates above 7. He's a one-man wrecking crew with the Rytech in hand, but it's just no match for the teamwork that we've seen so far out of INCO. Man, oh man, has this team impressed so far today. We got music. Oh wait,
I know. I was just like, am I hearing this? God, is that you?
Well, Nian's gonna open things up once again. Ching with a nade, and finally a starting feed for Wolves to try to turn things around right here. We've seen some reverse sweeps in the control so far. Definitely not outside the realm of possibility, and it is Wolves taking the life advantage. Some of the operators coming into play as well, not seeing a ton of value come through. Right now tied up 26-26. INCO a chance to close this one out. Can they make it happen?
Very aggressively, they're trying to go in there. Hopefully, I get to see the minimap just so what kind of information we finally do have. But it really just seems like INCO goes in there very aggressively, going in there for that spawn trap as well. But Rafa's going to be in a really good side, but he actually brings out the Purifier at the very wrong time. I mean, that's one thing. That's probably one of my pet peeves. It's like, if you know you're going to be shot at and you're going to be in a very tricky situation, why bring out the Purifier, especially that you know the range is not going to be there. But Jrozin gets it down. Seals in blue, has a really good sight line of A.
Yep, he's just kind of bobbing and weaving in the top side right here. He's going to be able to clear one out, so that alleviates some of the pressure that Wolves apply right there. And now making his way on up into the B zone, or the A zone rather. You see the shots across, and it continues to be dominant the way of INCO. I thought Lucaszin might be able to find a way to win that one. Wasn't meant to be, and now Wolves keeping the lives in their advantage. All you really got to do, keep INCO off the objective, and it should be yours, at least the round. Zai's going to go ahead and push up right there, once again looking to spawn trap, and this is most definitely Wolves' round to lose. 5 life advantage, only 10 seconds.
Yep, I mean, Wolves doing a really good job so far at being on the defense, and that's probably going to seal them their first win here in that control matchup. Stopping INCO from giving them the donut here, but then just as I said that, 9 and 5. I wish we could see the minimap so we can try to kind of track how INCO's kind of doing, but obviously not well enough as, oh, Alpha's going to be captured. That 1 and, oh, okay. I thought he was going to be able to try and get that 1v7, but obviously not. Wolves win, finally, signs of life for them. It's not over just quite yet, as we're finally going in for that switcheroo.
And Wolves are definitely a solid control team. It just looks like across the board they're not getting quite as much contribution for Nian as, you got one guy lagging behind for INCO and Rafa, and basically everybody else lagging behind over on Wolves. So if they can start to heat up and we see Zai doing exactly that, we may see things turn around. Right now, this is a dominant start, and this is kind of what happened. You look at that control that Q9 was up 2-0 in. Yeah, you saw a solid start, but once the momentum swings, it swings hard. And right now, Wolves at the life advantage once again. They already got 2 ticks of progression over on B. If they can get that captured early, A should be pretty doable. Noel wins a must-win gunfight, and a few of those kills go in the way of INCO. Going to be absolutely crucial for them.
Wolves, though, well, it's a good thing for them that INCO actually didn't go in there for that spawn trap, as INCO's going to be sitting pretty over there, being a little bit more patient when it comes to all those engagements on the defense. And now a 2v1 situation might actually happen here at Bravo as we see the engagement start. Ching rather, is going to be getting really big kills here. He's going to be solo capping that Bravo flag, and as the players finally funnel through into that Alpha flag, he's going to be the only one there. No kind of backup whatsoever, and that just seals the deal as he solo holds that. Alpha's going to be the only one left, and there is no response whatsoever coming in from the side of INCO. I mean, the defense is just really solid, and for Wolves, they're just winning a lot of the gunfights.
Yeah, if Ching had won that probably would have been the round, but Pegg is going to be there. He's going to be able to find 2 for himself, and now continuing to apply that spawn trap pressure. Rafa reads the peak on that one. Big gunfight win, but once again, they've got to try to close the life gap, and there's a minute and 40 seconds for Wolves to work with right here. Just backs up against the wall is INCO, and definitely kind of feels like they're falling apart. The one thing to go their way, they've got 4 operators they can pull out if they need to. Not sure if it's worth it right now because this game, or at least this round, seems to be so far gone, but one does come out for Rafa.
I honestly think they kind of threw, because for INCO, there were 3 players up in Bakery versus that 1 player from Wolves in Bravo, and they just let that happen. And now, even though they are going to be down in the lives, INCO going to be playing very slowly, knowing that they're 1 minute to play with. That is a lot of time for Wolves to try and infiltrate.
Lost the lead.
There's not a lot of margin for error. Noel going to win a crucial gunfight. Tries to go for the Chell over top of Dumpster right there, but now the pinch coming through and seeming like a matter of time. Once again, the time being a huge factor right now. You know you got nobody left spawning in either. On the flip side, but a couple kills go through for INCO right here. Now only 1 life separating the 2, and this is basically a very high stakes TDM. Pegg's gonna be able to find 1. 2 life advantage, but just like that, Dad equalizes, Purifier comes out, trades left and right. 1 life advantage for Wolves right here. Still 27 seconds remaining. Zai's gonna be able to find another, and now all down to Dad. He's not gonna be able to win the gunfight. Another round goes through for Wolves, and they've got a chance at the control reverse sweep.
Just give it to us. Just give it to us, Wolves. Don't go down this way. Don't give them the donut. And now for INCO, how could you let that round go? Knowing very well you could have defended B a little bit better, but here you go. You're going to be ending things up on the offense. And let's see if they can finally get a lot of these kills. Well, they're going in there very aggressively, but Nian goes in there for a really big triple. Goes in for the multi-kills. He's getting his 5th as well. That is not going to be easy to go up against us. Pegg himself getting that 3. Wolves getting a lot of these kills down.
Oh no, the confidence has completely disappeared. He said, you know what, I'll take my Purifier all the way into spawn. And just like that, It's a 15-life lead. Wolves shredding them to pieces. It's barbecue chicken out here on standoff. My, oh my, what a turnaround for Wolves. Nian leading the way. He's got 37 to his name. He's got full streaks as well. Panic has fully set in for INCO Gaming as their lead completely evaporates. Only 6 lives remaining, and Wolves have found a way to turn this one around and keep their winners bracket hopes alive.
Oh my goodness, that was just beautiful. The purifier, what we like to call it, they used it to perfection, getting that spot trap on, and there you go. Whoa, Signs of Life, forcing it into a game 5, winning it. Reverse sweep, possibility here in the future. But obviously 1 step at a time as that control was too close for comfort. One of the biggest comebacks that we've seen here so far, and Wolves do not want to say goodbye into the lower bracket, does not want to be sent up against Vitality, giving INCO a little bit of a hard time. But now we're moving on. We're moving on into another matchup that we love to see, Summit in Hardpoint. But before we move on to that, what was your thoughts when it comes to that control matchup?
I mean, that's the Wolves team that won China Masters. That's this streaky team that once they get hot, there's not much you can do to counter. You got Nian going 38 and 21 there in the control. But you got to give big credit to his teammates as well, because you look at the assists down the board. No assist for him. That's kind of be expected. He's a sniper. But King, not a great KD, 12 assists. That's how you know the double chows were there. The teamwork was there. And the team gunfights are going to be what wins you the game in this type of a matchup. Lucaszin doing everything that he can, but just not quite enough. And right now, it definitely feels like the momentum is in the hands of Wolves.
Well, if you guys are watching our other streams as well, this isn't the only fight that we're actually having. Smart Omega wins that S&D matchup, and even though Mayhem had a little bit of an upper hand into the early game, Omega just closed it out, giving them a lead of a 2-0. A possibility for a 3-0 is up in the horizon, but obviously a possibility for a reverse sweep is also in order, like what we're kind of seeing here. Signs of Life coming in from Wolves. Wow, that is going to be a big comeback if they can. And for INCO, you already know that they're so good when it comes to that hardpoint matches. And so for Wolves, I feel like this is their time to shine, to bring in basically everything that you have to get into that game number 5 in Hacienda S&D.
Yeah, I think Hacienda is going to feel a lot more comfortable for them than, what was it, Slums S&D,
yeah,
which is just such an unorthodox search and destroy map. You got to think they're probably hoping that they can bounce back here, and they were able to keep things pretty close in that first hardpoint. It wasn't like it was a blowout. Things may have gotten a little lopsided at the beginning, but they brought things back, and especially with the momentum in their hands right now, it seems like they're in a position to maybe force something beyond this. I'm not sure they can necessarily lock in a game 5, because I do think INCO is absolutely lethal in every single game mode. Potentially could close it out right here, but it's pretty up in the air in my mind.
And now the last time we actually saw a Summit hardpoint, that was in Skade versus Luminosity's game. So again, that is one really close matchup, and I'm wondering if Wolves can actually bring this really close to the teeth up against INCO as well. Because obviously, the one thing to kind of just deny INCO is to just have as much space, give as much space as you have. And that's why if we do have a game number 5 in Hacienda, Wolves is going to be very comfortable there, because you can just rely on your snipers. But again, the SKS of INCO is going to be unmatched, but let's see what kind of guns they actually bring out here in Summit. I feel like that's the biggest question that is in my mind right now.
Yeah, no question about it. I'm looking and it says Almighty versus Skade starting soon, which I'm assuming means that Luminosity did beat Skade, which means we're gonna get a rematch of that earlier matchup that did end up going to game number 5. So that's definitely gonna be a spicy one as well. Excited to see the outcome, but focusing on the match at hand. Also, Tribe is up 2-0 against Scars right now, so they have an opportunity to close things out and lock in the, I guess, the second playoff spot, as it is Luminosity locking in the first.
But here we go. I mean, there's so many streams to watch, and if you just got here now, we have multiple streams up for you, and it's just time after time, we're just going to get so much action here. And speaking of action, let's take a look at Wolves. This is their last chance to bring things down into a game number 5. And for INCO, they need to close it out here and not allow any kind of reverse sweep to happen. And Lucaszin just entering things with a beautiful double piece.
Lots of shotguns coming into play early for Wolves. It looks like that's kind of their go-to, especially when it comes to Summit. So Nian with the KRM and Pegg pulling out the R9. SKS, no surprise. Lucas's never putting away the SKS. It doesn't matter if it gets nerfed. I'm pretty sure he sleeps with one by his side.
Takes a shower with it, everything, talks to it. He just, nurtures it.
I'm sure he has a name for it.
Yeah, you know what? I without a doubt, I'm going to be asking him later on, do you have a name for your SKS?
Well, INCO is off to the hot start right here. So despite the big comeback there in the control, INCO not missing a beat. Rafa dominating on the inside of P1 right here, and that's going to be a solid 40-point lead heading into P2.
Wolves looking like they're just having a hard time when it comes to the gunfights, just being outgunned every single time. And now, even when it comes to that early rotation, it's like they don't have any control whatsoever in the power positions, no presence whatsoever in 2F, and you already know that's going to be one of the more important places to actually go and get. Noel spots 1. It looks like there's just going to be like how many kills coming in from Noel. Gets 3. That's a 3rd kill of Noel, looking like he's knowing so much that the players of Wolves are going to be spawning right over there on the right side of the map, and he's been an essential player to just get rid of all of the Wolves team.
Yeah, right now it's not been a whole lot that Wolves have done to effectively break so far. You can see the shotgun shots, and once again, this has been the case for the majority of the Chinese region, just a lot of solo chows against very teamwork-oriented regions whenever it comes to the respawns. So right now, Lucaszin continues to tear him apart. He's sitting on 14 already. He said, you know what? 160 bomb wasn't enough. Give me 2 of them.
He's just really working hard to blank or whatever the name of his SKS is. I will definitely know that later on. But the scrap points are actually going into Wolves, but obviously INCO did that on purpose just because they know they just want to set up later on into P3, and that just pays off because they definitely have a solid hold here so far. Everyone else from Wolves are actually spawning off into the middle of the map, into control room, which is what INCO actually really wants. They don't want them to go and spawn off here in P3, and that is going to be absolutely great map control on their end.
Yeah, right now it's once again clinical teamwork from INCO. The setups on those tight angles, knowing exactly where that operator is going to be able to shine. And even with a slow start for Noel, oh my gosh, he gets insta-killed by the KRM. But once again, the trades in place for INCO, and across the board, they've just been in better spots. You get Zai off to this weird angle, and that is going to afford them the break right now, but they don't get the spawn control, and until you're able to do that, you're not going to be able to get any sizable amount of time on this hard point. It is too crucial to get that control. And you look, no surprise to see Wolves already on the rotation out toward P4.
Jrozin tries to go in there for that early rotation, but it was met with the whole team of Wolves. But luckily for him, he actually just spawns right there, and that allows his teammates to have a little bit of a shortcut going into that next hard point. Nian, though, gets a beautiful double kill with his nade. That's going to be really big. Chain gets that one, too. So slowly but surely, they're trying to get rid of all the INCO players there, having a really solid hold, and this is where the comeback can actually happen for them.
And a full 60 would work wonders for Wolves right here. They're going to be able to get back into the hard point. Right now, they've got a lot left to hold off as there's still 2 operators ready to go for INCO. And wow, what an ego chow out of Noel. He makes him pay anyway. Dad's just kind of spinning in circles. Teammate going to be able to find the kill, but still no break in. And this has been a very solid hold for Wolves so far. I would say probably the best hold that we've seen for them in hardpoint all day. And King is going to be able to go big with the gravity vortex. He finds 2 as well. That is a guaranteed rest of that scrap time. And now probably only going to be about 23 points separating the 2.
That's going to be the Wolves play of the day, having such a solid hold here in P4. And I think, you know what, out of like their map a while ago in Takeoff, they did such a good job at the P4 as well. So I feel like they have an affinity for anything that is P4 doing such a good job. That gives them just a little bit of leeway, just a tiny bit of points left in between them. But INCO was actually so good here at P1, and Wolves just every time, they're just up in scrambles. They don't have any kind of power positions whatsoever.
Yep, and there's the Pred missile landing right on the top of Noel. And Wolves get 1 foot on the point before immediately getting traded out once again. And now we're kind of back to that same old story where the teamwork, the group challenge out of INCO, just reigning supreme against the solo play style of the Chinese team. So they're going to continue to pick up this time, now up to a 60-point lead. Noel content to chill on the inside of the hard point, now up to 90 seconds for his team already, and he's doing everything that he can. And Lucaszin said, you know what, I'll just continue one-tapping him to the head for as long as I can. So Wolves picking up a little bit of scrap, but they got to be hitting these early rotations. They are set up on the bottom side. Nobody on the inside of the hard point yet. It's about to be a battle. You got to use those shotguns to your advantage, and they have not been able to do that.
See, this is the thing where Wolves actually needs to dictate where they're going to be spawning off in this particular hill, because this is the most important hill to go, because P2, yes, you're going to be not getting a lot of points there, but your rotation going into P3 is probably one of the most important parts of the game. Player number 1 should be the person to try and flip the spawns, but no, Wolves not really trying to go and flip the spawns really quickly. They were pretty one-track minded, to be honest, here in this particular summit map, where they're trying to go in for the contest, yes, but you have to know where you want to spawn as well. But there you go, finally signs of life as player number 4 coming in from Wolves. That's going to be King, try to dictate the pace, but he is going to be met by 3 other players. A really hard matchup to go and win.
Yeah, you got to send more than one player to try to flip those spawns. That was a fantastic attempt out of him, but once again, it just comes down to the teamwork for INCO, and it plays the same role in breaking hard points as it does for flipping spawns, and just like that, they've got control of the money hill over here on P3. Ching gonna get shut down on the push through mid, and now we're just continuing to see a whole lot. Like, look, every single chow is a solo chow. You're trying to push up a long angle. You have a KRM. Do you know what gun you're holding? That's not going to work.
Oh, you're going to lose that 10 out of 10. But, I mean, I guess good effort, question mark, but hey, we're going to be a little bit loopy here. Maybe the players are a bit tired and a little bit questionable when it comes to the gunfights. Still very solid hold coming in from INCO Gaming, where they're trying to get as much points, squeezing it out. And now for Wolves, all you need to do is to go and contest, but you're just funneling through just one area of the map where you could go behind the flag. Go through that catwalk. Try to go and take it from behind, because right now you're being so readable, and they're finally getting a lot of the scrap points, but hey, you need to go in for the rotate. They finally go in there for the rotation, but we've seen it right before where INCO is absolutely great when it comes to the break, but hopefully they do get a full 60 here.
I don't know why INCO's trying to win gunfights. When you've got 2 seconds left of the hard point, you can get a free rotation if you just run in and die to the Wolves players, but they're going to spawn all the way in the opposite side of the map, and that's going to make life easy, at least for a little bit, for the Wolves players that are remaining over here at P4. Zai looking to get things pushed out. He's going to get shut down by Rafa. And even with some questionable decision-making, doesn't really seem to matter. It is all INCO in the feed. Just like that, 24 seconds in, they're going to be able to find the break, and now they have the opportunity, maybe not to get the win, but to get things pretty close to that 250-point mark.
And just like that, the retake finally comes through for Wolves. So a back-and-forth situation in P4, where Wolves needs to get every single one of the points. It's still not too late for them. Lucaszin, though, 38 to his name, cracked, absolutely cracked, but even his teammate Rafa is at the 35 as well. No one even comes close coming in from Wolves. It's just very interesting for me to go and get it. There you go, 39 for Lucaszin. Possibility for a 40 up next. 212 and 182 is the scoreline to beat.
Right now, Wolves getting that money hill, or not really the money hill, but getting the big hard point time that they needed. Noel's going to go ahead and pop that purifier on the bottom side. Maybe not the right spot. He takes a lot of shots and doesn't manage to do any damage right there. That's when he's wishing he could have back, and oh my gosh, the claw shots from below. Right now, Wolves starting to close the gap right here, and they've been consistent across the board. They've gotten better with their holds, especially over on P4. And if they can continue to hold some time right here, they might be able to tie things up or even take the lead. Noel flying in from above. And that's the one thing about the Wolves strategy. They've got, what, usually one dedicated OBJ player. The rest of the players are on the outside. So if he gets taken down, you're automatically missing out on some of that hard point time. But they continue to make the big plays. Nian said, you know what, I gotta carry him. I'll solo chow. Doesn't work out. That's 4 in the feed for Wolves, or rather for INCO. And that could be exactly what they need to close this out. That would lock them in a spot in the playoffs.
That is 14 points in between them, and there you go. They need to find any kind of presence here in 2F when you are going to be Wolves. Oh, what? Oh, he was holding something else. He did not have any gun with him, but still, big Predator missile kill coming in from King, though. That shuts down any kind of points coming in from INCO, but 234 and 211, there needs to be a different kind of response. As you can see, Wolves is actually going in there one by one, and finally, Ching tries to go in there for the flank. Rafa goes in there for the Hunter Killer drone. 10 seconds left for INCO, and that is going to be bye-bye for Wolves, sending them down into the lower bracket possibly. But the stop finally comes through, though, with 3 seconds left on the clock, and INCO finally seals it down, sending Wolves down into a lower bracket, trying to find Vitality later on. That is going to be a really big kill, almost a comeback coming in from Wolves, almost sort of similar to what happened in Control, but finally INCO seals the deal.
Well, if they didn't have it already, the Brazilian teams have absolutely earned our respect today. That's going to be the first Latin American team to lock in a playoff spot. So far, we've already got 2 NA teams. We got 1 LATAM team. And right now, it looks like we might be on the brink of adding our first Garena team as well, as right now Smart Omega up 2-0 in the series and 2-0 in the Control as well. It's been a spicy winners bracket so far. And, you know, we still got a lot more COD Mobile ahead of us. So definitely make sure you don't go anywhere.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I want to see all of these matches because even though I watch it all in 4 screens, but like what Bobby said, we are waiting on Smart Omega and Mayhem. They are at a brink of being 3-0 for the side of Mayhem, and they are trying to go in there for that Control matchup. A 2-0, very possible for Smart Omega, but they are going to be on the offense. And the possibility for NYSL Mayhem to actually go in for the reverse sweep, but obviously that is a tall task to go and pursue. But take a look at the scoreboard right now, 212 and 250, as you can see over here. There were signs of life coming in from Wolves in that particular Summit matchup, but P4 was their best hill so far.
There's no question about it. They put up a really good fight both times around. I feel like that's where at least half of their hard point time even came from, because there's no question they were not touching P3. But I'm really curious to see like the overall KD scoreboard for the day, because I would be willing to bet a significant amount of money that Lucaszin is on top by like at least 0.2 or 0.3. This guy has been frying every single map. 46 and 26 to close things out, leading his team in a big way. Can't take away from Rafa's performance as well. A little bit more OBJ time for the squad, but all around such a well-rounded team, and very deserving is this INCO team of a playoff spot.
I feel like for me, like you actually brought it up already, it was Wolves not being able to utilize that rotation from P2 to P3, which we already know, which is so important to have, because your money hill is going to be P3, 100 times, like a 10 over 10. And for INCO, they were able to get that so well. They were able to perfect that art of rotating from P2 and P3, and eventually got most of their points there. But again, Wolves tried to go in for the comeback, but it just fell short.
Yep, I think there's a few operator misuses as well. That obviously that happens in any series, but I think for the most part, INCO did a phenomenal job across the board in every aspect of that hard point. Definitely deserving. I'm really excited to see them go up against the top seeds from the other regions, because obviously Wolves, great team. Whoever they played earlier, also a great team, but still the best is yet to come, because the playoffs are the playoffs for a reason. Yeah,
they actually played against Strut a while ago, and now Strut's got. And we are seeing another team, possibly another set of teams that will say goodbye. But as we had a lot to say, I know 3 people that could actually say a lot more. D-Gon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Beef Mommy and Bobby, or I like to call Beef Bobby, the combo that continues to give. Y'all keep getting bangers. Very, very long bangers. You're welcome back to the desk by myself. I'm Degon here with Shift and Proper. Guys, Wolves feet meets a worthy opponent in the form of INCO Stalwart and INCO. They looked really good.
Yeah, I think that it's something that was talked about even when you, when Beef Mommy coughed and she somehow got a very is that I think that we're looking at this moment of time that LATAM, you have to take them seriously.
100%. I think that we're going to see over the highlights of not just this series, but also kind of what's happened so far in the day. This block, I would say, is the first time across all 4 matches we're seeing a skill difference where it's just this team is just better. Not that there's anyone playing poorly in these winter qual matches, but the teams that qualified in this block, they're playing some really clean COD Mobile.
And can confirm that Smart Omega did take down the Mayhem 3-0. They closed out that map 3-0, so that gap very clear.
Yeah, I mean, Garena putting themselves on the map. More question marks just around NYSL Mayhem, isn't it? Because we, had a lot of questions with even in their first match of the day. They looked good versus a weaker opponent, but when the competition started to step up ever so slightly, they could not be met.
And think about the differences in this matchup in particular. Like LATAM, we talked about how their long-range prevalence was so potent when they were playing in the regionals. Lucascin's looking like tournament MVP right now. But on top of that, you're pulling out double snipers on the control standoff, bro. Like, that is not common. So the fact that Wolves tried to counter that by essentially just matching their opponents, I don't know, man. I think this INCO team's got something that a lot of other teams do here.
Right. You love watching as the tournament progresses, who's leading the pack, who's following it, and who masters it. I mean, Nian had a couple of very, very strong performances, but as you said, Lucaszin has been the lead candidate right now.
He's nuts. And the thing is, he's so clearly heads and shoulders above everybody else who's running this SKS. It makes you wonder, like, why is he so much better? Like, is it because he's used it more? Is it because his team facilitates the ability for him to kind of be isolated at long range? It's hard to pick. It's kind of everything all at once, it feels like.
It's like an in-between of, like, both accuracy, timing, right place, right time, everything that Lucaszin continues to get away with the SKS. It's highway robbery, it seems like, because nobody's able to really shut it down. And the only place where the Wolves were able to finally get a leg up was here in the control on standoff. And the only reason being is just because they really put INCO on the back burner going in towards round 5, just making sure that they had a resource advantage.
And it was because in round 4, there was a 5-kill gap. Wolves looked like they're going to take the win, and then INCO closed it to 3, and then they closed it to 2, and they used all their utility, all their resources, all their operators.
Probably screaming winnable, and then
and then it was like, all right, we're pretty naked for round 5.
I'm not mad about it though. Like, you full send it. Like, give yourself a chance. You're up 2-0 in the series. You've got some room to play with, and that was a winnable situation that we kind of saw right through that replay in particular. Like, 1 or 2 more kills go your way. You had Wolves completely split, but this round was just punished, man. And this is where Wolves fans can look and say, okay, we're still in this. We're still a great team, because that operator usage to put him into spawn trap right off the rip was something special.
It's just insane when it actually got to see. It almost goes back to a match that you and I got to cast earlier as well, is that when you get these teams that are okay with being aggressive, understanding that they have the resource advantage, it's very refreshing to watch a team like Wolves, a team that we know is going to be very good at search and destroy, pull out the brakes or hit the brakes off going in through a respawn of all things.
100%. And this last map, goodness, how close could this one have gotten? And it's just, again, just good utility usage across the backside when things start to get tight. And man, Latin America has shown up to this tournament in a major way. That is a massive moment, not just for the INCO Stalwart team, but for the region at large.
Well, here we have our tournament groups brought to you by Republic of Gamers. Smart Omega, INCO Stalwart, Tribe Gaming, and Luminosity have already booked their ticket to the champ bracket, which means our next set of matchups to close out the day. Those guys that are still in white here, and last point there on the last map that we just saw with Wolves and INCO, Wolves stuck around. Like, they were behind, but they would close the gap, and then INCO would lead again by like 40 or 50 points, and they would close the gap to 20. Even there at the end, they almost closed the gap to, I think, about 10 before that final spot on the outside on the scaffolding made it really tough for them to get back in. But Wolves' vitality, we got to see some life out of the Indian squad there. Vitality Raleigh and trying to carry the region. That's going to be an interesting one for me. What is another one that catches your eye here?
Oh, both regions are completely on the back burner where you're thinking both China and India, but my eyes are all over Group D because we got ourselves a good old-fashioned run back in between Skade and Team Almighty. It went the distance last time to a map number 5. I'm more interested to see what the vetoes look like in between them going in the second time.
And on top of that, you're right, that's going to be a banger. But Mayhem stamina, how about that? Mayhem coming off of an 0-3 loss. That's usually been their downfall in the past. It's like, oh, we're down bad at the moment. How do we possibly work our way through? Because that stamina team's going to be feeling pretty confident, I think, going into that matchup.
Well, let's take a look at our champ bracket to see how our top teams are seated there. Smart Omega, Tribe Gaming, INCO Stalwart, and Luminosity all awaiting their opponents who were seeded in based off of the next set of matches there. But Smart Omega, these are the teams, all 4 of them, these are the teams that we probably thought would go through here.
In some capacity, yes. I think that was going to be pretty evident. Obviously, seeing things like Luminosity, I think we were looking at that group as being Team Almighty's group, but Luminosity very clean today, very polished. Lots of opportunity, I think, for them to show up and show out against the teams that they did play up against. So I'm excited to see what they bring when we get to Saturday. And then, yeah, Smart Omega, we haven't really seen a lot of them on broadcast either. So when it comes to like film on these teams for us, we're going to have to do a lot of homework tonight.
Oh, absolutely. I think what's most surprising for me too, yes, I definitely had Luminosity make it to the championship bracket, but not as comfortable as they did. Skade was looking very, very comfortable, but then Luminosity just came in with a hot 3-0 versus them.
All right, well, remember, they're playing for the lion's share of the $1 million and $700,000. $1,700,000. And this is the breakdown brought to you by HyperX. $700,000 going to that first place squad. So our teams that did leave earlier, 13 through 16, they'll be dropping at $15,000. Now we're playing at the next spot, 9 through 12, playing for $30,000. So yes, it's nice that you get $30,000, you made the $30,000, but the next step up, $60,000. Looking pretty good, right? It's a big step up. And again, the 3 of those matches, they haven't played each other yet. We got the nice rematch, but 3 of them are going to be brand new. And we will get to those matches after we take a short break. It's been a long day, but one more round to go here in day number 1 for the group stages. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the COD Mobile World Championships. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship in Raleigh, North Carolina. It's been a long day, hard-fought matches. We have ourselves some qualifiers to the champs brackets. Now we got to see who are the 4 that will be joining them and which 4 teams will be going home. Degon here with Beef Mommy and Bobby. Did you like my nickname for you?
I like that.
Yeah,
It's my favorite. I feel he should.
Can't
keep
remember
going.
it. I'm blanking.
It was Beef Bobby.
Beef Bobby.
Bobby.
Like that.
Yeah, Beef Bobby. These guys have just been grinding out these matches as we take a look at the group stages, because those are some of the matches that they've been doing. There you go. Boom. All right, so we had to say goodbye to Godlike, STRUT, Influence Chairman, and NYSL Esports 2 rounds ago. Last round, we got to say hello to the championship bracket to Smart Omega, INCO Stalwart, Tribe Gaming, and Luminosity. And now we have to say both hello and goodbye to our winners and losers, respectively, between groups A, B, C, and D. Y'all, when I asked them earlier, it feels like we got a lot of the winners that we thought, but where are some surprises in terms of your predictions of who made it in that first round of, I guess, championship bracket?
I think for me, the only real surprise was Smart Omega. I think maybe looking a little bit too much at their most recent tournaments and not as much at their whole body of work.
Sure.
They came to play today. They absolutely were on their A game. And I don't think that they lost a map, did they? I'm pretty sure that they 3-0'd Mayhem and they 3-0'd Stamina as well. Those are not easy opponents, and that kind of leaves it up in the air for who to give the advantage to in the Mayhem versus Stamina matchup.
They're not the only team that actually came up perfect in day number 1. Luminosity as well did an amazing run when it comes to day number 1. But again, to answer your question actually for Omega, I had a little bit of chit chat when it comes to their coach. And they said that they were kind of being a little bit experimental when it comes to that CDFI run. So again, that's probably one of the reasons why they're probably not performing as much, because they did have a really strong Q1, Q2, and up to possibly even early Q3.
Yeah, well, again, they've looked pretty darn good, and this whole tournament has been great, and we have to thank our friends over at ROG for it. So again, and the ROG Phone 6. Now, to achieve low latency and ultra responsive input with less chance of accidental touches, the ROG Phone 6 now boasts a 165 hertz refresh rate and a 720 hertz touch sampling rate for a super smooth, seamless gaming experience. Thanks again to our friends over at ROG for the ROG Phone 6 and their support of Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Now let's dive into the group that we are watching here. It is going to be Group C, Tribe Gaming taking down Scars 3-0. Their big matchup was the first one that they had against Q9, probably a prelude to what could possibly be a World Championship Finals match. And now our first look on the alpha feed of Scars. Now Scars took care of business against Influence Chem in 3-0, but they were getting outgunned consistently, but were winning in terms of strategy. They go up against Q9, whose guns have been working, and took care of business against Influence Chem in the same way, 3-0. How do we adjudicate this, Bobby?
Guesses. And my guess is that even though Q9 did get taken down by Tribe, I think that one map advantage pretty definitively can say that they are the better S&D team in the matchup.
Yeah.
Brings you down to the swing mode control, because even, like, I'm not going to say we assume Scars win. I think realistically Q9 probably overall gun skill wise, you said, probably is stronger, but strategy wise going the way of Scars. I feel like in the swing mode, it was very, very winnable for Q9. Like, that was inches away from closing out a control win over Tribe. I feel like I got to give the edge to Q9.
Same thing over for me. You already know that S&D is definitely a little bit more favorable for them. Definitely got that one map off of Tribe, the only map that Tribe actually dropped for today. And it is that control matchup that is the biggest question mark for this team, because they just can't close it out. They do have the capability to end it when it comes to that control matchup, but when things get a little bit too fast, that's when they kind of struggle when it comes to maintaining that control.
Well, Scars again, the Japanese representatives here, the lone Japanese representatives, only one slot for them. They got themselves a series win. I think that was the big thing moving forward. It was like, hey, look, can we show that we can play at the highest level? Yes, we can. But no matter what, they were always going to have tough 2 tests in the form of either Tribe or Q9, and now they've got both. It was a tough first go at it, and they didn't really seem to ever get their footing against Tribe in that championship matchup. Now in the elimination matchup, how do they get going, right? Especially against a Q9 club who, as you guys said, dominant in S&D, so hard points gotta be, you gotta start strong here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it, once again, coming down to the way that they play the solo chals versus the group chals. And I think we've seen the Chinese teams, even since the time that they were playing in their Masters tournament a while ago, we've already seen them make pretty significant adjustments. I would imagine over the span of this tournament, they're going to continue to do that. And they've got some Slayers out there that can do whatever they want in any mode. A lot of it coming down to that strategy.
And now for Q9 Club, we got D-Chen, Dam Island, Tang, and Oling trying to represent their country, CDM. And now so far, they've had a run that we did not expect, a 3-1 up against Tribe. And now for them to try and qualify yet again to the playoffs, they need to fight one more. It's not going to be easy, as Scars seems to be like they're also in a path of redemption for them, as both of these teams beaten by Tribe. And now for Scars, they need to make the biggest stops, especially in that S&D matchup, to try and go and take and give Q9 a hard time.
Yeah, again, D-Chen has been very impressive for Q9. He's consistently been the clutch player. Maybe not the top fragger, but the clutch player, I think, so far. And as you said, Oling has been leading that line. Those 2 players have been doing very solid for the squad here as we take a look at the series layout. Starting on Summit, hard point up on top of the mountains. Then Hacienda. Hacienda's one, again, a topic of conversation here. Are people comfortable on it or not? And it's the S&D version of Hacienda. Then standoff, takeoff, and slums if it ends up there. So slums ending up map by S&D, a hard point, and control in the middle there, Bobby.
Yeah, it's an interesting look right here. Is obviously the Hacienda going to be much more sniper friendly and typically tend to lend that to the hands of the Q9 club. So look on the flip side, we've had some weird looks as far as meta goes for Scars. They keep pulling out the Peacekeeper. They're not necessarily getting torched with it, but not really seeming to be very adjustable in what they're willing to use and what they just want to stick with because they want to stick with it. So I think maybe if they can make some of those adjustments on the fly, they'll have a chance going up against Q9, but we've seen their adaptability so far. I continue to consider that to be the case.
All right, well, it looks like the players are ready to go. So for the final round of the group stage, 1 team stays, 1 team goes home. Let's send it on over to our caster, Shift and Proper.
Beautiful breakdown there, friendos. Yeah, this is going to be an intense block. Yeah, we've got to focus here on Q9 Scars, but I would assume that we're going to have some look-ins across all the matches that are going on. Of course, if you're trying to follow any particular matchup, 4 different streams going on, as we said, throughout the day. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. But Proper, for this one, I know we both love the fact that, yeah, Q9 Search and Destroy should be their biggest strength in this series, even though Scars has been great in objective game mode so far.
Yep, that one map that they did take off of Tribe Gaming earlier was, in fact, a Firing Rage Search and Destroy. Their adaptations were absolutely sublime. Where they struggled against Tribe, though, was being outpaced and, quite frankly, outgunned in all of the respawn. So you would almost expect for those to be stark differences in between that Tribe matchup and here versus Scars.
Here we go, Summit hardpoint, opening things up. We've seen a lot of these Eastern teams also pulling out different types of shotguns on this. The KRM has made a pretty regular appearance for some of our Chinese and Corona teams so far, and we're getting a little bit of that early. As for Q9, every point going their way, a lot of the eliminations also going their way. Finally, the Scars finding a way to fight back, but it comes at a pretty significant cost, not necessarily on the hard point, but in particular in the map positioning.
Yeah, the map positioning is going to mean everything, especially when you're thinking about the P1 to P2 rotation. Here on Summit, P1 can be a very big scrap fest, contested all over the place. 12 to 6 is almost to be expected, but it's all about getting that top class positioning.
Well done here, though, from Scars. Able to bounce back, neutralize the score. Island on a 3. Oh, okay. How about that? All of a sudden, 4 in a row for Island. The KRM is really coming to life for him. 6 overall eliminations as he's already built up enough to get a 100-killer drone.
Massive stuff. Again, as you were saying, shotguns here, especially in Summit, in and around P1 can be very influential, and it'll be able to garner you a handful of automatic weaponry up on top of the catwalk. Also look at the spawns that started to come through as well. Q9 very much so on the side of the map that they want as they are looking to get into the hill.
Yeah, this almost feels like a little bit of an over-investment from Scars, already playing for the P3 side, but you know, hey, can't really discredit it. Still works out all right, especially if you can find your way back onto the second floor. Fontagen as the Vanguard starts to make its way forward. Really nicely done on the slide. And that will be enough to at least get some contested. But you see that this is actually a really great view of how Q9 wanted to re-break this hard point. Once again, focusing onto the high ground. And now with 35 seconds, you have to start looking for those blue arrows to start to flip the map around.
Yeah, and you can already see it starting to manifest itself. All of Scars essentially spawning all the way out. Just a few more members just trying to at least battle for this side of the building. And, well, Mike's going to be able to get it for the time being, but you're not generating any time off of this, and you really need to be able to find these eliminations sooner rather than later as we rotate in just about 12.
It's going to be a play from Catwalk pretty much all the way through Jenny's. Yeah, 3-man hit. This would be the way to try to get into the back quickly. Maybe block these spawns. You can see as the second hard point is still active. These spawns are not locked in as of yet. Pred missile called in. Here comes Scars though, all the way around the back. They're just completely avoiding the player deep over towards the ski lift, and it's going to work out okay. Block comes through. Flip now in the mix. 48-32. The claw's good to shut down things from the back though, and that'll work out. Yep, Oling for 3. That'll shut down the play. Just comes down to responding to the next hit.
And this is where things can get really scary, especially where Scars are spawning right now, Alan, because if you can hold this successfully from the front side of this hard point, then you are absolutely going to be put in the blender, and that's exactly what happens. Scars get behind enemy lines, they get the close spawns, but they don't fully break inside the hill, and they're not done trying to contest this yet. There's still 30 seconds to fight for.
Yeah, Q9 not 100% aware that they did not actually regain those spawns back, so 30 seconds to fight for, as you mentioned. And it's going to have to be Q9 now from the front tank, trying to clear out the mid lane. That will work out all right. Has a chance if he wants to pop out an operator to try to make this a little bit more mixy. With 18 seconds left, it'll just be nades and weapons. Well done by Scars. Not going to let really anything threaten the last bit of the scrap time. We've got ourselves essentially a dead even game.
This is almost going to have a reminiscent vibe of Influence Kemen versus Scars just a few hours ago, actually. I mean, if you're getting outslayed, you want to make sure you're finding those influential kills, getting those 30s, 25s where you can, while also keeping it contested as well. Operators surely going to be coming online sometime soon. A lot of purifiers on the horizon here.
Yeah, and you're going to see them all pop out right here in this fourth hard point. Tight area of effect means that these purifiers can absolutely pack a punch, but dueling fire operators are coming out at the moment, and these purifiers really are not maybe finding as much value as you would normally assume, just because all of it's out in the open at the moment. Scar is able to work their way back in though, from the back front actually. They're going to get the spawns and now have an opportunity to kind of watch this cross. And how about it? Scars is going to take their first lead, pending they can hold for this next attempt. Island trying to force it forward. He's the last one left, but he might be the only one needed. KRM for 3, and Island able to help try to at least contest some time.
13 kills, and the majority of them actually going to be with the KRM. Absolute nuttiness, but it's not enough to actually fully break inside of this P4 hill. And yeah, I mean, Scars, they completely stabilized. They're going to be able to take that lead going in towards the next set of rotations.
This is a great look from Scars. I love the way they're moving around the map right now. Q9's trying to meet them, and there have been some great contested moments, but for the most part, Scars have showcased the ability to kind of manipulate Summit just a touch better. Just a touch better. Tight game still. Kali sticks out. Rye will use those no problem as we get into P1 once again. Blue arrows surrounding. And this is where, again, we take a look towards Island. Is he going to have another just reaping moment with this KRM? Because it was a menace throughout the first set.
Just 8 points is the difference here. And you can see where Scars are located on the map as well. This is very reminiscent of what we saw towards the end of the first set of hard points. But there's still ample time here on P1. And when you're going in towards the second set here, Alan, this is where you can really start stacking up a lot of time on P1. You got to be careful if you are Scars. Now, you do have a coordinated pinch that's starting to formulate itself. Mike is up top. He will be snuffed out. And the positioning is that much better for Q9.
But I'm not, dude, the SMG gunplay on Q9 has looked really, really solid at the moment. Allowing a chance to grow their lead just to 10. Scars, good on the scrap time. Great eliminations actually coming through as we take a tally at the scoreboard. Oling at 22 and 12, Tang 21 and 16. On the other side, everyone's pretty much about the same, but you kind of look towards D-Chen and Fishbone not really having the greatest start. Maybe those are the X factors to who's actually going to get an advantage in this map.
And again, when it comes down to the Scars team, you, me, and Degon actually got the chance to talk about this. They don't always need to have the outslaying factor. Their positional advantage and the way that they win most of their respawns is just because they're finding the right kills and getting the spawns when it matters the most. That is how they still are holding on to this very small lead. Even going 3 for 1 inside the kill feed. P2 very much so active. You still have 45 seconds to fight for, and it's currently Scars in the better position.
Red missile can be called in. We've got operators starting to come online as well once again. But Scars find themselves on favor of the initial trades. Q9 scrambling to get on back. It's going to be a 50-50 battle here, but the high ground does certainly hold with Scars. Yeah, Nick's able to get through, find no problems really whatsoever, clearing out in front. And now, again, 20 seconds left. Here comes Scars on the move. Claude to try to assist this as they make their way through Jenny, and now he can turn back over to try to clear out the point, but not really going to fully work out. And my goodness, Island just spawned in the middle of 5 different Scars members.
Yeah, and then you ended up having 2 Q9 members actually spawn right behind Fanta. So it's very confusing, especially nobody being inside P2 at the time. The game had no idea where to put some people, but at the end of the day, the rotational battles were won by Scars. That's what matters the most. They're going to be inside of P3, at least for the time being, but you damn well know that Q9's knocking on the door.
Operator advantage for Q9. You got to get close to these front doors before you can really pop anything, and they're just empty. Set of exchange goes the way of Scars. Now the snowpath locked down as well. This is a full reset for Q9. Ruan, Purifier in hand, trying to find something along the back, but he's shut down. That's going to lock down the spawns once again for Scars. Most significantly we've seen for the Japanese representatives thus far. Fishbone, though, cannot stay alive. Q9 forcing their way in from the front, and the operator shut down. Q9's break attempt looking good. A tight game. Scars still spawning, have a chance to try to flood. Nades all over the place. No trophies were able to survive through all this. And how about that little delayed nade for Ting at the front door? That'll work out. And with 18 seconds left, looks like Q9 say, job well done, let's rotate.
This is a job well done for Q9. That is exactly what you wanted to do. Yes, you are currently down. You are not generating time, but you're going to be able to hold on to the respawns going in towards the next hard point. At least I thought so. You actually have a lot of mid lane control coming through for Scars. So 2 players actually spawn all the way out over by Old. And Scars are currently reading this while they're maneuvering past P1, trying to knock on the door here at P4.
Have to get an anchor here if you're Q9. Otherwise, Scars may just blow the lid right off of this. Ruan only for 1. Kills good for Scars. Look at the minimap. Yeah, number 2, and Orange is going to spawn right up into place. 172 to 150. Q9, you have to start feeling the pressure, I think, at this point, because Scars are all over the middle of the map, and they've got a really good read on where Q9's trying to hit from. This playthrough, Snowpath is finding absolutely nothing, and Scars dominate the kill feed on their way to 200 points.
Under killer drone utilized in that exact moment. Grav Cannon also being invested here for Fanta Jin, and it is all gone completely awry. Q9 nowhere to be found. Every single attempt for a pinch is coming absolutely dry, and you have everybody teeing off for Scars at this moment in time over 200 points.
You have to start hitting all this scrap time now if you're Q9. You can't just let it go away freely. Not with this cap, not with how Scars have looked, especially playing around the first hard point. So here comes last attempt, and it's shut down from the backside. Again, the spawners coming up from Scars just too good. Getting the guns up, it's going to be 220 to 151. Q9 starting to feel a little down bad. Need to put something together here as we rotate back to P1.
And certain people ended up turning up again through that second set of hard points. I mean, Cashmaster was definitely nowhere closer to 31 kills, but that's exactly where they find themselves. You also have resources. Mike calling in the Predator missile, only gets information, can't find the kills inside, but it does mean that they can still commit towards the Snowpath flank and try to help out their comrades here at P1.
You have to stay calm here if you're Scars. If things start to get out of hand, you are at such a steep advantage. You don't necessarily have to win right here. Just keep it to your name. Scars looking good from the high ground. Fatachin, 32 kills for him. And it's up to 230, but Q9 once more. Purifiers, shotguns, SMGs, all keeping them in this game as they get to 170.
2 streaks in the back pocket for Mike. And that's exactly what you were talking about, Alan. You don't have to win it here. 232 to 176. It's going to get them closer to 200 points with Q9. Not exactly in a good position to try to get closer towards P2. You can see how they're manipulating the map as well, making sure that they're keeping Glass and the Catwalk in their favor, but you still have players like Mike who's trying to be a nuisance in the backline.
4 seconds of scrap. Island, KRM out, trying to chase down some Scars members, finds one into the corner. If you can get this thing up top, this would be huge for the side of Q9, and yeah, the kills come through quickly. Hard point just about to open. Island, he's trying to put the style points on, but Scars denies as Fishbone gets the trade, but he's the only one standing. Just trying to force Q9 to come to him. but the numbers just are not all that great. Look at the kill feed. Q9 find themselves in a very favorable position. Hamster's going to force the play forward, only gets one, and Q9 will stabilize.
Oh, good pick up there from D-Chen to make sure that the flank was fully secure, because you ended up getting Fishbone that actually spawned in on the backside of blue. So now the hard point is contested. Numbers are here for Scars. They're trying to overwhelm Q9 at the front door. They can close it out here. 5 seconds required.
This is tough scenes right now for Q9. Have to find a way to break, cut down the rotation, and then also get to do. Can they even touch in time? No contest. And it's Scars, the sole Japanese representative that strike first. Maybe we slept on them a little bit too hard too, because that was pretty clean.
You know, it's funny because this is, for me personally, this is what I did expect. Because I hate to sound like a broken record here, Alan, but you got to go back and you have to look at their very close matchup versus Influence Kemen. The biggest difference in between that matchup and here is that Influence Kemen completely outslayed them. You almost had 2 individuals on that matchup alone, not on Scars, drop in almost 40-50 bomb at certain points in time. It's very reminiscent here. You can see Uling, 37 and 31, 37 and 33 for Tang. But the difference maker going through the second set of hard points were certain individuals absolutely popping off. And it set up Mike continuously to find value on the flanks and get behind enemy lines. It felt like that Q9 really didn't have their feet underneath them through the second set.
4 players on Scars, over a minute worth of hard point time. That is some selfless COD Mobile gameplay right there. Love to see it. And that's something that, hey, you want to draw a comparison and get a little wonky and wild with it. The last time we said that about a team, we said it about Tribe. Woo. Do we dare draw that comparison?
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Hacienda Search and Destroy, though, coming up. Also, update. How about this? Skate 250-190 over Team Almighty in map number 1 in their series. And I'll tell you, dude, if they shut down Team Almighty twice, boy, have they earned playoffs.
Do you know the map?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I mean, that rematch, like, honestly, just keeping my head on a swivel, trying to look at it continuously. But yeah, I mean, you have immediate turnaround to maybe try to learn what you did wrong if you're Almighty, to try to maybe win that map 5 one more time around. And look, the same thing could be said about Q9 and any one of their search and destroys throughout the entirety of the day. This is search and destroy as a game mode. Keep in mind, I know it was a long time ago for you all watching at home. Thank you for staying with us. Is that the search and destroy on firing range was very good for Q9. Why? Is because their adaptations were at an all-time high. This is what we expect out of the Chinese region. Yeah,
100%. We had actually a really good moment to kind of break down some of the interactions that they were starting to find and how they were reading Tribe really nicely in that opening winners round 1 matchup. So for Scars, hey, you're going to be feeling good. That's a really great win for you in the opening hardpoint. But how do you bounce into a search and destroy against a squad that has looked as dominant as they have in the mode, especially considering it's Hacienda, where, hey, you kind of expect those long-range lanes to be kind of the biggest point of contest. And if you're relying on these SMGs to get up close and personal, you better hope for some COD timing or some good utility usage if you're trying to threaten some of these places that are in the interiors of Hacienda.
You know, if you didn't end up watching BO4 Search and Destroy and Hacienda, I'm sorry, you missed an absolute banger of a title. But regardless, is that your team nades, especially over the top, if you're trying to hit over towards the fence line, do need to be on point. You can really catch a lot of people off guard, and typically what is on the other side of that fence line could be a couple snipers, and shutting down at least one sniper on the map for either one of these teams could be the payoff to be able to win a round.
Yeah, I think the biggest players that I'm looking at, if we were to really like assign a name, I'm actually going to go opposite of the sniper conversation just because of how good Tang and Dam were for Q9 on those retakes.
Yeah.
And to be fair, like a lot of that was enabled because they were being watched over by other sniper rifles or long-range ARs or SKSs. But those guys were the, enzymes to break down what those offensive looks looked like. So here we go. Hacienda Search and Destroy. What are we going to get this time out of potentially Scars, who are, again, kind of peeling our eyes wide open? Scars going to mostly focus over the middle of the map. This is usually something we see if you're trying to get into office. And would you look at Rio? He's going to get Island for free. Does. And now a huge threat is in the middle of the map that Q9 need to deal with.
Ooh, the Peacekeeper will be traded out, at least for Cashmaster. Here we currently sit at least in a 4v3, and the battle from up top in the hallways is just about everything, isn't it? I mean, Q9, they were up there, and with the bomb being dropped just outside of the spiral staircase, that means that these last few players for Fontajin and Fishbone completely isolated from one another.
Tough scenes right here for Fishbone. At least he's got the bomb to work with. You can chip away at a kill or two, maybe. will start to feel a little more frisky about it. There's a commotion going on in the background, and it looked like NYSL just got beat up.
100-point club by Salmon on the map.
250-92, is that what I saw?
Yeah, something like that. It was either a 9 or an 8.
Yeah, this is cutthroat time. This is making it as one of the last 4 teams in towards Saturday. Fishbone now has to go, and as he does, he's shut down. Okay,
yeah.
Clean.
I mean, Q9, again, just as traditional as Hacienda Search and Destroy really is, it's all about that top hallway control. Once you immediately find out which player is starting to instigate that first blood in the middle of the map, you shut them down, you make numbers yours, and then you just hold the line expecting the offense to make the move going forward. So another offensive round here coming through from Scars. Looking like, again, just trying to jostle for position over by that rock face is the majority where their numbers are.
Island's playing really far forward with this scope. He's going to get pushed off. He's the only defender here at B, by the way.
He's on an island.
It sure is. Fontagen, timing. Whoa, shots going awry for both players. The longest 1v1 in COD Mobile history right here. How? Somebody hit a shot, please. There it is. Finally, Mick's able to get involved. Island was feeling really frisky about that challenge, but this causes a huge problem for the defense, who now are empty of any sort of defense towards B.
Now, you do have numbers if you are Scars. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can comfortably get over towards B. They do have 2 players over here, but that's what you got to be worried about. D-Chen had to highlight them. Very, very good on as far as adaptations are concerned, and Fishbone has not moved. Almost expecting maybe someone to push through arches, but not going to be getting anything. Almost everybody else for your team is starting to rotate over towards B.
Yeah, Fontagen's trying to feel things out up top. This is with the scope. If he can just lock down this lane right here, that's beaut. You would love this. Bomb's starting to rotate. Looks like the call's coming through. You see Wooling just right below. He's not going to have an eye on any of this. So it should be a free plant. So Scars' setup is going to be mostly point of contact off of Fontagen, and then you've got a flank watcher and Mick. Everything else is just responding to wherever the reactions have to come from.
To a 1 player inside of the boathouse. That is Wooling. Does have a sniper of their own. This is a really tough angle to try to watch, especially by yourself. Now the information's going to be mutual. Bomb's been planted.
Wooling actually gets tagged back. Fishbone's still just holding right on top of the bomb site. Trophy will help keep him safe. Mick good to shut down another. Here comes the play off the flank. Mick ready for it. Yeah, well done. No problems there whatsoever. That's great patience executed to perfection out of Scars. Love the setup.
Yeah, I mean, when you're thinking about it, you have so much time in these search and destroy rounds. You really just want to try to manipulate as much fixtures as possible. Nice shot coming through from Wooling. Like to take down at least 1 player, but you do not have time on your side. It would have to be a monumental, just massive highlight reel, but Mick will be right there. Slide shot will take them down. And yeah, I agree fully. I mean, you got that first blood, and then you just saw the entire map just come to a standstill. And even when Q9 got that trade, Scars' idea and understanding was, hey, you're probably going to want to try to push to find more information. That's exactly what ended up happening, and numbers continue to stay in their favor.
And outside of the round, like, this is going to sound like super deep and analytical, but Scars learned a lot about what Q9 is not doing on defense.
Yeah.
Fontagen pulled a sniper rifle into deep halls. You don't normally expect that. Ryu down low. Ooh, difficult gunfight, but still walks away with the first. Countered immediately by Island, and in the mix of all that, Q9 still tallied another 2 eliminations. So significant advantages here for the defense as the bomb is a little bit stuck over towards fences, trying to commit towards A.
Yeah, 2v4 down towards that mid-arch. I might actually be able to find at least 1. Wooling is just on the other side. You see with the X-ray clears it to the left. Almost had the snap for the second, though. Cashmaster will end up going down. Mick for the 1v multiple situation ends up finding 2. Now 1v1.
Backside fences. Does he predict this?
Bomb spotted.
Everything resets. Ruan. Whoa. The timing. Mick didn't pick up the bomb?
No, he didn't.
He's going to try for the full wrap. This is bold, but it could work out great because Ruan is not 100% sure about it, and Mick clutches it up. How about it? A little 1v3 action for Scars.
1v3 with 2 quick scopes along with picking up the Peacekeeper and then getting the read. You even saw right there too. I don't know, maybe Mick thought that they ended up scooping the bomb, but was not the case at all. Wonderfully done there for Mick. Be able to keep Scars going throughout the entirety of this. We're going to be setting ourselves up here for yet another offensive round. And again, sniper rifle in hand of Mick. Just seeing if anybody pushes through hallways, and Q9 might be obliged to give him that chow.
They very well may. Fontagen was looking over towards water, having a little bit of a tough time getting back onto dry land. Pretend like we didn't see that. One of these days. There you go. Don't skip leg day, friends. And first blood does come through the middle of the map. Tank falling is actually pretty problematic here. Q9 doesn't really have the ability, you would think, to push much further forward. You kind of have to split this, you would say, but D-Chen's going to force the gunfight. Keeps his life, sees a little bit of intel, but largely no harm, no foul. Rayo down low. Oh, big gunfight win. Has to be alive with a sneeze worth of health. And now it's 5v3.
5v3, and look at how Scars have all grouped back up as a 5-player squad. They are about to bull rush over towards the A-bomb. At least the 3 players are here for Q9.
Tons of nades still, though, for Q9. They're going to find some value. They're actually going to get forward. Ruan could blow this play wide open. A lot of players on the run. Gets one, the second gets collided over. And Scars just gets stuck. So much utility was saved for Q9. And in a 3v5, they push back Scars, who now are turning tail and running.
Trying to at least reposition themselves. It looks like that they might want to try to go through the bottom side of the map entirely, but Ron has actually taken a forward approach to put themselves in case they do go down there, but it's a split hallway decision coming through here for Scars, trying to get behind enemy lines, and I don't think Q9 are aware.
This is bold. Q9's going to push through the map, and there's not going to be a response here. Look at what this setup is. They're going to set this up for watch it through Office. This is some old school optic stuff where you flip the map around, plan on the backside of B and just clutch it up based on Rio's position. And Q9, they're taking so much time looking for a lurker, they're never going to read this player up top in Office.
No, they're not. That means that Fishbone can continuously just be a nuisance just around the water side. Uling has some help here as well from Ruan. They're going to chow through this door, and they have no idea where anybody is. Fishbone's just in the back, exhausting time.
Ryu has been seen, though. Fishbone comes back to make sure no one's on the defuse. Ryu now just has to keep his life for a couple extra seconds. Turns, finds Island. What a play from Scars.
I mean, that is just a deep cut for how long. That specific play has honestly been in the Hacienda. I mean, BO4 came out years ago.
Yeah.
And it's just, again, very, very refreshing to be able to see that slight adaptation come all the way through as Scars really putting Q9 on the back burner here. In that mode combination, we thought they'd be better at.
Great offensive start from Scars. And Q9's defense, they need to find a default right now. They are a little all over the place. Sniper battle, not going to result into too much, but Fonogen does get some good intel that, yes, they are indeed scoping from backside patio. Don't want to peek that. But Scars taking their time once again, and I love the discipline. Get a read, get a feel, maybe try to catch D-Chen out in a rotation. Uling for first blood. Mick just gets caught looking the wrong direction. And this time, the measured aggression from Q9 works out flawlessly.
Rio and Fishbone just very isolated from one another. I mean, if you're Rio, essentially, you're going to try to move your way across that water. You can get behind enemy lines, but the timing's not going to be there, much less to be able to find the eliminations or convey that information to your teammate who's working their way after with Lambo.
Yeah, Fishbone's going to have to essentially pull off a solo mission, but look at the attention that Rio's been able to pull. If he could just find one kill, could work out, but alas, it's not come through. Could it be our first 1v5 at World Champs? No. No, it will not.
I appreciate the offer and attempt to try to speak into existence, but yeah, Q9 finally, it's one of those things again, the opening 10-15 seconds comparatively to where they were the first defensive round is they were throwing a lot of utility, getting absolutely no information. So now they're holding on to them a little bit later, but making sure that in the upper hallways, they're not splitting it. They're making sure that at least 2 players try to chow the same hallway, so in case they need the trade.
Okay, final offensive round. Trophy system will go down towards A. If there's any advanced utility thrown from Q9, they're not going to be able to get any intel reads off of this. And Ryu has been down at fire almost every single round, but this time he's not cutting back towards B. He's trying to get up to Office. He gets caught. Uling, perfect timing. Good first blood. On top of that, Island able to follow up behind that. Great numbers here for Q9 as the defense is really starting to come to life, and I like this. It's a 5v3. Let's just wolf pack it, play for trades.
Yep. That's all you really need to do. These adaptations for Q9 is what put them on the board versus Tribe, and it's looking like they're clawing their way back here versus Scars. 2 players left alive here, Fishbone, Ashmaster, just very, very isolated from one another, and it's the smart reason for Fishbone to have the Spidey sense tingling continuously, making sure that you're constantly checking your back because Q9 are on your heels.
Dash is pretty far forward, though. If you could find this player lurking in tin, maybe there's a chance to full swing this. But once again, you still have to get a kill somewhere if you're Fishbone in that situation if you wanted to have a hope of pulling off this 5v2. Yeah. Well done from Q9. That's great kind of responses to Scars, what they were trying to put together. Say, hey, if they want to try to threaten us through mid-map, let's just take a step back, see if we can catch somebody out, and it worked out great for him, tying up the half as we swept the sides.
Hey, reminiscent of that firing range versus Tribe, isn't it? Where
yeah.
they were unable to find the aggressive route, so you just hold the angles and you just wait for the challenges to come your way, and you just overwhelm them with numbers. Now side swap, Q9 on offense. A lot of numbers on that north hallway trying to go over towards A.
Look at this play coming out of the side of Scars' defense. Double check it to make sure no one's coming through B, then you can just take over halls and re-wrap back over to A. This is essentially an offer saying we will have to play retake, though, at A. So they lose their solo defender. And now the question must be answered. Gets to a 4v4, though, trade in the mix. Ryu clearing secret, no one home. And the setup for Q9 is all individual 1v1s. The only player that can flex right now is Island. Ruan throwing shoulders. Avoiding the pre-fire from Cash. Nade cooked up. Well timed. But no one's there. So, okay, now it's on towards Scars. Can you find a way to get this going? It's taking a lot of time. And how about that position from Tang? Yeah, great slide tail to finish him off. And the last hope for this retake has to come by way largely of this playthrough mid-cut. Cash falls, Mick up top, just too far away. And Q9 just get a free plant and free round almost.
It just was that simple, wasn't it? When you're just planning it over towards A, and it's complete misinformation, a misread, sorry, from Scars to think that maybe there could have been a lot more focus maybe through upper halls, if not over towards the B, S, and D. But you get that bomb planted, it's planted both for Tin and over by Well, both wonderfully executed and held down by Q9.
Another mad dash out of spawn. This time it's going to be met by Scars' opening defensive setup. Trophy systems are down. Island for first blood. Ruan looking to follow up. Nothing there. Trades go the way of Scars. Tang trying to keep the play alive, but is ultimately empty in his efforts, leaving it all down to D-Chen in the first 10 seconds.
And it will be snuffed out there in the middle of the map. So Scars, again, you know, just kind of taking a page out of Q9 book. You don't have to get wily and too expressive through the middle of the map. You just have to be able to hold these longer lines of sight. Try to learn the tendencies of what Q9 are trying to throw at you offensively.
The thing that I enjoy, though, about Scars kind of committing to trying to run this heavy stack towards B is that it does eventually allow you a chance to make a decision of, do we play through Lambo? Do we play through up top halls? And Q9 have put together the response for that exact same setup. Try to control this side staircase, although Ryu for first blood will actually have to push Q9 back in towards their spawn overall, and that's full B control now for Scars. Q9 is always going to have to be thinking about what's playing over through Lambo. They have no idea what's coming through Tile or what's coming through Lambo right now.
Oh, Fontajin. It's about to have some really good timing, but Uling is ready for that challenge. And look at Q9 again. They know that they have so much time to maybe try to make this play happen, so they're just going to be feeling quite comfortable with themselves with this hallway control, expecting Scars to flank around. Saw him cross.
Yeah, I think so. But which direction did he go after you saw him cross? Small advantage here for Q9 as they're already up top, trying to threaten over towards Patio, and Ryu is very aware that this could be happening. He's got help with him, it's Fishbone. Nah, but Cash. Unfortunately, on the backside, not able to find anything. A 1-for-1 would have been great for the cause. Nick picks up the trade, though. That will do all right. And you kind of have Q9 stuck here over towards Office. Double chow comes out, Island falls, and you've got to look over the top. They can't plant this at B. And just like that, Scars kind of find themselves in the advantage.
Oh, this is really dangerous for Ruan. Keep in mind, this is your bomb carrier for Q9, and you had your other teammate there of Tang just completely clearing the A site. I love this call, Ruan. Don't try to push out from bottom fire. You just want to try to get this bomb down and extend the round, but as Tang tries to pick up from Ruan's scraps, will end up going down, and now a nice little 1v3 for the post plant.
And he catches Ryu now with his gun up. Regen should come through. 1v1 with Mick. Does he guess correctly? Has he seen him? Sure has. The turn comes out, but Mick finishes him off through the wall bang. It's Scars back up on top, 5-4. A tight search. And I mean, this is an aggressive game of chess. We're trading power pieces right now with how these guys are playing each other.
And seeing how fast we can rush a rook or a queen across the board over here. It's hey, look, if you're going to try to set the pace here, if you're Scars, you have to be ready for it if you are Q9. And it just seems that there's always that one extra player that wants to get a little bit too over eccentric with their challenges, and they keep getting caught back out as Scars win 2 in a row and take that 1-round lead.
Same defensive setup once again for Scars. This 3-man stack towards B, but look at the difference here for Q9. not giving away any information, and then waiting for the push to come out. Ryu should be caught here. Have they seen him? Oh, how are they eluding one another? You go up, I go down. You come in, I go out. Ray was able to find the kill, not quite able to get away though, but cue the Benny Hill music there for a moment because Ryu was breaking ankles, and now all of a sudden Cash up top through Office also sniffs out a couple of extra Q9 offensive players trying to get underneath.
You also have D-Chen just being an absolute nuisance, bottom fire. Just waiting to see if anybody tries to reach out forward, and like you can't blame Cash, has to go check the A bomb site. Not all the information in the world because all those kills that happen over at Lambo, it could be expected. But the biggest issue is that Cash and Fontajin, they are isolated, but finding an isolated engagement and even two piece, that's a great start.
I like this idea. Fontajin can watch your angle, get in, take away screens. But look at the long play out of Tang. Yeah, he's got this in perfect timing.
Finish.
Just down to Cash, has to go. First one over the top of the heady. Tough gunfight, wins it. Second one nearby, snaps over. Yes! The 1v2 for Cash. Put Scars on map point.
Bomb defused.
I'm very confused as to why Tang wanted to slide chow that at the very end. All you had to do in that position through the stairs, through the upper halls, was just check the bomb. You had time on your side. There's absolutely no reason why you should try to slide chow that and just take the engagement, especially with the weaponry that was utilized there from Cash at the very end. Now map point here for Scars to potentially go up 2-0 in the series.
There we go. This is a little bit of a different setup this time. No defenders over towards A, but still the extra focus. It's technically a 4-man feed, trying to play over towards B. First blood though, good. That opens up the complete side of A. But look at the long wrap coming just above. Olin, does he hear any of this? Pistols out as if to say, yeah, I think someone's nearby. Oh, he misses it in the corner though. And Scars get the benefit of 2.
Oh, caught with a nade, evening things up. Bomb planted over at A. Fishbone, he's gonna try to chow out through 10, trying to coordinate this pinch on 2 different fronts.
Goes to the prone angle, free kill. Can Q9 hold from on top of the site? Ruan denied, just down to Island, maybe a 1v3, no, shut down by Mick. And how about Scars? Take down Q9 in what we said was gonna be China's best overall game mode. They looked far superior in this one, 7-4 the tally, and now Scars, believe it or not, 1 map away from making it to the playoffs.
I didn't have this on my bingo card for this best of 5, Alan, I'll tell you that much. I don't even have an actual bingo card, but regardless of all of that, it's just every single thing that I was saying about Q9, their adaptations to understand the enemy's tendencies of what we saw from Tribe was exemplified that much better from Scars.
Yeah, I agree.
It kind of feels shades of that Summit hardpoint. Q9 were setting a blistering pace. They were in the lead for such a long time, and all it took was just Scars' understanding of where these players are located at, how they're using their utility, and how do I counter that, and it works just ever so flawlessly.
Did 14 kills from Mick, 12 from Ryu, and they were, I mean, the playmakers, not just in finding eliminations, but creating the play in the first place.
Yeah.
That's just great efficiency out of Scars, and it kept feeling like every single time we saw them on this defensive setup, it was one-dimensional. They had the same defensive play the entire way through that back half. But Q9, try as they did, could not find the response to it. And the thing about it is, even though it's a very predictable default setup where you're doing this 3-man stack through B, because of how that side of the map functions, your ability to say, we're not actually going anywhere, that's option 1. Option 2 is to take over side halls. Option 3 is to push into Lambo.
Yep.
And they flexed on all 3 of those ideas. That's brilliant game planning from Scars.
Yeah, even Fontajin just being very proactive. No, it didn't have the sexiest KD ratio there at the end, but just the overall pressure of that second sniper all the way back in water for that very final round just about means everything. And then they set themselves up for a standoff control. And another respawn. It does not look too good for Q9 Club.
Other updates really quickly. Stamina up 2-0 on NYSL Mayhem. I think it was a 7-3 search and destroy. Right now, Skade is in a 6-5 search on Charlie. They are up, but it looks like it is going to go to OT just as they finish off those final kills. Dude, these matches are tighter than I think any of us would have expected it to be, just based on how we kind of came into this event, what the community, you guys out there were saying about where the power rankings kind of lied for some of these teams and some of these regions in particular. I don't think anyone was sitting there saying Scars was going to have a chance to make it to playoffs, but we take a look over towards that game in progress, as I was just previously mentioning. Skate up 1-0 after, I think it was a pretty tight hard point win, but we've got OT here on Fire Range Surge.
Tied up, bomb. Still needing to work its way towards one of these bomb sites, but I mean, in this 2v4, the lay of the land is truly are yours if you are Almighty. Just waiting for the challenges, and Sindo just waiting for the challenge. They're inside of 10. Has one more if they want it. Yeah, playing the head glitch to the bomb. Why not?
Need to be waiting for Pop Zero right there, but on the backside, Leo able to isolate. Incendio forces the gunfight shut down. An OT advantage to Skate. Ooh. Is this about to happen?
Hey, you got to remember, Alan, that when Almighty and Skate ended up facing off against each other, Skate did take both of the Search and Destroys. Incendio just trying their heart out. 19 eliminations, but it could also be talked about with
Mihawk.
Yeah, Mihawk has 17.
A couple of superstars in this matchup. Smokes all over B. This is a fake. Skater not committing. Some pre-fire, some smoke coming through, and Incendio is shaking hands with Mihawk. They've passed each other, and Mihawk gets the kill. Now towards tires. Somebody put an end to this guy. Finally, Heaven does. But a little bit of disconcerting effort from Skate. This was supposed to be a fake, but because Mihawk got two, the bomb started to rotate, and Shut Up can actually stall out this play. He gets a double of his own. That's gonna bite Skate right in the rear. A little bit of mistiming on the decision making.
Yeah, I definitely gotta be feeling that one. Don't want to count anybody out. 1v3s we have seen, but typically the bomb needs to be down for such a retake. SKS in the hand here for Leo Zera, and needs to be able to find a nice cheeky angle. Needs some more information. He does get that information on towards the second, finds two, 1v1.
Plenty of time, 45 seconds. Quick on the hunt is Heaven, just a pistol in hand. Does Leo Zera get caught? He doesn't see him, he didn't look.
Oh no.
But Heaven's gonna get into trailer. And they're gonna meet just on the outside of the door. Leo Zera, that's the only location he hasn't checked yet. I'm going down. Heaven off the shoulder, yeah. That'll work out. Good on Heaven, I would say. I mean, yeah, there are a couple of mistimings here and there, but to sneak into trailer, ooh.
It was just about everything. I mean, if you didn't see them cross the middle of the map due to some very unfortunate timing, then you know that they're not going to end up going all the way back through Banana over towards B. Gets the sound cue over towards the AES and D. And we got ourselves an offensive round coming through from Almighty.
Oh my, it is chaos. It's chaos. The obstacle course is littered with bodies. Quick exchange now down to a 2v2. Almighty still feeling like, wait a second, do we have the ability of actually moving forward right here? I mean, that was pretty much the entire Skate army. But Incendio sneaks up towards barrels, checks over towards the left, catches Leo Zera out, trying to get a trophy down, and Mihawk's behind this play. But he will not know for sure that Almighty are making this rotation all the way through container over to B. Now he's seen it. Can he get the cross in time?
Oh, shut up. He's not looking this way. The timing needs to be there for them. Comes the slide chow with the deagle, and they have completely escaped.
Wait. Do it. Do it.
Oh.
I thought he was going to hop for the ninja. That was low-key.
Might have been better.
Yeah, it very well may have been. Mihawk now stuck topside 10. Oh, this is difficult with a pistol sniper combo. And Almighty are just killing time. Although, hello. Oh, never mind. Pistol back out, Shut Up. Trying to get over to Jeep. Yeah, good help from Incendio from behind. Dude, I thought for sure with him watching them run, I thought he was just gonna hop.
Hey, we've seen it plenty of times, especially with how much you and I watch 4v4. But you know, it's sometimes when it comes down to COD Mobile, you just really want to get those eliminations. Advantage now for Almighty on the defense. And the way that Skate have just rolled out offensively, they are 100% playing for point of contact. They want a pick or two first before they fully commit towards one of these bomb sites. As they are slowly working through Banana, they are going to run into a Holger 26 in the hands of Jeff.
Yeah, this is the right weapon for it. Gets the informational read, tries to take the challenge, but well dissected by Skate. And they get across too. I mean, you got Heaven with the scope, trying to watch this. Nades are now going his direction. This could lead towards the bomb getting on towards site. And Incendios made his way through container though, and very well could deny in his own right. And how about this? Skater getting cold feet, and this is actually the right read.
But you also have players on the opposite side here for Almighty that are also reading this, and it's going to be Shut Up, who's all the way on the south side of America. That's a very tight angle to watch, and you have to clear this if you're Skate.
You need 2 from shut up right here. How about 1? Okay. Well, Leozin still keeps the play over towards Be Alive. That's still an option that you have to consider if you're Team Almighty. Linz back on for the plant.
Bomb has been planted.
Irfan not able to deny. Has not seen the exit as of yet. How do you retake this if you're Almighty? Heaven will give us an option. Pistol from behind, but they lose shut up from the front side. Irfan, can you follow up behind this? Yeah, trade is good. 2v2 situation. Mihawk Leo playing deep. The full retake coming from the front. Heaven off the reload off the pistol. Works out. Now it's just down to 1. Mihawk deep. Sniper rifle. First one connects. How about the second? Bang! A double for Mihawk. And we tie ourselves back up at 8.
Every single time that there is a certain distinct advantage, it always gets answered back in kind. Remember, that is going on our Charlie broadcast. If you want to watch the conclusion of the rematch of Skate and Almighty, make sure you go over towards Charlie as we hop back into our main focus here, Alan. And it's going to end up being here for Q9 versus Scars. Really, quite literally, I know we said it quite often, do or die time for Q9. You know, the Chinese representation really needs to be able to come out in full here for the standoff control after losing what should have been a bread and butter map mode combination of Hacienda Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. So here we go. I mean, you have to pull up the reverse sweep to keep yourself in it. And we swap over again just while everything's getting set up. Again, there's so many matches going on right now, and all of them look really nasty. Control's a 1-1 tie right now in the Stamina NYSL M game. Wolves up 1-0 in their series versus Vitality are also up 6-2 in the Search. We jump into this one. Overtime affair between Skate and Almighty. Skate 1 round away from going 2-0 up on what a lot of people would have said was going to be the tournament favorite from the Eastern region.
2 rounds in a row, Skate were able to put together. Look at the rollout that they're currently putting together. All 5 players essentially trying to push over towards A, pistol in hand.
That's bold, to say the least. Where is the rest of the automatic support? Shot up gets a double. Counter nades come through, and I don't know what that was supposed to be, why our pistol carrier was the first one forward. Was that a late setup call? Did we just not get the right classes put together? Very strange, and Shut Up says thank you very much for the easy kills.
Which is absolutely absurd. Every single time that there's a 1-round advantage, there's always some type of wonkiness to come all the way through. And yeah, who knows? Maybe the 50 cal is just the new SMG. It's not, but it's, yeah, very, very strange. It's important to know Mihawk through these rounds are up to 22. Has finally passed Incendio, who is just at 21. Big shot to start things off. That's
a mid cross play. Look at this. Look at the follow-up from Skate. They're just going to run right through mid. They have trailer control. They can also block the exit. Mihawk's going to find an easy one for free. No, Shut Up will be able to turn this on the side, but there's no exit still. Skate locking things down from the back. And great isolation and containment come through for the Brazilians. Irfan can do nothing. And all that starts because you get the opening pick with the scope. And how about the quick decision making for Skate to say, all right, I'm in there.
Yep. No, that's exactly what we want to see. Is even more refreshing through 19 rounds worth of play that Skate are still willing to hit the gas that effectively, cover through the middle of the map, and then follow up with it soon after, making sure that everybody from Almighty were trapped on their side of 10. Back to this point of contact, trying to play for a pick offense. But Incendio has found his way towards Wood.
He doesn't have to do anything but stay here. A is a lock. He's feeling greedy. Makes the play in towards Wood. This is bold. That is just, that is very bold. I don't know. I mean, you take away the entire middle of the map by sitting there. You could move your defense around just because of that forward position, but the greedy play looking for timing on the kills works against them, and now Skate have numbers advantage.
And they want more. They're going nowhere. They're trying to see if maybe they can catch another player from Almighty out guessing to where some of these plays are coming from. But the way that Almighty have the map spread, they have pretty much every single bomb site plus mid map covered.
Someone has to hit a shot, and I think it's going to have to be Heaven on this cross. Smoke comes through though, well placed. Nade's also connecting. Shut Up is actually have to give up the angle, but they still capitalize on a couple of kills. And how about Shut Up? Oh my goodness. Little jump peek to reach shell over towards the backside of trailer. And he ends up walking away with 2 key eliminations, keeping Almighty in this round.
It's just what they've been able to do through Search and Destroy continuously through the entirety of the day. 17 eliminations, the majority of that coming through with the sniper rifle. Leo's in. Casual 1v4 does scoop the bomb, but they're starting to be swarmed. Does find the first of Shut Up though.
Oh, he's aware that the flank's coming through, but Heaven, yeah, clean from him. We stay knotted up. My goodness, this Search and Destroy. Target becomes 12 now. And we could be here for a minute. I'm here for it.
And me as well. The slight adaptations coming through continuously. This was not one of the search and destroy maps that these two teams did play earlier when they did face each other during the group stage, but it's going to be something to behold for itself the longer we go and the more adaptations we see.
Well, this is interesting because ShutUp's opening first blood would seem good, but look at the defensive stack. 2 forward on B and 2 in trailer. And now that you've gotten a counter, this is still a very winnable round considering the opening first blood. As Skate is going to get a player deep in towards the jungle path. That will free up Leo0 to come back towards mid, and he can help out his players that are currently just high-low stacked inside a trailer.
Still need more information before you commit. That's what's going through the minds right now of Almighty, and there it is. Incendio is going to be able to take down lane. You did not need a chow. You just needed to be able to hold it. You have eyes on 2 bomb sites.
Yeah, and the thing about it was you didn't even need to look for intel. I mean, you're double stacked in trailer. First time we've seen them even try to pull that defensive setup. So now, once more, Almighty in this tug-of-war game find themselves in the advantage, making their way on towards A. Bomb will be planted. Watching the flank. Incendio may just do it all himself right here. Last player up is Leo. Able to at least get 1 response, but it's an SKS against the last 3 members of Almighty. Right over the top. First point of contact comes out, but it's Jeff who wins the gunfight in Almighty. Looking to get us even up in the series. Just need 1 more round.
Yeah, again, it's just almost gifted, wasn't it? There, you lose first blood, you even things up. It's 4v4. You have mid-map, you have B bomb, and 2 inside of 10. They're going to challenge you if they're trying to go over towards A. And I love this call coming through from Skate. Go for broke. 5 players deep through banana.
Oh, but Incendio's here with the Holger. He's doing so much damage, just can't quite finish off an elimination. He gets his teammate, though, Jeff, a lot of intel. And they exchange 1 for 1. Help has also arrived in the form of Heaven with the scope. And yeah, Skate, I think, are very quickly realizing that this is not an option, but Incendio finds them on the exit. Irfan's also blocking things over in towards Wood, although he does drop rapidly. So a very mixy start to this GOT round. Mihawk tagged but stays alive. Leo's in, big 1v1. How about Incendio? Shuts him down off to the late reaction. And now it's Mihawk, a required 1v3. Heaven, long range, sniper rifles, true, and Almighty will tie up the series.
It took us 22 rounds in the 3rd search and destroy between these 2 teams for Almighty to finally take a search off of Skade. They'll even themselves up 1 apiece going in towards the control. This is absolutely a bonfire of a match. It is insane to really think about how close those 2 teams honestly are.
How about this? Round 5 in control. Drari's bonking people on the top of the head. Life advantage for NYSLM, who's going to have to reverse sweep in this series, down 0-2. Looking good for them at the moment, but how about Drari still forcing the issue forward? That's going to leave Stamina a chance to get on towards this B site to stop the first tick of progress. And maybe still a chance here. You know, there's a lot of time on the clock, but you've got operators to come through. You're starting to neutralize this kill lead very rapidly, and NYSLM are kind of stuck in their spawn.
And you need more, though, if you are Stamina, when you're thinking about it. You're still down by 4 lives. That got diminished away from where it was about 9 just not even a few moments ago. And look at how far back NYSL Mayhem are playing all the way inside of P3. The biggest difference, though, and who could be a real thorn in the side is where Nero's position on the map.
These are all 1v1s, though, and look at the kill feed. Stamina still coming up on top. This was a 9 life lead, now down to 4. 30 seconds off the clock. Naarkz, good information, but the team shot's better for Mayhem. Still, though, Marvel holding a key position with the Krig just inside of Art. Wants the 1v1 with Rebalo. Bold challenge, it works out for him. Predicts the trade, but has guessed incorrectly. May not make much of a difference, though, because now Mayhem are kind of forced to have to play through mid, and Marvel's read the play.
Just about all majority here of Stamina just around ring, making sure that they can defend this B zone. Now down by 5 lives again. NYSL Mayhem are starting to get forward positioning as well. You got so many players inside a kitchen.
You have to bail out your teammates that are spawning right now. Oh, maybe not. Gwithilla and Naarkz come off spawn and each find an elimination. Marvel does come back to help things out. All of a sudden, it's a 5v6. Mayhem trying to stave off elimination, extend this series. Claws out for Gwithilla. 38 seconds on the clock, and Mayhem are going to try to play through mid-map. Marvel's here to read this. Drari also there to assist. The kills come out, and now a 3v4. Gwithilla still able to assist up top. Secures the trade, 2v3. Naarkz on the back has got to read onto Space. It's no Space with the SKS. It's just down to Gwithilla. No more claw. 1v3 in 15 seconds. Trigger discipline. Doesn't read the player at Laundry, though. Comes in, finds Rebalo, tries to turn, has the second in front of him, but it's Space who saves the day. And maybe a little extra breath of life for Mayhem.
Oh, well, it's a breath of something, I'll tell you that much, considering that it was a must-needed control win there for NYSL Mayhem, being down 0-2. Not where you want to be, not even in the slightest, but still, nonetheless, NYSL Mayhem will stay alive, and it got scary, to say the least. That trigger discipline I have seen way too many times on Raid Control through many different titles of Call of Duty, and I've seen it go so many different ways, but nonetheless, you held onto the life lead all the way until the end. Yeah, it got hairy. Yes, we had a 9 life lead. It got diminished down to 2, but still, nonetheless, NYSL Mayhem keeping their tournament alive.
How can you not love COD Mobile with this going on right now?
Are you not entertained?
Dude, 16 teams from all across the world, and everyone at this moment is giving it every last drop of gas to make it to Saturday. I mean, the prestigiousness that comes with being a playoff team and the first ever Stage 5 on LAN would say a ton, let alone the regional implications that would come with wins and losses on top of that.
That's right.
But Mayhem's still a long and arduous path in front of them. I mean, this Stamina team's looking real nasty right now, and they would have to still pull off 2 straight maps to get North America a second team in the playoffs, third team in the playoffs.
It would definitely be something to see all North America representations being able to make it in towards the championship bracket, but I mean, easier said than done when you're going up against a roster like Stamina. They lost the control. Again, it's very tough to fully gauge and analyze what ended up happening. Will put themselves in such a weird position after losing at least one zone and being down horrendously for so many lives.
Yeah.
But regardless of the matter, I think you have to be looking towards the future if you are NYSL Mayhem. You really have to be relying on your core fundamentals to be able to put yourself in a position to be able to take that map 4 and potentially, hey, take that map 5 as well.
True story. There's the current status of Group A. And it kind of hit me by surprise. I mean, we haven't really seen a lot of Smart Omega on stream, but I mean, Beef Mommy called it out perfectly. 2 3-0s. And yeah, some of those maps were tremendously close in that matchup versus Stamina. Not so much against Mayhem, though. Smart Omega looking like a team to not be trifled with as they exit out of this what we said was going to be a very even Group A with convincing results. Yeah, that's definitely a team to keep our eye on once we get to Saturday.
Still a lot of question marks around just how strong, you know, a lot of these teams are. Maybe that's just how convincing it honestly is for Smart Omega, not dropping a single map on the day, as you were saying, just as close as possible as we were taking a look at these groups as well. Wolves have a 2-0 lead over Team Vitality. That's a matchup obviously happening on Bravo. And then our main focus, of course, Scars and Q9 Club, still waiting to be able to get ourselves inside of that matchup. But here's Group B for us, Alan. INCO Stalwart just really coming out of the gates, absolutely swinging and really just making sure that they're keeping the region on the map. Something that we didn't expect is how well they held off Wolves.
Yeah, it was an impressive display across the entirety of the team.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be hard to not just sit here and talk about Lucaszin, but we have to, because Dad looked great today. He was playing unbelievably hot.
Yep.
And this is a Wolves team that is really solid. I mean, Strut kind of surprised them. That was our first kind of shell-shocking moment of the entire event. But Wolves picked up no problem. Still have to fight their way towards qualification. Meanwhile, you take a look at Luminosity, and there may be something in the facet that Luminosity was able to deal with Skade in 4, because this Skade team is disgusting, as we're currently learning against Almighty, because that has been, I would say, the biggest buster of everyone's bracket so far, was Skade taking down Almighty in the first round.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think anybody really saw that coming, especially with how close that entire 5-map set really was. I mean, the respawns were not as competitive because Almighty would look pretty darn comfortable in that first map, of the Search and Destroy prowess coming through from Skade, albeit losing that firing range in 24 rounds is the biggest difference maker. But yeah, Luminosity do look very good.
How about this round, though? I mean, we kind of talked about how this group may be very lopsided, but maybe not in the way that we expected. Scars, a clean and very convincing opening 3-0 versus Influence Kemen. And now an opportunity to possibly close the door on Q9 up 2-0 in our current main focused match here on the Alpha stream. Whereas for Tribe Gaming, yep, kind of another day at the office for those boys. handled it really no problem.
Came in, turned the homework in, they're back out. See you at dinner. Look, it's almost what you would expect from Tribe. You know, I mean, the #1 NA team, they did get pushed back a little bit in the Search and Destroy, but that's really where a lot of the question marks at least exist. Their cohesion, their teamwork, everything does look great. But
Q9 Club, that team that did take that map off a tribe on a firing range, search and destroy, absolutely reeling right now. They desperately need to stay alive here, but how cool would it honestly be? Just think about it from a Scars perspective. You're the only Japanese representation here at Worlds, and you have a massive chance to beat one of the better Eastern teams in Q9 Club
100%.
and make the championship bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really, there's something kind of like oddly poetic about it, because the Fall Invitational, which I think a lot of people in the community are looking at as like, oh, this is the actual test of who's the best in the East. Scars wasn't there because it was just Korea and China.
Yep.
So you've got a team that went flawless, didn't drop a single map in their individual region. We kind of came out like, oh, is Japan even all that competitive? Is Scars that good, or is the region that bad? Maybe both at this point, because Scars is looking nice with it today.
They're going to have to be able to continue on with all that as well. You know, there's obviously a lot of individuals that we could sit there and talk about with Scars, but they can go hand in hand, specifically with LATAM, two different sides of the world, two different hemispheres, excuse me. But it's just one of those things that Scars are really making sure that we have to keep Japan in our minds.
Yep.
You know, when you and I were even watching it back in 2021, we were sitting there really over-analytically, like, breaking it down, because some of these players were getting away with highway robbery.
Yeah.
Sometimes
that's
things were a little
true.
bit more competitive.
And who knows? I mean, Scars, if they were to go on a little bit of a run here, people in the comp ops department are probably saying, do we need to give more spots to Japan next year? Because, my goodness. All right. Control coming up. Scars up 2-0. Standoff is the location, the venue. And how about this? The other thing we gotta keep in mind is these Eastern teams, they love holding on to sniper rifles throughout standoff control. So are we gonna get more of that? Or is it gonna be mostly rifles and SKSs in the mix? Opening approach. Already very quickly through the A site goes Scars. B is under threat. That'll be the premise of stopping the clock here for Q9, but it is just two members that are here. And you can see Scars are saying, all right, you guys can sit there for a minute. We're just gonna go take map control first.
Yep. That's the right idea when you're thinking about it. The biggest issue with this SKS in Island's hand, where they're positioned at, you can see a lot of players ended up crossing. It just comes down to timing to try to make it back over towards that side of the map.
Well, Q9 are gonna essentially freely capture B. And if you can't take by the candor of my voice, I'm a little surprised, because the only person to challenge was just a single member of Scars. They have let this go freely. And the kills are not convincing for what it's worth, by the way, for Scars. This is already a little problematic, because Q9 have some good control here at Bakery, and if Ruan can just hold his life, that's going to do wonders towards reducing this life lead.
Yeah, I mean, a 9 to now 11 start with just sub 2 minutes on the board. You want to talk about a lay of the land for Q9 to potentially take this in a blistering pace? Well, it is happening right here and now. There you have the map split quite wonderfully.
Island now, the next player up over towards Bakery, and Q9 are winning on all fronts. And once more, again, with Island now in a position on, I believe, 4 in a row, by the way, he just has to kill off time. His teammates are already on towards the A zone. First tick of progress is looking good. Long route from Scars, trying to get over towards Delhi. This is bold, and it has to work. That's the thing. If this fails, this might just be the round right here. Dechen, good read, but can't win the gunfight. And now Scars, an opportunity to kind of overwhelm on towards A. Second tick of progress is on the way, though. Oleg, 1v1, trying to possibly lock it in himself, but turned aside. Ryu trying to get out, not going to be able to, though, as Tang is now the next one in, and progress should be good here for the second tick.
And what's even more alarming is how much time is left on that clock as it's being stalled out. 9v6, you can either play for the kills or get the segment progression, whichever is more convenient as well. Trades need to be online here. It's a 2 for 3 so far, now just down to a 5v3. This should all be wrapped up for Q9.
Yeah, looking good. Predator Mist is going to be phoned in just to make sure they can steal away the opening offense, and there are going to be questions, I think, about why would you let the B zone just freely go over? Yeah. Ryu's going to give it the good old college try, but gets shut down. And I mean, I won't say that Q9 were gifted that round. They were making some special plays happen to make sure that they were able to lock in that B zone, but it did feel a little bit too easy.
No, they weren't gifted the round, but they were surely gifted the B zone. Again, there were players in position. You were finding trades. I just don't understand why you weren't going to put yourself in a further position to try to get these players off the B zone. More questions, but we have an offensive round now coming back in. A lot of big scuffles actually happening in and around of round, but it's all coming up in Q9's favor.
Operators coming through now. Again, you can feel it. Q9, they want to get spawn trap in play. Gunfights all around Delhi. Back and forth we go, back and forth we go. But at the end of it, it's Q9 with a 4 life lead. Have not given away an instance of progress really anywhere. Finally, that will change as Final's going to pull out the clock. maybe just try to do it himself. Not a lot of help on the zone. He's just stopping the clock while his teammates are essentially winning the backside of gas station. This is working out beautifully. Hold on a second. Shoots on the other foot. Fonagen all of a sudden has a look in towards the defensive spawn. Clock, good for one. Not quite able to get the second, but damage has been done as the first tick of progress is locked.
First segment, and you were able to mitigate that, what was it, somewhere near of a 1 to 5 start. And the spawn trap started to ensue. Just need to be able to get yourself on this zone. You need more time. If you are Scars to work your way back in towards this round, down by 3 lives.
This is just a game of who can get the spawn trap in first. I mean, it's like,
actually,
we're in your spawn, now I'm in your spawn. It's a whole thing right now. 14 plays 12, only 1 tick of progress locked in, 35 seconds on the clock. Lots of operators on both sides. Does anyone feel the need to possibly pull any of these out, maybe to get an advantage towards going up 2-0 or maybe stealing away an offensive round here if you're Scars? Still progress on A. A little bit of help on the way, but Q9 largely not in a position to fully recontest as of yet. Finally, the clearance comes out. Mid-map trying to respond. Good trade. One more to grab. On the corner, the Purifier gets pulled out. And Mick may have just saved this round as the second tick of progress is good. And we got a 5v8.
Scalding them with water. 5v7. Mitigating lives. Need to stay on one of these zones. If you get 60 seconds, and as you have the Purifier just waiting for them to chow you, yeah, you're going to be able to do just that. 4v4 almost feels like a search round.
Q9, how do you set yourself up here? You're not going to be able to contest. An extra minutes on the clock. This is just a TDM 4v4. Fonagen in a little bit of trouble. Taken down. Not able to get anything off of his life. But the Hunter Killer Drone gets 2 on the backside. It just did a little loop-de-loop over through Cubby. And Mick from the grave nearly gets it done. Predator missile in. Will not land. The last player's bunkered up in towards Grandma's. The clock now stopped. Progress being made. Mick through the middle of the map works out well. And it's just down to D-Chat. Nades expended. Can you get into this? Doesn't predict the right core, but keeps his life. Second tick of progress is on the way. Chipping away at it. D-Chat has to make a move, and he's stuck. Wow, how about the heroics from Mick?
You know, you will end up trading offense for offense, not to completely dissuade everything that Mick just put together, because it was absolutely massive. But the way that that round had just concluded, Scars only got 4 segments. So that's why I was sitting here just like screaming like, you need to go. You needed to die before that second segment came through. Luckily enough, it did. Q9 will have a 1 segment lead, but trading offense for offense here on standoff, very unheard of.
Very unheard of indeed. Rare occurrences here. Cash, good start for him. Scars deal with the opening play from Q9 flawlessly, by the way. First 3 kills go their way. D-Chen keeping his life, finds some space to work with inside of Hotel, but I mean, look at the blue arrows already trying to put together another spawn trap situation. Tang saying anything you can do, I can probably also do. Maybe not better necessarily. D-Chen working with him. Purifier on Purifier action, and Scars come out the victors of the exchange.
26v24. First segment of the day just has a Mustachio Terror progression on it, and it's just not going to be good enough. Finally, Q9 find the space available for themselves to move their way past middle of the map, get themselves on A. Just a single player here, and I love this call coming through from Q9. Get 1 player inside of Brown, get the other 2 players to wrap around on the backside of the alleyway.
Second tick of progress is going to be given up for free. Kills would probably determine if there's going to be any sort of a challenge here at A at all. And well, as Q9 continues to kind of pop up in the kill feed, it will just be Rayo to give it 1 good try. Not going to work out. That costs a very valuable life, mind you. And so now 22 plays 15. Huge advantages for Q9 in their second offensive attempt. Just comes down to, can you get on towards B? And yeah, how about it? Oling already on. Operator, score streaks. What do you want to use here, brother?
We still have Ron to deal with him towards the back. Finally, Cash will end up finding that elimination, but you can see just how spread thin the resources are right now for Scars. Just players just trying to get themselves back in towards Bakery, but coming up, not necessarily totally unsuccessful, finally working their way back in. But the life deficit after trying to get that A zone back in their favor will be down by 5 lives with over 1:30.
We'd love to see Oling pull out. Yeah, here we go. Predator missile coming through. This will hopefully get a number of kills. Yeah, it gets double. So now 15 plays 8, and win condition has been established by way of just the lives here for Q9. Cash up top. Players around the back of him. He has no ability to fight back from that position. Just hoping he gets a couple of gunfights to go his way. Off spawn, Scars do deal with the threat deep. But where is the last one? Ah, there he is. A little Where's Waldo going on with Island as he gets his 19th elimination. A 10v3, and Q9 look like they're going to keep this an all-offensive affair here on standoff control.
Very rare that you're going to be watching a control and asking, well, I guess whoever wins the first defense is going to end up walking away with it. But hey, that's exactly what we have right here. Lives will be exhausted. That first segment did end up coming through at the very least for Q9, who are looking very, very comfortable here on standoff for a control. And keep in mind, it's very much so required. They are down 0-2 as far as the series is concerned. Bounce back after taking an extended break is what is required for Q9 to stay alive in the tournament.
Will we stay all attacks? Sure kind of feels that way. Q9, great start. Utilizing Island on the clock, trying to get things started for him. Works out beautifully. 3 in a row. How about off spawn now? The focus goes back. Yeah, and off the little bounce pass from the wall. That'll work. Someone's done their homework in geometry lately. Scars do keep the lives even though all that's said and done. Tight stuff, 23 plays 24. And for what it's worth, there is a barn burner going on Bravo right now. Mayhem fighting for their life. It's a 233 to 232. Hacienda hardpoint on rotation. Don't want to miss that one.
Nope.
Capturing Alpha.
If you don't have 2 tabs open, if you don't have 4 tabs open,
yeah, what are you doing?
all these streams, yeah, honestly, what have you been doing all day? But even that, much so said, as lives were even, as we were just talking about that 24v24, Scars were able to get themselves at least on towards the A zone. Still off the clock ever so slightly, and now they're starting to run away with a life lead. Fishbone also pulling out a Purifier. Will end up at least finding some space provided for the rest of their team, but no more segment progression coming through. Just a 2 life lead now.
40 seconds though on the clock. Once again, Scars having a tough time getting this clock to stall. Sure, the kills have stayed pretty good for you, but you've got to make progress on the objective itself. Q9 in a pretty solid spot to contest. Vonagin, tough gunfight. Not able to come out the victor. And now it's 13v11. But more importantly, it's all about can Mick find a way to try to stop this clock, because now all of a sudden the defense is all up in your spawn. Not a lot of time here. Pred missile called in. Fishbone will at least avoid it for the time being, but it's not going to work out. The kills come through and towards the spawn in Q9. They will win our first successful defense to get themselves on the board.
Oh man, that is honestly just very weird that it came down to the first defense to be able to win a control in the first place. But Q9, yes, absolutely will be able to do all of that, plus some more, stay alive inside the tournament here versus a very white-hot Japanese representation here at Scars. We set ourselves up later for a map 4, and honestly speaking, I mean, coming out of the gates swinging every single time, even for the defense, you saw the game plan coming through continuously for Q9 to make sure that they were going to win out the initial gunfights and then continue to put the pressure on, making the spawn trap really feel suffocating for Scars to really try to work their way out of.
It was a game of total flips though. At certain points, it was like, yeah, we've got 3 members in your spawn. Wait a second, we've all died, and now you're in our spawn. It was just like literally shoes on the other foot type thing. Stamina have also update-wise defeated NYSL 250-233, I believe, was the final score of that map 4 Hacienda hardpoint. That will eliminate the Urich subliners and the Mayhem squad, sending Stamina the only EU representation to make it forward.
Hey, it's a lot of pressure, but it's almost what you want to end up seeing out from those Stamina boys. Uling, by the way, going double positive. I think it was like 36 and 16 I saw. Just absolutely absurd stuff. But hey, that's the step in the right direction, you would think, for Q9, right? If you want to be able to Yawn here with the tournament, make the championship bracket, then you have to put yourself in a position to be able to win this takeoff hardpoint. You go back towards that summit, a map mode combination that can't necessarily say that something plays too similar with one another, but the way that Scars were allowed to work their way back into that map number 1 is something that Q9 cannot allow to have happen again. You just can't let off the gas versus the Scars roster.
And here's the thing, Q9 have only won a single hardpoint so far today, and that was a 250-245 on firing range against Influence Kemen, the number 3 Latin American team. So
as they were getting outslayed.
Yeah, exactly. And now that we start to consider takeoff, look, here's the thing. I mean, we talk about the same kind of things when we talk about raid, even Hacienda. It's a game of having, like, you have to rotate. This map values early rotations and good setups more so than anything else, just due to the nature of how it's laid out. And then, you know, the ability to kind of stay mixy around the fountain opening hardpoint. You can zone that if you get good high ground control. And I will say, Scars have had a better mindset when it comes to how they want to try to build a little bit of a perimeter around these hard points.
Yeah, again, this is something that we noted continuously, even off of that one hard point win that they did have versus Kemen, rather than just even the one with Summit, where I resurfaced the same idea is that, hey, this Scar's roster, albeit they will end up finding at least one player to go completely AWOL and be able to find those slays when required. It's where they're finding the slays, when they're finding the slays. They are making sure that they're in the right place at the right time to be able to put themselves in a position to be able to generate an abundance of time off of any hill.
Other matches that are going on, still looking in towards the Skate Almighty game, but our first look at what's going on here with Wolves and Team Vitality. India's last chance to possibly make it in towards playoffs as we get into a Slums Control, and we're seeing sniper rifles out for Nian on a Slums Control. And it's working.
And it's working, yeah. I mean, he's currently just slaying out right now, has 3 kills in her name. We're just getting started into this, but I mean, hey, you're already down to 40 seconds remaining, even to the pistol. Someone shoot at this guy, please.
Boy, you got a 6th. Okay.
Oh, no.
6 straight kills for Nian. Random looking to finally put him to rest, but I don't know, you sleep easy after that first life with the scope. Pegg also moving forward, cutting down Vitality from behind. The pinch is very effective, very successful. Pegg not even done, one more in the corner. His teammate will get him by way of the 100-killer drone, and we have a 17 playing 6 in this opening round of Control.
Almost felt like the moment that we hopped into this this look in here on the Delta stream, it was so over. I mean, that blistering pace just off rip there, Nian, as you were saying. That sniper, 7 kills for them, and even Zai as well. Like, it's just the continuous amount of pressure that was being exemplified and really just put on. Vitality just seemingly had no answer. No trades were coming through.
So a dominating opening round from Wolves. We'll swap the sides. They'll have their go at the offense. Nian's still sniping. Okay. Then that's why. Cole had right through Cemetery. I mean, take me to school. You kidding me?
I mean, I'm taking notes right now. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Okay.
And how about a 1-7 start defensively? And again, you know, where you're looking like here for Wolves is that you win through the middle of the map just so quickly. You get inside Garage, you're stopping the clock on the A zone, and you have players inside of the B zone. Where do you go, Vitality? You have to stop it somewhere.
Yeah, not good, not good. Third tick of progress is getting locked in at B. The second's simultaneously locked at A, and Vitality can't get out of spawn. This Wolves team, do we say that they've woken up? Because the 2 times that we've kind of watched into their matches, they've been pretty contested and pretty tight. This one, at the moment, is anything but.
Yeah, it really does feel like that Wolves are playing with that certain amount of tenacity that they needed all day long. And maybe it's just the entire day of frustration not already being qualified that they're taking out on Vitality. 23v5. You can't make it up.
No.
You just can't make it up. 21 kills required for these last 3 players, and the second aggression could potentially also come through as well. It is being worked up, but I mean, Wolves are just having their way here. 2 rounds in a row, convincing at that.
Wow.
Yeah,
that is, yeah, that's a beatdown, brother.
Yep.
I feel like I sounded like Randy Savage right then.
Not really, but I'll let you think it.
All right. Channeling my spirit animal on that.
Your spirit animal is Randy Savage? Hey, more power to you.
Here we go. Vitality, last chance saloon for you. And Nian is still finding just outrageous eliminations with this sniper rifle. Jig now with the Purifier, cleans out both sets of dumpsters. Oh, luckily Chiesi's able to find one. There is a little bit of a post-martyrdom kill still coming through. And Joko says, you want to dance, buddy? Let's dance.
Well, we'll end up at least taking down King, but I mean, there's just really not much else that you can ask for. I mean, the lives were at least even, but yeah. Hey, if you want to continue to watch that, don't forget to go over towards the Delta stream, because it very much so might be the last time that we see Team Vitality in this tournament as a whole. Skade and Almighty are currently working through their map number 4. It's a Hacienda hardpoint with Almighty having a 2-1 lead. But we'll go back in towards our main focus here. Q9 able to win an abundance of offenses and the one defense there on the standoff control now find themselves alive in this series versus Scars.
Trying to force the reverse sweep if they can get to a map number 5. How about Ryo? He has been so good for Scars today. Collecting not just a ton of kills, but he has, again, been that guy on route more often than not. A mixy first hard point. Even kills pretty much throughout. Also leads to a pretty even scoreboard. The biggest toggle, though, is you have to keep your eye on Scars. Every time they make a play across the map, they need to go further than the hard point. You're trying to flip these spawns around, and the play is coming through Silo. D-Chet shut down. Maybe a chance to get around the back and try to block these spawns up while there's the last 20 seconds to fight for here in the first hill.
You got to be able to get that top hallway control. How potent of a position that honestly can be, and you can already see Scars just really thinking about it, but also trying to get themselves inside of scaffolding. And well, the way that Q9 are currently playing, you do have one player that's completely giving it up. That's D-Chen, making sure that they get these exits for any lurking players that are going to try to work their way back in.
They push too far. Q9 pushed too far. It's one of those situations where they're doing too good.
Yep.
And they get a little bit too far past the hard point, and Scars get blessed with some spawns in the backside. So a pretty much dead even game, but Scars come out the victors as they look to set up for P2. Numbers, though, for Q9. Trying to battle back. A quick recovery, hopefully. As Tang locks down one side, stun connects. That would be good for elimination. Still no, not in control of the hard point nor the spawns themselves. More quills required. Tang, next one to get onto the hard point itself. Fantinjin, though, he's able to take down a double. And with that, Scars are able to stabilize.
It's completely all gone wrong just off of that one overextension that ended up coming through from D-Chen. It just allows, again, Scars to find themselves an opportunity not only to get inside, get gifted the spawns, but then also stabilize as well. One player on the massive flank is that of D-Gen, but it looks like it's actually being read. Yeah, wonderfully met there by Mick, who does have themselves a one streak to be able to utilize. And yeah, 41-19. You're going to chalk this back 15 seconds, barring any sort of heroics, and try to set yourself up with the rotation for 3.
Man, put a pin in that hard point, because that very well may be the difference maker in this map, just due to the fact that Q9 was killing a little bit too well. Update from the Delta stream. Team Vitality have been eliminated. Wolves will move on. Q9 looking to again force this reverse sweep and possibly get full representation from China in towards playoffs. Whereas Scars, the only team from Japan, looking to just put them to bed right here. Early specialist starting to get called in, and the kill feed lights up Orange. How about Scars on rotation?
Oh, man. They got themselves set up. As you were talking about, early specialists utilized. Mix still has their operator. Still has 2 streaks to be utilized, and they will end up calling in themselves in a claw. And if you're looking at this from the spectation of Q9, you really need to try to dig deep and work your way back in. Ron ends up pulling themselves out of Purifier, but it gets met by operators of Scars. They were able to swiftly move their way from P2 into P3 as they're building their lead more.
Reads are successful, though. Scars have just the highest level of awareness on where these hits are coming from. Tang with the opening double, though. Key scrap time here to let this game not get out of hand. And they're really not going to be able to do too much with this. So now we take our attention over towards the top left-hand side of the map. Currently, Q9 in a good position to win the northern part of the minimap, but you can see the route. Look at this route coming out of Scars. You got number 2 and number 5 on the long rotation, trying to set up a bit of a pinch. D-Chen shut down. What does this do towards Q9 spawns? Doesn't make a difference. They clean up the pressure from the flank, and now they can reinforce.
In the middle of the map is also being picked up. This is where Q9 need to be a little bit further proactive. The cross is also being watched. It's a big elimination to find Fatijin, but it's Island inside the window. Has some assistance from their teammates. Finally stabilizing here on a single hardpoint are Q9.
Island, good double from the front doors. That will help his teammates just focus on the nitty-gritty fights inside the hardpoint itself. 30 seconds to fight for. Split spawn situation. The Scars are looking to hit this one more time. Kills are coming through cleanly. Island is stuck. He's got absolutely nowhere to go, and there is not a trade anywhere to be found for Q9. That's just a little bit too easy. And how about the awareness side? Scars very aware of what's going on with the minimap, whereas Q9 are a bit lost on these spawns.
Be lost so long as you continuously try to fight and break for 20 seconds. That is what that early leader's advantage will get you, so long as we're continuing to keeping a pin back in P2 for that first set. Going in towards the second, damn near the double score, just a little bit beyond that for Scars. A couple players really showing up in a big way. Fishbone at 17. Ryo, as we were talking about, has just been absolutely lights out at 16, 15, 16 respectively for Cash and Fatijin. You need that plus some more going forward. But you really need someone from Q9 to be able to meet that pressure that Scars deliver.
You need someone to get into the hard point too. I mean, that would help with 40 seconds. Everyone else on look at the time across Scars. Everyone's at over half a minute already. Unbelievable stuff. Just selfish game, selfless gameplay, I should say. as it's a 116-60 game. Q9 trying to claw their way back in. Have to have this second hill. They need it badly.
You just need more zoning. I mean, you already have just Dueling just trying to zone away at least the north side, but there's not a whole lot of scaffolding control. This is exactly where Scars are setting themselves up at, making sure that Q9 cannot get inside this hard point for free.
Please don't do the same. Okay, that was
close.
Tight,
it was close. Yeah, you're looking at Uling.
Literally, Uling's is starting to push super far forward, and you think, hold on there, friend. Scars still need to spawn. But they've learned from their previous mistakes, and now we've got ourselves a really tight game hard point coming through. Pred missile out. Good information on where exactly Scars' hits trying to come from. Second hill about to open up. Q9 in a good position to control. But look at all of the pretty little light up dots on the right-hand side of the minimap, because Scars, they've got operators galore, and they're absolutely prone to use them right when they earn them. And that's going to lead to a spawn flip. Now you can turn your attention back to the hard point itself, and the kills are there as well. Great stuff coming through from Scars as they look to really establish some control here on 2.
Claw's going to run out there for at least 1. But you were able to get the position. And now Ryo also digging deep, pulls out their own claw as well, completely clears away the staircase. There's one more player just outside of the scaffolding. That was Island, as you have more players just spawning all the way out. There's also an isolated play that Uling's trying to put together for themselves. Though I get a teammate actually have ruined the spawn in on that side of the staircase, but before this play actually finds any sort of success, Alan, there's only 15 seconds left inside the hard point. Q9 recognize that. They're trying to rotate over towards New.
This is still great time, though, I think, if you're Scars. You valued into it. You threw a lot of operators, but you came out technical victors of the second hard point. And now you can just focus purely on trying to beat your opponents on rotation. This would be the time that Q9 would have to consider using operators of their own, trying to put this rotation to bed and have a chance to actually set up a really good look at this third hill.
Got to set it up. And who's that one player that you got to really be looking out for? And that's actually player number 2 in blue. Watching those long crosses. Uling's also trying to at least pick that up off of the spawn. This is a very easy one-dimensional read here if you are Q9. Everybody from Scars essentially spawning in for the hard point.
Shen, not great utility usage, doesn't get anything to stop this play from Scars. Now they've got numbers. Able to neutralize the hard point for now. Ruan gives up the high ground, trying to watch this front door. Kill still back and forth. Q9 currently possessing the hard point, but here comes the flood from the front. Oh, and everyone's on the way in. Caught during reload was Ruan. And all of a sudden, Scars, the timing and the coordination of the hit, flawless. 20 seconds of scrap time to fight for. And it's just Tame that can really contest, but he may be enough. The double comes through, and a pistol! Triple for Ruan. And Tame to get involved, but the rotation, 10 seconds left. Q9, still more to do.
D10 stayed alive over there for a good while, and that was more than enough work to matter that Scars ended up spawning on the bottom right side of the mini-map. However, with D10 going down, that means that reinforcements were able to work their way through the middle of the map. Now Scars are setting themselves up ahead of this rotation, but it's not like Q9 are far out.
Big win from Scars, trying to control some of this high ground. Q9 fighting back, and it's Tang with the Purifier. Burns everything in his way. Cash, double of his own, nearly steps above where Uling was trying to pre-fire, but not quite able to manage. Reinforcements on the way, 43 seconds at the hard point. Still a hefty margin and a cushion here for Scars as the numbers start to flood on forward. Uling trying to respond, turns but cannot find elimination. Island the next one in. And Q9 are gonna get the numbers here first. Just comes down to can they find the follow-up eliminations. Yeah, good for it initially. It's just Fontagen they need to be able to pick apart. He's in the corner, well received, but Fontagen gets 4 in the process. That'll be good for Hunter Killer Joner.
Be advised, hostile Hunter Killer.
Still, I mean, you look at the lead, you look at how much hardpoint time has just been contested here, Alan. Don bringing it back up. That 2 hardpoint is that still 40 to 50 point lead that Scars have been able to build for themselves. Also look at the operators, the streaks, everything that is being built up for Scars ahead of this rotation. You really do need that Vortex gun or just the gunplay alone to show up here for Q9 in this third set.
Absolutely. And there is yet to be one full-on lockdown hardpoint yet for Q9. Mick, this is bold. Claw's gonna get called out on one of the more open hardpoints in the game at the moment. But he's zoning off this high ground position, and the seconds are ticking up. Scars over 210. Q9 are essentially forced to hit through these tight choke points down low, but they do make it work out. SMGs come to life for 4 straight kills, and Q9 will break forward.
Yeah, required break at that, because if you just completely get thrown into the blender, that blender brought to you by Claw of Mick, then you're probably going to be staring down the barrel of the end of your tournament hopes. But again, same thing ends up happening. You had Q9. They were all the way on the west side of the map, Alan. They overextend. They try to break inside P1, unsuccessful at those 2 different fronts, and they allowed Scars to actually spawn a whole lot closer and recontest the hill.
Yeah, great focus here from Scars. Scars. They deal with the lurkers on the backside. Now you can just focus on what's to come, which is this rotation over towards P2. Q9 bottled up. And these kills are looking good from Scars. Tang gets a double, which at least anchors up the spawns one more time, but Scars' lead is massive. And there's still streaks and operators to potentially use. Fontagen, claw out. Gravity Vortex gun will still lock him in though, and Q9 will get a little bit of breathing room here early.
One player spawning in. Gonna be Fishbone. It's behind enemy lines. Nobody's gonna be fully aware that this is end up happening, and yeah, that's the break required. 230 to 165. And the way that it's all kind of working out right now is that Q9, I believe, ended up having at least a disconnect. So yeah, we'll see what ends up happening there.
All right, that's a key hard point right there. Scars looked good for the break, but hard to say that with any kind of certainty. Meanwhile, you heard the eruptions behind us. Skade has forced a map 5. Woo. Holy cannoli. Was it 250 to like 140 or something like that? I missed it. I didn't see it.
It was close all the way through that from what I was able to see. Yes, I was going cross-eyed watching this Q9 in Scars as well with the Skade in Almighty. I promised you I would. Keep a magnifying glass on that matchup. And hey, it's delivering twice in one day. Skade versus Almighty 2 Electric Boogaloo here for the championship bracket slot. It is going to be quite telling. I don't know what that map number 5 is, but when it comes down to search and destroy, hey, Almighty finally at least won that first one on firing range.
It's going to feel familiar, though.
I bet.
Game 5 between those two squads?
Yeah.
Come on. And, of course, we'll wait to see exactly what kind of goes on with this takeoff hard point. And, look, here's the thing, man. Like, outside of this series, how impressive has Scars been? They are playing some fundamental COD Mobile. Like, we didn't really get a chance. The time zones were a little bit weird. We only watched a little bit of it, and it just felt like, okay, like Scars are just better than the rest of the region. Felt like they were just completely outgunning everybody. But to see them be able to outsmart, out-rotate, and just play a better fundamental game of hardpoint, search, and even control at times, that's inspiring stuff for Scars. Not possibly just for this series, but maybe in the future as well.
Oh, absolutely. It just really does show just where the skill ceiling potentially could be for Scars in the Japanese region. Yeah. If they have a deep understanding of fundamental hardpoint, then getting all the slays, it doesn't matter. There are some teams, Tribe, when they were going up against Q9 earlier, and specifically in the hardpoints, were absolutely laying waste to Q9, just outslaying them on every single turn. But Scars, again, to pull up that influence chem in game, they got handed a very swift demise when it came down to the overall gun skill, but it's their understanding of where to be at the right time was also being exemplified quite wonderfully there in that takeoff hardpoint.
Yep. Looks like information started to be transmitted over to our players as map 5 has started between Skade and Almighty. My goodness. I mean, Skade they played spoiler in the Western 21 finals. During the group stage, they shut down Nova quickly, had a number of tight games versus North American squads, but this is different if they were to do this.
It really would be. It's something that we as commentators, analysts, we were talking about coming in towards Worlds, and this weekend specifically was that, hey, LATAM, last time during finals, they really put themselves as a region on the map. Now it's just about proving why you are one of the stronger regions, and Skate are living up to it.
Well, the thing, too, that's really kind of, curious about this Latin American region was a lot of people were excited about Zygnus, and they got shut down. So really there were 4 teams out of LATAM that continually saw themselves beating each other up and largely going to map 5 in almost every single series. So, man, a lot of exciting things on the horizon. But, of course, the focus stays with those that are locked in the bottom left-hand side because, I mean, that would be no one had that. I don't think anyone would have had Almighty losing to Skate twice.
No. No, I didn't. Even the first one, as competitive as it was, it's just how good Skade looked in the search and destroys in that specific moment of time. They're currently still playing through their first round. It's on a raid search and destroy, which, I want to go back to it, it was a 7-3 win. That was map 2.
Yeah, it was.
In the first best of 5 that they played on the Delta stream some time ago.
7-3 to Skate, just to be clear on that.
7-3 to Skate, yep.
Hard point identified.
Okay, so the update here as we jump on in, Scars only need 22 points. Whereas Q9, a lot loftier of a goal, but I will say everything's reset here. So there is a chance where Q9 could just keep this first hardpoint mixy, rotate back to P2, and maybe pull off the 80+ points that they need.
Potentially almost maybe hope that there's an overextension to potentially come through. But the way that Q9 are actually playing this from the north side, just out of control and loud, is actually quite good. You need to be able to fish out more eliminations and then potentially get past Ring with the trades. Ryo showing up twice, Fishbone there for the third. We'll keep that hardpoint in the favor of Scars.
Look, that is just exquisite patience from Scars. You don't quite come out on top of the opening engagement. Nobody forces gunfights. You get a full surround, you hit from multiple angles, and you at least are able to contest some of the middle lap. But now we focus on this rotation. Q9, I think it was 86 they need to get to Scars 22 after the reset. Scars currently owning the possession of the high ground around this second hill. But Q9 have done exactly what you could ever ask for them to do here in this first hard point. 35 is what they get off the opener. Now it's down to can you find a break? It all comes down pretty much right here to this. Ruan opens up space from the south. Trying to set up a bit of a pinch. His teammates spawning to the north side. Scars all flooding in from the front. Do they focus on this? Do they read the flank that's coming through? Island can blow this play wide up. He gets on the backside. Q9 get the break.
Spawned out. Scars only able to allot 8 points, and then you also have players just currently zoning through the middle of the map. Wooling is being an absolute pest in the middle of the map, not allowing Scars to get close towards his hard point.
The read not there. Q9 just trying to stay alive in the hard point. Nades on the way in. Scars finding some of the gunfights. It gets to 60 for Q9. Nick on the entry, shut down by Ruan. Scars still trying to get as many members forward as possible. Q9 spawning tight. An opportunity for them to possibly expend this to another hard point. As Scars are going to at least be able to see another one, which is the good news here just due to the time that's left.
Q9 just need 86 points. If they are able to get themselves in towards the next hard point, then they're going to be absolutely swimming. Somewhere near 20 are all that Scars need, and they have the rotation, but they have 2 players spawning out.
They get the read on this. Here comes the flood from the front. Q9, they've hit the brakes. They're not quite able to get off the initial. 77 to 11. Again, 86 to 22 would be what we need for either of these two teams. Scars collect every single kill. Q9 spawning all over the map. Tang trying to work his way in. It has to be his heroics. The Purifier's out. You've got to touch. You've got to get there. And they're not quite able to do it. They get to 22. Scars not fully realizing it yet, but everyone starts to look up. A couple of smiles starting to come through, and there's the thumbs up. And it was tight because it's 25-86 right now. Oh my God.
It was right there. The break almost ended up coming through from Q9, the Purifier in hand. That was just about to be it. Yeah, they're actually still going yet. Finally recognizing it, Scars have won. They have eliminated Q9 here in the group stage, and Scars, the only Japanese representation, will make their way into the championship bracket.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
We're not even done yet, friends. We got another map 5 going on with Almighty and Skade.
Oh, man.
And I'll tell you, for those that are at home, no one has moved in their seats. I think everyone's waiting to see that one come up.
There's a lot on the line. I mean, there's just so much riding on this, right? You know, the strength of 2 different regions, of 4 different regions in between these 2 very close series. I mean, you really got to think that Q9 had an opportunity to potentially make this into a Mat 5 affair, but they found themselves getting a little bit too antsy during that summit hardpoint, overextending at some points in time, allowing Scars to work their way back in to be able to get closer spawns for hardpoints and get those closer spawns. But I gotta tell you, man, Scars, they really proved themselves why Japanese representation needs to be here.
You know, I will say, I mean, Scars looked like, yeah, okay, we qualified. Job's not done. Like, no pop-off at all from Scars.
All business, Alan.
Yeah. Here we go. Map 5. Team Almighty looking to stave off the upset for the second time against Skate. A 2-2 affair here on the Raid Search and Destroy. And Almighty have the numbers, at least in this particular moment. Long route. You can see it. It's number 3 in blue of Heaven, who's taking away so much of this map. And Skade need to go, and they need to go now before they get trapped.
Yeah. I mean, this slight hesitation, the lack of information that's over inside of the basketball closet, and honestly over by the staircase is just all question marks so far for Skade. They're going to find themselves to be rather trapped as well. They might be working their way back inside of Kitchen. Actually end up having your bomb carrier there of Leozera trying to work their way back underneath the bedroom, but I love the patience that's being exemplified from Heaven.
He's just waiting to see if he's going to push through glass. Oh, he does too. He's not going to read it. Does he road trek this again? Neither player aware of one another, and there it is. Heaven a key pick. The bomb carrier down, and you can see Skater stuck. They're a kitchen right now with, I mean, this is the definition of COD Mobile's up creep without a paddle.
2v5. Good luck, have fun. Jrozin and Mihawk are just trapped inside a kitchen, and I mean, heaven knows exactly what they did. Look at their arrow on the map. They're just staring at the bomb. Their job is more than well done. It's very rare to see discipline like that. 25 seconds remaining, and yeah, Mihawk, you might be able to find at least the trade, but look at all the blue arrows swarming through the middle of the map over here inside of rocks to get the final kill required. Massive round coming through from the Almighty after finding that first blood and keeping all of Skate trapped.
Yeah, a bit. I mean, you got to go back to, you know, the firing range that we saw. Skate was all over the map and really kind of over the Hacienda. They were kind of manipulating every now and again when we had them on stream earlier today. That one, not so much. It's kind of stuck over towards pool. Not quite able to move the defense the way they want to, but how about that opening engagement? PopZero taking down Incendio. Little snipe off, who could get there first through mid. And now his smokes completely take over any line of sight over towards the A zone. You can see the defense are hard scoped in, but wow, they've baited out Heaven. They can't quite find the kill though, and Almighty will realize that no, this is not a full commit to A.
Yeah, Heaven just dropping down to about half HP. Now it's a 3-2 split coming through at least for Skate with this numbers advantage, but you take a look at least player number 5, Mihawk, trying to maybe challenge inside of the B-ball court. It is a blunder and a half if you try to get yourself over in that AS&D.
They know they have shut up completely isolated though on this right corner. Because if so, maybe some nades can land. This is bold. Mihawk, oh, lucky to be alive. Shots just missed. Oh, but Leozer actually does catch shut up on the rotation. So again, numbers start to go the way of Skate. The focus still towards B. It's on to Heaven. He has to hit one.
You gotta respect that from Leozer, just hanging on over by Tiki, seeing if anybody tries to cross all the way through. They have taken down Heaven. Now you can start running through ring, get over towards this BS&D site. You got trophies down, gotta keep them safe. Here comes the plan.
And you should be post-planning this for the backside of ring. Because you've got Leozer in the middle of the map. You know they're not hitting through pillars. Oh, great awareness, Linz. His 6th elimination. One more to grab, it's Irfan. Stuck kind of in laundry at the moment. May get nicely to 1v1, but Limbs catches him with the right timing. And Skate bring us right back to a 3-3 half.
Oh, we wouldn't have it any other way here, would we, Alan? Considering the fact that in their map number 2 on firing range, if you missed it, ended in 22 rounds, 12-10 in Almighty's favor. Earlier today, it was a 7-3, that in favor of Skate. Now on the offense, coming through for Almighty. A lot of focus over towards the pool side of things. You got one player just lurking through Zig, but a lot of forward position being taken by Skate.
Once again, I mean, this is, I love this to see on a defensive setup, because that A bomb site being pushed in towards basketball to where we're usually used to sitting in the Cold War days is difficult to get into offensively. You have to spend a lot of utility just to open the door. So win the middle of the map, take over Art, force Almighty to have to play through that choke point. And so far, they've done that. The question is, do they know that they've achieved this? Because it's been dead silent for the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, we haven't heard a peep. Just waiting for the tumbleweed to come brisking across the mansion pool side, but need to be able to find some information. I wonder how much utility is still in the back pocket for some of these players.
Oh, gosh. Heaven's going to try to sniff things out over towards B. Mihawk is prone right above him. Just comes down to, does he see him before Leozer gets exposed?
Oh, hit marker.
Okay, that'll be information. Mihawk has not tried to confirm the kill yet. He's just holding his position. 45 seconds on the clock, and Almighty have to now commit. Does this defense still trust the setup, or will they try to move around and maybe try to deal with this play that's coming over towards A? You have to think it's all in the PopZero. Can he get a read on this?
You haven't seen anything much to the middle of the map. Finally, some shots will come through. Incendio will go down over by the water stairs, and there comes the reposition. It is a solo player by PopZero over here. He was playing in the wheelbarrow. Here comes the Chow. Running out of time, is able to line up too.
It's just absolute perfection on the setup. Murfon will also drop. That is such good trust from Skate. You have to feel like any other team in that situation, game 5, to stave off elimination, you haven't heard or seen anything. For them to have the gall to sit there and say, no, our setup is good, that's next level discipline from Skate.
As it was. You had pillars control, driveway control, you had a sniper inside the wheelbarrow as well, and oh man, great opening defensive round coming through from Skate, but this time they all go for Brokey. Take a look at the rotation immediately off the spawn. They're all in for the pool side. They lose Leozer in the process. Very quick bomb plant coming down for Almighty.
Yeah, and Almighty is aware of this. 3 members still holding back their driveway just in case this flank comes through, which it will. First one to make contact is going to be shut up. Heaven clears out Zig. Shut Up does his job backside through driveway. So now the only opportunity would be Pobzera trying to force something through pillars, you have to think, but instead they are going to try to isolate these players. The back shot just a bit wide, and back and forth we go with these scopes. Pobzera able to find the kill from a 2v5 to a 2v3. 18 seconds, you've got to go. And Incendio just prone underneath the window. Good information from Jeff. Pobzera tries to force out the kill. It's not as clean as you'd like, and it's taking a lot of time, more importantly. Almighty will still skate away with the round.
If it wasn't the numbers, it was more than likely going to just be the overall pressure of the clock. Yeah, I mean, you really got to tip the understanding. When you try to go all the way across the driveway, you clear through the middle of the map, and you immediately take a look at, hey, there's nobody inside of laundry, and we're not being gunned through the middle of the map, so let's just commit over towards B. Now you have yourself a little bit more of a poke setup coming through for Almighty, seeing how in their head of Skate they are currently resting at.
Yeah, look at the focus off that opening pick from Shut Up, plus also taking away the money window. Defense has to stay heavy-handed over towards A, but a key gunfight for Leozera. He essentially has made B completely safe, leaving a little bit of space for Skate to feel okay about having this many members on the A site.
4v4.
Oh my.
And I love this call that's coming through. You leave one more player to try to come reinforce the B zone. This is almost looking like we just swapped to complete sides entirely. You have one player lurking inside garage. The hit comes through.
How does he get two? And then Leo's in behind him.
Lost that round, but it's not
They had no business coming away with not dropping a member there. That's a 1-for-1 position. If you walk away, 2 kills for 2 kills, you're happy if you're Skade. But Mihawk says, I'll do you one better.
defend the objective.
And now 5-4. And how about this for a curveball? Defensive nades overwhelming through driveway. It's a full flood right into Heaven's lap. And he responds to it, gets one and gets away, and look at the help. Almighty's already on rotation.
The bomb's already rotating back over, finding that first pick. The biggest question is, how many players were you able to read are over here? Leozin's going to be able to take down Jeff Pro. He's going to force out the 3v4. Numbers that in favor of the Almighty. Heaven under pressure, still throwing some shots, but take a look at that bomb. Bomb's down over in Zig.
Yeah, but Mihawk's cleared the way. He's all the way through in kitchen. He could find a gunfight here versus Earthfront. The timing is good. Mihawk with his 8 elimination. And Heaven, who started the play for Almighty, now has to finish it. A 1v3. Doesn't check the staircase. Sees one down low, but it doesn't make a difference. It's Leozin who just holds the angle. And Skade a round away from making it into the playoffs and defeating Almighty twice on the day.
Twice on the day, indeed. Losing the fire range search and destroy. Taking both of them in the first time that they met each other earlier today. Now it comes down to this. What are you going to throw? Almighty, the snipe through the middle of the map. Heaven's good for first blood.
Oh, but look at Mihawk through the smoke. Mihawk's through, but he does get turned away. An opportunity to possibly just end it right there. But the trade comes through in the numbers now. Stay with Almighty. Leozera on the way in. Tries to force the defense over the B site. Only good for one, and then Shut Up able to get a read with Incendio to put this all now on to Leozin. A deep play from the back. And it's being watched. Well done from Almighty.
Nice work.
Gotta keep this going. You need one more if you want to try to at least force overtime. But nonetheless, Almighty, they are throwing the adaptations. Very aggressive adaptation. Keep in mind you through Zig for that first blood. That goes awry. That opens up the floodgates for the flank inside of red. Skade, defensively, more than obliged to get aggressive through the mid-map.
Yeah, this is, again, just instant map control. This is almost a repeat of what we had seen from a couple of rounds previously, where Skade can control B, they can control mid, and you can just watch for crosses here towards A. But Almighty taking their time. And how well are they conditioned off of Skade's aggression in the last couple of rounds?
I love the discipline that is still being exemplified from the Almighty. Whether they found information off the utility or not, they haven't really seen a peep, much less heard much, if any at all, information. Just almost expecting for maybe Skate to throw a shoulder, maybe capitalize off an unforced error.
The A setup defensively is once again Mihawk prone, but he's got Linz with him with an SKS watching this front door. And here comes the hit. No one's watching from mid-map right here. Maybe a late flank from Leozin. There's the flashes. Linz gets one. Mihawk again from the interior. Can't slide away this time. The trades come through. Now to the middle of the map. It's Leozin off the flank, but how about the shot from Shut Up? And it's down now to a 2v2. A site completely vacant, but the re-wrap from Almighty.
Leozera has not budged. He's just going to move his way over towards driveway, join with his teammate of Leos, and you had the idea, but now they are going to completely flip out the map, thinking that it's going to be going over towards A, where the offense now of both Jeff and ShotUp have moved their way towards Laundry.
Almighty do not feel confident at the moment to get this bomb instantly planted, and rightfully so, mind you. But they've got all the space in the world to get this off freely. How do you set up your post plant? ShotUp wants to play outer ring.
Planted.
Jeff Pro's going to join him. They're going to stay on the B site. A couple of nades are available. ShotUp, I believe, was not seen by Leozera, but that information, I have to imagine, was seen by ShotUp. There we go. Now the top of the head's been scouted out, and Leozera wants the gunfight. This is bold. ShotUp holds the angle. Here comes Leozin. They get forward. 20 seconds on the clock. ShotUp needs to hit one. Backs away. They're trying to play the clock. 13 seconds. Here comes Skate. Leozera for the first. ShotUp to the pistol. That's all he's got left. Hits the first. 1v1. ShotUp to stay alive. And he's killed off enough of the clock. Plus finishing it with the pistol. Let's go to overtime.
Woo, 2 rounds quickly bouncing back. Please guarantee yourself that overtime. And yeah, I love that call. Again, you know, it wasn't an immediate, we got ourselves some numbers, let's just try to fly and quickly rotate all the way over towards the B site. Clear it out. You don't know if anybody's still lurking over inside of red. And now an offensive round coming through here for Skate.
Opening first blood for Popzera. That's over. Actually, that's through the cutout. Through the top side of A. And it's from Mihawk of all players. Incendio feeling frisky, takes away an angle, but look at the re-wrap again from Skade. All focused on heading over towards B. The defense is not here in any form. They're going to have to play retake.
That's the right call, and they're actually going to be splitting their odds in numbers. One player of Incendio is going to be watching through open staircase through pillars. The other 2 players, both Jeff and Efren, are trying to get back over through Laundry. There's not a whole lot of coverage in that position yet. They could get some good timing.
These 1v1s are everything. First shot's able to come out, but no, Popzera doesn't finish the kill. It's Jeff who saves a life. Irfan lucky to still be alive. Lim's trying to come back to assist. Good long-range shots. One more close. Why? How about that from Lens? All 3 kills come through in consecutive fashion, and once again it's Skade on series point.
Again, just recognizing what is most opportunistic for them in the time. Get themselves the numbers. They start clearing away through ring and making sure that they zone away the one position that could blow up that play, and that's inside of Laundry. And look at how they're still getting aggressive to the middle of the map.
All the nades that are coming out from the offensive side, you have to respond to this through pillars. Leo's in, not able to get the opening first blood. Back and forth, both teams still feeling each other out. And how about Mihawk? Aggression shut down by J-Pro. Incendio behind it. Popzera still on the angle, can watch this cross. But Jeff has made his way on. He can stick this for the plant. There's good help behind him.
You're gonna have to wait for this. Look at number 2. Lens trying to rotate all the way back over by driveway. It's going to be watched. Popzera needs to land a shot.
Have to get somebody in. Lens has been red. Flank is very well watched. Lens has to find a beautiful double. Gets the opener. Oh, but Leo's in. Oh, I'm not sure how he just fell off the map, but it doesn't make much of a difference. It's a response from Almighty. And once again, we reset to see who can take it by 2.
Honestly, how can you even be surprised? I mean, last time there had to have been some time where you had some VOD to go look at if you are Almighty. You did lose this, what was it, 7 to something abysmal. But yeah, now tied up 7 apiece here. Skate, another offense. They are going for broke. Quick hit towards that.
Trophies are down. ShotUp. He's the only one that can respond to this, and he gets completely flashed out. Not a lot of support there. Jeff Pro fortunate to be able to at least secure a trade from that angle. The defense scrambling to come over, but the bomb's gonna be planted here today. Whoa.
Heaven. He's gonna be able to fish out some timing to be able to come down through open staircase. And the nade that did come through over through the basketball court is going to keep the offense of Skade rather honest.
That nade took down the bomb carrier, actually. So
yeah,
there was no plan.
Got the bomb.
Popzera takes the mantle, gets it planted. Long route from Heaven. He is not here. This is the best chance for Skate to possibly find a kill and make this a true 3v3. But no aggression at all from Almighty. They are waiting, looking for the team shots over the top. Popzera, Leo's in, nearby. Mihawk deep in towards Tiki. Heaven is still not here yet. This is taking a ton of time. Nade's now coming through. Popzera avoids the majority of it. Opening shots come through. Leo's in for 2. Maybe a chance. Mihawk staying prone. Has Heaven on the flank, swimming around. 15 seconds. Smoke comes through, the shot's through the smoke, but no, Incendio responds with some of his own. And now it's Almighty to the advantage.
Almighty will take that advantage here in the overtime, and hey, say what you will, just taking your time, making sure that you clear away all of top bedroom. That's exactly what Heaven needed to do. And albeit taking a certain amount of time, it was just bait all through the upper spiral staircase, throwing shots, trying to make sure that it was all focused on towards the front. Spidey senses aside. Almighty here on offense. The potential to knock Skate out.
Quick route from Irfan. He's already into Tiki. This has not been seen, but take a look at the defensive setup. This is going to feel very familiar. It's Linz and Leozen who initially were stacked up here over towards A, but with 2 trophies down, the call is made that Linz is saying, I can hold this myself. Go find mid. And Almighty are going to respect that there could be some very tricky setups here over towards the state side. They're going to take their time to feel things out.
No reason to get over aggressive here. Not a whole lot of information to speak of, but we have seen this before with Apher just playing in that position inside of Tiki, seeing if anybody chows out through basketball court, but they're going to rewrap this through mid.
This is going to be a kitchen hit. Smoke to block pillars. Papzera, he's aware of it. Comes over and finds a key pick that's on the bomb carrier. This is going to take time into Leozero from pillars. Not allowing Incendio to recover. Gets another on top of it. And Skade looking comfortable in this defense, but it's not done just as of yet. Last one to get is Shut Up, who has been so good for his team thus far, but this would take the cake.
Hey, remember what I was saying earlier? The Deagle, it might just be the best sub in the game, especially in the hands of Shut Up. We'll find one. You got 36 seconds left to go. The biggest issue, you have to work your way across mid, and there's so many angles you have to be worried about. The one saving grace, though, 3 players stacked up together. I thought that they were just going to go through laundry, but nobody sees anybody. Bomb's going to be recovered. You would assume that Shut Up's going to go back through open staircase to try to get over towards A, but now they're on his heels.
He's just so slow.
Not exactly moving through radar.
Not quite. Yeah, easy follow up there. Good reaction out of Skate.
Run it back.
Do it again. Why not?
Can't necessarily say that you're going to be too surprised. I mean, there's going to be so many different strategies and so many different opportunities that are going to be fallen and yet finding success. Here comes more aggression coming through from Skate. 3 players going through P5, but 3 players defensively from Almighty going through ring.
Yeah, this is bold again. Heaven with a sniper rifle is the furthest defensive player forward. Nades had come through. Mid-map control for Skate. Almighty, who took a gamble to not throw anybody over towards A, are going to get away with it for now, but look at the full flight. Here it comes through pillars. Incendio good for the opener. Still more to find, though. Trades back and forth. Pinstruck goes to kill feed. Heaven still involved. How is Heaven still alive, for crying out loud? It's just a sniper pistol combo, and he gets away with the kill and his life. Leozero, though, for the 1v2. First option. Heaven makes his position known. Long range. Finds Shut Up! Leozero!
Showing up when it matters the most there, when it was a very losable situation. Leozero absolutely delivers the goods. Going to be able to put themselves in a position now, 1 round away for Skate to knock out Almighty. And how about another fast hit? It worked out pretty well last time.
Oh, but this time Almighty, they get the isolation onto Papzera. The defense rapidly making their way over. Flashes, trophies, nades, all of it being thrown. Almighty want to get this bomb down. Heaven follows up with a second. That's Limbs trying to hit off the flank. Everything now for Skid has to come from the front. Mihawk on the way in. No one's seen Mihawk, but he only gets away with the first. Leozin, can he find a way to get in bounds here? All of Almighty is stacked up towards the outside. Do they have an angle at this bomb? Do they trust the shoulders? And it looks like at the moment they do have a pretty solid angle at it. Yeah, Shut Up deep. Sure, why not? A double from him. 9-9.
Run it back again. Why not? Just adaptation after adaptation. Digging deep into the bag of tricks. Making sure that you understand, hey, did we win the round that we just 5-player handlers with basketball? Well, absolutely, and now it is Skate's turn again, offensively. We saw this legitimately the last offensive round. 3 players strong through mid.
It's almost the exact same setup for both teams.
Yeah,
this time though, Heaven's not gonna get away with it. Irfan up top needs to find a trade. Shut down, Incendio can do nothing. Irfan still finessing his life, but it's only for a small time. Kills come out convincingly for Skate. Last player left alive is Jeff Bro. He's quick, trying to contest the exit. Gets Leozin over the top, but maybe not. Maybe Leozin got the better of him over the top. Clean shots come through. Once again, Skade to the advantage.
Map number 2, it took us to reach round 20 before one team ended up running away with 2 rounds in a row. Who's honestly say that it might not be the same. Lil Zera, 15 eliminations. Mihawk, 18. You would think that it's going to be 5 players strong. The biggest difference, though, Heaven is lurking in mid.
Oh, Lens is committed to the bomb site here. This is tough. You're going to have sniper rifles looking down your throat, essentially. Flashes do connect, but the help over mid is looking good for Skate. They create a little bit of space. Help is on the way as well. Mihawk will join his compatriot. Zera, big snipe through mid. And Almighty, they're trying to get out of here. They're trying to get back through mid, but there's numbers here for Skate. The 2 kills come through. It's down to a 2v5. Irfan is stuck too. He's got nowhere to go. He's got to force a play somewhere. Mid's not an option.
Needs to wait. Bomb gets collected by Jeff. Trying to work their way through Zig. There is no information whatsoever, Alan. These shoulders might just mean death. As you can see player number 4 on the minimap, a friend is trying to work his way up through the open staircase, and Skate more than aware of the advantage they have.
Zera tagged up. Slide shell onto Jeff that doesn't quite work out. Could have been the dagger. But Almighty's still alive. Zera nades come out. Irfan sidesteps. Leozen nearby. You have to be very careful here if you're Almighty. You really want to come into here. Yeah, they sure do. Forcing the play forward. Jeff, last one left, gets the second. Can he get the reset? He's got the boxing gloves out. He's Mike Tyson in the flesh. And he's not able to get through. And Skade upset not once, but twice to send the second team from Latin America to the World Championship playoffs.
The pop-off on stage absolutely erupted. Our casting booth is going buck wild crazy. Insane scenes when you think about it. I really did feel that the way that we saw that firing range develop itself, Alan, that it might have ended up being the same, that the VOD and the quick turnover that Almighty had to be able to learn from their mistakes in previous past was going to be good enough, but not against the tenacity of this Skate roster, the passion, everything just being exemplified to such a high degree. Good job today, gentlemen, but you have a long night's rest ahead of you because it only gets more difficult from here.
Unbelievable. And you know, the thing about it is, when we were setting everything up, the one thing we really gave credit to LATAM was if they got to game 5s, out of every other region, they had the most experience playing in game 5s to have to clutch up to make it into the top 3 for Latin America, to make it even as the champions of Latin America in INCO's situation, but the elation, no words for it, as Brazil now has 2 teams in the playoffs. Golly.
Oh man, it's just amazing. Everybody elated. There was a collective pop-off through the front row of both the stage and the crowd. Absolutely insane scenes. Congratulations for not just the once, like you were saying, but twice to take down Almighty in a map 5 situation. Comfort zone for sure.
And with that, we go from 16 to our top 8. The desk standing by to give us the bracket and their reactions.
Thank you very much, guys. Great job closing things out. We thought that only you guys would get quick 3-0s, but no, you get some free COD Mobile, especially there at the end where it was elimination time, 2 maps to 2, and we went almost a whole nother 7 maps, or 7 rounds there in that final search and destroy. But in the end, it's Skade outlasting the #1 seed from Southeast Asia, and that is all she wrote for them. But I wanted to get your quick thoughts here, Beef Mom.
Well, what I wrote in my script before heading into this was Almighty was definitely going to go into the playoffs, but hey, the reason why we are at LAN is to prove to one another that, hey, whatever we had before, that's not going to matter. And what we have for today, this is definitely greatness. LATAM really just proves that they love them game 5s.
Yeah, no question about it. For me, that's the biggest upset. Well, I don't know. We got scars coming through as well. There was a lot of chaos today, and the predictions were definitely all over the place. Like we were talking about beforehand, if we were talking S-tier teams, we thought that there were 4, and 2 of them were Q9 and Almighty, already knocked out of the competition. Has proven to be incredibly unpredictable so far and should make for a fantastic playoffs.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at that playoffs by looking at our champs bracket brought to you by Republic of Gamers. It's Smart Omega against Skade, Tribe versus Wolves, INCO Stalwart versus Scars, and Luminosity taking on Stamina Esports. Again, 2 of the 4 that we thought were going to be there, not necessarily there. Skade, welcome to the party. You definitely earned it and deserved it by not winning once, but twice against Almighty. And then Scars outlasting Q9 early. Remember, that was a series? We did that before we got drug into one of the best, I guess, like now rivalries in COD Mobile in the global scene. Scars getting it done strategically. Okay, they find strategic kills. They don't find a lot of kills. They find strategic kills. When we take a look at this bracket, what's your most exciting matchup here, Beef Mommy?
I'm going for Smart Omega against Skade. It looks like Skade wants to bring down every single one of Garena teams, and now we get to see it possibly in our quarterfinals one where Smart Omega, they've seen it, they've watched it, and see how Skade absolutely just spams out the SKS. Probably one of the best displays of this gun so far.
No question about it. We knew that a lot of teams said they've been tough to play against, and we're seeing exactly why right now. Obviously, the Western teams really showing out 5 of the 8 teams in our playoffs from the West. So it seems like both North America and Latin America have represented well. They're the only 2 regions with 2 teams in the playoffs. We'll see if they can carry through all the way up against those Eastern rosters.
All right, well, let's take a look at the tournament schedule. We had a long day of group stage matches today. On Thursday, tomorrow, it's a short break because Saturday, we're coming back with the champs and the elim bracket. And then we have the big bad finals where we will be crowning our world champion. And Friday, got a little bit of time off because we've got the Code Bowl. That's right, the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl with some of the esports squads from the military helping out, raising money to give back to veterans. It is a great, great cause, and we'll be seeing some of those squads playing tomorrow, which means we'll be taking a short break, but we're back Saturday. And I'm just so excited to see, again, these squads. NA, Luminosity, they went in so smooth. It looked great, but will they be pushed? I guess we'll find out next Saturday. And of course, if you haven't had enough Call of Duty yet, CDL still going on right now. So head on over to their channel over on YouTube. Guys, thank you so much for watching throughout. Give the shout outs to our casters who've been doing it all day long, and to your favorite teams, whether they won, whether they lost, go support them. We will be back Saturday as we move through the champs bracket and the elim bracket and get one step closer to crowning ourselves the best team in Call of Duty Mobile in 2022. On behalf of myself, the staff, and the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you Saturday.